In a different space in a game, those traces of civilization that humans once took pride in have long been submerged by endless waves of monsters. Every city is like an isolated island, struggling to survive under the attacks of the monster tide. However, darkness did not completely devour human hope, and humans awakened the dormant power within their bodies. Warriors, knights, mages, and other professions that once only existed in ancient legends have now become the dawn of humanity's fight against monsters. During the years of fighting, people established combat academies to teach survival skills and strength. Every young person who has reached the age of 18 must participate in the sacred job change ceremony. They transformed from ordinary people into professionals, picked up weapons or staffs, and fought monsters in battlefields of blood and fire. They gain experience, equipment, skills, and props from battle, and become stronger by constantly honing themselves. At first, I thought this world was just a setting in the game. Who would have thought that one night, I would die suddenly from playing games? What is even more unexpected is that I actually traveled to this game like alien space. I thought I was reborn, but then I realized that this was Blue Star, a world very similar to the setting of the game. It is hard for me to accept such a fate, because I know very well that if I cannot become a professional fighter, it will be a luxury to survive in this world. So, I applied to join the Battle Academy and started studying. However, to my great surprise, I actually successfully activated the One-Yuan flash sale plugin. In other words, I can buy all the professional talents, combat skills, and even combat equipment that others can't afford at a fortune in this world at will. No matter where I am, I can't keep a low profile. I may become the strongest person in the world in the future. When I was excited about my plugin, suddenly, a dazzling beam of light fell from the sky in the hall. Before I could react, a cold and arrogant woman walked out of the light column, and the air around them instantly became cold and depressing. She glanced at me with a hint of indifference in her eyes. "Adventurer, I am your guiding angel, Leah." Her voice was cold and ruthless. "Please come forward and awaken your talents and profession." I frowned. This woman's attitude was a bit unfriendly, but now was not the time to worry about these things. The awakening profession was the key. I walked up to her, trying to stay calm. Leah produced a golden staff and asked coldly, "Are you ready to awaken?"
Yes.
I nodded. Although I felt a little uneasy, I was still looking forward to this moment. She raised her staff and lightly touched my forehead. An intense golden light instantly enveloped my entire body. Then, the system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding. Awakening your talent. Your talent is mana return, primary. Ding. Awakening your profession. Your profession is summoner, normal. The light gradually faded away, and I stood there with confusion written all over my face. Talents are divided into different levels, with elementary being the lowest level, and my talent is just mana return, which returns 1% of the magic power. It's basically just a decoration. Looking at the professions again, I almost couldn't help complaining. Normal professions are fine, but the key is the summoner? Shouldn't I awaken as a warrior or a knight? Not only is the summoner a fragile profession, it also consumes a lot of mana. In the early stage, the creatures that can be summoned are all pitifully weak and low-level creatures, such as goblins. I looked at the skill bar and found that there was only one skill, Summon Goblin. It cost 50 points of magic to summon an ordinary goblin, and my level 1 magic was only 200 points. Are you kidding me? The corners of my mouth twitched slightly, and I looked at the talent description again. Return 1% of magic power. Haha, this is simply a mockery. If it weren't for the cheat, I would definitely be extremely desperate at this moment. Forget it. I'll just find a simple copy to pass the test and then go out. I secretly comforted myself. At this moment, Leah suddenly said coldly, "You have a chance to buy a talent in the talent mall. Do you need to open the talent mall panel?" Talent mall? I was stunned for a moment, and my heart was immediately alarmed. Why haven't I heard of this before? But the next second, I suddenly realized, talent mall? Mall? Isn't this where my plugin comes in handy? Hurry, open it for me. I was so excited that my voice was shaking, and I was so happy. This cheat finally came in handy. Leah sneered and explained, "Only adventurers who have awakened primary talents are eligible to enter the talent mall. You are the first person to trigger this condition in 20 years. Hearing her sarcastic tone, I snorted in my heart and didn't bother to argue with her. She waved her staff, and the talent store panel instantly appeared in front of me. The dazzling array of talents dazzled me. There were levels ranging from elementary to legendary, and there were also various props to enhance talents. However, The price of each talent is ridiculously expensive. The cheapest primary talent costs 10 gold coins, while the advanced talent costs millions of gold coins. I touched the 2 silver coins in my pocket. This was all my assets, but luckily, my cheat worked again. All talent prices in the mall have been crossed out and replaced with a copper coin. I could hardly contain my excitement, and I quickly slid across the screen, carefully selecting my talents. Why is there no mythical talent? I turned to ask Leah with some dissatisfaction. She sneered, "The price of a mythical talent starts at tens of millions of gold coins. Can you afford it?" I was too lazy to waste time talking to her, so I just retorted, "Whether I can afford it or not is none of your business. Hurry up and list the mythical talents for me." Leah was obviously irritated by me. Her face was gloomy, but due to the rules, she had to wave her staff and show me the list of mythical talents. I glanced over them and saw that each talent was incredibly strong, simply amazing. I almost drooled. After some selection, I finally chose a mythical talent that suits the summoner. Not only that, I also followed Leah's kind advice and bought another talent-enhancing item that can elevate this mythical talent to a higher level. After paying the bill, I only had a few copper coins left in my pocket, and Leah's face was completely stiff. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. I actually bought a mythical talent. She thought I was bragging, but I slapped her in the face hard. I grinned and looked at her silently, without a trace of sarcasm in my eyes. But that contemptuous look made Leah even more angry. She finally said, "You have completed the awakening of your talent and profession. Please select the following difficulty level for the professional assessment. Friendly reminder, the higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. Please choose carefully." Oh, what is this woman doing? Trying to lure me into choosing a high difficulty dungeon? Dream on. I lightly clicked on the normal difficulty option. But Leah's eyes suddenly became cold, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a strange smile. She raised her staff, and my heart tightened. I was about to say something, but it was too late. A golden light flashed, and I was teleported away. Ding! You have entered the hell-level dungeon, Blood Moon Castle. My heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Leah's vicious laughter seemed to still echo in my ears. "If you offend me, you will be in the hell copy and throw away your profession and talents." Ha 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 ha. Under the gloomy sky, a blood moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie red light that illuminated the surrounding woods. There was a dead silence and a sense of oppression in the woods, and the crows on the roadside kept cawing, which made people feel upset. I stood in this gloomy forest, my heart filled with anger. I didn't expect that a mere guiding angel would dare to tamper with my choice and teleport me to a hell-level copy. I gritted my teeth and swore to myself, okay, don't let me touch you again, or I will never let you go." I took a few deep breaths, forced myself to calm down, and turned to check the information of the current dungeon. Clearance requirements: kill the vampire baron, 2 blood servants, 50 blood slaves. I frowned. Judging from the names of these monsters, they were not good guys, especially in the hell-level dungeons. Even the weakest monsters would not be easy to deal with. Damn angel. I cursed in a low voice. But there was no point in complaining now. I had to find a way to improve my strength first. I opened my backpack, used the talent-enhancing item I had just acquired, and then checked my attribute panel. After reading the talent, my depression was finally swept away. The mana return effect is simply abnormal. Unlimited firepower? For a summoner like me, it is a perfect plugin. Although the summoner's spells consume a lot of mana, with this talent, you don't have to worry about running out of mana. Coupled with skill evolution, the skill effect can be improved every 10 levels, which is a perfect match. I closed the attribute panel with satisfaction and immediately summoned a goblin to try it out. A magic circle formed on the ground, and a moment later, a green-skinned goblin crawled out. It was short and thin, wearing rags and holding a wooden stick. I checked its properties, shook my head, and smiled bitterly. I might as well just hit it with a stick myself. I was speechless, but this was just the beginning. I immediately continued summoning, constantly increasing the level of Summon Goblin. I immediately summoned a giant goblin. This one was much larger than the previous goblin, with strong muscles, an iron mace in his hand, and wearing animal skin armor. When I checked the properties, I almost burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, finally a decent summon. I was in a good mood and continued to summon more goblins. Although this dungeon is extremely difficult, at least I have enough summons to hold the fort. With dozens of big goblins, I headed towards the Blood Moon Castle. On the way, I encountered the first batch of monsters, 4 broken humanoid corpses blocking the middle of the road. After looking at their attributes, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I upgraded my skills to Big Goblin in advance, otherwise I would be overwhelmed when facing these guys. Now is the perfect time to test the Big Goblin's strength. I commanded 100 or so goblins to rush towards the blood slaves screaming, and used wooden sticks and iron bars to fight with the blood slaves. Although ordinary goblins are weak, their numbers are large, and they can reduce the health of some blood slaves. The Big Goblin's attack is even more deadly, and one hit can knock out most of the blood slaves' health. After a while, the system prompt sounded to tell me that it had been upgraded. After listening to the system prompt, I sighed helplessly. The level of the summoner profession is too low. It only adds a few attributes after upgrading to the next level. Compared with the high-level professions, it is simply not worth mentioning. However, this is not an unsolvable problem, as the attributes can be compensated by equipment. As long as I can successfully clear the Hell-level dungeon and receive high evaluations, the rewards will definitely allow me to catch up with or even surpass those high-level professionals. What's more, the equipment can be enhanced. With the ability of $1 instant kill, I can completely enhance the equipment to improve the attributes without any burden. This thought immediately eased my mood. I controlled the big goblins to move forward and prepare to complete the mission. Not long after, I led the goblin army to the gate of the castle. There were many monsters along the way. I killed 28 blood slaves, and my level was raised to level 3. The ordinary goblins I summoned at the beginning have all been killed, and now the more than 50 big goblins around me are my main force. I pushed open the gate of the castle and saw a few blood slaves wandering in the front yard. Following an order, the goblins rushed forward wielding maces, and in less than 10 seconds, all the blood slaves were killed. As the skill level of Summon Goblin increases, the attributes of the big goblin become stronger, and I am filled with confidence. Entering the living room of the ancient castle, there were 2 pitch-black coffins placed in the middle of the empty room, with a few blood slaves wandering around. As soon as I stepped into the room, the coffin lid exploded and 2 dark shadows jumped out. The 2 shadows were a man and a woman, with pale faces and fangs sticking out of their lips. They looked like typical vampires. "You dare to break into the castle and disturb the master's rest. You are seeking death." The male blood servant shouted angrily and pounced towards me. My heart tightened and I quickly stepped back, blocking the big goblins in front of me. Although Blood Service is an elite monster with extraordinary strength, it is not easy for him to get close to me when facing more than 50 big goblins. Although they could easily kill a few goblins, the advantage in numbers was clearly on my side. I kept summoning new goblins to replenish the lineup. Although the opponents had blood-sucking skills, they could not keep up with the speed of my summoning. Just when I was getting a little anxious, the system prompt sounded again. I quickly checked the skill panel and found that Summon Goblin had evolved to be able to summon special goblins. I immediately tried to summon one, and the first one that appeared was the Ice Goblin. Its spiritual attribute was much higher than that of the Big Goblin, and it also had a powerful skill called Throwing Ice Cones. Great! I was ecstatic. The Ice Goblin's icicles not only deal high damage, but also slow down the enemy, which is perfect for dealing with these elite monsters. I continued to summon, and several Ice Goblins quickly joined the battlefield. Although the Ice Goblin's attacks sometimes miss, when they hit, the effect is amazing. Soon, I discovered that elemental summons could actually produce elemental reactions between each other, and the combination of ice and fire could cause extremely high damage. Under the continuous attacks of ice cones and flints, the female blood servant's health bar was emptied instantly. With a wail, she fell to the ground and turned into ashes. My heart was filled with ecstasy. The damage was simply outrageous. I immediately let more elemental goblins join the battle, and with the help of their elemental reactions, the male blood servant fell quickly. After clearing out these elite monsters, I picked up the dropped loot. 2 pieces of equipment caught my eye: a corrupted claws skill book and an ordinary quality iron claws equipment. Although I don't need them myself, these things can be sold for a lot of money in the market, especially the skill book. This is a 2nd level skill and is extremely rare. After picking up the dropped items, I turned my attention to the 2nd floor of the castle. The elite monsters had already dropped some pretty good items, so the leader, the Vampire Baron, would definitely not be bad. But I didn't rush up. Instead, I continued to summon elemental goblins, preparing to take action when I had gathered 100 of them. After all, the boss monster is not easy to deal with, so you have to be fully prepared. Just then, the system prompt sounded again. The new upgrade allowed me to summon 2 special goblins at a time. My goblin army grew rapidly. With 153 big goblins and 100 elemental goblins, I finally had the confidence to rush to the second floor. When I pushed open the door at the end of the second floor, an old man was slowly sitting up from a golden coffin. He had silver hair, was wearing a tuxedo, and his eyes were full of greed and hunger. "I smell delicious blood," he said in a hoarse voice. I quickly stepped back, blocking the goblins in front of me, and used detection magic on him. Hiss. I couldn't help but take a breath. This guy's attributes are simply outrageous. More than 10,000 HP, 3-digit attributes, ordinary newcomers can't deal with it at all. Fortunately, I have assembled a huge army of goblins. Chuck sneered, swung his sword and rushed into the group of goblins, but his arrogance was quickly disrupted by the elemental attack I carefully arranged. The double attack of ice and fire made it impossible for him to counterattack effectively, and his health dropped rapidly under the continuous attack of elemental reactions. Although he tried to break through the encirclement and rush towards me several times, he was blocked by the dense goblins every time. In the end, after a series of failed charges, Chuck fell to his knees in anger, his health completely drained. I breathed a sigh of relief, finally ending this tough battle. When I checked the rewards, I was almost overjoyed, especially the 2 skills, Blood Eyes and Teleport, one of which allowed me to explore remotely. The other is a magical escape skill. Combined with the talent of Magic Return, I am simply immortal. Just as I was about to exit the dungeon, the castle suddenly shook violently, a beam of blood shot up into the sky, and a complex magic circle appeared on the ground in front of me. At the same time, far away in the main system space of Apocalypse, Leah laughed loudly, but her laughter was mixed with fear and relief. She did not hesitate to use up her own merit points to revive an ancient strongman from the main system, intending to use it to completely strangle me. And as I faced the unknown strong man who was about to arrive, I suddenly had a bad premonition in my heart. I looked at the gradually solidifying bloody figure, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in my heart. Her aura was so powerful that even my goblins trembled, as if they had seen a being far superior to themselves. I gritted my teeth secretly and cursed in my heart. Is this the work of that damn guiding angel again? The figure in the magic circle slowly emerged. It turned out to be a little girl wearing a long corset skirt and 2 long braids, which was very inconsistent with her petite figure. However, the pressure emanating from her was not to be underestimated. This aura is simply terrifying. My heart was tense, and just as I was about to take action, a system prompt suddenly rang in my ears. Ding! It is detected that the ancestor of the Blood Clan, Angelina, is reviving. Do you want to use 1 drop of blood from 99.9 billion, crossed out, to sign a master pet contract with her? I was stunned for 3 seconds, then my eyes lit up and I shouted quickly, yes, of course. As soon as I finished speaking, my health limit dropped by 1 drop. Ding. The contract is signed successfully. Ding. The pet panel is loading. The pet panel is loading successfully. Ding. Congratulations on getting the pet. The ancestor of the Blood Clan, Angelina. As the system's voice fell, the figure in the formation finally solidified completely. The little girl stepped on shiny black leather shoes, making soft tapping sounds. Her black skirt lifted up, revealing her slender legs wrapped in white stockings. She raised her head, and on that face as delicate as a porcelain doll, 2 pupils shining like blood gems stared at me. Father! The little girl ran over quickly and hugged my thighs. I was stunned. I didn't even have a girlfriend, but suddenly someone called me father. I was a little overwhelmed. But when I came to my senses, I gently touched her long silver hair and smiled. Hello, Angelina. At the same time, I used detection to check her attributes. I almost screamed out loud. The classification of monsters I learned in high school came to my mind. The Blood Clan ancestor is the origin of the Blood Clan, the ancestor of monsters. Even though Angela is only level 6 due to pet level restrictions, her 4-dimensional attributes are already ridiculously strong. Haha, Leah, if it is really you who is causing trouble, I have to thank you very much for sending me such a super bodyguard. I couldn't help but laugh wildly in my heart. A pet like Angela is enough for me to sweep away all enemies. Just as I was still rejoicing, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Detection. You have successfully defeated the hidden leader, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, Angelina. Congratulations on receiving the special reward, the mysterious gift package of talent, the full-level mysterious skill scroll. There are more rewards? I was pleasantly surprised. I decisively opened the inventory and used the mysterious talent gift pack. My brain crashed for 2 seconds. This talent is simply abnormal. As a summoner with this talent, I only need to summon a few more units and their attributes will be multiplied. Imagine summoning 100 monsters, and their health and all attributes can be increased to a terrifying value. In future battles, I will be a mobile war machine. I couldn't help but smile smugly, thinking that if any assassin wanted to cut me in the future, I would feel desperate for them. At this time, most of the students in the class had completed their career assessments and returned to the classroom to happily discuss their career achievements. Shin Xioning's face was flushed. Among the 4 students she was optimistic about, 3 had already achieved good results. Xialing Yun awakened her A-level talent and became an epic frost witch. She has a top-notch family background and profession, and she has great hope of entering the Great Xia Academy in the future. Wang Yilong and Du Tai awakened the Thunder Flame Swordsman and the Glorious Paladin respectively. Both of them are epic professions with bright futures. Now, many classmates surrounded them, trying to get them to form a team. However, Shun Xioning frowned slightly. Su Qin hasn't come out yet. Logically, regardless of success or failure, the time should be over. As she was thinking, a light suddenly appeared in front of the teleportation bead. Su Qin's burly figure suddenly appeared in the classroom, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Su Qin, you finally came out. What's the result? Shin Xioning couldn't help but step forward and asked. My face was calm, without any emotion, and I said calmly, it's okay. What does okay mean? My classmates couldn't help but be curious and use detection skills on me. As a professional, detection can only reveal information that the other party is willing to reveal. I concealed most of the content, leaving only the name and occupation. The classroom instantly fell into silence. No one could have imagined that after suppressing the entire school for a year, I would actually awaken a seemingly useless profession like a summoner. After a long time, a wild laugh broke the silence. Ha ha ha! Su Qin, you have come to this day. Wang Yilong pushed through the crowd, and the wild laugh came from his mouth. He walked up to me with a mocking look on his face, as if he wanted to vent all the emotions that had been suppressed for 3 years. But as he was laughing, he suddenly felt like someone was strangling his throat and he couldn't make a sound, because my expression was completely different from what he had imagined. I didn't feel angry, ashamed, or unwilling. On the contrary, I felt like I was watching a funny clown show, with mockery in my eyes. This contemptuous attitude made Wang Yilong's face flush instantly. He shook his head fiercely, suppressed the strangeness in his heart, put on a ferocious face, raised 3 fingers, and said with gritted teeth, 3 years, 3 whole years. Do you know how I spent these 3 years? His voice was hoarse, and his eyes were red. I spent a lot of money to hire a special trainer, visit famous teachers, and exercise. What's the result? You, a damn guy, beat me with your fists for 3 whole years. His emotions gradually got out of control, and tears glistened in his eyes. I remember that he would step onto the competition stage time and again with hope, only to be knocked down by me with 1 punch, only to suffer the humiliation. In the classroom, many students, like him, had wolf-like eyes, flickering with hatred and longing for the past. Even the cold and arrogant Xialing Yun and the gentle Du Tai had fighting spirit in their eyes. Once, I was the invincible god in their hearts. Now, they see the god falling to the mortal world with blood bars showing. The same thought ignited in everyone's mind. If they could defeat me, their humiliation would disappear. What do you want to do? I asked calmly, with my hands in my pockets, as if I didn't see the murderous intent in their eyes. Wang Yilong wiped away the tears from his eyes viciously and said with gritted teeth, it's very simple, fight me again, and after the fight, the 3 years of hatred will be wiped out. Otherwise, you also know the background of my family, and it will be easy to target you. By then, you won't even have the experience of a monster. I glanced at him and laughed to myself. You must be a spy sent by the Sakura country. Your threatening lines are so familiar. I looked around and asked with a smile, you guys want to fight me too? Except for a few students who awakened basic professions, everyone else nodded. They all knew that summoner was the weakest profession in the early stages, and since I had just awakened, it was a good opportunity for them to avenge their previous defeat. I sighed helplessly. We are classmates, but I didn't expect you to hold such deep grudges against me. I shook my head helplessly, showing an expression of fearless death. Forget it, since you want to fight. I have no choice but to accompany you to the end. However, there are too many of you, and if we come one by one, I don't know how long it will take. How about this? Each student who wants to fight me will give me 10 gold coins as medical expenses, and I will fight you all alone. How about it? As soon as these words were spoken, Some people immediately hesitated. 10 gold coins were not a small amount of money, and life had to go on. Was it worth paying such a price for a fight? Wang Yilong saw everyone's hesitation and grinned. Su Chun, are you scared? You want to scare them away with money, right? I won't let you succeed. Tell everyone in the school that I, Wang Yilong, will pay for everyone's medical expenses today. The classroom was instantly boiling with cheers everywhere. Young Master Wang is so mighty. Young Master Wang is so generous. Xin Xiaoning's head teacher frowned and wanted to speak to stop it. Although the school encouraged students to fight in real combat, this kind of confrontation with more people against fewer people was beyond reasonable range. But when she saw the expression on my face, she was stunned for a moment. Although I pretended to be helpless, there was a hint of expectation hidden in my eyes. What is he hiding? Can he really win? Xin Xiaoning was shocked. Su Chun had just awakened. How could he possibly deal with so many people? But when she thought of Su Chin's great reputation over the past 3 years, she felt a little uneasy. In the competition arena, Wang Yilong and I and our group stood on opposite sides of the field. Outside the field, more and more classmates gathered, and many opponents who had been defeated by me also came. Wang Yilong took out more than 3,000 gold coins and handed them to me with a sneer on his face. The big screen in the competition arena lit up, and the rules of the competition were set by Wang Yilong. No surrender, 10 health points of defeat, and the injury data was turned off. Su Chun, you are a summoner, and no one will bully you. You can summon first, otherwise you won't even have a chance to attack later. Wang Yilong's face was full of provocation, and the people behind him burst into laughter. I smiled calmly. You are really kind, then I won't be polite. As I finished my words, I began to activate my skills. In the audience seats outside the arena, Xin Xiaoning quietly observed everything that happened in the competition arena. Suddenly, Xiaolingyun beside her also came. Xin Xiaoning was a little surprised. Huh? Why didn't you go to participate in the competition? Xiaolingyun said coldly. I don't bother to bully others with them. Afterwards, I will challenge him alone. Xin Xiaoning shook his head. When you have the chance to challenge him, I'm afraid he won't be willing to fight anymore. However, Xiaolingyun did not respond to her concerns, because her eyes suddenly widened and her face was full of disbelief. What's wrong? Xin Xiaoning followed her gaze and immediately showed a shocked expression. Oh my god, how can he be so fast? The discussions in the audience stopped abruptly the moment the battle began. Because in just 1 second, I set up 10 summoning circles on the field, and 20 goblins emerged from the formations one after another. Different from ordinary goblins, the goblins I summoned were tall, muscular, and carried maces in their hands. What's even more shocking is that in addition to the green-skinned goblins, there are also blue-skinned and red-skinned goblins. They exude a distinct elemental aura and are apparently able to cast spells. Is this a fucking goblin? Someone on the opposite side turned pale and muttered to himself. This was completely different from the goblins they had seen in textbooks. Normally, those trash goblins that ordinary people could kick away with one kick now stood in front of them like big guys with tattoos, with an intimidating aura. Don't panic. There are more than 300 of us. No matter how many monsters he summons, he can't summon more than us. We just need to stay calm and use our numerical advantage to crush him. Victory will belong to us in the end. Wang Yilong raised his arms high, trying to cheer people up. However, I summoned the goblins so quickly that they didn't have time to react. Every second, a new summoning circle will appear on the field, and the number of summoned goblins will increase rapidly. In just half a minute, I had summoned 400 goblins. I breathed a sigh of relief, raised my head, gently twisted my neck, smiled and said to myself, that's enough, we can start? This scene stunned Wang Yilong. He didn't expect that I could really summon more goblins than them. Looking at the green, blue, and red goblin army in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered. But he still gritted his teeth and said, don't panic, everyone. No matter how powerful these goblins are, they are still goblins. Who doesn't have some confidence in dealing with this kind of trash? But before he finished speaking, the lackey beside him suddenly came over and said hurriedly, Young Master Wang, stop talking. Use the detection technique to check their attributes. Although Wang Yilong was unhappy about being interrupted, he still cast a detection spell. His breathing suddenly stopped, and he found that the first level 10 goblin detected was actually the weakest. Before Wang Yilong could react, I waved my hand and 400 goblins brandishing maces rushed towards them. The situation was reversed in an instant. I alone had an absolute advantage on the scene. On Wang Yilong's side, although he had more than 300 people, they were beaten to tears. Some people even started to run away, and the battlefield fell into complete chaos. However, just when the audience thought that the battle was over, suddenly a few figures sneaked around the goblin army and quietly approached my location. "Look, something's happening over there. The assassin is going to attack Su Chun," someone exclaimed. Yes, the mage profession is most afraid of being killed by assassins, and Su Chun is a summoner. He has no survivability in the early stage. The audience in the venue became nervous instantly. Several assassins approached me silently, and Wang Yilong finally smiled grimly. "Ha ha ha, Su Chun. You are too confident. As a summoner, you don't even have any defense. Just wait to be cut to death by my assassins." His voice was transmitted throughout the competition venue through the microphone inside, and everyone could hear it clearly. At this moment, the leading elite assassin suddenly appeared behind me, raised his dagger, and sneered, "Su Chun, I'm sorry. I will repay you for your past grudges today." The dagger stabbed down fiercely, but missed. The elite assassin was stunned for a moment. The next second, he felt a powerful force coming at him, and his body was instantly blown away like a rag, hitting the ground hard. His health bar instantly returned to 0, and he was carried out of the field. The originally noisy atmosphere in the venue froze in an instant, and only deathly silence remained in the air. I shook my hands, looked at the other assassins indifferently, and smiled faintly. I didn't want to take action, but since you took the initiative to deliver it to me, don't blame me. The next second, my figure disappeared from the spot. The eyes of the attacking assassins were full of fear, and a shadow shrouded their hearts. 400 goblins not only gave me an overwhelming numerical advantage, but also increased my overall attributes by 4,000 points. Simply put, I can now transform into any profession based on the weapons and equipment in my hand. As long as I pick up the dagger, I will be close to the 3rd level assassin. As long as I carry the shield, I will be a knight close to the 3rd level. There is no equipment restriction on profession. If I want, I can become a warrior, archer, or even a mage. Coupled with the unlimited teleportation skill, I became a ruthless killer. "The hunt begins," I announced with a smile, and instantly appeared next to an assassin. "Master Su, stop it. I'm just kidding. Don't do anything." The assassin was so scared that he wanted to escape, but I grabbed his face and pressed him hard to the ground, and the back of his head slammed to the ground. "1," I said expressionlessly. My assassin's health dropped to 10 points, and he was carried out of the field. Seeing this, the others were so frightened that they dared not move. The confidence and ridicule of these students just now seemed to vanish into thin air. What summoner is useless in the early stage? What advantage in numbers? Everything seemed to be turned upside down, and they were suppressed by me and had no power to fight back. Every assassin who approached me, seeing the golden light flashing from me, subconsciously wanted to escape. Some even took the initiative to rush into the goblin group, preferring to be beaten by the goblins rather than face my hunting moment. Every time I teleported, an assassin was easily killed. The scene was extremely bloody and weird, and the audience was dead silent. There was a flash of golden light in the crowd, and I was like an invisible lightning, shuttling through the crowd. Any opponent that the golden light touched would be sent out of the field in the next second. Those who were not approached by me were not in a much better situation. The goblins were waving maces and beating them up. The scene was in chaos. This scene is destined to become a legend in the school's history. Whether it is more than 300 people being suppressed by one person, or my almost invincible summoner figure, it will leave a strong mark in the history of Yunhua No. 1 Middle School. Half an hour later, at the gate of Yunhua No. 1 Middle School. "Hurry, hurry. The people are coming out. Are you ready?" The fat young man with a camera on his shoulder asked hurriedly. "Ready?" Yang Mei, a reporter from Yunhua TV station, who was standing next to him, straightened her clothes and nodded. The fat young man gestured and started the countdown. 3, 2, 1. "Hello everyone. I am Yang Mei, a reporter from Yunhua TV. Today we are reporting on the grand occasion of Career Awakening Day at Yunhua No. 1 Middle School. Many students have already awakened to their careers. Soon we will randomly interview some students to understand their feelings." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned her eyes to the students walking out of the school, but when she saw these students for the second time, she and the photographer next to her couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Every student who came out had bruises on their faces and injuries to varying degrees. Some were swollen like pigs' heads, some were limping, and they looked more like soldiers who had just escaped from a brutal battle rather than students who had just awakened to their profession. Yang Mei and the photographer looked at each other and knew in their hearts that this must be big news. I originally thought they were just doing a routine report, but I didn't expect such a big situation to arise. She quickly stopped a student who was relatively lightly injured. The student had bruises in his eyes and looked relatively rational. Student, please wait a moment. We are from Yunhua TV station. Can you tell us what happened? The student seemed to be in a bad mood and blurted out, What happened? Don't you have eyes? I got beaten. Yang Mei was speechless for a moment and could only let him go and continue looking for the next lucky guy. After a few minutes, she finally pieced together some information from several classmates. There was no terrorist attack. These injuries were caused by a competition between classmates, and all of them were beaten like this by the same person. Yang Mei had no choice but to continue the interview. Soon, she found a girl with a dazed look on her face. Classmate, can I ask what happened in school? Yang Mei asked. The girl seemed to have not recovered from the shock yet. Facing the microphone handed to her by Yang Mei, she wanted to run away at first, but finally spoke, Su-chan? No, Su-chan. He is simply too powerful. Fortunately, I didn't go on the field and escaped. No, I have to go. If he catches up with me, I will be finished. After saying that, the girl pushed Yang Mei away and ran away in a hurry. After listening to the girl's description, Yang Mei, the photographer, and the audience in the live broadcast room fell silent. Summoner? How can that profession, which only starts to show its power after 8 or 9 levels of cultivation, be so strong? Not only can it summon hundreds of goblins in half a minute, but the summoner himself can also chase people on the field like a perverted killer. Yang Mei and the photographer exclaimed. As the number of people in the live broadcast room continued to rise, Yang Mei received a call from her boss. What? 300,000 people? Okay, I will definitely find Su-chun and catch him for an interview. Yang Mei hung up the phone and looked around. She had already pieced together Su-chin's appearance in her mind. 2 meters tall, muscular, and a ferocious look. However, until the crowd gradually dispersed, Yang Mei did not see anyone who met the characteristics walking out of the school gate. Because at this time, I had already been invited to the principal's office as a guest. In the principal's office, Jiang Donghai, the principal of Yunhua No. 1 Middle School, looked excited. He stood behind his desk, pulling his few hairs with excitement, and asked me nervously, Student Su-chun, can you tell the principal how you did it? I crossed my legs in a relaxed manner, a comfortable smile on my face, and said calmly, Which part are you asking about, the principal? Why can I summon so many goblins in a short period of time? Or how can I keep teleporting and chasing others to fight? Jiang Donghai nodded eagerly. I want to know everything. I smiled slightly, leaned forward, lowered my voice, and said mysteriously, Principal, this is all thanks to my talent. Jiang Donghai's expression turned into enlightenment just as I expected. After all, apart from talent, there is really no other reason to explain my abnormal ability. This is also the direction I deliberately guided him and the outside world to guess. After all, if people knew that I had an invincible plug-in in my body, I would really be banned from the world. Can you tell the principal what your talent level is? Jiang Donghai asked nervously, holding up 2 trembling fingers, his eyes full of anticipation. I thought about it, smiled, and raised 3 fingers. Jiang Donghai was stunned for a moment, then his face flushed instantly, and he jumped up with excitement, accidentally hitting his knee on the table. However, he was still excited and extremely happy, as if the pain could not affect his joy. He raised his hand to signal me not to leave, then walked out of the office quickly. As he left, I could hear him cheering quietly outside. 3. Another person from our No. 1 middle school can challenge Desya Academy. I couldn't help but let out a weird smile. I thought the principal could see through that I had 2 talents, but I didn't expect him to think that I had a 3rd-level talent. I'm really not brave enough. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Jiang Donghai finally came back. As soon as he entered the room, he couldn't wait to shove a card into my hand and said, There are 100,000 gold coins in here. Spend as you like. If it's not enough, call me. The principal will cover the expenses before the 3rd transfer. For other students who have no background and were raised by the government, such a promise is undoubtedly a huge favor, enough to make them ecstatic. But for me, 100,000 gold coins are really nothing, plus the more than 3,000 gold coins snatched from Wang Yilong, plus the gains from the dungeon. With the help of the One-Yuan flash kill plugin, I can hardly spend all the money. Thank you, principal. I said lightly and calmly accepted the card. Jiang Donghai was obviously surprised to see my indifferent attitude. He obviously knew my background, but he didn't expect me to be so detached from the world. He secretly sighed in his heart, Sure enough, this kid is really someone who can do great things. Then, Zhang Donghai took out a pair of glowing wings from his backpack and handed them to me. Is this for me? I looked at equipment, Skywing, with surprise in my eyes. Of course it's for you, classmate Su Chen, Zhang Donghai said with a smile. The school hopes that you can impact Daxia Academy, which will be of great benefit to both you and the school. Zhang Donghai said with a smile. The school is not like those big forces. This pair of sky wings is the best equipment we can offer. I hope you don't mind it. Principal, you are too polite. With these wings, I will work harder. I said hurriedly. Although I actually hoped that the principal could give me more gold coins, it was obvious that the school's resources were indeed limited. Zhang Donghai held my arm gratefully. Great. Number 1 middle school is really proud of having students like you. Then, he gave me his contact information and told me, focus on upgrading within this month, and feel free to contact me if you have any difficulties. I nodded to express my gratitude. Before leaving, he suddenly asked, by the way, do you need a high-level professional to help you level up? I thought about it and shook my head. No, principal, I can do it on my own. I have too many secrets, and it would be easy to expose them if I had a senior professional around. Although I don't doubt the principal's good intentions, for the sake of safety, it is safer to act on my own for the time being. When I left the principal's office, a voice came from behind me. Su Chun, wait a minute. I stopped and looked sideways, only to see a tall girl standing in the shade. It was Xialing Yun. She was extremely beautiful, but when I glanced at her petite figure, I thought, not my type. Xialing Yun, you haven't left yet? I asked, do you want to compete with me alone? Xialing Yun's eyes dodged slightly, seeming a little uncomfortable. She did have this thought, but after seeing my performance, she gave up the idea. No, I'm here to invite you to team up and level up, she said calmly. I shook my head with disinterest. Sorry, I don't plan on teaming up with anyone. You know that the dungeon has a cooling mechanism, right? Her tone was flat, but the information in her words made me pause slightly. After successfully completing a dungeon, there will be a cooldown period, and the cooldown period varies from dungeon to dungeon. But she said, I have a way to allow us to complete 5 more dungeons every day. Invitation? I raised my eyebrows and instantly guessed what she meant. Xialing Yun nodded and said proudly, yes, I have an invitation to Wind Howling Valley. Howling Valley is a dungeon with a restricted level of 10, and I have already included it in my upgrade plan. I thought about it. Although some experience would be divided up by forming a team, the benefits of clearing the dungeon a few more times would be greater. Okay, but there are 2 conditions. I have the priority to choose the dropped items, and I'm already level 6, so I won't stay in Howling Wind Valley for too long. Xialing Yun was slightly stunned, then realized that my strength far exceeded that of my peers. She took a deep breath and secretly exclaimed, Monster! She finally nodded and agreed, no problem. See you tomorrow, I'll send you the address. After saying that, I turned and walked towards the school gate. There are reporters waiting for you at the school gate, so it's best not to go through the main entrance, she reminded. I was stunned for a moment, then I understood what she meant, and smiled and said, thanks for the reminder. I took out the sky wings I had just acquired, spread them out, flapped them and flew into the sky, leaving Xialing Yun looking at me in surprise as I flew away. What she didn't know was that although this pair of wings was only a rare level equipment, its value even surpassed that of epic level equipment. But I don't care, because in my eyes, as someone who has the One-Yuan flash sale, money has long become a meaningless number. After I excitedly experienced the flying ability of the Skywing, I had to land back on the ground reluctantly because of the city's regulations prohibiting the abuse of professional abilities. I didn't go home. I took bus number 9 directly to the Daxia Exchange. Daxia Exchange is an official resource trading venue. Although it does not have those rare top-level equipment and materials, it has all kinds of ordinary supplies. The purpose of my trip is to sell the useless items that dropped in the copy and purchase some items to enhance my own strength. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally my turn to go to the counter. I sold the items dropped by the blood slaves and blood servants one by one and easily earned more than 100 gold coins. Please help me transfer all the first-level skill experience books, equipment enhancement scrolls, and equipment protection scrolls to the trading panel, I said to the pretty girl at the counter. The teller was stunned, obviously shocked by my request. She might have thought I was crazy, because although the price of the first-level skill experience books was not expensive, if I wanted to buy them all, the elementary and intermediate ones would cost thousands of gold coins, and the advanced ones would be even more expensive. In addition, although the equipment enhancement scrolls and protection scrolls are of primary quality, their prices are not low. A primary enhancement scroll costs 20 gold coins, and a primary protection scroll costs 15 gold coins. If you want all of them, It will cost tens of thousands of gold coins. After repeated confirmation, she helped me to transfer these supplies under my firm attitude. She looked at me with confusion as I checked out and left. I guess she couldn't understand why I spent this wasted money. Of course, she couldn't imagine that I was going to use it all for myself. After returning home, I sat cross-legged on the bed and immediately started using the skill experience book. With the help of a large number of experience books, my Summon Goblin skill quickly reached the maximum level. Looking at the skill information, I summon a Goblin squad. This army includes the Goblin Royal Guard Commander, Royal Shamans, Guards, Longbow Archers, Wolf Riders, Frost Shamans, Flame Shamans, etc., a total of 105 goblins. I couldn't stop laughing when I saw this description. This was not a goblin squad at all. This was a complete elite force. From melee to ranged, from physical to magic, and even cavalry. Combined with my talents of magic return and fast casting, I can summon an entire army of 10,000 people in just 1 minute. I laughed for a while and continued to use the remaining skill experience books to upgrade the teleport skill. Seeing this, I couldn't help but exclaimed, "Damn, this is simply teleportation plus AoE damage." It was originally just a simple displacement skill, but it was evolved into a skill with damage. I am amazed at the talent of skill evolution. This not only allows my teleportation to have the ability to move extremely far, but also allows it to create space shocks during battle, posing a great threat to the enemy. Next, I took out the enhancement and protection scrolls I had purchased and started to enhance the Blood Eye equipment. Although the success rate of the primary enhancement scroll was extremely low, with the help of a large number of protection scrolls, I finally succeeded in enhancing the equipment to the ideal state. Looking at this equipment, I feel extremely satisfied, but considering that this is not the limit and the strengthening materials are just used up, I can't consider going to larger cities to find more advanced strengthening scrolls in the future. Finally, I summoned Angelina, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, with a thought. This contracted pet is quite clingy. As soon as it appeared, it ran over and hugged my legs. "Father," she said coquettishly. I touched her head and asked, "Angina, your health is still 1 point. How do you replenish it?" Angelina licked her lips. A glimmer of blood flashed in her eyes. "Just a little blood is enough. Father, are you willing to help me?" I was stunned for a moment, then my eyes turned and I smiled. "Blood-sucking? That's easy." After that, I summoned a team of fully armed goblins and filled the entire room. "Suck it, this is all your food. Tell me if it's not enough," I said generously. The corners of Angelina's mouth twitched slightly. She was obviously not interested in these lowly goblins, but she could only accept it helplessly and began to plunder blood from these goblins. I looked at it for a while and thought it was boring, so I took out my phone and planned to contact Xiaolingyun to arrange tomorrow's team upgrade, but after searching for a long time, I found that I didn't have her personal contact information. In desperation, I could only add her in the class group and send her my address. Soon after, she replied, "Got it." The seemingly simple interaction caused an uproar in the class group. The students in the group were instantly furious. Su-chan and Xiaolingyun are actually going to team up together. Chapter 12. Hell-level copy of Howling Wind Valley. Fuck. I didn't check the group for just 1 day. What happened? Xia School Beauty, no. I object to this marriage. They are a talented couple. How can you, a goblin, object? In the class group, people's emotions could no longer be controlled. Clearly they had misunderstood something. But the sun is setting, so I'm sending the address at this point in time. It's really hard not to be suspicious. Within a few minutes, the number of group messages quickly accumulated to 99. Some people are upset, some are sad, some are joking, and some are playing tricks. In the two parties, one of them was staring blankly at his phone, his cold face full of confusion. Why can't I understand what they are talking about? Xiaolingyun frowned and looked at the message in the group. After a while, she saw that Su Chun didn't send any more messages. She couldn't understand what other people were discussing. Just put away the phone. Start preparing things for the next dungeon tomorrow. Su Chun went to take a shower. Come back and take a look. I was also startled by the 999 message in the class group. He quickly opened the group message and asked directly without even reading it. "I just want to take a shower. What happened?" As soon as these words were spoken, the originally excited crowd fell silent for a moment. Immediately, everything became uniform. Brute. 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 I don't know who sent it in the middle. A happy marriage disrupted the formation. So it was like that afterwards. A happy marriage. A happy marriage. Su Chun was completely confused and puzzled. I also posted a message, May you have a happy marriage forever. Then I went to bed. The next day, it was just dawn and a streak of white appeared in the sky. Bang! In Su Chin's dream, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky with a loud bang and almost struck him. Because he was standing among the monsters pretending to be a cup, he looked at the sky nervously, wondering if pretending to be a fool would really get him struck by lightning. Bang, bang, bang. The sound came again, but there was no thunder. Su Chin woke up and heard a knock on the door. He pushed away Angelina, who was sleeping soundly while hugging his waist tightly. Su Chin got up and opened the door. Fully armed, with some glittering jewelry on her body, and wearing a dark blue robe, Xiaolingyun stood outside. She said with a serious face, "Su Chin, are you ready?" The corner of Su Chin's mouth twitched. He looked at the time. It was only 5:30. "I'm not saying, big sister. What time is it now?" Xiaolingyun frowned. "It's 5:30. It's already daylight. What's going on?" "Forget it. Just wait a minute." As he was about to close the door and change his clothes, Angelina trotted over and clung to his thighs. "Father!" Then the little loli stared at Xiaolingyun with hostility. He looked as if he was afraid that Su Chin would be snatched away. Xiaolingyun looked at Su Chin, then at Angelina. Silence for 2 seconds. She took out her cell phone and made a phone call. "Hello, is this the Law Enforcement Bureau? I want a wool." Su Chin snatched the phone and quickly hung up. He briefly explained it to Xiaolingyun. Xiaolingyun was surprised and used the detection technique on Angelina. Then, she was even more shocked. A sub-god-level pet. What on earth did Su Chin experience in the assessment copy? She didn't dare to imagine, nor could she imagine. Su Chin had no intention of continuing to explain. After returning to the room and changing clothes, he took Xiaolingyun to the breakfast shop. They often went to downstairs and had breakfast. When the time came to 6 o'clock, the three figures finally found an open space in a nearby park. Ding. "Do you accept Su Chin's invitation to form a team?" Xiaolingyun heard a reminder sound in her ears. "Yes." Ding. "You have entered Su Chin's team." After successfully forming a team, Xiaolingyun handed a letter to Su Chin. Su Chin took it. Received prompt immediately. Ding. "Detected the dungeon invitation letter. Do you want to enter the dungeon, Howling Wind Valley?" "Yes." Ding. "Please select the difficulty of the dungeon. Easy, normal, difficult, hell?" Xiaolingyun also received a prompt, but only the captain had the right to choose. She recalled the information about Howling Wind Valley. Even for professionals above level 5 who have not yet achieved the first level breakthrough, it is difficult to fight against ordinary people alone. The two of them, plus a sub-god level leader, and Su Chin's abnormal combat power. The choice should be about the same difficulty. As for the hell level, I heard that no one has successfully cleared it yet. She was about to suggest, but Su Chin didn't give her time and made a choice quickly. Ding. "Confirmed that the dungeon difficulty is hell level. Entering the dungeon, please wait." In the flash of light, 3 figures disappeared. Instance name, Howling Wind Valley. Instance difficulty, hell level. Restriction level, limited number of people, 4. Clearance requirements, kill ordinary monsters, elite monster 3-headed Howling Wind Dog, and bronze level leader Hurricane Condor. After closing the copy details page, Xiaolingyun suddenly realized something. Turning her head to look at Su Chin, she couldn't help but stamp her feet and blame him. "Su Chin, what are you doing? Do you know that the Howling Wind Valley is a hellish level of difficulty? No one has yet successfully cleared it. We have just awakened our profession. It would be too arrogant to choose this difficulty." Su Chin looked calm. He could understand Xiaolingyun's madness. If he were the other person, he wouldn't understand this choice. It would be a waste of opportunity for 2 professionals who have just awakened to challenge a hell-level monster. However, geniuses are always misunderstood, and this is especially true for him who installed plugins. Su Chin didn't say anything, took out his blood pupil, and activated the skill, Summon Goblin. Next second, a neatly arranged group of goblins appeared in front of them. The leading goblin was 2 meters and 5 feet tall, with muscles as thick as a city wall. He wore golden armor and held 2 short-handled battle axes. Behind him, 30 goblin guards, armed to the teeth, wearing steel armor, steel helmets, and holding steel guns, were neatly lined up. Next came 10 goblins riding giant gray wolves, holding scimitars and carrying short bows. And 10 goblins with strong physiques, holding longbows, wearing short swords at their waists and wearing light armor. At the end of the team was a group of goblins whose bodies were filled with elemental factors. The first 4 have life, holy light, shadow, and thunder respectively. Behind them were 25 ice monsters and 25 flame monsters. These goblins are no different in size from normal goblins. But he was wearing an animal skin embroidered with mysterious patterns, with various bone and ivory jewelry hanging around his neck, earlobes, and forehead. And in his hand he was holding a staff that exuded a strong magical aura. Xiaolingyun was startled by the sudden appearance of this team. What skill is this? Why is it different from yesterday? Xiaolingyun's mind was full of question marks. Although Su Chun was able to summon 2 at a time yesterday. Although the summoned goblins are numerous, strong, and can release elemental skills, this is already very perverted. But today, he refreshed Xiaolingyun's understanding of summoners. These goblins compared to yesterday's goblins are like the difference between ordinary people and professionals. And Su Chun did not pause and set up 4 more summoning arrays. At the same time, he responded to Xiaolingyun. If others can't get through, that's their problem. Follow me closely and I'll tell you what rocket-style monster spawning is. As he spoke, the staff in his hand glowed, and a winged eye flew out from the staff, flying towards the valley in front of the 2 people. The scene in the valley appeared in Su Chin's eyes. It is very narrow at first, but then it becomes passable. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly becomes clear. The space inside is extremely large, with rugged rocks and a lot of vegetation, making it very easy for monsters to hide. The further you go in, the more you can feel a strong storm blowing fiercely. There were even wind droplets visible to the naked eye. Su Chun did not hesitate at all and commanded 400 goblins to march forward. He and Angelina followed behind. Xiaolingyun had no choice but to follow their footsteps and walk into the valley. Chapter 13. The brass leader was crushed to death with 1 foot. Ding. You have entered the Howling Wind Valley and are suffering from wind erosion. Your speed is slowed by 30 points and your armor is reduced by 10. Just stepped into the valley. Both Su Chun and Xiaolingyun heard the prompt. Xiaolingyun was a little nervous, but Su Chun didn't care. Anyway, they don't have to participate in the battle themselves, so just leave it to the summoned creatures. After walking forward for a few minutes, they encountered the first wave of monsters. Several giant wolves with green hair. Xiaolingyun cast a detection spell towards the Goblin Guard commander in the front. Monster, Goblin, Guard Leader, Grade, Elite, Level, 6. Life, 2,500. Magic, 700. Strength, 225. Constitution, 270. Agility, 120. Spirit, 80. Skills, Heavy Chop, Charge, Whirlwind Sweep. After reading it, she swallowed. I finally understand where Su Chin's confidence comes from. 2,500 health points, 3 attributes exceeding double digits, and 3 skills. Such a configuration is the best among the second-level professionals. And Su Chun has 4 of them under his command. And this is not the limit. Xiaolingyun feels that Su Chun still has enough energy to continue summoning. The truth was more horrifying than she thought. Even if Su Chun didn't want to summon, he could still stomp these monsters to death with 1 foot. With a wave of his hand, the entire army attacks. Before those green-haired wolves could react, arrows, icicles, fireballs, lasers, various long-range skills were thrown at them. In an instant, they were killed, leaving a mess on the ground. Su Chun threw away the things dropped by a few ordinary monsters like old shoes. But Xiaolingyun picked up the things happily. She doesn't need this little money. She enjoys the feeling of collecting the drops more than getting the money. Several goblin guards were very annoyed when they saw that the monster died before they even touched it. They roared and rushed forward with their respective teams. After a few seconds, intensive and increasing sounds continued to ring in the ears of the 2. Ding! You killed a common monster, the Wind Wolf, and are rewarded with 700 experience points. The difficulty of hell is quadrupled. Ding! You killed a common monster, Green Featherbird, and received 800 experience points. Ding! You killed a common monster, the Wind Boar, and are rewarded with 800 experience points. The 2 walked slowly, following the goblin team and picking up treasures along the way. Xiaolingyun had it easy. She just had to keep bending down to pick up the fallen objects. And Su Chun needs to consider a lot of things. His blood-red eyes flew in the air, overlooking the entire valley and observing the distribution of monsters. Control 4 goblin squads at the same time to hunt monsters efficiently. Actually, not very efficient either. Find the place where monsters gather, shoot them with arrows, and use magic skills. Then the goblin leader and the guards came in to reap the spoils. Goblin wolf riders went after the fleeing monsters. The battle ended so easily and pleasantly. As Xiaolingyun walked, she felt something was wrong. For most of the day, I didn't see even a single monster. She has many props prepared and her skills are ready to go. All of them are useless. It feels great to win without any effort, but it also discourages enthusiasm. They don't look like they are here to raid the dungeon. It seems like we are here for a spring outing. What's wrong? Suchin noticed her expression and asked calmly. Xiaolingyun opened her mouth and let out a breath. Nothing. I just feel like attacking the dungeon this way is a bit too easy. I don't even have to do anything. The level increases automatically. If this continues, I might become a useless person without any combat experience. Suchin chuckled. Weren't you worried before that hell was too difficult and we couldn't defeat it? Xiaolingyun's face turned slightly red. Then who knew you would be so perverted? Suchin shook his head and chuckled. Okay, you don't need to think so much now, don't be ungrateful. I estimated that it would take about 2 days to reach level 10. After I leave, you can do whatever you want to improve your combat experience. Xiaolingyun was stunned when she heard this, and said with some reluctance, Only 2 days? Suchun responded calmly. Xiaolingyun pursed her lips and said nothing. She quickened her pace and ran forward. Run 100 meters ahead. She turned around and spoke firmly. Don't get complacent, I'll catch up with you soon. After saying that, she continued running forward. Suchun was stunned for a moment and grinned. Catch up with me? Maybe in my next life. There's no way anyone can catch up with me. Ha ha ha. The team advanced quickly. Half an hour later, the first goal of clearing the level was achieved, and the goblin team at the front also arrived at a pond. A strong aura of wind element permeated around the pool. When a goblin guard approaches, call. A strong wind swept in. The reminder of the goblin guard's death instantly rang in Suchin's mind. He quickly turned his bloodshot pupils and looked. A swift demon wolf with green hair, 3 heads, and a body length of 3 or 4 meters stood beside the pond. The head in the middle of it was chewing the corpse of a goblin guard. The flesh and blood splattered, and the ground was covered with scarlet. The eyes on the heads on both sides are fierce and full of desire to kill. Finally, someone who can fight has arrived? Suchin thought excitedly. He admitted, the hell level copy is indeed a bit difficult. The difficulty is that if you are not careful, you might fall asleep. A distance of 1,000 meters. Suchin used the detection technique on the 3 wind demon wolves through his blood pupils. Monster, 3-headed howling wind dog. Grade, elite, grade. Life, 8,000. Magic power, 5,000. Strength, 233. Constitution, 240. Speed, 305. Spirit, 424. Skills, dog follows the wind, howling wind, vicious dog chasing, wind cannon. As expected, it is an elite monster in the hell level dungeon. Does it still have some strength? Suchin grinned and ordered 4 goblin teams to surround them. The 4 goblin leaders rushed to the front. When he was 2 meters away from the 3 howling dogs, 4 of them jumped up at the same time, swinging 8 short axes and chopping down at the same time. However, the axe was whistling, but it hit nothing. White wind was flying around the 3 howling dogs. It accelerated suddenly. The dog follows the wind. It turned into a green afterimage and rushed into the goblin shaman team. It's obvious. The 3-headed dog knew who posed the greatest threat to it in this team. The goblin shaman was panicked. Their formation was broken up by it, and they had no time to organize a counterattack. The 3 howling dogs had already run behind them, their mouths wide open. Big wind cannon. The wind element quickly condensed in the dog's mouth. Within 2 seconds, 3 blue light balls the size of basketballs quickly formed. The dogs spit out a ball of light, which hit the shamans and archers who had no time to escape. The ball of light exploded and spread out, and the terrifying wind blade turned into the cruelest meat grinder, reaping the life of the fragile goblin shaman. Suchin frowned slightly, but didn't care much. If he dies, just summon him again. He has unlimited firepower anyway. Let it kill. But just as Suchin picked up the staff and prepared to summon the goblin, an unexpected figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Thousands of miles of ice. Xiaolingyun held up a scepter, and after condensing a ball of ice blue light, the scepter fell to the ground. The blue light spread out in all directions with her as the center. She had her back to the 3-headed howling wind dog, and the vicious dog had no time to dodge and was swept by the blue light. The huge body is covered with a layer of ice crystals. Negative status freeze. Xiaolingyun did not stop and activated her skills again. Mysterious ice spikes. The staff hit the ground again. A magic circle suddenly formed under the three howling wolves, and a huge ice spike emerged and pierced through its abdomen. Negative status slows down. Xiaolingyun was a little out of breath. Using these two moves takes a lot of toll on her. The damage that can be caused is only 1/8. She gritted her teeth unwillingly, but her role is greater than she imagined. Su Chun continued to set up the summoning formation. At the same time, he also took advantage of the fact that the three howling dogs were being slowed down by the frost element. Quickly stopped the remaining goblin shaman from releasing skills, prolonging the effect while dealing elemental reaction damage. At this moment, more than 100 goblin guards and 4 commanders also arrived, surrounded and hunted the 3 howling wind dogs. Each goblin guard can only cause less than 100 points of damage per attack. Shaman's is a little higher, with each hit dealing about 200 points and elemental reaction of 800 points. The goblin leader's heavy attack can cause 500 to 600 points of damage. With so many damage points exploding at the same time, the health bars of the 3 howling dogs decreased rapidly, and they couldn't help but howl. Su Chen thought that this was the cry before death. But the next second, a black shadow passed in front of the blood pupil and rushed downwards. By the time Su Chen reacted, 2 huge wind blades swept past like gate knives. Clear out the goblin leader along with all the other goblin warriors and shamans. Helped the 3 howling dogs avoid their inevitable death. However, the black film didn't stop for a moment and rushed straight towards Xiaolingyun. Xiaolingyun's eyes widened, and a pair of huge eagle claws shining with cold light were reflected in her pupils. Her heart was so frightened that it stopped beating. The claws approached, and her skin could feel the sharpness. But the next moment, Xiaolingyun felt a strong arm holding her waist. Then, the body flew into the air and appeared in midair. The original position and the current position are perpendicular to each other in space, and both are spreading out like ripples on the water. The black shadow that attacked Xiaolingyun was caught in the middle and suffered 6 full ripples. Nearly 20,000 each time, and it lasted for 6 times. The health bar above the black shadow's head dropped to the lowest point the moment it appeared. It was only then that Xiaolingyun realized that she was saved by Su Chen. He held himself in his arms, his face grim. Su Chen looked at the black shadow below him, which looked like a giant white eagle with a wingspan of 10 meters. His eyes turned fierce, and he kicked down. Ding! You killed a bronze chief hurricane condor, rewarded with 10,000 experience points. Xiaolingyun was stunned. The bronze leader was trampled to death by Su Chen. Chapter 14. First pass through the hell-level Howling Valley. Su Chen was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. His perfect life resume was almost tarnished. If he had hesitated for a moment just now, Xiaolingyun would have died under the eagle's claws. Many years later, when he becomes successful and famous, he will still look back with shame and regret. Are you okay? Su Chen asked nervously. He confirmed that he had moved very quickly, and 2 consecutive teleportations were almost the limit of his reaction ability. But there is no guarantee that Xiaolingyun will be unharmed. Xiaolingyun came back to her senses and sobbed softly, then burst into tears after a moment. Tears wet Su Chen's clothes. He scratched his head, not knowing what to do. Ask him to fight and kill monsters, and he can do it without blinking an eye, quickly and decisively. But he comforted the crying woman. He would rather fight a god-level leader right now. After a long time, Xiaolingyun just calmed down her emotions. She wiped her tears and looked up at Su Chen. He was just standing there stupidly, like a wooden stake, not daring to move at all. It was a bit funny. Xiaolingyun couldn't help but chuckle twice. Hearing the voice, Su Chen lowered his head and met her wet eyes. The young man admires AI. Although Xiaolingyun was not the broad-minded type he liked. However, this delicate face, as delicate as a piece of jade, made him inevitably moved. Ahem, are you okay? Su Chen turned his head away, not daring to look any further, and asked. Xiaolingyun bit her lip, her voice still choking with sobs. It's okay. I'm sorry I scared you. I shouldn't have rushed so far ahead. Xiaolingyun knew that she was too reckless. To prove my existence, forcefully run to the front of the formation. Otherwise, according to the abilities of Su Chen's summons, this copy would not have been so thrilling. Su Chen seemed to be reminded by her, and suddenly realized what was going on. He gave her a slap on the head with his fingers. Ouch! Xiaolingyun covered her forehead with her hands, tears coming out of her eyes due to the pain. She said aggrievedly, "You hit me." Su Chen said viciously, "Shouldn't you be beaten? I could have completed the dungeon safely and smoothly, but you had to make it so thrilling. You are alive today because I have the power to save you. If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. Don't you know that? Xiaolingyun grumbled in dissatisfaction. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have entered the hell-level dungeon. Su Qin's eyes widened. You dare to talk back? You deserve a beating. Then, he gave Xiaolingyun another unexpected blow to the head. Leaving the school beauty alone wearing the mask of pain, Su Chun came to the body of Hurricane Condor. This is a bronze-level leader, the same level as Chuck in the assessment copy. I think the loot he drops shouldn't be too bad. He reached out and touched a ball of light next to the corpse, and the next second he took out a booklet from the ball of light. Item: Riding the Wind, Skill Book, Learning Requirements, Mage Side Profession or Priest Side Profession, Spirit greater than 200 points. Introduction: A second-level Mage Priest Professional Skill. After using this skill, all friendly units within a range of 100 meters will receive a wind magic bonus, and the target's travel speed will be increased by 20. It's a good thing. Su Chen thought about it and said secretly, amplification skills have always been popular. It's the same situation where no one wants to play support, but everyone wants a good support. Once an excellent amplification skill appears in the auction house, it has a high probability of becoming the finale item. Of course, the second-level skills are not like this. However, within 100 square meters, the speed of all friendly targets is increased by 20, which is a pretty good effect. It is also suitable for Su Qin's summoner profession. With it, the summoned creature can run faster. The ball of light of the fallen object did not disappear. Obviously, there was still something. Su Qin reached out again. It's a pair of shoes. Equipment: Spirit Wind Boots. Grade: Fine. Attribute bonus: Agility, Dodge. Skill: Lightness. Equipment requirements: Agility greater than 10. Fine equipment: Not worth mentioning. Its value is not as good as the second-level skill, Ride the Wind. Su Qin thought about it and looked not far away. There was also a ball of light next to the corpse of the three-headed howling dog. He ran over and took out a necklace. Just quality gear. The bonus is far less than that of Spirit Wind Boots. But one high quality, one fine product, 2 pieces of equipment. Plus the materials along the way. It is barely equivalent to a skill book. Su Chen returned to Xiaolingyun and handed her 2 pieces of equipment. Xiaolingyun protected her forehead vigilantly, fearing that Su Chen would attack her again. Seeing him handing over something, Xiaolingyun asked, "What for?" "Divide the spoils," Su Chen said calmly. Xiaolingyun was startled and looked at the skill book in his other hand. Generally speaking, a gentleman distributes things, leaving the better things for the ladies. But Su Chen is not the kind of person who would be gentle with women. He even had the heart to hurt such a beauty as herself, so what else could he not do? So, Xiaolingyun pointed at the book and said, "I want this." Su Chen said decisively, "No, we agreed before that I can choose first." Xiaolingyun already knew this result. Even if Su Chen wanted to give it to her, she wouldn't really take it. She just wanted to test Su Chen's attitude. Now I have tried it out. Su Chen was unwilling to give her any attitude. In the end, Xiaolingyun took the equipment angrily. I originally wanted to throw it into the inventory to collect dust, but when I saw that the shoes had pretty good attributes, I put them on. And Su Chen also learned, Ride the Wind. The two searched again and found nothing else, so they chose to exit the copy. When both of them decided to quit at the same time, a voice sounded in the ears of both of them at the same time. Ding. Check that you and your teammates have cleared the hell-level Howling Valley for the first time, and get rewards, free attribute points. Ding. You broke the record and successfully topped the hell-level Howling Wind Valley clearance record list in 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 6 seconds. In front of the Howling Wind Valley dungeon, there is a small gathering place for professionals. At this time, it was around 8 in the morning. Many professionals have already arrived at the gathering place. There are already quite a few professionals inside the light gate, coming in and out. Hey, isn't this Wang Yilong, young Master Wang? I heard that more than 300 of you challenged one person and lost. Is that true? Let me see. How come you still have the nerve to come out and see people even though your face is so badly injured? Ha ha ha. As soon as Wang Yilong and his teammates stepped into the gathering place, they heard an unpleasant voice. He looked back with a gloomy face. He was a long-haired young man named Lu Guang. Because their fathers were friends, they knew each other when they were very young. However, the relationship between the two has always been bad. Lu Guang, stop gloating over other people's misfortune. You are lucky that you can't get into number 1 middle school. Otherwise, you would have been beaten up for it. Wang Yilong has nothing to be embarrassed about. More than 300 people were unable to defeat Su Chen alone, and he had already let it go. And they think Su Chun is a pervert and no one can help him. Haha, you are still being stubborn. A loser will never admit that he is a loser. If you ask me, your class of students really brings honor to your school. More than 300 people can't beat one person. If it were in our school, I wouldn't dare go out the next day. Lu Guang sneered mercilessly. Wang Yilong sneered. Just be proud of yourself. With that pervert Su Chen here, the top student in the city this year, not the top student in the region, will definitely be our #1 middle school. Then our #1 middle school will be on the news, in the newspapers, and reported to the whole country. What about you? Can we see you in the newspaper? Lu Guang was stunned and then laughed out loud. Wang Yilong, you must have been screwed. You are still the top student in the region. I think that Su Chun made you hallucinate. You praise him so highly. Aren't you just looking for an excuse to explain your own incompetence? The college entrance examination is still a month away. Go to this howling wind valley and notify him to challenge the record. Easy, normal, or difficult, he can choose whatever he wants. He can form any team he wants. As long as his clearance time can rank in the top 10 of the leaderboard, I will kowtow to him and call you daddy right there. Wang Yilong's eyes darkened slightly. Howling Wind Valley has existed for a long time, and the records have long been pushed to the limit by countless senior professionals. The gap between the top 10 is within a few milliseconds. It is extremely difficult to break through. No matter how powerful Su Chun is, it is impossible. He said expressionlessly. Everyone is busy. Who has time to care about you? Lu Guang sneered. You are still being stubborn. Don't tell me you know that he is a waste, but you are even more useless. Ha ha ha. As soon as the voice fell, someone suddenly exclaimed. The ranking list has been updated. Damn, there's another fierce guy. Lu Guang's smile froze. He had just put down the record as a bet, and someone broke the record? Is it such a coincidence? But fortunately, it shouldn't be Su Chun. After all, he just awakened his profession yesterday, so he can't be that powerful. Wang Yilong and his group were curious about who broke the record, so they went to the copies light gate. There is a leaderboard showing all the records. Someone is operating in front of the leaderboard. Simple and unchanged. Normal has not changed. The difficulties have not changed. Who the hell is spreading rumors? How could anyone break the record? The man operating the rankings cursed. That's not right. The light gate is flashing with golden light. This is a sign that someone has broken the record. But the 3 levels of difficulty haven't changed. Could it be that someone has broken through the hell level difficulty? It's impossible. The leader inside is at the bronze level, can fly, and can attack from a distance. Not to mention the leader. Even the 3-headed vicious dog is not something that professionals below level 10 can deal with. When the crowd was talking about it, someone has already turned the difficulty of the leaderboard up to hell level. I saw a string of information appear on the originally blank page. Cleared team. Su Chen's team, cleared members, Su Chun, Xiaolingyun, cleared time. 123, ranking, 1. There was a moment of silence and then, fuck. Wang Yilong stared blankly for a few seconds, and suddenly he was shocked. Lu Guang, a man should keep his word. Come over here and call me daddy. Chapter 15 Xiaolingyun needs someone to chase. What are they arguing about? Have no idea. Forget it. I don't have time to join in the fun. Just continue. At this moment, no one noticed. Just finished the hell-level difficulty Howling Valley for the first time. The two who caused a stir in the camp. He didn't care at all about the glory he had achieved. Enter the copy again. Su Chen didn't know what they were exclaiming about. But even if I knew, I wouldn't care too much. At most, I would smile slightly and then continue reading. He believed that if he wanted to become a top powerhouse, he must have a heart that was focused and kept moving forward. Reminiscing about past glory? Let's talk about it when we are invincible or are about to be buried in the ground. Time passes quietly. In a flash, it was the next day. Just as Su Chun had calculated before. He is less than 10 experience bars away from level 10. Dusk. Wind howls in the valley. The sunset illuminated the entire valley, as if it was painted with bright red blood. Li. An eagle's cry resounded through the sky. A giant white eagle with a wingspan of 10 meters soared in the sky. Dived down suddenly. Its wings flapped continuously, shooting out hundreds of huge wind blades. However, the targeted attacks. The densely packed goblin warriors already had ways to deal with them. The short goblin shaman was at the front. Together they cast a defensive spell. Ice shield. Fire shield. The barrier formed by 500 elemental shields perfectly eliminated the incoming wind blades. When the giant white eagle was about to swoop down, it was still dozens of meters away from the ground. The archer goblin standing behind the shaman also attacks. Call out, call out, call out. The longbow hummed, continuously shooting out arrows with extremely strong penetrating power, which merged into the rain of arrows. The giant white eagle was shot like a hedgehog in an instant. It let out a wail and flapped its wings to stop. It didn't want to attack again and wanted to escape, but it was too close to the ground, only about 10 meters. There were also a large number of arrows on his body, and his wings were severely damaged. This won't cause it to fall directly, but it will inevitably slow down its movement. That was when the giant eagle was struggling to turn around. Dozens of big goblins jumped up with all their might. They grabbed the giant eagle's claws, feathers, and wings, and pulled it hard, dropping it to the ground together. Soon after, thousands of goblin warriors armed with spears entered the scene. Like workers on an assembly line, each one stabbed at once, then quickly retreated and was replaced by the next group of people. The bronze-level leader, Hurricane Condor, appears for less than 10 seconds. It was pulled down from the sky by lowly goblins that were thousands times stronger than it and completely crushed. Ding! You killed a bronze-level boss, Hurricane Condor, and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! Your level has been raised to level 10. HP, magic, strength, agility, physique, and spirit. Ding! You have reached level 10. Please accept and complete the second-level breakthrough task as soon as possible. There were constant reminder sounds ringing in Su Chen's ears. He didn't take it too seriously, as it was something he had expected. Go forward and collect the items dropped by the Hurricane Condor. 2 pieces of quality equipment. I don't know if it's because I brushed it too many times. Except for the first drop reward, which is still decent, the rest are rubbish quality equipment. In fact, high-quality equipment is already very valuable on the market. Most professionals will never be able to collect a complete set of high-quality equipment in their entire life. He is the one who installs plugins. Only professionals like One-Yuan, who have a backing from a good background, look down upon quality. After the routine division of the spoils, One-Yuan, who had remained silent all day, suddenly asked, "When you reach level 10, you will leave." Su Chen looked at her puzzledly. "Any questions? I'm already level 10. If I continue to play this dungeon, there will be almost no improvement." Xiaolingyun lowered her head and said nothing. Finally, she shook her head. "Nothing, I just asked. By the way, I heard that some reporters came to the camp. After you get out, if you don't want to be interviewed, just teleport away." Su Chen actually really wanted to be interviewed. But when I looked at the time, there was not much time left. If it's any later, the Mage Guild will be closed, and we will have to wait until tomorrow to accept the breakthrough mission. He nodded and said, "Okay, thanks for the reminder," etc. Just as he was about to exit the copy, Xiaolingyun suddenly spoke. "What's wrong?" Su Chen asked in confusion. "I'll catch up with you soon." After leaving these words, Xiaolingyun quickly exited the copy. Her words controlled Su Chen for 10 seconds. When he came to his senses, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. "Haha, it seems that I am still quite attractive, but it's not that easy to catch up with me." He actually likes Xiaolingyun very much. Although she doesn't have a broad mind, but he doesn't act like a monster, he is calm in the face of things, he is emotionally stable, and he has an outstanding appearance. If she expressed her feelings directly, Su Chen might have agreed in a fit of rage. But after a few seconds of silence, Su Chen smiled and sighed. "Now is not the time to talk about love. You have just started your career and cannot be distracted by other things. But if there is love, we will see each other again in the future. Come on, I'll be waiting for you in the future." Su Chen murmured something and exited the copy. In the camp in front of the light gate of Howling Wind Valley, Yunhuiqing TV station reporter Yang Mei and the photographer looked around in fear. As ordinary people, they are full of fear of everything in the wild. They were afraid that a monster would suddenly jump out from the dense forest around them and swallow them. But, thinking of the commotion Su Chen had caused here, they no longer regretted it. Su Chen is really too powerful. It only took 2 days to fill up the originally empty Howling Wind Valley held difficulty challenge ranking. The top 10 places are all Su Chen team. As long as we interviewed him, plus the attention he attracted in the school 2 days ago, their TV station is going to be a big hit. After waiting in the camp for a long time, he didn't see anyone who matched Su Chen's appearance. "Did we miss it again?" Yang Mei said weakly. The photographer patted her shoulder and sighed silently. At this moment, a cold voice came from the side. "Are you reporters from the TV station?" The two turned around and saw an extremely beautiful girl. It's just that the girl's temperament is a bit cold, and she exudes an unbearable chill from her body. Yes, yes, do you know Su Qin? Yang Mei asked with difficulty, her teeth chattering. Only then did Xiaoling Yun notice that one of her area skills was not turned off. After turning off the skill, the coldness around her disappeared. My name is Xiaoling Yun. Xiaoling Yun? Yang Mei was stunned for a moment, then she realized that she was a member of Su Qin's team. Her eyes lit up, and she greeted him hurriedly. Hello, hello. Where is classmate Su Qin now? He's gone. Xiaoling Yun said. Ah, then can you accept our interview? Yang Mei asked tentatively. Xiaoling Yun nodded and said, okay. Yang Mei breathed a sigh of relief and then hurriedly asked, can you tell us what kind of person Su Qin is? Xiaoling Yun seemed to have already prepared a draft in her mind and blurted out what she wanted to say. Strong, excellent character, very loving, and also, I, Xiaoling Yun, need someone to chase after. Yang Mei was still in a daze, but she didn't know that soon after this interview was broadcast, countless middle school students and an elderly father were heartbroken. Chapter 16 Special Mission. The Secret Realm of Wanfan Mountain. 5:59 p.m. There is 1 minute left before the Mages Guild closes. Yi Qian, the female mage in charge of reception, looked at her watch and counted the time. 30, 29, 28, 3, 2, 1. Get off work. Yi Qian stood up happily and picked up the small bag beside her. But when he was about to leave, he saw a tall and burly figure walking in from outside the door. Yi Qian's face froze, but soon her eyes brightened. Sir, this is the Mage Guild. You've come to the wrong place. Su Qin looked at her with confusion and said, that's right. I'm a summoner. Shouldn't I come to the Mage Guild to accept the breakthrough mission? Yi Qian stared and looked at him suspiciously, sweeping across his muscular arms and his broad back that seemed covered with shoulder armor. She swallowed and asked in disbelief, are you a summoner? Su Qin revealed his occupation to prove his identity. Absolutely true. He felt a little helpless. Why do these people always like to judge people by their appearance? Just now when he passed by the Knights Guild, he was almost pulled in by the receptionist at the door. But on the Mage Guild side, they were almost kicked out. Yi Qian used detection skills to take a look and confirmed that he was indeed a summoner. He could only put down the handbag dejectedly and take him to the place where he would receive the breakthrough mission. A small floating ball appears in front of my eyes. Yi Qian said, put your hand on it, and the Apocalypse main system will customize your breakthrough mission based on your profession. Quests are divided into easy, normal, difficult, hell, and special. You can choose from 5 levels of difficulty based on your ability. Su Qin asked doubtfully. Simple as hell is easy to understand, but what does special mean? As if she had expected him to have this question, Yi Qian answered quickly without hesitation. Completing easy to hell level tasks will only result in attribute bonuses. Easy can double the attribute, normal can double it, difficult can quadruple it, and hell can 6 times it. But special tasks can change careers. Hearing this, Su Qin's eyes lit up. You mean, I can awaken my profession again? No. Yi Qian shook her head. It's not awakening, it's ascension. Completing special tasks can improve the grade of your profession. Basic improve to average, average improve to excellent. In addition, there are also rewards such as skills, attribute points, equipment, etc. Only, she paused and said meaningfully. It's hard to complete a hell-level breakthrough mission, but this special mission, as far as I know. Currently, there are only 2 people in Daxia who have completed it 3 times, which is comparable to ascending to heaven. If you fail a breakthrough mission, you can only claim it again after 7 days. Please think twice before you act. Su Qin roughly understood what she meant. He looked a little excited. Although the summoner is good, it is just an ordinary profession after all. Even though Summon Goblin was upgraded to the maximum level by him. However, even when facing a brass leader, one needs to use a large number of people to defeat him. Too weak. And the profession also affects the attribute point bonus. Although he possesses the ability of everyone becomes one, he doesn't need to consider attribute points as long as he summons too many people. But what if we are attacked by surprise, and there is no time to set up the summoning circle? Therefore, it is urgent to improve your professional level. As for whether the task can be completed, joke. Since someone has done it before, it proves that it is a task that can be accomplished. Su Qin is extremely talented and has plugins, so how is he any worse than others? Thinking like this, Su Qin placed his hand on the crystal. Ding. Your level has reached level 10, and the breakthrough task is loading. Ding. Your second level breakthrough mission is as follows. Simple task. Kill 100 level 10 monsters. Normal mission. Kill 3 iron level bosses alone. Difficult task. Kill a bronze level boss alone. Hell mission. Clear a hell difficulty instance. Special mission. Explore the secret realm of One-Yuan Mountain and successfully obtain the Skeleton King crown. Ding. You have successfully accepted the special mission. Please complete it within 3 days, otherwise the mission will be considered failed. Su Chun did not hesitate and directly accepted the special mission. He withdrew his hand with satisfaction, thanked Yi Qian, and left the Mage Guild. After he left, Yi Qian, out of curiosity, retrieved the mission records. After reading it, she was stunned for a long time, then burst out laughing. How audacious! This guy is really something. He spent at least a year to reach level 10, and he actually dared to accept a special mission. Yi Qian chuckled and shook her head. She thought Su Chun was a professional at least a year ago. After all, it's only been 2 days since Awakening Day. No one can reach level 10 so quickly. How is that possible? She left work in high spirits. After 7 days, when I see Su Chun again, I will definitely tease him. Consider it as compensation for your overtime work. After leaving the guild, Su Chun did not go home. He went straight to the exchange. During these 2 days, he ignored Xiaoling Yun's surprised reaction and frantically improved his skill levels. It's too slow to accumulate by repetition. Teleport still needs to reach level 23 before it can reach the maximum level. The second level's Riding the Wind is even more so. He needs a lot of experience books to improve his skill level. I want both the second and first turns. Enter the exchange, get a number, and wait. Soon, Su Chun came to the counter. It was the beautiful staff member from that day again. Hello, how can I help you? It's you. The staff recognized him and said in surprise. Su Chun said, help me get all the first level skill experience books and second level skill experience books. The staff member curled his lips. What a pretentious statement. However, I have handled Su Chun's transaction once. It wasn't that she doubted Su Chun's strength, but he said sorry. I'm sorry, sir. The warehouse is currently out of stock of first-level skill experience books. As for the second-level skill experience books, there are only 2 qualities, elementary and intermediate. Is that okay with you? Su Chun was stunned. He could understand that there was no restocking in the first level, but how could there be no advanced level in the second level? He asked, where are all the second-level advanced experience books? They can't have all been bought. How is it impossible? Haven't you done something like this? The beautiful woman complained in her heart, and then said, it's like this. Tianjiang Pavilion held a large auction today. Tianjiang Pavilion bought all the high-level experience books, saying that they would be used as a supplement for the second-level skills. If you need, you can go to Tianjiang Pavilion to have a look. Su Chun's eyes lit up. Auction? That's going to cost money. His favorite thing is to spend money. I feel uncomfortable without spending. Okay, help me get all the elementary and intermediate second-level experience books. Su Chun nodded in response. Beautiful girl operates quickly. Su Chun paid the bill readily and completed the transaction. After leaving the exchange, he immediately rushed to Tianjiang Pavilion, fearing that he would miss a good opportunity to spend money. Chapter 17. 8 million to buy a second-level skill. Tianjiang Pavilion is located next to the Tianjiang River, a large river that runs through Yunhua City, hence its name. As the largest auction house in Yunhua City, there is a constant stream of people coming and going every day. When Su Chun arrived, the show was just about to start. He followed the team forward and entered the venue. A young waitress, scantily clad and with a hot body, immediately came to his side. Sir, how can I help you? Su Chun looked around and said directly, I want to attend the auction. The waiter was not surprised. After all, what else could people do here besides attending the auction? She walked forward with Su Chun and spoke. You came at the right time. Today is the semi-annual grand auction. There are hundreds of lots on sale, so there must be something you need. But to enter the venue here, you need to pay the seat fee first. The normal hall seats 5,000. Su Chun interrupted her and said proudly, don't talk so much. Arrange the most luxurious box for me. The waiter's eyes lit up. I quickly took him to the front desk and said a few words to the front desk clerk. A checkout panel popped up in front of Su Chun. He didn't even look at it and just clicked to pay. Soon, Su Chun sat on the sofa in the box, and through the single-sided glass he could see the entire venue. There are fruits, wines, and everything else you can think of. He enjoyed it without hesitation, waiting for the show to begin. Not long. A woman in a bright red dress, with a graceful figure and three-dimensional facial features, stood in front of the stage. Her golden hair was tied up with many jewels and gold hairpins, but it didn't look tacky. A pair of eyes with rippling light, like the sharp pupils of autumn water, so charming. Her voice came from the loudspeaker. Dear guests, everyone, I am tonight's chief auctioneer, Wen-Qing. Welcome everyone. Without further ado, I hope you can all get your favorite items today. After a few simple pleasantries, Wen-Qing started the auction. The first items to appear were very explosive. The first item is a weapon of legendary quality. It's just that this weapon has some damage on it, and it's a sword. So Su Chun did not get involved. He enjoyed the delicious fruits and vegetables and did not do anything reckless. Having already installed the plugin, he is fully capable of purchasing all the items. But that would attract too much attention and might make you a target of public criticism. Su Chun thought it was better not to do such a stupid thing. Just get what you want. Time flies. In a flash, half an hour later, a skill book was brought onto the stage. Wen-Qing introduced, everyone, this is a second-level skill book. It's only of the second rank, but its function cannot be simply assessed by grade. Buy this item and receive 799 second-level advanced skill experience books for free. Next, you will have 2 minutes to explore its information. Su Chun sat up straight when he saw the target appear. His target, though, was those experience books. But it did not affect his curiosity about that skill. A detection spell was thrown over the air. Item: Eye of True Vision. Skill: Learning requirements. All professions. Introduction: a second-level skill. After learning it, you can uncover some relatively hidden information. To put it simply, it is an upgraded version of detection. For ordinary professionals, it doesn't have much effect. But some items and equipment may be in a sealed state, or their information may be incomplete. General detection techniques cannot fully understand the information contained therein. This has also spawned an industry, equipment appraisers. With this skill, the most concise and clear effect is, if you come across sealed equipment, you don't need to find an appraiser, you can detect the information yourself. Also, you can also use it to make money in places like gambling on stones. Of course, the premise is not to be discovered. It has a great effect, so many people are scrambling for it. Everyone, time's up. Now I declare that the starting price of the second skill, Eye of True Vision, is 100,000 gold coins. Bidding begins. 2 minutes later, auctioneer Wen-Qing announced. Su Chun did not take action immediately, he watched for a while. 110,000. 120,000. 150,000. The price kept rising and many people were bidding. But when the price exceeded 500,000, the number of people bidding started to decrease. When the price exceeded 1 million, only 3 people were left competing for it. After all, the maximum price of a second-level skill book is only 1 million. Anything more than that means a loss. Unless there is a reason to get it, or you really have no place to spend the money. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone to take out more than 1 million gold coins to buy a second-level skill book. 1,235,000 gold coins. After the price was announced, the whole audience fell into silence. Wen-Qing smiled and was quite satisfied. They have already made a profit by selling a second-level skill book at such a high price. She picked up the auction hammer and said, 1,235,000 once. Pause for a while. 1,230,000. Before the words fell, a lazy voice came out. 2 million. Wen-Qing was slightly startled and looked towards the location where the sound came from. Top box number 7. The person who spoke had a soft voice, with a kind of languid tone as if he had not yet woken up. In box number 9, Su Chun was stunned. He had been thinking of bidding. I didn't expect that someone was one step ahead of him. But, no matter how many times she called him, Su Chun didn't care. For something that must be obtained, there was no way he wouldn't get it. 2 million won. Wen-Qing has seen many big scenes. So even if a second-level skill book was priced at 2 million, she remained calm. But before she finished her voice, there was another voice coming from box number 9. 3 million. Hiss. Wen-Qing couldn't hold it in anymore, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The others, on the other hand, were all shocked and gasped. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. 3 million to buy a skill book. Did his money come from the wind? 3. Without waiting for Wen-Qing to finish his words, a voice came from box number 7. 4 million. Compared to the previous lazy voice, this time the voice was a little more angry. She was obviously a little angry that someone dared to suppress her, but she had just finished her words. Su Chun then bid again. 8 million. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Even Wen Qing, who had been smiling politely, dropped her jaw in disbelief. Who would spend 8 million to buy a second-level skill? This amount is enough to buy some low-level legendary quality equipment. You spent 8 million to buy a second-level skill. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? The female voice in the Qibao box cursed angrily. Su Chen ate fruits calmly and replied with only one sentence. Don't shout if you don't have money. Chapter 18. A life-threatening coin, a heaven-defying item. In the top box number 7, a petite girl wearing a white robe stood in front of a one-way glass wall. Her head was pressed against the wall, her eyes looking angrily towards box number 7. Luo Xiaoyu never thought that as the daughter of the richest man in the Southern Territory, she would one day be mocked for being poor. Her monthly pocket money is counted in tens of millions, so much that it is too much to count. At this moment, she just felt hot-headed and wanted to continue bidding. This is no longer about the items, but a battle for dignity. But when her hand was on the button to increase the price, she paused. Luo Xiaoyu is not stupid. She rolled her eyes and thought that if she bid again and the other party didn't follow, she would be at a huge loss. Use 8 million gold coins to buy a second-level skill book. When you tell others, you will be laughed at. Thinking of this, Luo Xiaoyu withdrew his hand with a grim expression. Seeing that there was no more bidding in box number 7, auctioneer Wen Qing was very sensible. After shouting 3 times quickly, he announced that the transaction was successful. With the apocalypse system, auction transactions become much more convenient. Wen Qing put the items for sale and gifts into the transaction column, set the price, and sent a transaction request to box number 9. Soon, deal done. Looking at those 4 words, Wen Qing could hardly believe his eyes. She was already prepared for the man to come and cause trouble. As a result, someone actually spent 8 million gold coins to buy a second-level skill book. Ha 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 ha, you're really smart to spend 8 million to buy a second-level skill. When Luo Xiaoyu saw that the transaction was completed, she couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. Su Chen responded calmly while learning the skills. Poor bastard. You idiot, you spent 8 million. Poor bastard. You. Poor bastard. Just 2 simple words caused critical damage to Luo Xiaoyu. Luo Xiaoyu covered her chest and sat on the sofa in anger, her body shaking violently. Seeing the 2 of them getting angry, Wen Qing quickly laughed it off. Please calm down, let's take a look at our next collection. Su Chen didn't pay much attention to the subsequent auction items. He took out all the skill books. I was originally planning to upgrade Riding the Wind to the maximum level first, but now I see. He was even more curious about what the Eye of True Vision would look like after 9 evolutions. So, without hesitation, he threw all the experience books into the Eye of True Vision. Riding the Wind. It was obviously me who came here first. Ding. Your skill Eye of True Vision has been upgraded to Ding. You have triggered the talent skill evolution, and the skill effect has been improved. Ding. Your skills. Ding. You have triggered the talent skill evolution, and the skill effect has been enhanced. After 9 consecutive beeps, Su Chen opened the skill information and took a look. Eye of True Vision consumes 500 mana, allowing your eyes to see through all information and see through all obstacles. Su Chen. That's it? It seemed like he said something very powerful, but it also seemed like he said nothing. He stroked his chin. Suddenly remembered. There seemed to be a formation in the box that prevented others from detecting it. I don't know if this skill is possible. He looked towards box number 7. Haha, it turns out she's a little girl. Not as cute as my Angelina. There was a box and 2 walls between their rooms. But when Su Chen wanted to see the environment inside box number 7, everything that stood in the way completely disappeared. The image of a little girl sitting on the sofa came into view. His thoughts moved slightly. All the information of the little Lolita is displayed without reservation. Name, Luo Xiaoyu. Level, 1099. Occupation, Purifying Nun, Legendary. Life, 5,000. Magic Power, 12,000. Strength, 106. Physique, 152. Agility, 151. Spirit, 406. Talent, Holy Light Cleansing. Equipment, Holy Crown of Light, Legend. Holy Robe of Light, Legend. Holy Light. Wealth, 565492230. Relationship, Luo Mingchuan, Father. Lu Shui, Mother. Pet, 2-winged angel, Diamond. Achievements. Look at the panel in front of you. Su Chen just became somewhat certain about the ability of the Eye of True Vision. Now, Even Luo Xiaoyu herself probably doesn't understand her as well as Su Chan. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, here comes the final treasure. A coin of unknown material was brought to the front of the stage. One side of the coin is black and the other side is pure white. On the dark side, there was a pattern of a laughing devil. On the pure white side, there is a smiling angel pattern. Everyone, this thing is called the life gambling coin. You can judge for yourself how much it is worth. As he said this, when Qing made way, Su Chun was attracted by its name and looked up. Item: gambling coin, prop. Introduction. After use, the coin will take away all the life of the user and the object of use. After 10 seconds, the effect will be triggered. The devil will choose one party and will take away all the life. The other party will be protected by the angel and survive successfully. Holy crap! An instant kill item. Does this incredible thing really exist? Oh my god, they even dare to sell this thing. Tianjiang Pavilion is really crazy. What the hell? If someone with super luck possesses this thing, wouldn't a level 1 person be able to defeat a 9th level or even a god-level warrior in seconds? The crowd below was talking about it, and they were all shocked by the last auction item. Obviously, such props are beyond their cognition. Su Chin's eyes lit up, triggering the ability at the cost of life. That should be able to trigger the $1 flash sale. Pay a little life value in exchange for the opponent's entire life. Even if you have bad luck, he also has countless opportunities to try. This is if you can get it. From now on, as long as you have enough time to react, there will be no opponent that is unkillable. When Qing waited until everyone's reactions were calm before he spoke slowly. Since the value of this item is difficult to measure, the starting price is 1 gold coin. Please bid. As soon as the words fell, a voice came from box number 7. 10 million gold coins. Su Chan was stunned for a moment, then he said unwillingly, 20 million gold coins. Luo Xiaoyu's breathing stagnated, and she glared in the direction of Su Chan angrily, gritting her teeth. 30 million. 60 million. Su Chan shouted without any hesitation. Luo Xiaoyu's expression changed drastically. She only had more than 56 million gold coins on her body. The price Su Chan called out was beyond her ability to afford. But she still shouted through gritted teeth. 70 million. At worst, I can just sell my equipment. There's no way he has so many gold coins. Luo Xiaoyu thought secretly. Next second, 140 million. Su Chen's voice came out. There is no competition. He was just using pure financial power to look down on everyone present. Luo Xiaoyu's face turned pale, his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 19. Luo Xiaoyu was controlled by Su Chan. After the auction, I considered having to leave early tomorrow. Su Chan prepared to go home and rest. But as soon as I left Tianjiang Pavilion, a petite figure rushed in front of him and stopped him. Luo Xiaoyu was panting, her little face flushed. It looks like a piece of frosted cake, very tempting. She raised her head and looked at Su Chan, speaking nervously. You are the person in box number 9, right? Su Chan narrowed his eyes and stared at her. He had just seen Luo Xiaoyu's information clearly with his eyes of true vision. Although she is the daughter of the richest man in the southern region, her family is also quite powerful in the entire southern region. But she was not favored. She also has an adopted sister of the same age in her family. Even if she awakened a legendary profession. Fortunately, he obtained the mysterious inheritance. But her parents still didn't take her seriously. All I know is to give her money and let her grow wildly. Instead, he paid more attention to his sister who had awakened to an ordinary profession. It's hard to comment. Su Chan didn't care whether she was loved by her parents or not. Mainly Su Chan knows. Even if she was bullied, she couldn't use the family power to make things difficult for herself. This is very important. Is there a problem? Su Chan put his hands in his pockets and looked down. For Luo Xiaoyu, who is less than 1.6 meters tall, more than 2 meters tall, and with a sturdy build, Su Chan looks like a giant. She clenched her fists nervously, but still mustered up the courage to ask, "Can you lend me that life-threatening coin for once? I need it so badly, please." There were mists in Luo Xiaoyu's eyes, and she looked pitiful. Su Chan knows. Because of parental preference, Luo Xiaoyu's true character is actually a cold and Yandra person. She could chop off a hare's head with a kitchen knife without any expression on her face. You can also laugh out loud while fighting with the wild wolves. Madness, paranoia, and morbidity are her true nature. Therefore, there was no sympathy in Su Chen's eyes. Pretended for a while. Luo Xiaoyu's expression slowly froze. Her eyes became extremely terrifying, and she stared at Su Chun coldly like a poisonous snake. Su Chun said with a curl of his lips, "I don't like people acting in front of me. You want to borrow some coins, right? Promise me a favor and I'll lend you the stuff." Luo Xiaoyu came to Yunhua City specifically to gamble on the life-threatening coin, because she accepted a breakthrough mission of hell difficulty, which needed to be completed alone. The mission requires killing a dark gold level boss. Her profession is more auxiliary. Although the pet is diamond level, it is separated by a large realm and cannot be defeated. So other approaches are urgently needed. And this life gambling coin is the most suitable method she found after searching for a while. Because her pet angel has the resurrection skill, as long as the angel uses the life gambling coin, even if it fails, it can be resurrected again. Unexpectedly, Su Chen intervened and used his immeasurable financial resources to snatch the things away. Su Chun took in all the information about Luo Xiaoyu through the eye of true vision. So he was not afraid at all that Luo Xiaoyu would not agree to his request. His breakthrough mission is to explore the secret realm of Wanfen Mountain and obtain the Skeleton King crown. Su Chen had previously looked up some information about the secret realm of Wanfen Mountain. As a result, there was no news at all on the professional forum. In other words, this may still be an undiscovered secret place. Undiscovered secret realms are extremely valuable and may contain treasures that have not yet been opened. But opportunities and risks coexist. With unlimited teleportation, he didn't worry about his own safety. But what if? Wanfen Mountain sounds unclean and is obviously related to the undead and darkness. These two branches of elements are the most insidious and vicious of all the elements. If you are in the secret realm, you will be ambushed by the sixth monster with special powers. If you accidentally get caught, it would be dangerous. Although he also has the talent of everyone becomes one, which can quickly stack attributes, he is not easy to kill. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for one. Su Chun was planning to find some ways to dispel undead and dark spells. But now, a tool who needed help came to him on his own, which saved him a lot of trouble. Luo Xiaoyu met his gaze as he looked at her. It was like being stared at by a hungry wolf, and my whole body felt cold. She pinched the buttons on her chest, bit her lip, and said nothing. "No, no," she said in a low voice. "Don't want." Su Chun was stunned. He didn't expect that she would refuse. "Forget it, I won't lend you any props." Su Chen answered decisively. "I don't plan to stay any longer," so I moved forward. But when she passed by Luo Xiaoyu, he grabbed her trouser leg. Luo Xiaoyu said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Don't look for a hotel or—" Su Chun was stunned. His face changed immediately, and he slapped her hand away. "This guy. I actually thought of myself as that kind of person. Get rid of the dirt in your head. I just want you to help me explore a secret place. What's on your mind?" Su Chun was speechless to explain. Although Luo Xiaoyu is a professional, he is an adult of 18 years old. But her appearance, similar to Angelina, like a lowly forehead. Although Angelina should be an old monster that is thousands or tens of thousands of years old. But Su Chun didn't want people to mistake him for a pervert. Luo Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to bully me?" Su Chun smiled contemptuously. This smile instantly made Luo Xiaoyu Hongwen furious. She swung her fists and punched Su Chen's knees hard. Su Chen stopped her. "Okay, I don't have time to waste here with you. If you want to borrow props, help me explore the secret realm first." Luo Xiaoyu was breathing heavily. She glared at him angrily, then nodded. "Okay." Seeing that she agreed, Su Chun gave her his home address and prepared to leave. Who knows? Luo Xiaoyu followed him closely. "What are you doing?" Su Chen looked at her in confusion. Luo Xiaoyu hesitated for a long time before speaking. "I have no place to live. Just go to a hotel, that's all." Su Chun was speechless. Luo Xiaoyu hurriedly shook her head. "No, if you live in a place like that, you'll run into bad people." She spoke very seriously, as if she had experienced it herself. Su Chun recalled her message. Just remembered. In the TV series that Luo Xiaoyu watched when she was young, there is a forced plot that takes place in the hotel. It left a huge shadow on this cold and sickly young heart. She still associates the hotel with that kind of behavior. "So you want to come home with me?" Su Chun said strangely. Luo Xiaoyu said confidently, "From now on, we are teammates exploring the secret realm together. It shouldn't be a problem to go home with you." "And didn't you say you wouldn't bully me?" Su Chen scratched his head and said helplessly, "Okay." Soon, the two returned home. Luo Xiaoyu stared blankly at the room in front of her, which was less than 30 square meters. You live here? Suchin shrugged and said, what else? Luo Xiaoyu couldn't understand why a wealthy man who could spend 140 million to buy props would live in such a place. She looked at the only bed and asked, where do I sleep? Suchin took out a quilt from the closet and threw it on the sofa next to him. Just make do with it for one night. You and me. Luo Xiaoyu was angry again. I didn't expect Su Chan to be so ungentlemanly and let her sleep on the sofa. In the end, she had no choice but to accept it. But when they turned off the lights, the two had another disagreement. You can't turn off the lights. Luo Xiaoyu insisted. How can you sleep without turning off the lights? Su Chan frowned. Luo Xiaoyu said shyly. No, I'm afraid of the dark. Su Chin's eyes turned and said, what if someone sleeps with you? Luo Xiaoyu quickly protected her chest. What do you want to do? Su Chin knows. This guy with a head full of messy ideas misunderstood him again. But he did not explain and summoned Angelina. Let her sleep with you? When Luo Xiaoyu saw Angelina, her eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously. After the lights were turned off successfully, Su Chan heard some murmuring sounds coming from the sofa. Little sister, who are you and why were you summoned by that guy? Your skin is so white and smooth, and you have 4 little canine teeth, so cute. Luo Xiaoyu hugged Angelina like a pervert and laughed strangely. Angelina lowered her voice and said coldly, I am a vampire. Blood clan. Luo Xiaoyu's voice stopped abruptly. After a pause of a few seconds, a scream resounded throughout the building. Ah! Chapter 20 The Skeleton Army Hiding Underground. The next day, at dawn, Su Chan took Luo Xiaoyu and left Yunhua City. It's all your fault, Wu Wu. Luo Xiaoyu cried. After being frightened by Angelina yesterday, she didn't dare to sleep the whole night. Now she has 2 dark circles under her eyes and looks even more delicate. Su Chan ignored her complaints, grabbed her, and kept teleporting. Move quickly towards the mission marker. Although this is very convenient, but teleporting too often becomes tiring. He thought to himself that he should get a pet that could be ridden, or a summoned creature. Otherwise, if you rely on teleportation every time to travel, you will feel like you are just a means of transportation. Not long after, the two entered a foggy mountain range. Su Chan opened his eyes of true vision and observed the surrounding environment. Try to avoid places where monsters gather. He has no shortage of experience. Monster experience and other things are available in plenty in the secret realm. Soon, they arrived at the foot of an unknown mountain. Relying on the guidance of the mission marking points, the two came to a cave entrance. After summoning a group of goblins to chop down the vines and branches that blocked the way, the two looked into the cave entrance. The cave was pitch black, with a whirlpool spinning quietly. It's really hidden. Su Chan sighed. Luo Xiaoyu was a little afraid of the dark, so she took a few steps back. Are you really going in? Do you have enough lighting supplies? Or buy some more? Lighting thing? Su Chan had a face full of question marks. He has the eyes of true sight, and it is just darkness, so what else does he need to illuminate? When Luo Xiaoyu saw his expression, her face froze. You didn't prepare any lighting, did you? Su Chan was silent. Luo Xiaoyu turned and left. Then I won't go. Bye. Having said that, she was about to leave. But the next second, Su Chan grabbed her by the collar and jumped into the cave. When his feet were on solid ground, Su Chan opened his eyes. There is still a towering mountain in front of us. It's just that the grass and trees growing on this mountain are not. Instead, they are just grave mounds, which look quite creepy at first glance. But this is for Su Chan. It should be fine for ordinary people. Because the mountain was covered with a thick layer of fog and the environment was dark, I couldn't see anything clearly. Ah! Su Chan picked his ears and looked into his arms with disgust. Luo Xiaoyu wrapped herself around him like an octopus and screamed. Su Chan sighed. Stop shouting, please. You're scaring the hell out of you. Ghost? There's still a ghost. Eh. After hearing Su Chan's words, Luo Xiaoyu screamed even louder. Seeing this, Su Chan automatically blocked her voice and ignored her. He first activated Summon Goblin 10 times. After the 1,050 goblins were lined up neatly, released the blood-flying eye to detect the surroundings. It is worth mentioning that Eye of True Vision can be used in conjunction with Blood Pupil. If you want to peek at some secrets in the future, it will be much more convenient. Hehe. However, Su Chan is an upright person, so he naturally won't look around. If a bad guy really gets this ability, I wonder how many innocent women will suffer. Driving the goblins to lead the way. Not long. When the goblin leader in front passed by the first row of graves, a corrupt hand suddenly stretched out from the ground, grabbed the goblin leader's ankle tightly. The fingernails were sharp and secreted dark green venom. This claw directly dug into the goblin leader's skin. That's not all. The guard leader's sturdy physique quickly collapsed and shriveled in the next second. It was like the vitality was drained away all at once. Green damage numbers symbolizing poisoning kept appearing above his head. After 2 consecutive jumps, the commander of the guards died on the spot. Su Chun saw this scene through the blood-flying eyes and was slightly startled. Even the commander of the guards, whose physique was as high as 270, lost 1,800 HP in one fell swoop. Subsequent poisoning damage is 400 each time. The damage of this claw is a bit too explosive. Su Chun hurriedly checked the information of the claw. Spell: Rotting Poison Claws, second turn. Introduction: A sharp claw carrying corrosive poison extends from the ground, causing powerful piercing damage to the target while adding decaying poison. Spell? Su Chun was stunned, and then he seemed to have thought of something and quickly used the Eye of True Vision to explore the grave. Really? I saw that under every grave mound or inch of land on the mountain, there was one or even several skeletons hidden. Among them are skeleton warriors holding long swords, and there are also many skeleton mages holding staffs. Their information clearly appeared in Su Chen's mind. Monster, skeleton warrior, grade, ordinary, HP, 3,000, magic power, 1,500, strength, 300, physique, 320, speed, 280, spirit, 120, skills, quick slash, leap and heavy slash. Monster, skeleton mage, grade, ordinary, HP, 1,200, magic power, 2,500, strength, 145, constitution, 125, speed, 270, spirit, 410, skills, corrosive poison claws, sharp bone spear. Good fellow. After reading their basic information, Su Chun sighed. Each of these ordinary skeleton warriors has the ability to rival the goblin guard leader. Goblins are truly the shame of monsters. Su Chun couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. Fortunately, although the gap between the two sides is large, it is not to the point where they cannot cause any harm. Besides, as a summoner, he can follow far behind and continue summoning. No matter how many skeletons there are on the mountain of 10,000 graves, they will all be killed eventually, and there is no possibility that his magic power will be exhausted. Thinking of this, Su Chun did not stop for a moment and set up dozens of summoning formations one after another. And on the front line, when the corrosive poison claw was extended, it was as if the fuse of a firecracker was lit. Large numbers of skeleton warriors and mages continued to emerge from the ground, rushing towards the 1,000 goblins. The goblin troops lined up and waited, but a few seconds later, the two sides collided, quickly causing casualties. Ding! You killed a common monster and gained 150 experience points. Ding! One of your elite goblin guards has died. Ding! One of your ordinary goblin guards died. Ding! You! A large number of prompt sounds exploded in my ears. Su Chun had a blank expression on his face as he kept calling out orders and commanding the army to rush to the front line. Luo Xiaoyu had no idea what was going on. She stared blankly at the goblins that kept coming out of the summoning circle. There were so many surprising things at once that she even forgot to cry and her brain went into a state of paralysis. Not long. Luo Xiaoyu came back to her senses and asked curiously, "How can you cast a spell so quickly? And what happened? Where are those goblins going?" Su Chun ignored her and continued to use his skills. In the fog that Luo Xiaoyu couldn't see through, the battle situation was tense. Although he summoned many goblins, however, in terms of numerical advantage, they were actually behind the skeleton army. And the quality of skeleton monsters is much higher than that of goblins. It takes 10 goblin guards to barely replace one ordinary skeleton warrior. Certainly, goblin shaman can still cause quite high damage when facing skeleton monsters. After all, although the skeleton's physique is high, its defense is mostly in physical resistance. It is more difficult to resist elemental attacks such as magic. But, in the overall battle situation, Su Chun is still at a disadvantage. If this continues, the group of skeletons will rush to him sooner or later. At that time, you will have to exit the secret realm first. He frowned, thinking about how to break through the predicament. Blood-flying eye, is flying among the clouds, exploring the earth. Sudden. Su Chun was suddenly shocked. He found a huge grave with a treasure chest buried inside. The items in the treasure chest are a skill book and some gold coins. Item: self-destruct, skill book, learning requirements, mage, spiritual attribute greater than 400 points. Introduction, second level skill. After releasing the skill, the summoned creature will self-destruct when its health reaches 0, causing 150 spiritual damage to the summoners surrounding enemies within 4 square meters. What is self-destruction? Just what I needed. Su Chun made a judgment in his heart. Just get this skill book. Allows the goblin to self-destruct and cause damage even if it dies. In this way, the pressure of clearing out skeleton monsters will be greatly reduced. It's just that the treasure chest was buried under the grave. Even if he could teleport, it would be difficult to obtain it. The only way is to let the summoned creatures go and kill them and dig out the treasure first. Thinking like this, Su Chun summoned Angela. It would be very difficult to fight your way out relying solely on the goblins. But with the sub-god level Angelina, it becomes much simpler. But for extra insurance, Su Chun said to Luo Xiaoyu, don't just stand there, summon your angel pet. Chapter 21 art that only Su Chun appreciates. Oh, okay. Luo Xiaoyu agreed quickly and raised her hand slightly. Next second, a golden figure condensed beside Su Chun. Su Chun glanced sideways, his eyes moving from bottom to top. The legs are long and straight, and the waist is slim. His face was of unparalleled holiness. She held a golden and red sword in her hand and spoke with a proud look. My lord, what do you want to call me for? Luo Xiaoyu pointed at Su Chun and said, follow his orders. The blonde angel glanced at Su Chun sideways, frowned slightly, and seemed reluctant. But since it was an order from her master, as a pet, she had no ability to resist. At this time, Luo Xiaoyu suddenly realized something. She glared and shouted, no, I haven't told anyone that I have an angel. How do you know? She stared at Su Chun intently, as if she wanted to cut flesh from him. Su Chun replied calmly, what happened to what the true eye saw? Luo Xiaoyu was stunned. She thought so too. Only, doesn't this guy have any sense of shame? How can you peek into other people's secrets and still be so confident? Don't you even try to pretend? It's okay even if I lie to her. Think about it. Luo Xiaoyu was helpless and could only sulk in secret. Su Chun didn't care about her attitude. He activated Summon Goblins again, summoning a large number of goblin squads. Then he ordered the goblin wolf cavalry to stay and the rest to rush to the front line. When the number of wolf cavalry reaches 500, Su Chun asked Angela, the angel, and the wolf riders to stand together. Give them a ride the wind buff. Go, bring me the treasure. Su Chun transmitted the location of the treasure chest into Angela's mind. Let the angels follow. At the same time, he controlled the wolf cavalry forward. Call, call, call. The wolf cavalry charged at an extremely fast speed. A large number of cavalrymen galloped together, causing gusts of wind and stirring up the fog. The skeletons along the way didn't have time to crawl out of the mud. The wolf riders quickly leaped over their heads. The journey was smooth. Soon, the 2 pets and 500 wolf riders arrived at the big tomb where the treasure chest was. Su Chun ordered half of the wolf cavalry to dig the ground. Angel and Angelina led the remaining half to resist the surrounding skeleton monsters. Angels have the attribute of light and are naturally able to restrain skeleton monsters. She killed with great pleasure. The wings behind him fluttered, and the golden red sword swung wildly, causing a large number of skeletons to fall down. Luo Xiaoyu was stunned as she listened to the reminder sounds that kept ringing in her ears. She didn't expect. There are so many monsters hidden in this fog, and they are all skeleton monsters. Thinking of this, she hugged Su Chun even tighter. Su Chun ignored her. He is now operating on 2 fronts. The goblins who controlled the front battlefield took the initiative to attack, helping to relieve pressure in another place. On the other hand, the goblin wolf cavalry who are digging graves are ordered to speed up and dig out the treasure chest as soon as possible. Fortunately, Angelina did not disappoint him. She is at the sub-god level, although she is only at level 10. But its combat power is not comparable to that of the skeleton monster. Explode with all your strength at this moment. Her skill, blood burning, is a ranged skill. She rushed into the pile of skeleton monsters. A red light flashed on his body and then exploded. Blood burning. The red light surged in all directions like waves. The health of those skeleton monsters' heads dropped significantly in an instant. Then, an angel descended from the sky, slashing with a sword. wipe out the last of their health. Two pets, angels and demons, cooperate with each other, forming an invisible, insurmountable wall of taboos. All the skeleton monsters that attempted to disturb the wolf cavalry's digging were blocked outside. Certainly. That's all I can do. Skeleton monsters kept crawling out of the ground. Their killing efficiency soon couldn't keep up. Faced with an increasing number of skeleton armies, their defense line could only retreat step by step. The remaining half of the wolf cavalry went up to form a new line of defense for the skeleton monsters that can easily kill even the commander of the guards. The attributes of the skeleton wolf cavalry are not worth mentioning at all. The wolf riders died quickly. Fortunately, the treasure chest was dug out by a wolf cavalryman before the defense line collapsed. Su Chen immediately controlled it to hold the treasure chest under his armpit and rode on the giant wolf. The rest of the wolf riders, along with their two pets, cleared the way for it. Angela rushed to the front of the team and cleared the way with her body. The angels stayed behind to block the skeletons coming from both sides. Final. The price paid was more than 400 wolf riders. Angela's health is reduced by 1/10. Angel was seriously injured. The team returned successfully. Seeing the angel in such a miserable state, Luo Xiaoyu became anxious. He quickly jumped off Su Chen. Help it heal. And Su Chen chose to recycle waste. Let Angela drain the remaining wolf riders' health and recover from their injuries. Not enough. So she was sent to the front line to find the skeleton monster to suck her blood. Su Chen opened the treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining second-level spell self-destruct, gold coins. No hesitation. Su Chen learned skills directly. Self-destruction. When the summoned creature's life is emptied, it consumes 200 points of magic power and self-destructs, causing 150 spiritual damage to all enemies within 4 square meters. Self-destruction is a passive trigger-type skill. That is, as long as Su Chen has enough magic power, as long as a summon dies, it will be triggered. If it were any other summoner, they would definitely be distressed. After all, each trigger consumes 200 magic points. Even if it is a second-level summoner, there is not enough magic power to consume skills. But this problem has nothing to do with Su Chen, who possesses the magic return. All he could hear was the reminder sound of self-destruction increasing experience. Ding. You successfully triggered the skill, self-destruction, skill experience. Ding. You succeeded. Ding. Your skill, self-destruction level has been upgraded. The current level is... Ding. You have triggered the talent, skill evolution, and the skill effect has evolved. Self-destruction. After the summoned creature dies, it will cause 200 summoners' spiritual attribute damage to monsters within a 4-range area, and make the monsters gain a burning effect that lasts for 5 seconds, causing 20 summoners' spiritual attribute damage per second. Through blood-flying eyes, Su Chen controlled a guard commander to rush into the skeleton monster. The goblin leader's health was quickly drained by the bone spears in front, the sharp claws under his feet, and the blades of the skeleton warriors. At the moment of death, its skin turns red and its body swells. Next second, bang! A large amount of blood-red flames poured out, covering the surrounding skeletons. On the bones covered by the flames, there also appeared a flame whose flames continued to burn. The damage number jumps every second, and as more and more goblins self-destruct, the burning effect can be stacked. The skill level of self-destruction continues to increase. At the same time, self-destruction can also be affected by skill evolution, and its power will continue to increase. The skeleton army is retreating step by step. Art is a blast. Gorgeous art continues to emerge from the fog. It's a pity that only Su Chen can appreciate it. The bloody flames devoured the living space of the skeleton monsters. The situation is reversed. The goblin army began to charge towards the top of the mountain. When the goblins pushed the front line to the middle of the mountain, Su Chen also followed them and started to climb the mountain. Chapter 22. Gamble Your Life with the Golden Leader Lich. Walking in the fog, Su Chen was speechless. He looked aside. She hugged his arms tightly and stared at Luo Xiaoyu around her nervously. There are no monsters anymore. You don't have to hold on so tightly. Su Chen reminded. I don't believe it. It's so dark here. How could there be no monsters? It's all your fault. How can you explore a secret place without preparing lighting props? Woohoo! Luo Xiaoyu cried and shouted. When she was young, she made a mistake. To be precise, she was framed by her sister. They will be locked in a small dark room. Therefore, I am very afraid of darkness. The current environment is for her. It was no less than throwing her into a cave full of bugs. feeling unwell all over. But, hug Su Chen's arms tightly again. Luo Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. The hand is heavy, warm, and powerful. Holding tightly, I feel completely safe. I really want to keep it with me all the time. Luo Xiaoyu thought so. She glanced at Su Chen and said secretly, but he probably won't agree. At this time, the goblin army has already rushed to the middle of the mountain. One particular tomb stands in the way of the goblin army. The rest of the graves are just small mounds of earth. The only special thing about it is that it has more tombstones than other mounds. But this tomb is different. It is connected to the mountain and is built of stone, with statues on both sides of the tombstone. It looks very delicate and gorgeous. Su Chen used the blood-flying eye to look underground. A distorted humanoid creature came into view. Monster. Lich. Grade. Gold leader. Level. 15. Life. 120000. Magic power. 3 million. Strength. 1042. Physique. 988. Speed. 1022. Spirit. 2055. Skills. Hand of Darkness. Dark Cage. Summon Skeleton Warriors. Soul Withering. Su Chen was stunned. Have you met the leader yet? Are we still halfway to the top of the mountain? Etc. Could there be a more terrifying leader? Su Chen was slightly speechless. No wonder not many people complete special level tasks. Without cheating, how could anyone get through this? A gold level leader with 1.2 million HP, treated as a roadblock elite. It's hard to imagine what a monster that leader is in the end. But, no matter how strong it is, now, there is no leader that Su Chen cannot defeat. He took out the life gambling coin, flicked it into the air, and quickly caught it. When Luo Xiaoyu saw him take this thing out, her eyes lit up. Are you going to give it to me? Su Chen glanced at her. You wish. After saying that, he picked up Luo Xiaoyu. Teleport to the special cemetery. The lich below instantly sensed the invasion of foreign enemies. It immediately set off and floated out of the tomb. Who dares to disturb my peace? A sharp, long whistle was accompanied by a gust of cold wind. Plus it's completely black. There is an inexplicable sense of emptiness in the body. It is easy to be mistaken for a legendary ghost. Certainly, the lich now looks no different from a ghost. Ghost! Luo Xiaoyu widened her eyes, let out a strange cry, and then fainted. Su Chen sighed speechlessly. I'm already regretting bringing her along. She's such a burden. He didn't hesitate. Take out the life gambling coin and aim it at the lich. Do you want to consume 550, crossed out, points of upper limit of health points to activate the gambling coin? Current remaining times, 10? Su Chen grinned. It's true. Everything that needs to be consumed can trigger the One-Yuan flash sale. He immediately said, yes. The coin flew into the air and spun rapidly, absorbing a stream of green energy from the lich and his body. The lich is frozen in place, unable to attack. Su Chen couldn't move either. One man and one monster looked at the coin. Not long. Ding. You are chosen by the devil and lose 1 point of upper limit of health. Forehead. Su Chen was speechless. My luck is so bad. The probability of failure. And over there. The lich grinned. Hee, there is actually such a prop. It really scared me. But it seems that my luck is better, so I'll leave you alone. A pale blue light shone in its empty eyes. It seemed as if he was looking at Su Chen with a teasing look. But the next second, the smile on its face froze instantly. Because Su Chen tossed the coin into the air again. Coin spin. Take the lives of 2 people. The lich was shocked. No, this is not right. You have failed. How can you use it a second time? Su Chen's expression was indifferent. But the next second, ding, you are chosen by the devil and lose 1 point of upper limit of health. The lich was stunned for 2 seconds. It laughed wildly. Just wanted to speak. Su Chen threw the coin into the sky again. Ah? How is it possible, you? The lich screamed in horror. On the other hand, Su Chen's expression remained as calm as ever. After all, even if you fail, it just deducts 1 point from your maximum health. This time, the lich was not so lucky. Ding. You are chosen by the angel and gain 1 life point. Hear this prompt. Su Chen smiled slightly, then looked at the lich and said, Goodbye, I won't see you off. The lich screamed in terror. It's not fair, this is not fair. Useless. The next second, the health points above its head were reduced to 0. Ding. You killed a golden leader lich and gained 150,000 experience points. After receiving the experience light, Su Chun walked to the ball of light dropped by the lich after his death. Reach out and touch it. Equipment. Lich Wand. Quality. Excellent. Attribute bonus. Spirit points. Mana recovery. Dark undead magic power. Dark undead magic mana consumption. Equipment requirements. Spiritual attribute greater than 250 points. A golden leader, that's all? Su Chun looked at him with disdain. The blood eye in his hand is an epic equipment, and he has enhanced it to the epic level. Naturally, he looked down upon this lich wand. Even though it could be worth a lot of money if sold, he didn't need it at all. It can only be thrown into the warehouse and gather dust. Fortunately, the falling object light ball did not disappear. He continued to touch. Item. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Skill book. Learning requirements. Professional Summoner. 300 points of spirit. Introduction. Second level skill. After learning, you can consume 200 points of magic power to summon an ordinary skeleton warrior. Su Chin's eyes lit up. Finally, there is one more summon. Goblins are too weak. Even the strongest elite monster in the tribe, the Goblin Guard Leader, is of little use. And the skeleton warrior, even if it is just an ordinary grade, their attributes are also higher than those of the Goblin Guard Commander. It's a pity. The skill description clearly states that only skeleton warriors can be summoned. If you add the skeleton mage, the status of this skill in Su Chin's heart can be raised to a higher level. Another pity is that Su Chun does not have the second level experience book now, so he cannot directly raise its level to the maximum. The light of the dropped items has not yet completely dissipated. Su Chin touched it again. Equipment. Lich Veil. Rank. Epic. Attribute bonus. Constitution points. Magic resistance. Darkness resistance. Undead resistance. Curse effect reduced by 5. Skill cooldown. Skill. Illusionary Spirit Shield. Equipment requirements. Spiritual attribute greater than 200 points. Illusionary Spirit Shield. Immune to 1 negative status skill. Cooling effect 24 hours. Different to say. Su Chun equipped the Lich Veil in his hand directly on himself. What he was most worried about before was being ambushed by the monster and being held in place. That's why I brought Luo Xiaoyu along as a burden. Now we have this thing, plus teleportation. No matter how insidious the opponent is, he has enough time to react. Touch the dropped light ball for the last time. Su Chun only got a few hundred gold coins. He no longer has any worldly desire for money. Throw the gold coins into the backpack space. He carried Luo Xiaoyu and continued to move towards the top of the mountain. Chapter 23: The Skeleton King Groot, Who Wants to Die. The second half of One-Yuan Mountain was much easier to walk on than Su Chun had imagined. After passing the Golden Lich Leader, the skeleton monsters beneath the ground became visibly sparse. After walking 3/4 of the way, there was not a single one in sight. For them, the only possible problem is the dark environment and the biting gusts of cold wind. Obviously, neither of them could stop Su Chun from moving forward. Soon, they reached the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain is very empty, as if the top of the mountain had been plucked off by a huge hand. There was not the powerful leader that Su Chun had imagined, and there wasn't even a grave. But it's more terrifying than having a diamond-level leader guarding here, because there is a teleportation array here. Place teleportation arrays in secret realms and dungeons. It is an invisible description. The monster they are about to face is extremely powerful. Even such a wide platform cannot unleash its full capabilities. Gotta go to a new place. Luo Xiaoyu, who was still in a faint, naturally had no reaction. But the hairs on Su Chin's body were already standing up slightly. He didn't want to take any chances. But now, the secret realm has come to an end. There was no way he would choose to go back and let all his previous efforts go to waste. Gritting his teeth, Su Chun walked forward boldly and entered the teleportation array. It's dark, and you can't see your hand in front of you. The ground was steeply inclined, but fortunately it was covered with dents, as if they had been made by something. After being teleported to the ground, Su Chin's body swayed, and he was almost pulled forward by the center of gravity that tilted forward. He couldn't see what was ahead. But because of this, it is even more terrifying. There was darkness before their eyes, as if there was a bottomless abyss lying before them. If you take one wrong step, you will never be able to escape. Damn, we really should have brought in some lighting props. Su Chun cursed inwardly. The darkness here is not like that of One-Yuan Mountain. It is a scene created by fog and night. In fact, there is still some moonlight. But there really was no light at all here, as if it was a glass box wrapped in a piece of black cloth. I used the eye of true vision, but still couldn't see anything clearly. There wasn't even a living creature. And this is not the worst. What's worse is that Su Chun also heard a system prompt. Ding. The undead element is too dense in your location. Your health will decrease by 1 point per second. Ding. The dark element in your location is too dense. Curse resistance. You are cursed. Speed. Vision. Calmness. A large number of prompts impacted Su Chin's mind. Irritability, restlessness, panic. All kinds of negative emotions appear in a disorderly manner. A fire was burning in Su Chin's heart. When it's about to burn all over his body, a crisp, trembling sound rang in his ears. The world purification mantra light technique. The scene in front of me suddenly lit up. The light came from Luo Xiaoyu, who was awakened at some point. Just as Su Chin imagined, they were on a slope. Luo Xiaoyu glanced at Su Chin warily. Seeing that it was him, he was unharmed and breathing heavily. Then she grabbed Su Chin's arm. The world purification mantra clarification technique. All of a sudden, it was as if a basin of cold water was poured down from my head to my feet. All the irritability and fear in my body were swept away. Su Chin only felt that his whole body was clear. Are you okay? Luo Xiaoyu asked nervously. She glanced around, and her hand holding a silver staff was shaking slightly. It was obvious that she was frightened. At this moment, she was suppressing the fear in her heart and talking to Su Chun. Su Chun exhaled twice, touched her head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He thought for a moment and added, "I'll protect you, and you'll be fine." His tone was very firm. The warm feeling coming from the big hands was something Luo Xiaoyu had never felt before. She stiffened for a moment, but soon relaxed and nodded slightly. The fear has not completely dissipated, but the two of them supported each other and were not frightened to the point of being unable to move. Su Chin summoned a goblin. Only, the aura of undead around us is no joke. The goblins didn't last more than a minute before they were all killed. Fortunately, the skeleton warrior was safe. Not only will there be no trouble, but you can also feel like a fish in water and speed up. Su Chun controlled several skeleton warriors to explore in both the upward and downward directions. It was too dark around. Even blood eyes could see nothing but darkness. Therefore, he wanted to confirm the leader's position first. Soon, the skeleton warrior's exploration returns the results. The higher you go, the stronger the cold wind you feel, and it can even blow the skeleton warriors away. Simply put, the road is blocked. Then we can only move forward. But the skeleton walking downwards sent back a message that there was an abyss not far below. A skeleton warrior fell down. 10 full minutes passed and Su Chun didn't hear any news of their death. You can see its depth. Su Chun thought about it and decided to go down. He tested the two life-saving escape abilities of Skywing and teleportation. After confirming that there were no problems with both, he took Luo Xiaoyu to explore further down. Not long. They came to the edge of the abyss. Su Chun used the eye of true vision to scan from the left side of the abyss to the right side of the abyss. On the left side, there is still nothing but black. But when his gaze shifted to the right, a monster panel suddenly jumped into his eyes. Monster, Skeleton King, Groot. Status, Sealed. Grade, God, First Order Undead Godhead. Level, 15. Health, Magic, Strength, Agile, Constitution, Spirit, Skill. Introduction. It was the newly promoted Skeleton King, Groot, who had performed extremely well in the Third Life and Death War. It had killed several powerful gods in the living camp. It was so powerful that it was captured by the goddess of life, Liv. Because it was a dead spirit and immortal, it was sealed here by Liv. Death might not be painful for it, but it might be a relief. Su Chun was numb. He had previously felt that the Hell level mission was already difficult. Luo Xiaoyu's Hell level mission is to kill a Dark Gold level demon leader alone. He thought that special level missions would be much more difficult than Hell level missions, so they should be diamonds. It can't be an epic or even legendary monster. The result was never thought. Not epic, not legendary, not even demigod, but a living god. I'm a bitch. Su Chun almost swore, and his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Luo Xiaoyu sensed his panic and looked confused. I was just about to ask. Then there was a loud bang. Boom. Then, there was another crackling sound, as if a bone that had not moved for a long time was suddenly broken. A ball of dark blue flame suddenly lit up in midair, and the light spread outward, gradually illuminating the entire environment shrouded in darkness. What was exposed to Su and Luo's eyes at this moment was a skeleton tightly entangled with vines, engraved with complex golden patterns. The bones of the skeleton were as white as jade, with a faint, colorful glow flowing through them. Only the upper body was exposed, but it was as huge and majestic as a mountain. After sleeping for a long time, finally some bugs have entered my sealed place. These two species are humans. Great, great. Humans are always cunning. They must have a way to kill me. The two rows of white teeth of the skeleton king, Groot, collided, and he actually murmured. It raised its bony palm and slapped it in front of Su-chan. The huge wind and waves almost blew Su and Luo away. Human, die. Otherwise, I will send you to death. Chapter 24: The Gift from Skeleton King Groot. Fear did not overwhelm Su-chan. He seemed to have returned to the state when he had just realized what kind of world Blue Star was. It was true that he felt a great deal of pressure in his heart, but his mind was working extremely fast, thinking quickly about the current situation. Beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, twisting his hair into knots. Groot saw that he hadn't moved for a long time, and the soul fire in his skull was leaping, and he said in disappointment, "It seems like you have no other options. You can't count on ants like you." As it spoke, it raised its palm and pressed it down towards the two of them. "Wait, I have a solution." Just as his palm was about to land on Su-chen's head and Luo Xiaoyu threw herself into his arms with her eyes closed, Su-chen spoke. "Oh." Groot's perception would not be missed. It stopped its arm, took it aside, and said calmly, "Show it." Su-chen exhaled the air that was pressing on his chest, took out the life gambling coin, and then briefly introduced the function of the coin. After Groot heard this, his soul was burning. "If I were in my prime, even if I didn't defend myself, this item of yours wouldn't be able to hurt me at all. The authority of the gods would block the power of the rules for me. Fortunately, I have already had most of my divine power drained away by that bitch Liv, and even my godhood has been dormant in my body for a long time. Come on, use it and kill me." Groot's words did not hide his desire for death at all. Luo Xiaoyu grabbed Su-chen's clothes tightly, her eyes wide open, trying to dissuade him. After all, the probability of failure when using coins is extremely high as 50. Although this guy was hateful, she didn't want to watch him die. However, if they don't use coins now, they will be killed. Su-chen touched her head and signaled her to relax. Then, he immediately activated the life gambling coin. The coin flew in the air, taking a bit of his health. Then, he drained Groot's health again for a full half hour. The two then entered into a betting mode. Pity. Su-chen failed. He was chosen by the devil. Groot sighed, but did not continue to attack Su-chen and the others. "It's a pity that you are unlucky and can't let me die. Female human cub, come here." Luo Xiaoyu closed her eyes tightly. Su-chen. She clenched her teeth, suppressed the heartache, and muttered something. When she opened her eyes again, Luo Xiaoyu's eyes were full of determination. She seemed to have abandoned the Luo Xiaoyu who was afraid of the dark, death, and ghosts. He became cold and ruthless, with sharp eyes. Luo Xiaoyu reached out to catch the coin that was slowly falling from the air. Just when she was about to catch it, a strong hand got there first. "I'll do it." Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Xiaoyu was stunned. The soul fire in the head of the god Groot also rose a little. Groot guessed that there might be rules constructed by gods within that coin. Otherwise, how can we ignore everything else and judge life and death equally? However, Su-chen failed, but did not die. It cast a meaningful look at Su-chen and nodded slightly. "Okay, come on." Su-chen. Luo Xiaoyu just realized that Su-chen was not dead. She threw herself on Su-chen, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Why aren't you dead?" The corner of Su-chen's mouth twitched, and he wanted to ask her if she really wanted him to die. But look at her crying so hard that she can't make a sound. Su-chen chuckled, touched her head, and said proudly, "I have my own trump card. No need to worry about me." He didn't say much to Luo Xiaoyu and tossed the coin again. Half an hour later. Ding. You are chosen by the devil and lose 1 life limit. Come again. Ding. You are chosen by the devil and lose. Come again. Come again. Come again. Come again. 5 times in a row, 1 in 2 chances. He didn't have a single chance of survival. This seemed to foreshadow his tragic end. There are only 2 uses left. Su-chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Am I going to die here today? Absolutely not. He took a deep breath and tossed the coin into the air. At this time, Groot suddenly said, "Wait." Su-chen quickly stopped and caught the coin. "What's wrong?" I saw a flash of white light on Groot's body. Then the colorful luster on the surface of the bone disappeared. I have a passive skill that can prevent me from being affected by external rules. That might have been the reason for my failures in the first 5 attempts. Grote explained calmly. Su-chan was confused, his face flushed, and he wanted to greet Grote's family. But when he saw the giant hand next to it, whose finger joints were twice as big as his, he could only express his feelings from the bottom of his heart. It's okay, there's still a chance to try. Grote remained non-committal. The coin was thrown into the air again, urging. The two men and the skeleton stared at the coin. Half an hour later, the health of both sides was drained, and the coin spun rapidly. 10 seconds passed. The angel smiled at Su-chan. Ding. You are chosen by the angel and gain 1 health point. Ha ha ha. A wild laugh echoed in the darkness. It's not Su and Luo, but it was Groot, who roared to the sky as if he had been liberated. Live, you bitch. You never thought I could get out of this so quickly. Next time we meet, I will chop off your bitch's head and use it as a wine jug. The voice gradually faded away, his soul fire dimmed, and his bones turned into ashes and drifted away. The vines that trapped its skeleton withered quickly in the blink of an eye. Ding. You killed a god-level, first-order undead godhood, leader skeleton king, Groot, and gained 150 experience points. Ding. You have fulfilled the wish of the skeleton king, Groot, and received the reward. Gift from the skeleton king. Gift of the skeleton king. Special skill: silently recite the skeleton king's name in your heart to summon him once. The number of summons is limited to 3. Call. Survived. Su-chan let out a long sigh and looked at Luo Xiaoyu. Her eyes were dull and empty, as if she couldn't react for a moment. However, the grip on his arm was still very strong and he could not get rid of it. It's too dangerous, not only for her, but also for Su-chan. The degree of danger of this trip to One-Yuan Mountain was far beyond his imagination. It's no wonder that even though special level tasks can improve professional quality, not many people can complete them. This is simply not a task that a normal person can accomplish. A large number of skeleton monsters at the bottom of the mountain. The golden leader lich in the mountains. There is also the god-level skeleton king on the top of the mountain. How the hell is this something a novice professional can handle? If I hadn't been lucky enough to get a life gambling coin, Su-chan must have failed here today. It would be useless even if he had infinite teleportation. But if Su-chan were given another chance to choose, he will still choose special missions. Although he was afraid of death. But don't let the fear of death become an obstacle to becoming stronger. Because he understands more clearly that strength is the important guarantee for living freely. Not being able to live freely would be more desperate and painful than death. He wants to win, all the way to the end. Luo Xiaoyu hasn't come to her senses yet. It's like he's grabbing a lifeline and won't let go. No way. Su-chan could only pick her up and walk towards the ball of light that fell after the skeleton king died. He walked quickly. This person is a powerful god, who knows what good things he can reveal. Chapter 25, Excellent Grade Leader Summoner. Equipment: Skeleton King's Saber. Grade: Low-grade artifact, damage degree 99. Attribute bonus: Strength, Agility, Armor penetration, blood-sucking. Skills: Plundering Souls, Dark Erosion. Equipment requirements: Strength greater than 100. Plunder the dead souls. The souls of enemies killed with this skill will be transformed into the Mark of the Dead, providing damage bonus for the next use of the skill. The current Mark of the Dead is 0. Dark Corrosion. Reduces the enemy's defense by 50 points and causes the enemy to be slowed down by 70 points. Lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Item: Ghostly Breath / Skill Book. Learning requirements: Warrior, Strength over 50. Introduction: A 6th rank warrior skill that condenses ghost energy and slashes down at the ground in front of you. Sword energy will continue to gush out from the ground, causing a knockback effect and continuous damage to the enemy. Equipment: Skeleton Crown. Grade: Low-grade artifact, damage degree 99. Attribute bonus: Spirit, Magic loss, Undead dark spell damage. Skills: The Dead Never Die, Immortal Military Spirit. Equipment requirements: Spirit greater than 100. The Dead Don't Die. Consume 500 points of magic power to allow the summoned undead creature to continue fighting for 30 seconds after the health bar is emptied. This skill lasts for 30 minutes. Immortal Army Soul. Consumes 500 points of magic power to increase all attributes of the summoned undead creature by 150. This skill lasts for 30 minutes. Item: Special Life Spirit Seed. Requirements: Planting skill greater than. Introduction: The mysterious seeds left behind after the vines used by the goddess of life to seal the skeleton king withered. After careful cultivation, there may be a big surprise. 2 pieces of equipment, a skill book, and a mysterious seed. This is all the things in the ball of light dropped after the skeleton king died. Suchin looked around, and it seemed that only the crown was useful to him. And it's a magical artifact. Only. Both the knife and the crown were in a broken state. I don't know how to repair it. It can only be used temporarily. If you encounter better equipment, you have to change it. When he took out the crown, Suchan heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Ding. Check if you have obtained the second-level breakthrough task of the crown. Explore the 10,000 Graves Mountain and obtain the skeleton crown task. Complete. Ding. Congratulations on completing the breakthrough mission. Rewards. Occupational rank upgrade stone, primary skill awakening scroll, advanced second-level skill experience book, gold coins, free attribute points. All attributes increased by 500. Listen to the prompt sound. There are a lot of rewards. Suchin felt a little numb. Too many. I can't even keep up. It was worth his risky trip to One-Yuan Mountain. The corners of the mouth are raised. Hey, can we get out of here first? Luo Xiaoyu saw Suchan standing there in a daze with an inexplicable smile on his face. She felt a chill in her heart and pushed him quickly. Suchan wiped the corner of his mouth and nodded. At this time, a teleportation array appeared in front of them. The two stepped into it. When I came to my senses, the two were already outside the cave. Looking back into the cave, the whirlpool had disappeared. The secret realm is like this. The difference between a secret realm and a copy is, after completing the strategy of the secret realm, it will disappear directly. The copy can be repeatedly attacked. Suchin glanced at the sky. When I arrived, the sky was bright and full of vitality. Now the sky is full of stars and it is pitch black. Traveling at night is very dangerous and you may be attacked by monsters. Take this into consideration. Suchin decided to rest in the woods for one night and set off again tomorrow. Luo Xiaoyu seems to be very experienced in this regard. She skillfully found wood and lit a bonfire. He took out another tent and set it up skillfully. Very capable. After setting up the tent, Luo Xiaoyu didn't ask a single question, quickly got into the tent and tightened the chain. She was afraid that Suchan would snatch her tent. Suchin was speechless about this. He is not a gentleman though, but he still disdained to rob women. Suchan sat cross-legged on a stone. With a thought, he took out the professional grade upgrading stone. Item: occupational grade upgrading stone. Introduction. After use, you can upgrade your profession to a higher level. Suchan was amazed. This thing is simply outrageous. If the news that I have this thing leaks out, I'm afraid it won't take too long. The big guys will come to your door and use threats and inducements. Can upgrade a profession to a higher level. Basic to average. But legend to myth. That's not as simple as a grade difference. Better to use it as soon as possible. Suchin muttered silently, use it. Ding. You have used a career grade upgrade stone. Please choose from the following 3 upgrade directions. 1 Undead Summoner. Introduction. Gain the ability to communicate with the undead, can summon undead creatures to fight. 2 Boss Summoner. Introduction. All summoned creatures will be transformed into boss-level monsters. 3 Element Summoner. Introduction. When summoning elemental creatures, you can obtain a certain amount of magic power consumption reduction. Suchin looked up and down, unable to make a quick decision. Undead Summoner. It is the best choice for him at the moment. After all, he has the Crown of Bones. The summoned undead creatures can not only continue to fight after death, but also gain a 150% increase in all attributes. Boss Summoner. Turning all summoned creatures into leaders is also very good for Suchan. The upper limit of Summon Goblins is only the Elite Goblin Guard Commander. Summon Skeleton Warrior has not been upgraded yet, but even if it is upgraded to level 99, it should only be able to summon elite monsters. If only they could all become boss-level monsters, then the world will be vast. The level of the boss monster has great room for improvement from Black Iron to God. Even a God-level goblin is still God-level. Elemental Summoner. This is the first option among the 3 that Suchan eliminated. Elemental creatures are very strong. As natural spellcasters, they can also bring great benefits to mage-level professionals. Many mage-type professions pursue an elemental pet throughout their lives. Only, changing his job to an elemental summoner can only bring Suchan a reduction in mana consumption. This was the last thing he needed. Just that. He then used the summoning skill of an elemental creature, which had the same effect. After eliminating an option, Suchin's gaze lingered on the remaining 2. Final. He chose the second option, Chief Summoner. The undead summoner is only as strong as it is now, mainly strong in the crown of bones. But the equipment was badly damaged. Sooner or later it has to be replaced. Su Chen didn't want to be restricted by it, so he sacrificed his attributes in order to equip skills. The boss summoner can turn all summoned creatures into bosses. Obviously, its prospects are huge. Ding. You have successfully changed your job to boss summoner. Excellent. Ding. You have obtained the exclusive skill of boss summoner. Excellent. Boss summon. Boss summoning, a skill exclusive to the boss summoner. It is activated passively. Under the influence of this skill, all summoned creatures will become boss monsters of the lowest black iron level. Exclusive skills, this is a bit troublesome. Su Chen said secretly. Skills with marked levels, such as the first, second, and third level, can all be upgraded accordingly using skill books. However, there is no skill book for exclusive skills, so they can only be improved by casting spells again and again. However, after reading the skill introduction, Su Chen couldn't help but feel happy. At level 1, the summoned creature can be transformed into a black iron level boss monster. Then as the level increases, the quality of the summoned creature should be able to be improved. Let's take a look at the changes in the summons first. Think of this. Su Chen took out the Blood Eye and activated the skills Summon Goblins and Summon Skeleton Warriors. Chapter 26. Spiritual Attributes Approaching 3000. Night. Deep in the woods. 2 summoning circles were set up on the ground. Soon, 9 goblins walk out of the summoning circle with a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warriors were rather ordinary, no different from those seen before in One-Yuan Mountain. But the 9 goblins were different. They are the size of normal humans, wearing animal skin coats, covered with strange bone and tooth accessories, and holding a coiled, smooth, round branch in their hands. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Where's my goblin squad? How come there are only 9 left? He quickly checked the skill information. Summon Goblin, consume 50 mana points, summon 9 Goblin High Priests, lasting 10 minutes. The complete goblin squad is gone. The number dropped from 105 to 9. It should be affected by the skill Boss Summoning. Su Chen touched his chin and his mind moved. Cast the Eye of True Vision at the Goblin High Priest and the Skeleton Warrior. Monster, Goblin, High Priest, Grade, Black Iron, Level, 13, HP, 5000, Magic Power, 4000, Strength, 400, Constitution, 350, Agility, 350, Spirit, 600, Skills, Sky Thunder, Earth Fisher, Hurricane, Fiery Fire, Monster, Skeleton Warrior, Grade, Black Iron, Level, 13, HP, 3000, Magic Power, 2000, Strength, 350, Constitution, 400, Agility, 350, Spirit, 150, Skills, Heavy Chop, Leap Slash, Ghostly Slash, Bone Armor. There was a gleam in Su Chen's eyes. As expected of a leader. So strong. Even Goblin. They all have 5000 HP and 4000 MP. All 4 attributes are second-level top grade. Moreover, both monsters have 4 skills. The skeleton warriors are not much different from ordinary skeletons in One-Yuan Mountain. But its skill level is only 9 times, and there is still room for evolution. So awesome. He is terribly strong now. Su Chen let out a long breath. If it weren't for the dark sky, he really couldn't help but want to roar to the sky. After upgrading your career level, Su Chen took out the second reward, the primary skill awakening scroll. Compared to directly learning skill books, the skills awakened by the skill awakening scroll will be more suitable for the profession possessed by the professional. Primary quality can awaken first to third level skills. Su Chen's level is at the second level, and his awakened skills will also be at the second level. He tore open the scroll. A ball of light emerged from the scroll and enveloped Su Chen's body. After a short wait, a prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Ding. You have successfully awakened the second-level summoner skill Rage. Rage consumes 1000 mana points, makes the summoned creature appear in a rage state, and increases all attributes by 150. Another amplifying skill that adds attributes? It's not bad. Su Chen said secretly. He thought about it. Level Rage, plus the bonus of the Skeleton Crown. The attributes of the Skeleton Warrior can be increased by 3 times. Let's look back at the Skeleton Warrior's attribute value panel. Including the bonus, this is fucking. How can this still be the Black Iron leader? The Silver leader is no more than this. And The upper limit of his skeleton warriors is more than that. Su Chen's mind moved, and he took out the 999 second-level skill experience books he had just obtained. In an instant, all was devoted to the skill, Summon Skeleton Warriors. Ding! Your skill, Summon Skeleton Warrior, gained 2,000 experience points and the level increased. The current level is... Ding! Your skills. Ding! You have triggered the talent, Skill Evolution, and the effect of your skill, Summon Skeleton Warrior, has been evolved. Ding! Your skills. Ding! You have triggered the talent, Skill Evolution, and the effect of your skill, Summon Skeleton Warriors, has been enhanced. After the prompt tone ends, Su Chen took a look at the skill effect. Summon Skeleton Warriors, consumes 200 magic points, summons 9 elite skeleton warriors of the Imperial Court, lasts for 10 minutes. Su Chen once again activated the Summon Skeleton Warriors skill. Not long, 9 skeleton warriors crawled out from the ground. Their size and skeleton are twice that of ordinary skeleton warriors. They are 3 or 4 meters in size, like little giants. They were dressed in black light armor, fully armed from helmets to combat boots. The soul fire is vigorous, showing a red color, and constantly emerging from the cranial cavity. 9 skeleton warriors stepped forward at the same time, with terrifying momentum. Okay. Su Chen couldn't help but nodded, secretly sighing that his choice was right. Next, he opened his properties panel. Su Chen can remember that among the rewards, there are 500 free attribute points. At the same time, his original attributes increased 5-fold. Name, Su Chen. Occupation, Chief Summoner, excellent. Level, 13, 27. HP, 2,750. Magic power, 3,250. Strength, 205. Physique, 435. Speed, 475. Spirit, 2,495. Talent, Magic Return, Skill Evolution, Unity of All. Skills, Summon Goblins, first turn. Teleport, first turn. Quick Cast, first turn. Ride the Wind, second turn. Self-Destruct, second turn. Summon Skeleton Warriors, second turn. Rage, second turn. Pet, Ancestor of the Blood Clan. Angelina, Subgod. Equipment, Blood Eye, Epic. Skeleton Crown, Divine. Damage 99. Freely allocated attribute points, 500. Sweep across the panel. Su Chen was also secretly surprised by himself. Other properties are okay. This spirit is just too high. He added 500 free attribute points to the spiritual attribute. Moment. His spiritual attribute is approaching 3,000. Such a value. They are already comparable to third-level professionals. But the spiritual attribute bonus for the mage profession, it is generally reflected in mana recovery and skill damage. The only mental damage he can suffer now is self-destruction. Su Chen said secretly, maybe I should learn some mage skills. Summoner is a mage side profession, so naturally he can learn other mage skills. However, the level of the mage skills learned must be 1 level lower than your own. That is to say, as a second-level mage, he can only learn first-level mage skills. However, his spiritual attributes are so high. There is also the bonus of everyone becomes one. Even if it is a first-level skill, it is not impossible to use it as a forbidden spell. Moreover, it is a forbidden spell that can be cast infinitely, quickly, and instantly. Only, after thinking for a while, Su Chen gave up. He is not sick. There are summoned creatures to charge into battle for you. Why should I do it myself? Isn't it good to be a lazy dog? The thought stops here. Su Chen closed the attribute panel, opened the item backpack, and sorted it out. He gained a lot of equipment on this trip, but most of it was useless to him. He didn't lack those gold coins, so he could only put them in the warehouse and let them gather dust. Su Chen was packing his backpack. Suddenly, a howling sound came from the darkness. A figure over 10 meters tall squeezed through the trees and came towards Su Chen's camp. Camping in the wild is like this. Monsters are not afraid of campfires once they discover a human camp. If there is not enough resistance in the camp, the only result will be annihilation of the entire army. Nowadays, camping in the wild is a privilege for the strong. But this monster is having bad luck. He met Su Chen, who had just received a huge boost. Su Chen stood up, looked at the monster with a smile on his face, waved his blood pupils, and set up summoning formations one after another. You came just in time. Chapter 27. I'll be waiting for you at Dasha Academy. After Su Chen summoned 4 waves of goblins and skeleton warriors, the Black Shadow also approached the camp. It was more than 10 meters tall, walked upright on two legs, was fat and strong, and covered with black hair. It was obviously a giant bear. The black bear saw that there was only Su Chun and some goblins and skeletons. A happy expression appeared on the bear's face, and it rushed towards Su Chun impatiently. Su Chun sneered when he saw this. Judging from the giant bear's expression, it seemed like it was treating him like a dish. He immediately threw an eye of true vision over. Monster, savage bear, rank, silver, level, 26, HP, 350,000, magic power, 5,000, strength, 1,600, physique, 2,000, agility, 1,100, spirit, 1,100, skills, brute force, thick skin, a third-level silver-level leader. The strength is quite good. It's a pity that you met me. Su Chun chuckled. Wave your hand to command the summoned creature to attack, and add buffs to them. Fury. Ride the wind. More than 50 elite skeleton warriors of the Imperial Court rushed forward immediately. He moved very quickly, swung the sword, and started slashing at the bear. The human wall they formed blocked the bear's steps. The barbarian bear looked annoyed. He opened his bare paws and slapped the group of skeleton warriors in front of him. I thought I could smash them easily. Who knows? The skeleton warrior simply took a few steps back, steadied himself, and continued attacking. The bear realized something was wrong. It turned and tried to flee. But the next second, rolling black clouds gathered above its head. Boom! A thunderclap shook the entire forest. Next, dazzling bolts of lightning descended and struck the wild bear hard. After a round of bombardment by 50 goblin high priests, the barbarian bear's health bar is only half left. The skeleton warrior went forward again to finish off the enemy. Soon, only a trace of blood was left of the wild bear. It wailed in panic, trying to break out of the encirclement of the skeleton warriors. Next second, a skeleton warrior leaped into the air. In its hand was a pitch-black blade, with a layer of black flames burning on the blade. Chopped down with one knife. Swish! The wild bear's health bar was emptied, and a sharp hissing sound came from its body. Then a ball of white bear-shaped mist was sucked out and sank into the black knife. Ding! You killed a silver-level boss and gained experience. The skeleton warriors made way. Su Chun walked up to the wild bear, took the skeleton king's saber, and took a look at it. Mark of the dead soul. It really works. Su Chun sighed secretly. He had previously thought, if the skeleton warrior picked up the skeleton king's blade and activated plundering souls, would it be possible to add the soul mark of the skill? Now it seems that there is absolutely no problem. In this way, he has an extra trump card. All skills that can stack damage have high training value. As long as you kill enough monsters. Even if its initial damage is weak, it might be able to kill a god with one blow in the end. What's more, who would have thought that a skeleton warrior would hold a magical weapon in his hand? GGG. Su Chun put away his smile and picked up the items dropped by the wild bear. A boutique-quality bear hide. A great bracelet for added strength. A good belt that increases health. Throw it into your inventory. Su Chun returned to the camp and sat cross-legged. He kept activating Riding the Wind and Rage to level up his skills. After one night, at dawn, Su Chun has brought Luo Xiaoyu back to Yunhua City through continuous teleportation. Here, this is for you. After entering the city, Su Chun stuffed the life gambling coin, which had one chance left to be used to Luo Xiaoyu. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes were a little dull, as if she couldn't believe it. You just gave it to me like this? Su Chun asked doubtfully. What else? It was promised earlier. Although Luo Xiaoyu did not play a big role in this exploration of the secret realm, only on the top of Wanfan Mountain did he help him eliminate the influence of the environment. But we had agreed before that I would give her the coin as long as she went with me. Su Chun had no intention of breaching the contract. Luo Xiaoyu looked at the coin in her hand, pursed her lips, and didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, she initiates a transaction request. Su Chun took a look. She traded 56 million gold coins to herself for one copper coin. This is not the $1 flash sale at work. But Luo Xiaoyu originally set it up this way. You don't have to think too much. It's just a little bit sad. Why did you accept it? Luo Xiaoyu looked confused. Su Chun rolled his eyes at her. You gave it to me yourself. Why shouldn't I accept it? Why do you regret it? But I. Luo Xiaoyu hesitated, and her face turned red. After a long time, she let out a breath, stared at Su Chun with resentment, and asked, What are your plans after this? Intend? Su Chun glanced at the level. Despite killing a lot of people in the secret realm of Wanfin Mountain, killed many skeleton warriors and skeleton mages, there is also a gold-level leader lich, even a god, but his level is only level 13. It can be guessed that the difficulty of upgrading will become more and more difficult. He thought about it and said, definitely find a copy and continue upgrading. The college entrance examination will be held in a dozen days, so I have to work harder. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. So what school do you want to apply to? Su Chen said without hesitation. Of course it's Daxia Academy. What's the matter? Nothing. Luo Xiaoyu's face turned pale, and he lowered his head hurriedly. She muttered quietly. The Daxia Academy is very difficult. It only accepts students whose grades rank within the top 30 in the region. Although she is a legendary profession, her ability is more supportive. It's a bit uncertain if we aim at Daxia Academy. At this time, a large, broad hand was placed on top of her head. What are you thinking about? You don't want to get into the same school as me, do you? Haha. Then you have to work harder. With your current strength, it will be difficult to do it. Su Chen laughed unabashedly. You. Luo Xiaoyu slapped his hand away and looked up stubbornly. Who says I can't do it? I can do it. I'll be waiting for you at Daxia Academy in a month. Don't break your promise then. Finished. She turned around decisively and ran quickly towards the direction of the city's teleportation array. Su Chen looked at her back until she disappeared at the end of the road. Combined with her family background, Su Chen wanted to encourage this temporary teammate. But considering her awkward personality, this is the only way to inspire her fighting spirit. Come on, I'll be waiting for you at Daxia Academy. Su Chen murmured, then went home. After a sleepless night, he needs a good rest now. Inside the Mage Guild, Yi Qian propped her chin up with her hand, staring blankly in boredom. This period of time is the most leisurely time for the Mage Guild. Those who awakened last year have all completed their breakthrough missions. This year's awakeners, except for a few geniuses, most professionals are still struggling in the dungeon. So their daily work is to sit and stare blankly. Sudden. Yi Qian thought of the guy who received the breakthrough mission the day before yesterday. He should have tried it, but I don't know how it would turn out. A special mission? You really dare to accept it? Yi Qian smiled evilly and started operating the system. The internal system of the Mage Guild can detect the task completion status of other professionals. She wants to see, did the person fail, or did he not try at all? Apart from these two possibilities, there is no third one. When she opened the system log and searched it, soon, Yi Qian's expression froze on her face, and her pupils gradually dilated. It's done. Someone has completed a special mission. She couldn't control her emotions and stood up and shouted. These words attracted the attention of dozens of people in the guild. Someone subconsciously asked, who can complete the special mission? Only then did Yi Qian quickly look at the name. Su Chen. Su Chen? On the awakening day, at number 1 middle school, Su Chen fought against 300 people alone. Su Chen? Su Chen, who broke the hell difficulty record dozens of times in the Howling Wind Valley. Su Chen? It was Su Chen who stole the heart of Xiaolingyun, the school beauty of number 1 middle school, and made President Xia of the Crazy Dragon Guild burst into tears in public. Everyone was talking about it, and soon the news from the Mage Guild spread. Not long, Yunhuiqing TV station released a news. Shock. Su Chen, the awakener of this year in Yunhua City number 1 middle school, actually did this kind of thing in the Mage Guild, causing the staff to scream. Chapter 28 The Gifted One Sisters. Su Chen slept until 3 in the afternoon before getting up. My empty stomach is growling. He simply washed up and went downstairs to the restaurant. There were not many customers in the long noodle shop. Only the proprietress was standing with her back to the door, bending over and wiping the table. Xiao Wan, a guest is coming. After entering the store, Su Chen shouted. The proprietress wore a beige long dress that highlighted her round and plump curves. Her long, smooth hair was tied up with a golden hairpin, revealing her fair and slender swan neck. Although she is in her 30s, her skin is as delicate as that of an 18-year-old girl, full of collagen. It can be said that she is still charming even though she is middle-aged. Su Chen sat down and looked at her with admiration. When Wan turned around, he quickly looked away. You have to call me Aunt Wan. When Wan walked up to him and tried to pinch his face with her slender, green fingers, Su Chen giggled and dodged. Don't bother, Sister Wan. I'm really hungry. When Wan rolled her eyes at him and turned into the kitchen, Su Chen took out his cell phone and looked for information about copies around Yunhua City. Instance, Ghost Forest, restriction level, difficulty, 3 stars. Instance, Giant insect planes, restriction level, difficulty, 2 stars. Copy. Soon, the noodles came. Su-chan slurped his noodles and frowned slightly. The difficulty of these level 10 to 20 dungeons is too low. The lower the difficulty, the less experience the monsters give. I have to go to these dungeons to gain experience. I don't know how long it will take to reach level 20. Su-chan said in his heart. With more than 10 days left before the college entrance examination, he set a small goal for himself, to reach level 21st. But now it seems quite difficult. There is a copy near Yunhua City with a difficulty rating of 5 stars. But the level was restricted, so he couldn't get in. Think of this. Su-chan couldn't help but sigh. Hey, isn't this Xiaoqinzi? Why are you sighing here? A teasing voice came from the side. Su-chan turned his head and looked. A person who looked like a replica of One-Yuan walked in from outside the door. But the girl is less mature and more immature and youthful. Sister Wenxin, why are you back? Su-chan shouted in surprise. Wen-Xian is a gentle sister. She is 1 year older than Su-chan. The two sisters lived next door to him. So the relationship between the three of them is very familiar. This is different from the way Su-chan raises children in this society. They had parents at first but later lost them. In order to take care of her younger sister Wen-Xian, Wen-Wan gave up the opportunity to become a professional. Wen-Xian is also quite competitive. Not only awakened the legendary profession. Last year, he was admitted to Shuemu Academy, which is as famous as Daxia Academy. Of course it's a holiday. Can't I come back during the holiday? Wen-Xian sat opposite Su-chan, looking him up and down. He exclaimed in amazement. I haven't seen you for a year. How come you seem to have grown bigger again? Su-chan grinned and said, why else? It's just hard work and sweat. Wen-Xian rolled her eyes. Come on, you're the only one who's working hard and sweating. Anyone who can lie down for 23 hours a day is not worthy of mentioning effort and sweat. Su-chan's eyes widened. You only lie down 23 hours a day. Wen-Xian is not to be outdone. You are. Bounce. Counter rebound. The two of them were arguing loudly. Not long. Wen-Wan came out with a glass of water. After handing the water to Su-chan, he knocked on Wen-Xian's head again. You two, you're so old now, but you're still making a fuss like before. Sister, it was Xiaoqinzi who bullied me first. Wen-Xian complained. Su-chan looked aggrieved, as if he was being bullied, but he didn't say anything. This little expression made the two sisters laugh so hard that they were shaking with laughter. After a while, Wen-Xian stopped making a fuss. She put her hand on Su-chan's shoulder and leaned against him. Stop making trouble. My sister is back for vacation this time and will only stay for a few days. Tell your sister quickly who bullied you. I will stand up for you. You didn't hit your head again and turn back into your old self, did you? Wen-Xian was a little nervous when she said the second sentence. 2.5 years ago, Su-chan was a taciturn person. Although the two sisters interacted a lot, they were not close. It was after that hit on the head that Su-chan suddenly became cheerful. His ambition and sweet words made the relationship between them close. Su-chan blocked her palm that was intended to attack his abdominal muscles and chuckled. Nothing. I just feel like the monsters in the dungeon give a bit low experience. Oh, I almost forgot. My sister told me that you have become a professional too. Wen-Xian's eyes lit up, and she leaned closer and asked, what's your profession? Summoner. Su-chan responded. Summoner? This profession is a bit. Wen-Xian had a strange look on her face, and there was a hint of pity in her eyes. She patted Su-chan's shoulder and sighed. It's okay. Isn't it just that the level is a little low in the early stage? Summoner is a profession that will develop in the later stages. Don't panic. When you are admitted to Dragon City Academy, we will level up together, which will definitely speed up your progress. By the way, what level are you now? I just happen to be home and have nothing to do, so I'll take you to kill monsters for 2 days. She stole a glance at her sister. This time when I went home, I promised to accompany my sister. Now that she suddenly changed her mind, she was worried that her sister would be angry. Unexpectedly, her sister gave her an appreciative look and nodded slightly, and Wen-Xian immediately felt relieved. At this time, Su-chan's voice came into his ears. Level 13. Oh, level 13, not bad. Wen-Xian poured water into her mouth and was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Immediately, he spat out all the water in his mouth. She looked at Su-chan in amazement. What did you say? You're level 13? Su-chan nodded blankly, not knowing why she reacted so strongly. How could there not be a warm reaction? It's only been 5 days since Awakening Day. Most professionals should still be struggling in low-level dungeons. even if it is the day of the college entrance examination 1 month later. Professionals who can complete the second-level breakthrough task are rare and are destined to enter higher education institutions. Level 13. They are all good enough to compete for a place in Daxia Academy. Even though she entered a higher education institution a year earlier than Su Chun, had a legendary career, and was highly valued by her instructors, she is only level 25 now. When Xian looked at Su Chun as if he were a monster and asked, "Is your profession really a summoner?" Su Chun was speechless. "Why would I lie to you?" When Xian took his arm and walked out. "I don't believe that a summoner like you can level up so quickly. Follow me." "Sis, you don't have to cook dinner for both of us." When Wan supported her smooth chin, looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 29. The Third Level Hell Level Fallen Castle. Chapter 29. The Third Level Hell Level Fallen Castle. The giant insect plains dungeon is located in the southwest of Yunhua City. After leaving the noodle shop, Su and Wen ran quickly. It took half an hour. Come to the human gathering place where the light gate of the giant insect plains dungeon is located. The dungeon's restricted level is calculated based on the team's average level. That is to say, as long as the average level of you and me does not exceed this range. I can go into the dungeon with you. When entering the gathering place, when Xian answered the questions raised by Su Chun. She didn't expect Su Chun didn't even understand this. Could it be that he had reached all the previous levels by himself? No help from other high-level professionals? When Xian didn't quite believe it. Even though she has a legendary profession, she still needs the guidance of her seniors in the dungeon at the beginning. Otherwise, you won't be able to defeat even the weakest dungeon monsters, and you'll have to go out into the wild and look for a goblin camp. Not only is that inefficient, but you won't gain much experience either. But she didn't know. Not only did Su Chun have no one to lead him, he also led others to fight. After Su Chun thought about it carefully, his eyes lit up. That is, if the average level of our team reaches. We can now challenge the third-level dungeon. When Xian's mouth twitched as she stared at him. Would you like to listen to what you were saying? You haven't even completed the second-level dungeon yet, and you're already thinking about the third level? And even if I could fight, I wouldn't take you to fight. It takes a lot of effort for me to clear a level 3 dungeon on the easy difficulty level by myself. With you, we will be even more defeated. Su Chun laughed and said with his hands behind his back, "Xiao Xian, you underestimate my ability. Watch your jaw for a moment, or you'll be shocked." When Xian suddenly hooked her arms around his neck. "You guy, you're really out of breath after I say a few words to you. If I don't teach you a lesson, I think you're going to die." At this time, suddenly a voice came from not far away. "Warm? It's really you." When Xian looked up and saw two beauties with similar looks but different temperaments, one cold and one warm, walking towards her. Nearby, Su Chun then saw clearly that one of them was Xiaolingyun. "Why are you here?" he asked in surprise. Xiaolingyun glanced at him and went Xian and said with dissatisfaction, "Why can't I be here?" Su Chun scratched his head awkwardly. At this time, when Xian also said in a strange tone, "Xiao Chun, who is she?" This must be classmate Su Chun. Before Su Chun could speak, the beautiful woman who came with Xiaolingyun spoke first. "I see that she is also a beautiful woman with an open mind, although not as open-minded as the One Sisters." But seeing her extending her arm, Su Chun quickly shook it and said, "I'm Su Chun, hello." The beauty chuckled and introduced herself. "I'm Lingyun's cousin, Xia Yun. She is also the same senior schoolmate of the warm-hearted junior sister next to you." Su Chun turned his head and looked at Wen Xian, who was glaring at Xiaolingyun, and scratched his head in embarrassment. "Oh, it's a small world, huh?" Xia Yun smiled and said, "By the way, you guys are here to play the dungeon, right? How about we form a team? It just so happens that we are short of people to balance the levels." Hearing this, Xiaolingyun didn't bother to glare at Wen Xian and nodded quickly. Okay. She would love to be able to go into the dungeon with Su Chun. But when Xian pulled Su Chun and said unhappily, "What's good about that? Senior, you're already level 32. With two of us joining, our average level is over 20. How are we going to beat them?" Xia Yun was stunned, and she looked at Su Chun curiously. "Student Su Chun, you are now 13. Su Chun said quickly. The gentle smile Xia Yun had been maintaining was instantly shattered. Staring blankly at Su Chun. After a while, she glanced at Xiaolingyun beside her and sighed. "I'm really getting old. Each generation is more perverted than the last. I thought that if Xiaolingyun could reach level 11 in 5 days, she would be a natural genius. I didn't expect there would be something even more perverted. But only in this way can I be worthy of Xiao Lingyun's love, hee. She chuckled twice teasingly. Xiao Lingyun's coldness instantly dissipated. She stamped her feet and said dissatisfiedly, Sister Yun, why? You dare to do it, but you dare not let others say it? The two sisters chased each other and started fighting. When Xian gritted her teeth and moved closer to Su Chun. Look at what you've done. How did you hook up with that girl? Tell the truth. Su Chun scratched his head and sighed. I can't help it. Sometimes being too handsome is a sin. The warmth makes my teeth itchy. But looking at his impeccable face, I can't say anything about him. After all, Su Chun was just stating a fact. Judging from her equipment, Xia Yun's occupation should be a warrior. She captured Xiao Lingyun easily and said to the two of them with a smile, Since the level is not appropriate, we will not bother you anymore. It's getting late, and we still need to find someone to balance the levels, so let's go first. The words have not been finished. Su Chun interrupted and asked, Why is it inappropriate? What? The three women were all stunned, not understanding what he meant. Su Chun calculated. Sister Xian is 25, Sister Yun is 32, Ling Yun is 11, and I am 13. The average level is over 20. Isn't this just enough to enter the third level dungeon? Xiao Lingyun calculated, and her eyes lit up. It's true. It fits perfectly. It's not suitable. When Xian grabbed Su Chun and said dissatisfiedly, I've already told you that even for us third-level professionals, third-level dungeons are not easy to deal with. Bringing you two with you, even with senior sister Xia, a level 4 professional, joining us, it will still be difficult. Why don't you understand? Xia Yun remained silent, lowering her brows as if thinking about something. Su Chun persuaded. Sister Xian, please trust me once. My strength is definitely beyond your imagination. You and Sister Yun don't need to help. I can lead the three of you through the third-level dungeon of hell difficulty by myself. Give me a chance to prove myself. When Xian rolled her eyes at him, you're getting more and more exaggerated. I think you're at the hell level. Xiao Xian, why don't you give classmate Su Chun a chance? Xia Yun suddenly interrupted. She stared at Su Chun, looked him up and down, and giggled. You may not know that classmate Su Chun is now a celebrity in Yunhua City. I'm actually quite curious about his abilities, so I'll just listen to him. When Xian was stunned, Senior sister, why are you fooling around with him? You know how difficult the third-level dungeon is. That's settled. Su Chun quickly invited Xiao Lingyun and Xia Yun to form a team. After they agreed, the three of them changed their route and headed towards the gathering place of the third-level copy. Seeing this, when Xian could only follow quickly even if she disagreed. There is a third-level copy near the giant insect plains. Not long. The four of them came to the light gate of the copy and walked into it. The difficulty is chosen by team leader Su Chun. He didn't hesitate and directly chose the hell level. Ding. Entering the third-level hell difficulty dungeon. Fallen Castle, please be prepared. Hear this prompt tone. Xia Yun, and when Xian's faces instantly turned panicky. Chapter 30. It all depends on talent and hard work. The setting sun was as red as blood, shining obliquely on the wide arch bridge. The arch bridge has been in disrepair for many years and looks a little dilapidated. But from the intact areas of the district, one can still vaguely see the glorious scene of the past. The same is true for the arch bridge and the towering ancient castle at the other end of the arch bridge. The four people who entered the copy stood in a small open space in front of the arch bridge. There are no monsters around. When Xian looked at the copy information in front of her, instance name, Fallen Castle, instance difficulty, hell level, restriction level, limited number of people, 4, clearance requirements, defeat the fallen king, Krim. After reading it over and over again, when Sheen turned off the copy information, then he grabbed Su Chun and shook him hard. Su Chun, what on earth are you doing? The sharp bang startled the crows resting on the branches. Even Xia Yun, who supported Su Chun's choice of the third-level copy, remained silent. She thought Su Chun would at most choose a simple difficulty and give it a try. Simple mode. With her, and when Xian's abilities, they can still try to pass the level. But the difficulty right now is hell. The team of 4 is still full and has a certain increase in power against monsters. There's no hope. Even if 4 level 4 players form a team, the chances of clearing the level are low. Xia Yun sighed. Although exiting the dungeon will cause you to be weak for half a day, it's better than dying in the dungeon. Let's go, Xiao Lingyun. Xiao Lingyun shook her head and walked to Su Chun and said, No, I choose to believe Su Chun. You. Xia Yun didn't expect that Xialing Yun, who was always calm, would also be obsessed with love. Is this the level of hell they can handle? Never mind. After being beaten by the monster, he will be obedient. She thought so and said nothing. I made up my mind that I would explain this to my uncle when I got back. Even if he was a bad guy and Xialing Yun hated him, he must break up this pair of lovebirds. Otherwise, with Su Chen's temper, he would take her life sooner or later. When Xian, on the other hand, was also forcing Su Chun to quit the copy. She was just about to capture Su Chun, but Su Chun dodged it with a teleport. Sister Xian, please take a look at my strength before you speak. Su Chun said to her. Okay, I want to see what you are capable of. When Xian was so angry that her face turned red and she shouted with her hands on her hips, after Su Chun saw that she had calmed down, he quickly activated 2 summoning skills. Next, Xia Yun, and when Xian saw a scene that they had never imagined even in their dreams. Summoning arrays were set up on the ground one after another, seemingly without the need for magic power. Tall and burly figures kept walking out from it. Goblin, skeleton. There are only these 2 races. But they seem a little different from these 2 races. Xia Yun and when Xian looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They turned around quickly, cast detection spells on the goblins and skeleton warriors in front of you, whose number has almost exceeded 100. Their detection skills are not advanced, and they can only see the blood volume. But only blood. The 2 top students from Shuemu Academy fell silent instantly. Suddenly, they didn't know what to say. It seemed that I suddenly understood why Su Chun and Xialing Yun were so confident. It turns out that he was not just excited, but was confident. How about it, Sister Xian? Speak up. Su Chun said calmly. When Xian opened her mouth, hesitated for a long time, and then asked, how could your summon be so perverted? Su Chen sighed, like a big shot who had been on the battlefield for a long time and had been famous for a long time. Everything I have now is obtained through my talent and hard work. It's so difficult here that it's hard to tell outsiders. Nima, when Xian's face darkened, and she walked up to him and slapped him on the back of the head. It's only been 5 days since I awakened. What kind of hardship can you possibly go through? Let's talk later. No matter how powerful your summons are, they are only at the level of rank 2 monsters. How can they deal with rank 3 monsters? Su Chen didn't explain much. No matter how weak a second-level leader is, he is still a leader. No matter how powerful a third-level ordinary monster is, it is still just an ordinary monster. As for the third-level leader, if you can't defeat one of them, how can you defeat a group of them? After summoning 99 goblins and skeleton warriors, Su Chun waved his hand and let the skeleton warriors lead the way. He walked behind the goblin phalanx. Seeing this, the 3 girls hurriedly followed. When several people stepped onto the arch bridge, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of several arrows breaking through the air came from the front. When Xian, a knight, and the warrior Xia Yun immediately stood in front of Su and Xia. When Xian also activated the group defense skill, covering the 4 of them with a layer of light shield. However, the situation was not as dangerous as they had imagined. Several skeleton warriors took the initiative to block in front of them. The skeleton warriors all activated their skill, Bone Armor. The jet black armor on their bodies suddenly became more shiny. Then I heard a few bangs. All the arrows were deflected by the skeleton warrior's armor. However, there were still large and dense arrows shot towards this side afterwards. The skeleton warriors took turns to step forward to resist. Although there were some injuries, no one was killed. While the skeleton warriors are blocking the arrows, Su Chun released the blood-flying eye and came to the middle of the arch bridge. Behind several wooden shelters, there were dozens of monsters wearing soldiers' protective gear and holding bows and crossbows. Monster, fallen soldier, grade, ordinary, level, 25, HP, 2000, magic, 800, strength, 800, speed, 800, physique, 1200, spirit, 600, skill, rapid shot. After reading it, Su Chen chuckled disdainfully. He overestimated the strength of the monsters in the 3rd-level dungeon, even if it receives a bonus on difficulty and the number of players involved. The properties are also very general. The skeleton warriors summoned by the level half. HP, 7000, mag, 4000, STR, 1100, speed, 1100, pH, 1500, SP, 400. Such a panel. This does not include the triple bonus brought by Skull Crown and Rage. Any one of them is enough to take the monsters in this fallen castle half a day to chop. Thinking of this, Su Chun no longer hesitated. Order 18 skeleton warriors to block arrows for them. All other summons attack. Then, before the skeleton warrior squadron could rush to the front, the goblin high priest has taken the first step. They have 4 abilities. Sky Thunder is a single-target high magic damage skill. Ground Fissure is a small-scale stable control skill. Hurricane is a large-scale disruptive skill. And Fiery Fire is a large-scale output skill. The moment Su Chun gave the order, 99 goblin high priests raised the tree root staffs in their hands at the same time. Horrifying elemental energy fluctuations spread from them. The elemental energy is so dense that it creates ripples visible to the naked eye. Next second, 99 fireballs with a diameter of 2 meters hit the place where the dozen or so fallen soldiers were. Boom, boom, boom. Most of the fireballs missed anyone. But after landing, the fireball exploded and turned into a huge sea of fire, enveloping the dozen or so fallen soldiers. Although their spiritual attribute is only 600, they are affected by rage, and the damage is superimposed on the 99 of them. The 4 of them saw that a large amount of damage was happening quickly. In less than a second, the first wave of monsters that blocked the 4 people were all killed. Ding! You killed a common monster, fallen soldier, and gained experience. Ding! You killed. If it weren't for the constant reminder sound in my ears, the 3 women, including Xiaolingyun, would never believe that killing monsters was such a simple and easy thing. They didn't even see where the monster was. Especially Xiaolingyun. The other 2 were just shocked by the damage done by Su Chen's summons. But Xiaolingyun could clearly feel Su Chen's growing strength, although he was able to summon large monsters before. But compared to now, the fighting power of those goblins was ridiculously weak. It's also strange to face, and it takes multiple rounds of attacks to clear it out. Now only use one skill. It's only been a few days since I last saw him, and he's already so strong. Xiaolingyun stared at Su Chun with a gleam in her eyes. Keep going. Just as the 3 women were stunned, Su Chun put his hands behind his back, his expression calm, and spoke confidently and frivolously. The wind and waves from the fireball explosion blew up his robe and black hair. He walked under the protection of the skeleton warriors, and his back was so precious and unattainable. Chapter 31 Instantly defeat the 3rd-level bronze-level leader. The skeleton warriors did not stop just because the monsters were cleared out. They rushed forward, through the sea of fire. Soon we encountered the 2nd wave of monsters. The 2nd wave of monsters are also fallen soldiers. But the number is twice as much as the previous wave. And the weapons in their hands are not bows and crossbows. Instead, they were long spears with cold rays of light. Su Chen remotely monitored the battle situation through the blood-flying eyes. Seeing this situation, without waiting for the goblin high priests to recover their skill cooldowns, order the skeleton warriors to attack directly. The moment the order was given, dozens of skeletons used skills at the same time. Leap slash, leap slash, leap slash. Dozens of tall black shadows fell from the sky. The long knife in his hand chopped heavily on the fallen soldier that was locked on. Some fighters haven't even landed yet. The target was immediately killed by his companion's Ghost Shadow Instant Slash. After landing, I could only stand there in a daze. But they still didn't stop. The 3rd wave, the 4th wave. Xia Yun and when Xian looked confused. They still remember. They were here to help Su Chen Xiaolingyun kill monsters. Result. Up to now, several waves of monsters have died. But there was no trace of the monster. There are only reminder sounds in my ears and fallen objects all over the ground. These can prove that they are currently in the copy. No, how did you become so fierce? Are you really just an ordinary summoner? When Xian put her arm around Su Chen's shoulders and said in confusion, Su Chen smiled proudly. Did I ever say I was an ordinary summoner? Xiao Xian, don't doubt me anymore. Remember, if you follow Brother Chen, you will have meat to eat. When Xian saw his smug face, I felt unhappy instantly. She is now. I am afraid that Su Chun will have a hard life, and I am also afraid that Su Chun will drive a Land Rover. I didn't expect that Su Chun, who awakened a year later than me, actually had strength greater than mine. When Xian said sourly, don't be complacent. Be careful not to capsize. It's fun to kill ordinary monsters now, but later you will have to face elites or even bosses. I don't know if I can hold on. Su Chen sighed and shook his head. You are still being stubborn. When Xian was immediately furious, her face flushed and she wanted to curse. Sudden, there was a sly flash in her eyes, and she leaned over to whisper in Su Chen's ear. How about we make a bet? If you can take out the leader as easily as you are doing now, I will give you a reward. If not, you have to call me Sister Xian from now on, and you can't call me Xiao Xian anymore. How? Su Chun raised his eyebrows and said, Bet me, are you sure? Haven't you heard of my reputation as the great Xia gambling god, Su Chun, who always wins every time I gamble? When Xian patted his chest. Don't be a joke, let's gamble or not. Su Chun chuckled. How can I refuse a reward that's delivered to my door? Can you tell me what the reward is first? When Xian raised her eyebrows and said when she saw Xiaolingyun approaching with a hostile look in her eyes, You win first, then we'll talk. Xiaolingyun walked over and met Su Chen's eyes. She immediately felt aggrieved. What did she say to you? Why are you smiling so happily? Laughing happily? Are you? Su Chun touched the corner of his mouth. It does seem to be a bit high. Xiaolingyun said nothing and just looked at him quietly. Su Chun laughed and patted her head twice. Cleaning up the dungeon, smiling a little, livening up the atmosphere. No problem. Let's go. It seems we have met the leader ahead. After talking, he strode forward. Xiaolingyun wanted to chase after him and find out what was going on, but was caught by a hand. Sister Yun. Xiaolingyun hid in Xia Yun's arms, feeling aggrieved, her eyes moist. Xia Yun sighed. Xiaolingyun, don't you understand yet? He is the man you cannot control. Xiaolingyun's eyes were slightly red. I just can't accept it. I was clearly here first. Forehead, Xia Yun said awkwardly. As far as I know, when Xian and he have known each other since childhood. Ah, Xiaolingyun exclaimed, her face visibly frozen. Not long. Su Chen and his group came to the end of the arch bridge. A tightly closed door stood in front of the four people. On the small platform connecting the entrance to the arch bridge, there sat a tall human-shaped figure. The humanoid figure was wearing heavy silver-gray armor and had a long-handled double-sided axe in his hand. Just sitting there, the aura it exudes is unsettling. Monster, fallen warrior, rank, bronze leader, grade, HP, 300,000, magic power, 15,000, strength, 2,500, physique, 3,000, agility, 1,000, spirit, 1,500, skills, sweeping the enemy, war cry. After exploring its properties, when Xian wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, she nudged Su Chen next to her with her elbow. See, this is the third rank leader, and he's at the bronze level. Are you still crazy? She doesn't know. Su Chen had already investigated the information of this leader. It's comparable to the wild bear I encountered in the wild last night. That's all. Su Chen said disdainfully. Haha, you're still being stubborn. When Xian thought he was trying to save face and ruthlessly exposed his mistake. If you can't do it, just admit defeat. It's not too much to retreat in the face of a third-turn bronze-level leader. Su Chen ignored her sarcasm. Order your summons to attack with all their might. Instant. A large dark cloud gathered above the head of the fallen warrior. Lightning flashes. The next second, heavy thunder struck from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Lightning struck the metal armor, creating large amounts of dazzling sparks. At the same time, a high amount of magic damage also appeared above the head of the fallen warrior. Have had several experiences. Su Chen is more adept at controlling the goblin high priests to use the same skill. At the moment when the warm and sarcastic words fell, ding, you participated in killing a bronze boss fallen warrior and gained 290,000 experience points. The third-level bronze-level leader was killed instantly. The warm smile froze. At this time, Su Chen suddenly turned around, moved closer to her, and looked at her carefully. When Xian was stunned for a moment and asked, What are you doing? Su Chen said with a wicked smile, Xiao Xian, I want to see if your face hurts after being slapped so many times. But what are you thinking about, and why are your cheeks so red and hot? After saying this, he walked forward with a big laugh. Asshole. When Xian stayed there for a long time, then rushed forward quickly. The two of them started playing and laughing. The two women behind him watched this scene. The corner of Xia Yun's mouth twitched. Are they brushing the copy? I think so. But why does the atmosphere feel so wrong? Etc. There is murderous intent. Xia Yun suddenly became alert and turned back. Then he saw Xiaoling Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and there was a menacing aura behind her. And here, Su Chun has arrived in front of the ball of light dropped by the fallen warrior. Reach out and touch it. Item. Battle cry. Skill book. Learning requirements. Knight. Warrior profession. Spirit attribute greater than 200. Introduction. A third-level skill book. After using it on a target, it will reduce the target's agility by 50 and trigger a fear state with a chance of 10, which lasts for 5 seconds. After taking a look at the message, Su-chan threw it to One-Yuan. What? One-Yuan asked doubtfully. It's for you to use, don't you want it? Su-chan said casually. One-Yuan was stunned. The market value of a third-level skill book is at least 5 million gold coins, and you just gave it to her like that? When did Su-chan become so generous? Is this still the guy who used to fight with her for a piece of meat? She looked at Su-chan and said, Oh, you've grown up. I'll take it. Su-chan ignored her and continued to draw prizes. 1 quality breastplate, 1 quality bracer, and that's it. He just got up. A figure rushed over from behind. It's Xiaolingyun. She bit her lip and whispered, I want a skill book too. Su-chan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Okay, if you can get it, I'll give it to you. Xiaolingyun nodded. Does she need this skill book? No. All she wants is an attitude. Now, she is very satisfied with Su-chan's attitude. Chapter 32. The Fallen Dragon Hunter blocking the door. The heavy iron door slowly opened inwards under the push of the skeleton warrior. However, after opening a gap wide enough for one person to pass through, no matter how hard the skeleton warriors tried, the door could no longer be pushed open. Blood flying eye flew into the door first. Behind the door is a long staircase winding upwards. At the end is a magnificent platinum palace. On both sides of the stairs, there are tall stone pillars hundreds of meters above the ground. There is a small platform on top of the stone pillar, with 1 or 2 monsters standing on it. They wore heavy armor and carried longbows. Hearing the noise at the door, they all tightened the bowstrings in their hands. A skeleton warrior squeezed through the crack in the door. Call out. Only a sound of breaking air was heard. The sharp arrow pierced the skull of the skeleton warrior and then nailed into the iron gate behind. Su-chan, who saw all this, was slightly surprised. Good fellow. 1 arrow kills thousands. Whose army is this? 1 arrow killed a skeleton warrior instantly. It was the first time that Su-chan saw an ordinary monster causing such strong damage. And there's more than just this one. The stairs go all the way up, and there are more than 100 stone pillars. There are 1 or 2 such archers on each stone pillar. I just don't know if they will launch a salvo. Su-chan ordered the other skeletons to stop moving forward. Then use Eye of True Vision on those monsters. Monster. Fallen Dragon Hunter. Grade. Elite. HP. 3000. Magic Power. 2000. Strength. 2400. Constitution. 1000. Agility. 2000. Spirit. 1500. Skills. Critical hit. Charged heavy shot. Critical hit. Increases the arrow's strength by 200. Increases its chance of causing a critical hit and doubles its damage. Charge and reshoot. Charge the arrows to increase their damage and range. The increase depends on the charging time, up to 3 times. Su-chan was secretly shocked. This monster is so strong. The strength and agility are similar to those of ordinary bronze-level bosses. Plus, the iron door can only be opened a tiny bit. 5 fallen dragon hunters are enough to kill the enemies that squeeze in from the gaps one after another. They were standing on a high platform of stone pillars, commanding the view from above, and ordinary means of attack could not touch them. What to do now? The only way is to let the goblin high priest lock their position and use thunder to clear the monsters. Only. Sky thunder requires vision lock. The gap in the door is so small that it is impossible for all the goblin high priests to lock it. How long will it take to clean them one by one? Su-chan frowned slightly in thought. When the 3 girls saw his expression, they knew he was in trouble and asked him quickly. Su-chan also told them about the situation inside the door. After listening, Xiaolingyun also started thinking of a solution. But Xiaoyun and One-Yuan smiled slightly. Xiaoyun said, Student Su-chan, you haven't completed many dungeons yet, so it's reasonable for you not to know this. When you pass more copies, you will know a wise saying. Su-chan looked at her and asked curiously, What famous quote? Xiaoyun said, If it is within 7 steps, there must be an antidote. The original meaning is that after being bitten by a poisonous snake, you may find an antidote within 7 steps of the bite. And this also applies to exploring dungeons. There are so many copies in this world, it's easy for us to enter a copy with insufficient information. When you encounter a road that you can't pass directly, why not change your mindset and look around? Maybe there are other ways? Su Chen frowned. He looked around, and there seemed to be no other way to go. More than 10 minutes later. Found it! When Xian shouted, attracting the attention of the other three people. Su Chen walked over quickly. When Xian pointed towards the bottom of the arch bridge. Everyone has good eyesight. It was soon discovered that the place she was pointing to was a drainage outlet. The drainage outlet is located on the left side of the arch bridge and has a diameter of 2.5 meters. Even someone as tall as Su Chen can pass through easily, and along the position of the warm fingers. The other three people gradually saw a road that could barely lead to the drainage outlet safely. When Xian came up to Su Chen and said complacently, "Well, sister, this year of studying in the academy has not been in vain. You're awesome." Su Chen praised. He speaks from the heart. If it weren't for Xia Yunhe's warm reminder, he might have to fight to the death with that group of fallen dragon hunters today. Winning is possible, but I don't know how much time will be wasted. Maybe I'll spend the whole day here. Add the copy cooldown time. I don't know how much experience I will lose. The four of them followed the narrow road, went down the arch bridge, and climbed into the drain. No weird odors, not even water in the drain. But the further you go in, the darker it becomes. Su Chen used the blood-flying eye to explore inward. And he also has the eye of true seeing. No lighting is needed. But the other three girls were not so adaptable, especially Xiaolingyun. Compared with when Xian and Xia Yun, who had experienced training in this academy, her expression was the ugliest. But he also followed Su Chen closely. The four of them walked in quietly. Suddenly, a lit oil lamp was handed to Xiaolingyun warmly. "I just found it in my belongings backpack. If you're scared, just take it." When Xian said expressionlessly, Xiaolingyun still wanted to be stubborn. Su Chen said, "Take it. This drain pipe is a bit long." His blood-flying eyes has a detection range of 1,500 meters. But the end of the pipeline has not been explored yet. They still have some way to go. After hearing Su Chen's words, Xiaolingyun reluctantly took the oil lamp. With the light of the oil lamp, she felt much less panicked. The four of them were silent. It took about half an hour to walk. Soon, they came to the end of the drain pipe. Above the end, a beam of light fell from overhead. Steel bars with bent ends were nailed to the wall, forming a ladder leading upwards. Su Chen released the blood-flying eye and flew out from the manhole cover above his head. Outside is a bathing pool with a manhole cover in the pool. There are no monsters. However, Su Chen was not completely relieved. The ladder goes up to a height of several hundred meters. It would be bad if the steel bars were loose and they fell and got injured. He sent a skeleton warrior climbing up, until the skeleton warrior pushed open the manhole cover and walked outside. Then he took the three girls out. "It's finally out!" Xia Yun stretched her body and exclaimed. "There is plenty of space in the drain pipe, but if you walk in that environment for too long, you're bound to feel depressed." At this moment, I suddenly felt enlightened and relaxed both physically and mentally. She glanced and saw Xiaolingyun walking towards Xian. "Give it back to you," Xiaolingyun said coldly and took the oil lamp in her hand. Xian didn't care and threw the oil lamp into her backpack. Then another deliberately lowered voice was heard. "Thanks." Xian was stunned. When you look up, Xiaolingyun has returned to Xia Yun. Su Chen came to a high window. He released the blood-flying pupil. After the blood-flying eye circled around the outside, Su Chen said happily, "We're already inside the castle. Go toward that door, and you'll probably find the final leader." Chapter 33: The Coward. When Xian runs away again, the blood eyes simply circled around the castle. Su Chen then had a simple understanding of the main body of the castle. The castle is divided into 3 areas in horizontal space: left, center, and right. The winding stairs leading to the big iron door, leading directly to the main gate of the middle area. The leader is probably just inside the door. The 4 of them are currently located underground in the castle area on the left. Just go right, then up, and you'll be able to get to where the boss is. Su Chen thought so. Take the 3 girls out of the bathroom. Outside the bathroom is a long corridor. Through blood-flying eyes, Su Chen saw an elevator at the end, controlled by lever. However, there seemed to be no monsters on this corridor. But on both sides of the corridor, there are many room doors that are half open. There are some monsters hiding behind the door. It's obvious. As long as someone walks through the door, they will quickly rush out of the door and attack. Very insidious. Su Chen's blood-flying eyes could see it clearly. Naturally, we won't give them the chance to launch a sneak attack. He waved his blood pupil, summoned 100 skeleton warriors again. The previous batch was left outside the drain because it was inconvenient to carry. The skeleton warriors were divided into two groups, and one group moved forward first. Wait until they pass by doors where monsters are hiding. The monster in the door rushed out directly, before the weapons in their hands could touch the skeleton warriors in front of them. A group of soldiers in the rear have already activated their skills. Leap slash. Heavy cut. Leap slash. Ghost shadow instant slash. In an instant, the knife flashed and blood splattered. Those monsters in hiding are just ordinary fallen soldiers. Soon, the corridor was cleared, and skeleton soldiers guarded both sides, waiting for the four people to pass. When a group of people walked by, the three women looked closely at these tall and fully armed warriors. When Xian said enviously, "Are all summoners that powerful? It's so convenient to have summoned creatures. Without them, we would have wasted a lot of time cleaning up these hiding monsters one by one. Maybe we'll be attacked by surprise." This moment, when Xian felt that her legendary knight profession was no longer useful, Suchin smiled and didn't explain. Where is the summoner strong? If he doesn't have 2-level talents, 1 talent, and the $1 instant kill plugin, maybe he is still with the goblins in the wild, looking for monsters to kill, wondering when he can go to the dungeon. But he also downloaded the One-Yuan flash sale plugin and brought it into the world. He also fought for the 3 talents himself. Can it be said that Su Qin's current strength has nothing to do with his talent and hard work? Of course not. For people walked into the elevator, due to limited elevator space. Except for these 4 people, Su Qin only allowed 2 skeleton warriors to enter and stand at the front. Be careful of monsters ambushing and attacking from above. The skeleton warrior pulled the lever. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of gears and chains rubbing against each other could be heard overhead. Soon, they slowly ascended the elevator. After reaching the top, everyone walked out of the elevator. There is a small room outside, but it is quite spacious. A small door in front was tightly closed. Experienced professionals immediately identified it. There is danger inside the door. Xia Yun and Wen-Xian, who have not entered the combat state. Pick up your weapon now, aim at the door, and get ready for battle. Xialing Yun also followed suit and started preparing. But Su Qin asked them not to be anxious. He released the blood-flying pupil, passed through the gate, and explored the situation inside. When Xian was startled and exclaimed, "Fuck, your skill can even go through doors, you're cheating." Su Chun rolled his eyes at her. The blood-flying eye is not a physical object, but a spiritual entity, just like the so-called soul. It's just a door. What's the big deal? He has been cheating for so long that he is used to it. For the 3 girls, especially for Xia Yun and Wen-Xian, who know the importance of information detection ability, the skill of remotely detecting information is already considered an abnormal ability, and the ability to detect information regardless of obstacles. That is definitely the kind of account that will be reported and blocked. Certainly, this is just exaggeration. If the ability of Blood Eye were to be spread, at most, there would be professionals who would want to buy his weapons. If he uses the One-Yuan flash sale plugin, he will brush gold coins everywhere and disrupt the market. That's really possible. Let the Apocalypse main system take action and block his account. The blood-flying pupil penetrated the door and came to the house behind it. This room is even larger, as big as a football field. The room is full of bookshelves filled with books, like a library. Between the bookshelves, there are a group of a man wearing a loose purple robe with a pale face, dark eyes, and withered skin. They seem to have indulged themselves in excessive sexual activities and stayed up all night for several more times. Holding an oil lamp in one hand and a magic stick in the other, they wandered aimlessly among the dimly lit bookshelves, like searching for something desperately. And on the other side of the room, facing the elevator, there is a large golden door that is finely carved. Entrance. There was an old man wearing a silver robe and a wide-brimmed wizard hat sitting on the ground. The old man had a tangled gray beard. On his knees, there was a huge staff. Blood-flying eyes transmitted the information of these 2 monsters back to Su Qin's mind. Monster, Fallen Court Mage. Grade, Elite. Level, 25. Life, 3000. Magic Power, 7000. Strength, 400. Constitution, 400. Agility, 400. Spirit, 2600. Skills, Arcane Shock, Arcane Torrent. Monster, Fallen Court Mage. Grade, Silver Leader. Level, 29. Life, 12,000. Magic Power, 25,000. Strength, 1,000. Physique, 1200. Agility, 80. Spirit, 5,700. Spells, Mysterious Crystal Ice Dragon, Mysterious Crystal Ice Coffin, Space Jump, Continuous Snowstorm. 43 Elite Fallen Court Mages. A Silver Leader Corrupted Court Mage. Su Qian integrated the overall situation of the monsters outside in his mind and told the three women. After listening to this, Wen-Xian smiled bitterly. I've already said that it's not that easy to clear the Hell Level 3 dungeon. If one of these monsters casts a spell on me, I'll probably lose half my health. I am a level 3 knight and this is the case, let alone you guys. Why don't we retreat? Su Qian snorted lightly. With the enemy at hand, you have repeatedly shaken the morale of the army. I think you are asking for a fight. In ancient times, a fellow like you would be dragged to the front of the battlefield and beheaded, do you understand? Wen-Xian was immediately annoyed. But I'm not wrong. The enemy is so powerful, how can we fight? Elite monsters all have the attributes of a leader. Silver Leader is comparable to gold or even dark gold. If we force our way in, won't we just be throwing our heads away? Su Qian still spoke confidently. How do you know if you don't try? The fallen dragon hunter, who was blocking the big iron gate before. In fact, it is a monster of the same level as the fallen court mage here. At that time, Su Qian found it difficult, mainly because of the terrain. The gap that the big iron door can open is too small. The summoned creatures couldn't be arranged in formation at all. Plus, the shooter is standing in a relatively high position. Even if he teleported into the gate and summoned, skeleton warriors can't hurt those fallen dragon hunters. The goblin high priest couldn't kill all the enemies in seconds. That's why it feels so difficult to fight. But now we are inside the castle. These mages are all on the same plane. As long as the skeleton warriors get close, they are nothing. Think of this. Su Qian didn't hesitate and teleported directly into the door. The monsters turned their heads and looked. He has raised his bloodshot pupils and quickly set up several summoning formations to summon skeleton warriors. Chapter 34. The Fallen Court Mage's Sneak Attack. Before the skeleton warrior takes shape, Su Qian threw out another, Ride the Wind, to cover the 6 summoning arrays on the ground. The new Ride the Wind can now increase movement speed by 30. So, the moment when the skeleton warrior walked out of the summoning circle, they rushed out as fast as cheetahs. They transformed into dark shadows and pounced on those fallen court mages. Leap slash, leap slash, leap slash. After increasing their speed, the skeleton warrior's swords became more fierce. Simply connect a few skills. 5 fallen court mages were killed instantly. But, unfortunately, there are still 7 or 8 monsters that have attracted hatred and are still alive. They picked up the baguette. Arcane shock. A circle of lavender light exploded with the tip of the staff as the center. The skeleton warriors around them were instantly bounced away. The skeleton warrior who fell behind jumped into the air and swung his sword to cut down when the warrior in front was bounced back. Who would have thought? The fallen court mage in the distance was also attracted to his hatred. After briefly charging up their energy, their baguettes pointed forward. Arcane torrent. A bright white beam of energy rushed over, pushing several skeleton warriors back. The damage is also extremely considerable. Every second, the skeleton warrior who is hit will suffer at least 8,000 damage. Many soldiers died directly as a result. However, because they enter a state of death, the fallen court mage broke off his hatred with them and turned to attack other skeleton warriors. But Su Qian was already preparing to teleport in. Just consume the magic power directly and activate one of the skills of the Crown of Bones, Undying of the Dead. Skeleton warriors can continue fighting for half a minute after death. These dead warriors are like invisible ghosts. With the blessing of Riding the Wind, quickly rush to the front of the fallen court mages. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. Fallen court mage has low health and low defense. He was slashed 3 times at close range by a black leader-level skeleton warrior. The health bar is emptied instantly. Therefore, the scene in the library seemed to be the fallen court mage suppressing the skeleton warrior. The warriors rushed by the various gorgeous torrents and were unable to move forward. But in fact, the battle situation firmly turned to Su Qian's side. 1 dead skeleton warrior can be exchanged for at least 2 fallen court mages. They cannot be used up. The warriors summoned in the first wave cannot be used up at all. After 2 minutes of fighting, the 3 girls then realized that Su Qian had entered the room. They pushed the door open. Then he saw Su Qian, who had killed all the monsters. Su Qian, you were too reckless. Wen-Xian wanted to say something reprimanding, But when she saw the fallen objects all over the ground, she was suddenly speechless. How is this possible? Didn't Su Chun say that the attributes of the monsters here are comparable to those of the leader? How could he kill his skeleton warriors so easily? When Xian thought Su Chun exaggerated the monster's attributes, found a fallen court mage who was still fighting back. A detection spell was thrown over. After reading, she had nothing to say. The monster is really fierce. It's just that Su Chin's skeleton warriors are more perverted. You guys came just in time. Please help me pick up the fallen items on the ground. It's too much. Bending over is too tiring, Su Chun said calmly. The three girls were speechless for a moment. The things dropped by this kind of elite monster must be worth a lot of money. Some people even feel tired of picking up money. But since Su Chun meant this, there was no reason for them to hesitate. The three women immediately stepped forward and prepared to clean up the battlefield. Just as One-Yuan was about to walk up to the corpse of a monster, a shadow suddenly appeared beside it. Before she could see the outline of the shadow clearly, rich ice elements condensed on a staff. Vaguely, she seemed to see a four-clawed dragon carved from ice crystals rushing out from the light ball of the staff. She was frozen in place, too frightened to utter a word. Almost when the ice dragon was about to touch the tip of her nose, it was that familiar strong arm again, holding her slender waist and pulling her back. Immediately the world began to spin. They had already appeared in front of the elevator door. This scene happened too fast. Even when Xian and Xia, who were experienced in exploration, did not react until the ice dragon disintegrated. Xia gasped for breath, her heart tightening. Xia almost got into trouble just now. If something happened to her, Xia really didn't know how to explain to her uncle when she returned. Think of the anger you might face. Flames welled up in Xia eyes. Damn you. You're looking for death. The sword in her hand emitted a strong light, and an arc of sword energy swept out. Chi. A large area of bookshelves was knocked down, and the sword energy fell on the sneak attack of the fallen court mage. It reduced its health by 1/5. When Xian also hurried to catch up, and she used a collision move. The shield hit the fallen court mage hard, and then used skills to taunt. After Xia caught up with the output, the two of them worked together to block it in the corner, chopping it with swords and knives. Are you okay? Su Chun said with a frown. Once again, he almost got his teammate injured. The fallen court mage had been sitting at the door without making any movement. Even if a spell flew past it, it had no intention of getting up and attacking. So Su Chun subconsciously thought that attacking it would arouse hatred. I originally wanted to put it at the end, summon a group of goblin high priests, and kill them instantly with sky thunder. I was fooled by it. There is a monster hiding behind the door in front and attacking secretly, and there is a leader pretending to sleep to lure the enemy behind. The monsters and bosses in this instance are more cunning and sinister than the others. Xiaolingyun breathed a sigh of relief. No, it didn't hurt me. After Su Chun confirmed that she was okay, he let her go. Then he waved the blood pupil in his hand and set up several summoning arrays. Fallen Court Mage has triggered the skill Space Jump again and escaped from the siege of Xia and Wen Xian. They still want to chase. Su Chun quickly asked the skeleton warriors to block them. No need. Watch me perform. This time, he summoned a large number of goblin high priests. Order them to activate the Sky Thunder. The bronze level, fallen warrior, with 300,000 HP was killed instantly. A mage with less than 12,000 HP. Are you still afraid that you can't kill him in 1 second? Black clouds rolled in and gathered above the head of the fallen court mage. Who knows? Su Chun really miscalculated. Just as the thunder from the sky fell at the same time, the mage activated Space Jump again and dodged the skill. It appears directly in the middle of the library, floating in the air, with arms outstretched, his whole body glowing with icy light. The snowstorm continues. Gusts of wind blew from the front like knife blades, mixed with large snowflakes the size of 2 palms. The entire library was instantly covered with a thick white blanket. Not only were those snowflakes huge, they also caused terrible damage. Su Chun ordered the remaining skeleton warriors to stand in front of the 4 of his men. The result was only one encounter. The snowflakes will freeze the skeleton warriors to death if they touch them. The dead warriors tried to rush forward, but were stopped by the violent wind blades. The goblin high priest skills are on cooldown. Su Chun could only keep summoning skeleton warriors to block the incoming snowflakes and had no time to summon a new high priest. In an instant, the battle fell into a stalemate. Chapter 35 Summoner's Magical Skill. The ruler and the people are one. The huge library was covered with a thick layer of snow in an instant. Su-chan and the other three were trapped in the elevator, unable to move forward. Fortunately, there are skeleton warriors who are constantly summoned to stand in front to resist the wind and snow. They were not injured. But the current situation is indeed a bit difficult. The wind and snow became stronger and stronger, and the figure of the fallen court mage could no longer be seen. Of course, the obstruction of wind and snow only targets the three women. Su-chin's eye of true vision locked its position clearly. Even when the goblin high priest's skill cooldown is restored, he cannot lock onto the target. Su-chan was having a headache. Xiaolingyun in his arms said, "Su-chan, I have a way to help you." After saying this, she broke free from the hot embrace and picked up the staff. Xiaolingyun chanted a spell. After a while, the armor of the skeleton warriors in front was covered with a layer of ice. This layer of ice has a certain degree of protection, but it is not high. Can be placed at this time. However, it can reduce the damage of snowflakes fired at skeleton warriors by 80%. Su-chin's eyes lit up. Activate, ride the wind again. He ordered the skeleton warriors wearing ice armor to take the lead. The rest of the fighters followed closely behind. At the same time, he also ordered the goblin high priest to activate the skill hurricane. All I saw were tornadoes several meters high, striking into the storm. It covers almost the entire library. This is to limit the skill space jump of fallen court mage. Not long. The skeleton warriors rushed into the storm and arrived at the location of the fallen court mage. They said nothing. Leap slash. Strike hard. Dozens of figures locked onto it at the same time, jumping up and slashing at it. The fallen court mage struggled for a moment, waved the staff to summon an ice dragon, which smashes several skeleton warriors to death. But even though the health bars were emptied, the skeleton warriors still stood up stubbornly, jumped up and slashed at it. Although it is flying in the air, its altitude is not very high. The space is blocked and space jumps are impossible. The output of skills is good though. But the skeleton warriors are not dead, and there are many of them. After several rounds of attacks, a skeleton warrior's sharp blade slashed at its neck, completely empty its health bar. The snowstorm stopped. Everything seemed like a dream, and the snow covering the library quickly dissipated. Su-chan stepped forward and picked up the items dropped by the magician. A skill book for the Black Crystal Ice Dragon. A staff of rare quality. A mage robe of rare quality. Su-chan also fulfilled his previous promise. Hand the third-level skill book to Xiaolingyun. Xiaolingyun was very happy. Although he didn't say it, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Su-chan also wanted to check the properties of the two pieces of equipment. Suddenly, a warm voice came from not far away. "Hey, these monsters also drop skill experience books." Su-chan was stunned. He then quickly walked over to her, took the experience book and took a look. Item: Advanced Secondary Experience Book. Introduction. After use, it can increase 2,000 experience points for the second-level skills of the profession. Su-chin's breathing became a little rapid. This is what he lacks now. With enough experience books, his skills can be upgraded. With the upgrade of skills and the evolution of talents, his strength can also be greatly improved. "I really need these experience books. Can you give them to me?" Su-chan said seriously. When Xian smiled, "You're the one who killed the monsters. If you want it, just take it." Actually, in theory, the spoils from a dungeon run by an ordinary team should be divided equally. After all, you can't accurately judge each person's contribution to the team. The priest's functions of increasing benefits, adding blood, and releasing control cannot be reflected in the data. Sharing it equally is a way of comparing fairness. But their team is different. Although Su-chan is not the highest level in the team, but he is the only main output and does not need their help. Although the three of them can also play a certain role. But most of the time I'm just messing around. Besides, they are not strangers in the team. So, if there is something Su-chan wants, they naturally won't snatch it away. Su-chan nodded, said thank you, and picked up all the items dropped by the 42 mages. In addition to the two that dropped equipment and skill books, the rest are all advanced second-level experience books. This made Su-chan very happy. He thought of, not only can you get experience books through dungeons, after leaving the copy, he can also set up a stall and buy experience books at high prices. There is a copy of this experience book here. Before the college entrance examination, his remaining second-level skills can definitely be upgraded to the maximum level. After cleaning up the battlefield, for people pushed open the main door of the library. Outside is the shooting terrace, and there are no monsters. Go straight to the right, and you will reach the central area of the castle. Several people walked on the patio and looked down. All I saw were stone pillars that were hundreds of meters high, standing tall. It is full of fallen dragon hunters. The three girls finally understood. What kind of difficulties did Suchin face in front of the big iron gate? No hatred was attracted. There is no suitable means of attack. Suchin didn't intend to get entangled with these shooters. The four of them came directly to the central gate of the castle. The skeleton warrior pushed inside. A vast palace appeared in the eyes of the four people. The interior of the palace is as big as 3 or 4 football fields. Apart from the thick pillars, there is not much decoration. There weren't many monsters in the hall, and it looked extremely empty. There was only one figure, sitting alone on the throne at the end of the palace. The blood-flying eye floated over and detected information. Monster, Fallen King, Krim, Grade, Dark Gold Leader, Grade, HP 1, Magic Power, 200,000, Strength, 1, Constitution, 1, Agility, 1, Spirit, 60,000, Skills, Summon Fallen Warrior, Summon Fallen Warrior, Summon Fallen Dragon Hunter, Summon Fallen Dragon Hunter Sharpshooter, Summon Fallen Court Mage, Summon Fallen Court Magister, Summon Fallen Spy, Summon Fallen Executioner, King and people are 1. Suchan was slightly excited. This leader is interesting. He is also a summoner. What concerned him most was the leader's last skill. The king and the people are 1. Before all summoned creatures are killed, any form of attack will be shared by the summoned creatures and will not harm the summoner himself. The summoner cannot be harmed before all summoned creatures are killed. This is simply the summoner's magical skill. Suchan did not hide his greedy look. As the four of them stepped into the palace, the quietly sleeping figure on the throne raised his head, like a lion awakening, exuding a mighty aura. Next, then it slapped the armrest of the throne, and fully armed figures began to appear in the empty hall. Warriors, archers, mages, and some assassins that Suchan and his friends had not encountered. There are more than 100 ordinary monsters and 4 boss-level monsters. This lineup. The three girls were a little dumbfounded. Hit me as you please. When Xian said with chattering teeth. Xiaoyun also exclaimed. It's worthy of being a hell-level 3rd-level dungeon. This difficulty. If it wasn't for classmate Suchan, let alone 4 people, even if there are 40 people, it would be difficult to pass it. Xiaoyun didn't say anything. With a gleam in her eyes, she looked at Suchan. She firmly believed that Suchan would be able to lead them through the current difficulties. Suchan lived up to expectations and stood in front. How do you fight? Just attack head-on. As he spoke, he also waved his blood pupil and continued to set up summoning arrays. At the same time, he summoned Angela and placed her beside him. The war is about to begin. Chapter 36. Angelina, the 2nd-generation ancestor of the Blood Clan. In terms of military configuration alone, Suchan is not at an advantage. He can only summon mages and warriors. The Fallen King, on the other hand, can summon mages, warriors, archers, and assassins, and their overall attribute averages may not be comparable to those of skeleton warriors, but they all have one specialty that exceeds others, and Suchan has never encountered the Fallen Spy and the Fallen Executioner. But the Fallen Mage and the Fallen Dragon Hunter are both capable of killing skeleton soldiers. At a glance, Suchan's side seems to be at a disadvantage. But the actual situation of the war was the opposite of what we imagined. The high attributes of the skeleton warrior can help the Goblin High Priest withstand damage and advance the front. The Goblin High Priest releases the 2 skills, Earthshatter and Hurricane. It can help the skeleton warriors disrupt the enemy's formation, interrupt the offensive, and speed up the advancement of the front line. There is also the difference between the summoners themselves. Although the Fallen King has a high level of spiritual power, he can quickly recover his magic power and summon new soldiers. But no matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than Suchan, who possesses the level 1 talent, Magic Return, and the skill, Quick Casting. When Suchan was using his skills without any scruples, the skeleton warriors and the Goblin High Priest were fighting against the enemy with an almost 10-fold numerical advantage. Number advantage, attribute advantage. In addition, the skeleton warriors can continue to charge after their death, even if the duration of the dead never die ends. You can also contribute to the team by self-destructing. As soon as the battle began, Suchan was the one-sided crusher. Even if the other side has 4 leaders, it can't stop the advance of the skeleton army at all. The 3 girls saw this situation. My anxious heart finally settled down. Instead, they became interested in Angela summoned by Suchan. Surround her. Such a lovely little girl. Where did you kidnap Xiaochen from? Why are you so cute? When Xian's eyes lit up and she pinched Angelina's soft cheek. Cute. Xiaolingyun sneered and said, I advise you to take a look at her panel first. When Xian was stunned for a moment, then immediately cast a detection spell at Angela. After reading, she silently withdrew her finger. So horrible. Angela's level increased synchronously with Su Chan. Only, going up 1 or 2 levels wouldn't be much of an improvement for her, but completing the breakthrough mission and improving across borders. Her terrifying bonus as a sub-god level leader was revealed. Angela now has more than 2 more skills than before. All attributes are 10 times more. The average value of the 4 attributes is as high as 7,000, and they are evenly developed. For the second level realm, she is undoubtedly an extremely supermodel, but she also doesn't have any means of attacking from too far away. And what she can do. This can also be achieved by summoning a few more skeleton warriors and goblin high priests. That's why Su Chan didn't let her show up before. It's different now. The opponent has an assassin who can steal the back row. Su Chan is not afraid because he has infinite teleportation. But the 3 girls have to think about it. Su Chan used the Eye of True Vision to look at the attribute panels of those named fallen agents. Even with the warmth of a knight, he couldn't withstand a few blows. Therefore, although it's a bit of a waste of combat power to have Angelina be a bodyguard, but with her around, Su Chan can fight with confidence. Angelina stood there blankly, like a doll without any emotions, until, after breaking through to the second level, she gained 2 more skills: blood perception and blood explosion augur. The function of blood perception is to monitor the surroundings through the sensing of blood. Even invisible units cannot escape. When several fallen spies and their leader, fallen executioner, bypassed the skeleton army and headed straight for the 3 women, Angelina raised her slender white arm and snapped her fingers gently. Squeak. A blood mist floated out of her body. Blood mist swirled around her, condensing into blood-red drills. As she pushed her arms forward, the high-speed rotating drill bit was ejected instantly. Bang, bang, bang. The drill accurately finds the invisible units, then drills into their bodies and explodes, exploding into pieces of blood mist like gorgeous red roses. In an instant, more than 10 fallen agents were killed. The leader, the fallen executioner, still had a little blood left. Angelina frowned, seeming very dissatisfied with the result. He raised his hand and used the plunder blood technique, sucking away the last bit of blood from the fallen executioner's body. Unfortunately, these bosses are summons and do not drop light balls. Su Chan distractedly glanced in the direction of the 3 women. Seeing that Angelina had handled it easily, he withdrew his gaze with relief. Concentrate on driving the skeleton army and the goblin high priest to attack. Half an hour later, under the fearless charge of the skeleton army, the last fallen dragon hunter was killed. The skeleton warrior, holding a long sword burning with black flames, walked up to the throne. Next second, Su Chan teleported to the side of the throne. Under his control, the space ripples did not hurt the fallen king. The skeleton warrior raised his long sword. Plunder the dead. The black flames burned through the body of the fallen king, leaving behind a ball of falling light. Su Chan took a look at the soul mark on the long sword. A trip to the fallen castle. An increase of more than 3,000. This is the result that Su Chan did not deliberately control. Very good. He nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned his attention to the falling ball of light. He really wanted the skill of the fallen king, unity of king and people. Soon, he took out all 4 dropped items. A bright red cape embroidered with intricate golden patterns. Equipment: King's Cloak. Rank: Epic. Attribute bonus: Spirit, Magic Recovery, Charm. Skill: King's Domination. Equipment requirements: Spirit greater than 2,000. Skill: Summon Dragon Hunter. Skill book. Learning requirements: Summoner, Spirit greater than 2,000. Introduction: a 3rd level mage skill. After learning, you can consume 2,000 mana points to summon a dragon hunter for 5 minutes. The other 2 items are a pair of rare quality gloves and a pair of rare quality trousers. Su Chan immediately put on the king's cloak. He doesn't care whether it's glamorous or not. The main ones are the 500-point spiritual attribute bonus and the skill King's Domination. King's Dominance. You will gain an aura that will make others submit. The higher the spiritual attribute, the stronger the aura. An aura that makes one surrender. Although the specific effect is not directly stated. But this simple sentence gave Su Chen a lot more room for imagination. A skill book was also revealed. This is not the unity of ruler and people that he wants. But Su Chen was not too disappointed. He doesn't believe that there is still a long time to go, and he won't be able to achieve the unity of the ruler and the people before the college entrance examination. And the skill of Summon Dragon Hunter is also very good. It makes up for his weakness of insufficient long-range output ability. His spiritual attributes were sufficient, so he quickly learned the skills. Then activate the skills. Soon, a majestic and domineering archer holding a 2-meter-long bow, wearing silver heavy armor, walked out of the summoning circle. Su Chen cast an eye of true vision towards it. Monster, Dragon Hunter. Grade, Black Iron Leader. Level, 13. Strength, 3000. Physique, 1500. Agility, 3000. Spirit, 2000. Skills, critical hit, charged heavy shot. Su Chen was so happy that he was speechless. This is why it has such attributes. If it is fully upgraded, after 9 skill evolutions, the enhancement of rage will be added. Su Chen couldn't even imagine how powerful it could be. Even though it hasn't been upgraded yet, the current Dragon Hunter has greatly increased his offensive firepower. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud, recalling the suffocating feeling of being blocked by the fallen Dragon Hunter before. See you next time. He was going to summon a group of Dragon Hunters to snipe at them from the middle gate. His arrows were not bad either. Chapter 37. Clear the Hell-Level Fallen Castle. Ding. Congratulations on completing the dungeon mission. Kill the Fallen King, Krim. Your clearance performance is being evaluated. Your clearance evaluation is. Ding. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Hell-Level Dungeon Fallen Castle with a high score and receiving rewards, free attribute points, gold coins. After exiting the copy, Su Chen received this prompt sound in his mind. He said with some surprise, "You'll also be rewarded with free attribute points for clearing a dungeon. Why wasn't there one in the Howling Wind Valley before?" When Xian leaned against him and smiled. You probably don't know this, but for dungeons above the 2nd level, rewards will be given based on your performance. Attribute points, equipment, items, and even skill books are all possible. You are really perverted. You are only at level 2, but you actually led the 3 of us to clear the dungeon with your level score. When Xian patted Su Chen's shoulder excitedly. After all, she is only 3 years old. After this trip to the Fallen Castle, my experience points alone increased a lot. Not to mention that Su Chen also gave her a 3rd-level skill book. Su Chen nodded. He really didn't understand this, but he frowned slightly. How to evaluate? Think about it for a moment. Su Chen guessed that the area on the right side of the castle might not have been explored. Otherwise, they kill monsters without taking any damage and efficiently. How could there not be? That's right. Suddenly, Su Chen remembered something, looked at Wen Xian and smiled. Xiao Xian, what did you say before? If I can easily take out the leader, give me a reward. Now that we have passed the level, you have to, without waiting for him to finish speaking. Wen Xian rolled her eyes at him and said warily, Hold on, what do you want to do? Su Chen stared at her and sighed. It's like this again. From childhood to adulthood, you have only ever been a scoundrel. I'm just being shameless, bite me. I am not ashamed of warmth, but proud of it. Su Chen was so angry that his teeth were itching. If it weren't for the consideration that putting makeup on her face would make One-Yuan sad, he would definitely go up and punch her twice. The copy cools down for a full 3 hours. They didn't have an invitation, so they could only wait. Su Chen has proven that he can lead a team through the Hell Level 3 dungeon. This will be of great benefit to Xia Yun and Wen Xian. Even Xia Yun, Xiaoling Yun's cousin, was reluctant to disband the team. They came back for vacation. But if you can improve your abilities during your vacation, like traveling, who would refuse? There is an embarrassing point. Xia Yun and Wen Xian originally came to help the younger generation level up. I didn't expect that Su Chen would be taking me to clear the dungeon now. If this matter gets out, they will probably be embarrassed for a while. However, face is useless in the face of experience points and rewards for completing levels. While the copy is cooling down, Su Chen also set up a stall to purchase experience books according to his previous idea. He bought up a large number of 2nd-level experience books at a price twice the market price. Experience books are rare items. After all, improving skill levels can also improve combat power. But the early upgrades for professionals are relatively fast. As long as you work hard and are willing to fight, even the most basic professional with the worst talent can be promoted to the 3rd level within a year. Of course, The prerequisite is to choose the simple breakthrough task. Therefore, in the minds of most professionals, the first and second level skills are transitional products and have no added value. The price Suchin offered was extremely suitable. The Fallen Castle is also a copy where you can get experience books. His acquisition business went quite smoothly. Only, not all teams can clear hell difficulty. Therefore, the majority of the experience books acquired are of intermediate quality. There are advanced ones, but they are relatively scarce. Then, Suchun could only choose from several second-level skills. Of course, he wanted to upgrade his summons first. Summoning skills are the foundation of a summoner, but summoning a dragon hunter is a third-level skill. Fortunately, the third-level experience book can be purchased at the Yunhua City Exchange. Good times don't last long. 7 days later, when Xian and Xia Yun's vacation is over and they have to return to school, with Su Chen and Xiaoling Yun's levels, they are not high enough to enter the dungeon. It's not that there is no solution. For example, just form 2 teammates, or find 2 teammates from Xiaoling Yun's father's guild. But Su Chen calculated it. A team of 4 people enters the third-level dungeon, and 2 people enter the second-level dungeon. The latter gains less experience points. But he had to go to the gathering place where the light gate of the Fallen Castle was located to purchase experience books. On the way here, there were many monster gathering places. Clear out the monster gathering places on the way. With this calculation, the accumulated experience will be much more. So, with half a month left, Su Chun and Xiaoling Yun formed a team. The 2 of them kept running between the second-level copy, Giant Insect Plains, and the Fallen Castle gathering place. To be honest, just traveling is tiring. But Xiaoling Yun had no complaints and followed closely. At the same time, her level also soared. There is only 1 day left until the college entrance examination. The sun sets. Red clouds fell on the top of Yunhua City. The gate of Yunhua City. The 2 returned to the city. At a crossroads, when we are about to part. Hey, the college entrance examination is tomorrow. Are you nervous? Xiaoling Yun looked at Su Chan beside her and asked curiously. Su Chen grinned and chuckled. Nervous? You're the one taking the same college entrance exam as me, so you should be nervous. My goal is to be the top scholar in the country. They better not get in my way, or I'll just have to crush them. Looking at the young man in front of me, he is full of vigor and showing a confident smile in the sunset. Xiaoling Yun was a little dazed. If someone else could say it so easily, say something like, I want to be the top scholar in the country, she would definitely think that the other person had taken the wrong medicine and was talking nonsense. But this person is Su Chen. She teamed up with Su Chun for more than 10 days. Regarding Su Chen's strength, she didn't dare say she understood it all. But based on the part he showed to Xiaoling Yun is sure. Unless there are any unexpected events, the top scholar in the country will definitely be Su Chen. No one can take it away. Thinking of this, Xiaoling Yun suddenly felt a bit of pity for those who wanted to compete for the college entrance examination rankings. Then work hard. I just want to get into a top school. By the way, which university do you want to apply to? Xiaoling Yun asked. Su Chen said without any hesitation. Daxia Academy. Only it can match my talent and strength. That's really crazy. Xiaoling Yun complained in her heart. But it doesn't feel strange. Su Chen has always been in this style. Then do your best. Xiaoling Yun said. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Have you given up chasing me? Xiaoling Yun shrugged. I know my own strength. If I'm not as strong as you, then I'm not as strong as you. But I will definitely work hard to get into a university in the capital. We can still go to school in the same place then. Su Chen was stunned when he heard this and laughed. It seems that you are quite self-aware. Then let's work hard together. Xiaoling Yun nodded. Let's do our best. The 2 men clenched their fists and bumped fists together under the setting sun. Chapter 38 Su Chen's goal is to be the top scholar in the country. Name, Su Chen. Occupation, Chief Summoner, Excellent. Level, 20, 11. HP, 3,443. Magic Power, 5,000. Strength, 500. Constitution, 500. Agility, 800. Spirit, 6,000. Talents, Magic Return, Talent Evolution, Unity of All. Pet, Ancestor of the Blood Clan, Angelina, Subgod. Skills, Leader Summon, Exclusive, Goblin Summon, First Turn, Teleport, First Turn, Quick Cast, First Turn, Ride the Wind, Second Turn, Self-Destruct, Second Turn, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Second Turn, Rage, Second Turn, Summon Dragon Hunter, Third Turn, Ruler and People is 1, Third turn. Equipment: Blood Eye, Epic. Skeleton Crown, Divine. Damage 99. King's Cloak, Epic. Sky Wings, Rare. During this period, Suchin obtained a lot of free attribute points by completing the strategy copy. He didn't add it all to the spirit anymore. Click on the other 3 attributes and add them all up to an integer. Not for anything else, just to satisfy my obsessive-compulsive disorder and to make my body and mind feel comfortable. Certainly. He also added a lot of spiritual attributes. It's already over 5,000. Even many third-level mages are not as good as him. Moreover, the improvement of attributes is not the focus of his increasing strength. The point is, his 3 second-level skills and 1 third-level skill have all been upgraded to the maximum level. A total of 9 evolutions or upgrades were completed. Ride the Wind. Consume 500 points of magic power to form a huge wind field with a diameter of over a kilometer with the caster as the center. All units in the wind field will be amplified by wind magic, with their travel speed increased by 1,000, their jumping ability increased by 500, their attack speed increased by 300, and they gain primary gliding and hovering abilities. For units with flying abilities, their flight speed increases by 200 and lasts for 30 minutes. Self-destruction. When the summon's health is emptied, 200 mana will be consumed to cause the summon's body to self-destruct. The explosion will cause 500 spiritual damage to enemies within 100 square meters and add a burning effect to enemy units, deducting 100 spiritual damage per second for 10 seconds. There is a 50% chance of triggering a collapse effect on the enemy. Rage. Consume 1,000 mana points, make all summons enter a rage state. All attributes increased by 300, skill power increased by 200, 50% chance to ignore negative effects of mind control, lasts for 30 minutes. Summon Dragon Hunter. Consume 2,000 magic points, summon 9 giant beast hunters, exist for 20 minutes. And naturally, Suchin also achieved the unity of ruler and people that he had always dreamed of. However, this skill is the same as Quick Cast. Just learned it, and it is the maximum level. Therefore, it is not possible to enhance it through skill evolution, contrast, and enhancement of skill acquisition. Attribute improvement is nothing to Suchin. The most terrifying one is the 3rd level, Summon Dragon Hunter. After the 9th skill evolution, it summoned the Giant Beast Hunter. It really can't be described in a few words. The word abnormal is not enough to describe its power. But Suchin estimated that he would not be able to use this skill in this college entrance examination. It's time to use it. There is no doubt that the difficulty of the college entrance examination is absolutely beyond the model. After watching my own improvement, Suchin became more confident in winning the top spot. His goal is not to become the top scholar in Yunhua City, but the national #1 scholar. 8:30 in the morning. Yunhua #1 Middle School. A large number of students who had just left school came again from all directions. The college entrance examination venue is not in the school. Not in Yunhua City either. The college entrance examination is divided into 3 stages and is an elimination system. The first stage is the urban examination venue. All the candidates in the city will be transported to a place similar to an arena on the playground. The main combat profession passes the one-on-one battle and competes. For secondary occupation players, the Apocalypse system will generate teammates of similar strength to conduct a 2-on-2 competition. Random matchmaking challenge. Each person has 20 challenge opportunities. The number and duration of victories are both criteria for scoring. Each candidate's battle scene can be watched live by entering the candidate number through the video platform provided by the Apocalypse system. Good morning, everyone. This is Yunhua TV. I'm reporter Yang Mei. Yang Mei stood in front of the school gate, facing the camera. She said with a smile on her face, "Today is the annual vocational college entrance examination. The new generation of professionals who have just awakened will have to go back to school after another month of training. I'm at Yunhua City #1 Middle School now. Look, everyone. There are so many familiar faces." In the live broadcast room, barrages of comments were everywhere. "Haha, that little fat guy who just walked by. Isn't he the roaring brother who was beaten black and blue a month ago and had a face full of resentment?" There are so many professionals. They are the hope for the future of mankind. Long live mankind. Long live Daxia. I saw my baby. Baby, please be safe. Mom is cheering for you in the ward. Yang Mei couldn't see the barrage of comments, so she glanced at the students around her. I wanted to pull one of them over for an interview, but I was afraid it would affect their mood for the exam. At this time, she suddenly saw a middle-aged man with a big belly standing near the gate. Yang Mei's eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped forward and said, "Hello, are you the parent of the candidate?" We are from Yunhua TV. Are you available for an interview? When Jiang Donghai heard that the other party was a TV reporter, he quickly tidied up his remaining hair. Then he smiled what he thought was a kind smile and waved at the camera. Hello, everyone. I am not the parent of a candidate. I am Jiang Donghai, the principal of number 1 middle school. Oh, so you are the principal? Yang Mei exclaimed, giving Jiang Donghai a great sense of satisfaction. No wonder she made a fuss. Usually the principal is sitting in the office at this time, afraid of showing up. Blue Planet is different from Earth. Here, if students do well in exams, it's because of their own achievements. It has little to do with the school, but it's not that big. But if a student does poorly on an exam, the principal, as the school leader, will definitely be the first to be scolded. There was even a history of students' parents and principals fighting in the street. Both sides were professionals, and the fight was fierce. Yang Mei asked hurriedly, "The exam will begin in half an hour. Principal, do you have any advice or expectations for this year's candidates?" Jiang Donghai held his hair steady and smiled. As a word of advice, I want to say that everyone should keep a normal mind and do their best. No matter what, you are the pride of number 1 middle school. As for expectations, I hope that this year, there will be a top scorer among the students of number 1 middle school. Yang Mei's eyes suddenly widened, as if she remembered something, and asked, "The student you are referring to is?" "It's Su Chun," Jiang Donghai said calmly. He is extremely confident. Yesterday, he personally called to ask about Su Chin's promotion progress. Just his level of 20 is enough for Jiang Donghai to relax and brag about it. Really? Yang Mei had an expression that said, as expected. Barrage. Su Chun? Such a familiar name. Who is it? Have you forgotten? A month ago, I beat up 300 students by myself. Who understands? This guy has filled up the hell-level difficulty record list of Howling Wind Valley, but I can't even pass the normal difficulty. He is also the 3rd genius in Daxia to complete a special breakthrough mission. My cousin in Yun province knows this news. There are so many people in the live broadcast room today, over 1 million. They are not all from Yunhua City. Yes, we are here to meet a group of geniuses who can complete special tasks. Yang Mei wanted to ask something else. Sudden, a deep and rich voice came from the side. Su Chun can get the top spot? Principal, you think too highly of him? Yang Mei and Jiang Donghai were both startled and turned to look at that person. He was a middle-aged man with an upright posture and a dignified bearing. He had a terrifying aura and sharp eyes, and one could tell at a glance that his hands were stained with blood. Yang Mei's voice was a little trembling. "Excuse me, who are you?" The middle-aged man introduced calmly. President of the Mad Dragon Guild, Xia Jingyi. Chapter 39 Assistance from President Guanglong. Hearing the title of President of the Mad Dragon Guild, Yang Mei shrank her neck, as if she had seen a ghost, and wanted to retreat. Daxia is the most populous country on Blue Star. In terms of the number of professionals alone, it is the largest among all countries. Only, in Daxia, there are 2 space-time rifts that connect to a super-large alien world. In order to prevent the invasion of creatures from other worlds, the rift must be heavily guarded. In addition, the territory of Daxia is vast. It is simply impossible to guard every city relying solely on official professional troops. It is precisely because of this situation that private guilds came into being. Most guilds are private professional organizations. They need to cooperate with the authorities and carry out emergency combat missions during wartime. Great sacrifices must be made when necessary. So in normal times, they also receive a lot of official support. This allowed many guilds to take advantage of the opportunity to grow bigger and dominate a region. The Mad Dragon Guild is one of them. As the president, Xia Jingyi's status is no lower than that of the Lord of Yunhua City, and is even much higher. After all, the headquarters of the Mad Dragon Guild is in Yunhua City, but it has a certain influence in the entire Jiangnan province. Xia Jingyi saw Yang Mei's panic and spoke calmly. "Don't be nervous. There is no president standing in front of you today. Now I am just an ordinary parent of a candidate." Yang Mei was almost crying. "Then you shouldn't have said it before." Now she is under great pressure. But, as a journalist, Yang Mei has a keen sense of news. Her professional attitude overcame her fear. Yang Mei handed the microphone to Xia Jingyi and asked bravely, "In that case, can I ask you a question? From what you said just now, it seems that you are not optimistic that Su Chun will be able to pass the exam and become the top scholar in Yunhua City. You know, since the Career Awakening Day, classmate Su Chun has done a series of shocking things. The fact that he had completed a special breakthrough mission was reported to the entire country, and even the government officials expressed their approval. Don't you think these deeds are enough to prove his strength and talent? Facing Yang Mei's question, Xia Jingyi's expression remained calm. Doesn't he know how strong Su Chen is? He is neither blind nor deaf. Just by paying attention to the changes in his daughter's strength in this month, he was able to make a side judgment. Su Chen is definitely a unique and rare genius awakener in the history of human awakening. Not to mention that his profession is an ordinary great summoner. Even if he is just a basic mage, Xia Jingyi would not have any doubt about his strength. But today, in front of the camera, facing millions of live viewers, he still had to maintain an attitude that belittled Su Chen. Because of his daughter Xiaolingyun? Yes, but not entirely. His main purpose is to help Su Chen and increase his fame. Xia Jingyi already knew about Su Chen's background. Babies are raised by society without their parents knowing. With no background or family background, I was just an ordinary person before the first year of high school. 2.5 years ago, as if my Ren and Du meridians were opened up, I started to exercise my body, achieved excellent results, and was invincible in the whole school. Then on the day of awakening, he obtained the ordinary summoner profession and possessed unknown high-level talents. From then on, he soared to the sky. It can be said that, apart from being a bit of a philanderer and having affairs with many opposite sexes besides his own daughter, Su Chen is impeccable in other aspects. He is exactly the template of the perfect son-in-law in Xia Jingyi's mind. Of course, there is nothing wrong with being unfaithful. In today's era, the government encourages having many children and gaining more blessings. As long as you have enough strength and it is not forced. No matter whether you are a man or a woman, have 3 wives and 4 concubines, or keep 70 or 80 gigolos, no one will blame you. At most, Xia Jingyi felt a little unhappy. But overall, he was still satisfied with Su Chen. And it is precisely because he is satisfied with Su Chen that he wants to belittle him here. If Xia Jingyi praised Su Chen's talent and strength in front of the audience, after that, Su Chen achieved good results again. Although some people will praise him for his keen eye for talent, the scope of influence will not be too large. Everyone will soon put this matter behind them and pay attention to more eye-catching things. But if, as the president of the Mad Dragon Guild, he belittled Su Chen in public, but Su Chen slapped him in the face with his strength and achievements. In addition, the affair between his daughter and Su Chen was exposed. It is difficult for the audience not to imagine. A cliché story about a vicious father-in-law who looks down on his poor son-in-law and gets slapped in the face in public. This matter will also become something that others will talk about. It will also attract more attention. Su Chen's fame can also be greatly enhanced by this. Don't underestimate reputation. Nowadays, in the hot summer, there are as many people as crucian carp crossing the river. Although epic and legendary professionals are scarce, several are born every year in every city. The emergence of a large number of geniuses will make genius worthless. Su Chen's completion of the special breakthrough mission caused quite a stir and even led to the official issuing a statement praising him. But there was no actual gain. That's the truth. Without fame and attention, no matter how talented and capable you are, you will lose a lot. That's why Xia Jingyi wanted to help him. As for whether Su Chen would resent himself for his own humiliation, Xia Jingyi didn't care. Or rather, he would rather Su Chen hate him. Only by setting goals for yourself and working hard can you provide better support for your daughter. One's own strength. It is the greatest guarantee for the survival of Blue Star at present. Xia Jingyi said to the camera expressionlessly. I really don't think highly of him, even though this classmate named Su Chen has done many amazing things. But everyone should remember that the past is the past, and the present is the present. Don't take the past as the present. Besides, true geniuses are born for big occasions. Before they appear on stage, they must bide their time and hide their talents. As someone who is so flamboyant and a summoner, he is easily targeted. No matter how good he was before, I don't think he can go far in this exam. Yang Mei pursed her lips. She really wanted to refute Xia Jingyi, but she was of little influence, and even if she praised Su Chen's deeds to the sky, it would not be convincing. At this time, the cameraman whispered in her ear, and some people in the comments section agreed with Xia Jingyi's words. President Xia, your opinion is great. I think so too. I think Yunhua City TV station praised the student named Su Chen too much in order to make a news report. A student who has not yet taken the college entrance examination was previously touted in the news as the hope for Daxia's future. I really laughed. Just a clown. When the exam results come out, if the scores are not high enough to get into an ordinary school, I will really die of laughter in the live broadcast room. Yang Mei was a little anxious. She urgently needs to find someone to change the direction of the barrage. Suddenly, She remembered that the principal of number 1 middle school was standing next to her. Principal Jiang, what do you think of President Xia's comments? Yang Mei handed the microphone to Jiang Donghai as if she had found a life-saving straw. However, Jiang Donghai did not argue with Xia Zhengyi as she had imagined. He just smiled and downplayed it. I remember now, President Xia is the father of Xialingyun, a student in my school. Hearing this, Yang Mei was stunned, and a cold and beautiful figure suddenly appeared in her mind. And along with that comes the conversation. What kind of person is Su Chun? I, Xialingyun, need someone to chase after. This interview circulated for a while, along with the news that Su Chun had completed a special-level breakthrough mission. Therefore, many people have an impression of Xialingyun. Good man. I thought President Xia was speaking out for justice, but I didn't expect that he was an old father who was helpless and furious when his daughter was kidnapped by a yellow-haired boy. Although he has seduced the woman's heart, why can't he say a few bad words about her? Su Chun is simply not a human. He is a god. Not to mention he is powerful, but he is also so charming that he can make the little princess of the Mad Dragon Guild confess her love in public. It turns out that I came to the human world just to make up the numbers. What am I doing living like this? Yang Mei looked at the photographer inquiringly. The photographer gave her a yes sign. She then breathed a sigh of relief and took the microphone. I wanted to interview Xia Zhengyi, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and ask him whether he looked at Su Chan in this way out of personal grudge. But at this time, suddenly there was a commotion not far away. Everyone looked over. I saw a burly figure wearing a crown, a bright red cloak and holding a blood-red staff, slowly walking towards the school gate. He had a powerful aura, as flamboyant and arrogant as a lion shaking its mane. Domineering. The pedestrians around him were overwhelmed by his momentum and quickly stepped aside to make way for him. Jiang Donghai's eyes lit up and he hurried forward. At this moment, Yang Mei realized that the news protagonist she had been looking for had finally arrived. Chapter 40. Are you here to compete for second place? Principal, I'm not late. Su Chan said to Jiang Donghai, who was walking towards him. Is Su Chan the future of Daxia and the hope of mankind? Jiang Donghai didn't know. But now, he is definitely the hope of Yunhua City No. 1 Middle School. Facing the top talent in front of us. Jiang Donghai said hurriedly. No, the exam will start in 15 minutes. You're just in time. Then I'll go first. Su Chun was about to walk into the school. But then he saw a figure rushing in front of him and blocking his way. The visitor said excitedly. Student Su Chun, I am Yang Mei, a reporter from Yunhua City TV station. Can I ask you a few questions? Su Chun was startled, turned his head slightly, and looked at the camera. He lowered his voice. He asked in a voice that only he and Yang Mei could hear. Are there many people watching your show? Yang Mei was stunned for a moment, then quickly answered in a low voice. It's been watched by over 1 million people. Not only are there audiences from Yunhua City, but also. Su Chun pressed his palms together and nodded. Of course. He faced the camera and smiled confidently. Now, the barrage paused for a moment, but then it started rolling like crazy. Damn it, Mom. Am I really a man? Why does this guy look so handsome? Oh my God. My dream lover should be such a hero. As soon as I came in, I was tripped by the flying pants. Forget it. Since everyone is so crazy, I might as well join in. Su Chen knew how destructive his appearance would be to the audience in the live broadcast room. He did it on purpose. All of a professional's equipment, except weapons, can be set to be visible or hidden. Simply put, on the surface, you appear to be wearing a vest, shorts, and flip-flops. But in the equipment column, there is a set of artifacts that shine with golden light. Generally, no one would display their equipment in the city. Everyone is wearing normal clothes, but you are shining brightly, which attracts a lot of attention. Not many people can stand being stared at. But this is exactly the effect Su Chen wanted. If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it's like walking in fine clothes at night. He probably can't go back to his hometown, but don't let him show off. Then his belief in becoming stronger would lose a major support. So he deliberately equipped it to be visible. I'm here to show off today. Naturally, he doesn't mind being interviewed in front of millions of viewers. Yang Mei is very happy. She finally had the chance to interview in person the protagonist who had appeared in her press releases many times. With an even stronger momentum than when he faced Xia Zhengyi, Yang Mei asked a few questions carefully. They are all routine questions like preparation for the college entrance examination and mentality. Su Chen answered skillfully using official language. I just learned it last night, just to prepare for the interview. It seems that the effect is good now. Jiang Donghai reminded from the side, Time is running out. Yang Mei said she understood, and then she decided to make a big news. She repeated Xia Jingyi's previous pessimism about Su Chan, then asked, "Excuse me, what do you think of President Xia? Do you have anything to say?" Su Chan was silent for a while. Everyone was looking at him, guessing his reaction, being belittled and looked down upon in public. Anyone would be very angry. What's more, he is a young genius who has just become famous. Even Xia Jingyi was prepared to be hostile to him. Everyone in the live broadcast room was ready. Su Chan broke down and started cursing in public. Who knows? Su Chan just smiled indifferently and said, "It was my fault." Everyone was stunned and their eyes widened. They didn't expect him to admit his mistake first. Then Su Chan said, "I was too low-key, which caused Uncle Xia to misjudge my strength. I understand Uncle Xia's opinion. After all, people who haven't witnessed me take action with their own eyes won't believe that my strength is so strong. Warm reminder, everyone, please protect your jaws and don't get hurt by being too surprised." Everyone at the scene and the audience in front of the screen were really shocked at this moment. It's not just because Su Chan was neither arrogant nor impatient, but calm and composed when dealing with insults, and the confidence that oozes from every pore of his body. It was as if he was the miracle itself, destined to bring unpredictable surprises to everyone. This inevitably raised everyone's expectations for Su Chan. And also, what the hell is being too low-key? This whole month, Su Chan, a newly awakened professional, made the most news. Xia Jingyi also looked at the handsome guy deeply. He seemed even more arrogant than he thought, and shameless. But I don't know if he really has the strength to support this arrogance. Yang Mei let out a breath and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Big news has arrived. I glanced at the time and saw that there were less than 5 minutes left before the exam began. She said quickly, "Finally, I would like to ask, do you have anything to say to other candidates who are about to take the exam?" Su Chan naturally looked at the camera and smiled. "Are you here to compete for second place?" In an instant, the whole audience was silent. After a while, the comments were like clouds. "Crazy. This kid is really crazy. Damn. What is so dazzling? Who is showing off? I waited for 18 years, just for an opportunity. Now I am at home watching others realize my dream. Woo woo woo." Yang Mei held her chin back and spoke in a stiff tone. "Thank you very much for accepting the interview, Su Chan. I hope you can successfully become the top scholar in Yunhua City." Su Chan smiled at her, turned and walked into the school. After walking a distance, his voice came again. Not just Yunhua City. His voice was extremely clear to everyone's ears. The tone is as firm and heavy as a towering mountain. One can feel his determination and confidence that comes from his soul, even though everyone has seen his arrogance. But when I heard these words again, I couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really ambitious. Xia Jingyi expressed the thoughts of many people, but Xia Jingyi really doesn't think highly of Su Chan this time. Daxia has a vast territory and numerous cities. There are many geniuses in one city. Judged by the difficulty of the copy, becoming the number one in a city is already a hellish level of difficulty. After all, you have to face many epic and legendary professionals. I don't even know how many professionals there are who possess level and talents. Instead, the scope of competition should be expanded to the provincial level. That is above the hell level, which adds a lot of difficulty. In addition to the many geniuses that are obvious, no one knows what kind of monsters the major forces, families, and organizations have secretly cultivated. There are also some perverts who are cultivated by the luck of heaven and earth. It wouldn't be surprising even if a few mythical professionals suddenly appeared. When the competition expands to the whole country, a young man with no family background who was raised by the government, no matter how lucky he is, how talented he is, or how good his career is, I want to reach the top and become the number one in the country. Its difficulty is no less than climbing to the sky on foot without any external help. This is simply impossible. A moment. The whole audience was silent. No one spoke. Ding-ling. At this time, Yang Mei's cell phone rang and she quickly answered it. "What? Over 10 million. We need to broadcast Su Chin's perspective of the battle live." "Okay, I'll go back now." Yang Mei hung up the phone in a hurry, and she pulled the photographer and was about to leave. But after taking a few steps, she turned back and asked Jiang Donghai and Xia Jingyi. "The TV station has decided to broadcast the battle between Su Chan and other talented professionals from Yunhua City live. Would you two be willing to be the special guests of the show and participate in the show to discuss the exam situation?" When Jiang Donghai heard Yang Mei divide the candidates into Su Chan and others, his mouth almost cracked with laughter. But he shook his head and said, I won't go. I still have work to do after the exams start. Xia thought about it and nodded. Okay. Yang Mei nodded excitedly and quickly asked Xia to walk in front, and the three of them left quickly. At this time, Su Chun had already arrived at the school playground, waiting for the examination room teleportation array to arrive. Chapter 41: Who the Three Guests Support. The playground of number 1 middle school. The weather is very good today, with no clouds in the sky. The warm sun shines directly on the young and energetic faces. Su Chen's arrival caused quite a stir. The crowd retreated away from him as if they were avoiding a flood or a beast. Only Xiaolingyun went against the crowd and walked to his side. You're here. Su Chen nodded. Then he looked at the group of classmates in the distance with wary eyes. He said helplessly, we were classmates, and when we met again, he didn't even say hello. What have I done to deserve such disrespect from them? Xiaolingyun covered her lips and chuckled. You beat them all up, how dare they get close to you? God have mercy on me. I am innocent. They asked for it. Su Chen shrugged. The two of them spent the last bit of time chatting. There was a loud bang in the sky. Then a huge magic circle appeared out of thin air. The magic circle emitted a light that gradually became stronger. This is the examination room teleportation array. If we become rivals later, will you give me some ground? Xiaolingyun suddenly asked. This is an easy question, and most men know how to answer it. Su Chun naturally said without hesitation, patting his chest. I will definitely help you. Xiaolingyun's face lit up with joy. I thought that the idiot had finally come to his senses. But then Su Chen said again, I must send you to the next competition quickly. Xiaolingyun glanced at Su Chen speechlessly. Before I speak again, the light of the magic circle above rose to its peak and then suddenly descended. Next second, the entire playground was cleared. In the apocalypse system, the combat perspectives of all candidates are open together. Inside the Yunhua City TV station, the studio is ready. A beautiful host in a blue dress spoke. Hello everyone. I am the host Lin Bing. Today's special program is mainly about sharing the battle perspectives of the talented candidates from Yunhua City. We also invited 3 special guests to the scene, including Zhu Ling, the teacher in charge of Yunhuiqing in the admissions office of Dasha Academy. A middle-aged woman with a sweet smile waved towards the camera. And there is also Zhang Tianhao, the principal of Yunhua City No. 2 Middle School. The camera turns. A short, thin, dark man wearing thick-framed glasses is captured in the camera. Zhang Tianhao did not say much, just smiled and nodded at the camera. And Mr. Xia, the president of the Crazy Dragon Union. The camera turned again and aimed at Xia. Xia had a calm expression and did not react at all. Lin Bing is also an experienced host and was not alarmed by Xiao's indifference. She reacted very quickly and quickly moved on to the next topic. As everyone knows, the first round of assessments is mainly a competition between students from the same city. In the first round, only the top 100 candidates can enter the next round. Students with higher rankings will receive certain preferential treatment in the second round of assessment. So, whoever gets first place in this round is extremely crucial to the entire college entrance examination. I would like to ask, do the 3 guests have a candidate in their minds who can surely win the first place? Lin Bing looked at Zhu Ling, who was closest to him, and motioned for her to go first. Zhu Ling cooperated. After thinking for a moment, she spoke. During this month, I collected a lot of information about professionals for the purpose of recruiting students for the school. Their professions and talents can all be called geniuses, or even monsters. I should have been struggling to decide between several candidates for the first place in the first round. But when a name came into my sight, I instantly had the answer. Everyone should know who that person is. That's right. It's Su Chun from Yunhua City No. 1 Middle School. Lin Bing's eyes lit up when he heard this. Su Chun is now the traffic code, and even this program was opened urgently because of him. She was just about to follow Zhu Ling's words and ask her why she supported it. But Zhang Tianhao, who was next to Zhu Ling, spoke first. Teacher Zhu Ling, I think as an admissions teacher at Dasha Academy, you should not make a conclusion so early. I have also heard about the deeds of this classmate Su Chun. He has indeed done many things that can be called miracles, such as completing a special level breakthrough mission. But as I remember, his profession is just a normal grade summoner. Even if he is promoted to a higher level, he will only be an excellent grade 1. No matter how talented a person is, no matter how good his talent is, he will be restricted by his profession, and his profession is the foundation of a professional. What's more, our school has a new student this year named Wu Ying. He not only has the profession of a legendary assassin, but also has a super talent. Everyone should know what kind of advantages assassins have against mages. After 10 duels, the chances of encountering players with high win rates will increase. I believe they will definitely have a fight, and Wu Ying will definitely win this time. So I think Wu Ying is most likely to win the first place in the first round. His words were well-founded and could not be refuted. Even Xia Zhengyi, who was listening nearby, felt his heart tighten. Summoner is a mage-side profession, but mages do not have an advantage in one-on-one duels. At the same level, a legendary mage must also be careful when facing a basic assassin's sneak attack. If Su Qin really met that legendary assassin, it would be difficult to deal with him. Xia Zhengyi frowned slightly. Zhu Ling's expression remained unchanged. Obviously, it was impossible that she had not come into contact with Wu Ying's information, but she didn't seem to intend to change her mind. After listening to Zhang Tianhao's words, Lin Bing turned to look at Xia Zhengyi and reminded him, "Excuse me, Mr. Xia, do you have a candidate you support?" Xia Zhengyi thought about it and realized that Zhang Tianhao had snatched the role he was about to play. It would be inappropriate for him to continue belittling Su Chan now, otherwise it would seem too deliberate. So after thinking for a moment, he said, "I think the first place winner should be my daughter, Xiaolingyun, a student from number 1 middle school." Lin Bing heard this and said meaningfully, "I guess everyone should be familiar with Mr. Xia's daughter. She is the beautiful girl who boldly expressed her love to classmate Su Chun in front of our camera a month ago." She wanted to continue speaking. Xia Zhengyi gave her a warning look. Lin Bing immediately shut up, and at this moment, the director's prompt came through the headset. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she said in surprise, "What a coincidence. The two students we just talked about happened to meet in the first round of the competition. Let's watch the exciting duel between the Frost Witch Xiaolingyun and the Soul Hunter Shadow Demon Wu Ying." The camera flashes and enters the duel perspective. Chapter 42. Xia Zhengyi felt extremely angry. In the arena without spectators. As soon as Xiaolingyun opened her eyes, she looked across. Her expression suddenly became solemn. Just as Zhang Tianhao said in the studio, "The mage faces the assassin. That's really like being beaten like a son, especially low-level mages. The moment the assassin gets close to you, you will die." But Xiaolingyun was not too panicked. These days, she followed Su Chun, not just to do odd jobs. Skill experience books, and even equipment enhancement. Su Chun didn't miss her at all. She is now level 19, fully equipped, and an epic mage with many max-level skills. Xiaolingyun raised her hand and cast a shield skill on herself. Mysterious Ice Crystal Shield. 3 energy shields made of ice crystals floated beside her. At this time, Wu Ying on the opposite side also moved. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. It flew at an extremely fast speed, disappeared into the ground, and rushed straight towards Xiaolingyun. Xiaolingyun looked annoyed. The most important ability of an assassin is to hide in the dark and launch sneak attacks. The other party rushed towards her openly, not taking her seriously at all. Her face was cold and she held her staff tightly, waiting until Wu Ying got close. The staff shone brightly and hit the ground. Mysterious ice spikes. An ice spike grew out accurately from under Wu Ying's body, forced him out of the ground. Wu Ying leaped into the air, bent his waist into a bow shape, and narrowly avoided the spike. Xiaolingyun seized the opportunity and raised her hand. Mysterious Crystal Ice Dragon. A 3-meter-long ice crystal dragon flew out from the staff and bit towards Wu Ying. Just when she thought Wu Ying was bound to be hit and was preparing for the next set of skills, Wu Ying's figure suddenly disappeared in mid-air. Xiaolingyun's eyes widened. Next moment, there was a sound of an ice shield breaking behind him. Following right on, the stinging sensation of a sharp blade fell on my back. You won't get hurt in the competition arena, but the pain will be just as great. Xiaolingyun's health bar was instantly halved. She gritted her teeth and stumbled forward a few steps. When you feel the strong wind coming, she hurriedly activated the skill, 1,000 Miles of Ice. The ground around was suddenly covered with layers of ice crystals. Wu Ying was accidentally hit and his body froze in place. Good opportunity. Xiaolingyun's eyes lit up. She swung up her staff and made another move. The snowstorm won't stop. This skill was exploded from the fallen court mage. The damage is quite high. The wind was howling and the snow was falling heavily. Damage numbers kept popping up above Wu Ying's head. Seeing that the health bar has dropped to the bottom, when Xiaolingyun was looking for an opportunity to use her ultimate move, suddenly, her vision suddenly turned black. It was as if a pair of hands covered her eyes from behind. Next second, a sharp stinging sensation passed through the neck. You have lost. The preparation area is a white space. I am alone. Candidates can take a short break inside. Xiaolingyun slumped on the ground, touching her neck and gasping for breath. In the pitch darkness, his neck was cut. This fear has not dissipated yet. After a while, Xiaolingyun's breathing gradually became steady. She reviewed the battle just now and summarized it in her mind. The ability to teleport, be immune to control, and block vision. This guy is so strong. There was a hint of worry in Xiaolingyun's eyes. She wasn't doing it for herself. After all, she had already fought with the other party once. It won't happen again. The reason for her worry was naturally Su Chan. Su Chan is also a mage, even if his summons are very powerful. But if you are blindfolded, someone can still get close to you easily. Bye. Su Chan, what should you do? Xiaolingyun knew that Su Chen's goal was extremely ambitious. She was worried that if Su Chen failed, it would affect his mentality for future exams. Xiaolingyun opened the candidate's combat perspective of the apocalypse system. Want to see how Su Chen is doing? But I was reminded that Su Chen was resting. Then look at the results. Name: Su Chen, wins, 2. Xiaolingyun was stunned. Her battle with Wu Ying was considered fast. It only took a little over a minute. But I didn't expect. In just 1 minute, Su Chen has actually completed 2 competitions. Even if he is her boyfriend, Xiaolingyun couldn't help but question, is this a human? In the Yunhua City studio, the 4 of them looked at the screen. Currently playing, Xiaolingyun suddenly stood still. Wu Ying flashed and appeared beside her, slashing her throat with a knife. Xia Zhengyi clenched his fists suddenly. Although I know I won't get hurt in the competition arena, but seeing his daughter being treated like this, he couldn't help but feel murderous. Su Chen, it's time to prove that you can be Ling Yun's backer. Kill this kid, and I will acknowledge you as my son-in-law. Otherwise, Xia Zhengyi slowly loosened his fist, but the fierce light in his eyes did not fade. At this time, Zhang Tianhao next to him smiled and said, "You 3 have seen it. This is Wu Ying's strength. That little girl named Xiaolingyun is really good." She first began to condense an ice shield around her body for protection. It is estimated that it will be difficult for ordinary assassins to break it. However, in Wu Ying's hands, it can only withstand 1 blow. And most importantly, he clearly has the ability to be immune to control, but when Xiaolingyun released the control, he chose to take it head-on. Then wait for Xiaolingyun to release a large-scale skill, freeze herself, and then deliver a fatal blow. Whether it's offensive ability or situation judgment, Wu Ying is definitely the best among this year's candidates. Zhang Tianhao boasted a lot. His statement is far-fetched. For example, Wu Ying and Xiaolingyun have never fought each other. How could he know that Xiaolingyun would release endless snow and wind? But now that Wu Ying has won, even if others want to refute, they have no foothold. Lin Bing smiled and was about to speak in agreement. A voice suddenly came from the headset. She said immediately, "The duel just now was very exciting, but I received news that classmate Su Chen has also entered the battle. Let's watch his perspective of the battle." When the words fall, the screen turned. In the arena, Su Chen put one hand in his pocket and waved his staff with the other, setting up a magic circle. 9 3-meter-tall skeleton warriors wearing full black armor walked out of the magic circle. His opponent was a dazzling knight dressed in golden equipment. When the knight entered, he was obviously stunned. He suddenly laughed. "Haha, Su Chen, it's you. If I defeat you today, I lose?" Without waiting for him to finish speaking, all 9 skeleton warriors were deployed. Flying slash. 9 figures fell from the sky. "Wait, you guys." The Golden Knight looked terrified and raised his broad shield. But the skeleton warriors formed a circle. How could they be stopped? He was soon hacked to death. The battle is over. The 4 people in the studio were all stunned. The lens is just focused now. The whole battle was over in less than half a minute? They looked so lonely. Even Zhang Tianhao, who had just boasted that Wu Ying was invincible. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but sit up straight. Zhu Ling spoke at this time. "I know the golden armored warrior from before. His name is Lu Guang. He is the only legendary profession that has awakened in Yunhua No. 7 Middle School in the past 10 years. He also possesses the level 1 talent solid as a rock. By activating this talent, he can reduce the damage he receives within 5 minutes by 70. I heard that Yunhua No. 7 Middle School has put a lot of effort into training him. Not only did it help him raise his level to level 21, but it also helped him reach the 3rd level. The entire set of equipment he was wearing was of rare quality at level 3, and all of them had been enhanced to a level of +10. Her voice was calm, and she gave a brief introduction. But to everyone's ears, it sounded like a loud thunder explosion, giving people a strong sense of shock. After all, a third-rank knight who was trained with great effort. He didn't even have time to say his name. It can be said that Su Chen launched a sneak attack, but he couldn't even resist. Could it be that Lu Guang didn't want to? No. Su Chen is too strong. Zhu Ling didn't mention Su Chen at all, but both his words and his words reflected Su Chen's strength. I don't know how others will react. Anyway, Xia Jingyi's brows slowly relaxed, but his expression remained serious. Apparently, he won't be happy until he sees Wu Ying lose. Chapter 43: The upcoming final battle. Yunhuiqing TV station is facing the most serious problem in its history. Lin Bing's career as a host is also facing a serious crisis at this moment. At the beginning, she said, the main content of this program is watch the battle perspectives of Su Chen and other Yunhua city geniuses. But now there is a very troublesome problem. Su Chen's fighting was really too fast. Almost no enemy could last more than a minute in his hands. Often the lens has just been changed. The audience sees Su Chen's opponent was surrounded by a group of tall skeleton warriors and then hacked to death. Everyone understands how powerful he is, but there was no show effect at all. This caused many viewers to complain. But the strange thing is, the popularity in the live broadcast room is rising. Even more strange is that, for live broadcast effect, the TV station switched to the perspectives of other candidates. For example, Wu Ying or Xiaoling Yun. Their battles all ended in victory. And the process is fascinating. Various gorgeous skills and exquisite movements. It's also a crushing defeat, but they can come up with the most barrage of attacks. The battle duration is just right. However, when the camera switches to someone else, the popularity of the live broadcast room is declining. This confused the program director. He thought that the guests did not make an incisive evaluation of the battle situation in time, so let Lin Bing ask more questions. The guests were also very cooperative. When switching to Wu Ying's shot, Zhang Tianhao can talk nonstop, summarize the 18 advantages that Wu Ying has for winning. And when the camera turned to Xiaoling Yun, Xia Jingyi, who had always been calm, would also say a few more words. Zhu Ling will also take the time to introduce several talented candidates she knows. This situation lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the director found the popularity dropped by half. The director is going crazy. What's wrong with this audience? Is the battle not exciting? Are the guest comments not sharp enough? What on earth do they want to see? Actually, the audience in the live broadcast room also felt confused. Am I the only one who feels weird? The other candidates' battles were so exciting, but I found them boring. Me too, especially seeing the two candidates fighting so hard. One of them couldn't even last 10 seconds in Su Chen's hands. It was a bit funny. Su Chen is too much. Isn't he very arrogant? Why doesn't he give the candidates some time to speak before mocking them? Wouldn't that make the battle last longer? You upstairs can play with the ants on the ground, but do you take bacteria seriously? In Su Chen's eyes, they are probably not even as good as bacteria. That's an exaggeration, right? I think the assassin named Wu Ying is very strong and may become a strong rival for Su Chen. I really hope they can meet soon. The director looked at the comments. I understood it instantly. Everyone came here for Su Chen, especially since he appears to be so powerful. Who cares if the other candidates put up a good fight? Certainly, it is not ruled out that a small number of people are attracted by the abilities of Wu Ying or Xiaoling Yun, but most people came for Su Chen. So, no matter how fast Su Chen's combat perspective is, focus the camera on him, and you won't go wrong. Think of this. The director immediately ordered, quick, switch back to Su Chen's battle perspective. The staff member operating the camera responded bitterly. The director can't do it. The director was full of questions. Who can't do it? How the hell do you know my little secret? He glared at the staff member. Before I could even open my mouth, the staff member explained. Su Chen has not entered the battle yet, so he can't find an opponent. The director immediately turned on the apocalypse system. Enter Su Chen's combat perspective code. Take a look at the results. 19. His scalp felt numb. Although the director is not a professional, but given his identity, he often comes into contact with professionals. Every year during the college entrance examination, I get together with many bigwigs to discuss. But no one has ever been as terrifying as Su Chen. The exam had only started for less than 20 minutes. Apart from Su Chen, there was also Wu Ying, who ended the second part of the battle. Still working towards the 7th win. How did he win 19 games? Looking at the battle time, The average duration is 19 seconds. The director gasped and almost fell down in his seat. If you regard the first round of the college entrance examination as a 100-meter sprint, Su Chan was at the moment the starting gun sounded, just standing at the last step before the finish line and waiting. The other contestants have just left the starting line. Abnormal. Su Chan is a complete pervert. There is no one like this before, and it will probably be hard to find one to surpass in the future. Based on Su Chan's performance in this exam, it will definitely leave a mark in the history of Yunhua City. Although he had completed a special breakthrough mission before, it has already been recorded once in the city's history. But the director discovered the blind spot. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be a situation where there's not enough people to queue up. The matching rules of the Apocalypse system are based on the candidate's winning rate. No matter how many games Su Chan wins, his opponents are also ranked according to his win rate. Su Chan's winning rate is 100%. That is to say, there is a high probability that his next opponent will also be an undefeated candidate. And now the undefeated candidates are left. The director opened the winning rate ranking list. His pupils suddenly widened, full of excitement. Ranking 1, name, Su Chan, record, 19, win rate, 100. Ranking 2, name, Wu Ying, record, 6, win rate, 100. Ranking 3, name, Xiaolingyun, record, 5. Only Su Chan and Wu Ying are left. The director's hands were shaking with excitement. This situation means, when Wu Ying finishes the 7th battle, Su Chan will definitely be involved in the 8th battle. The battle between the two was faster than anyone imagined. Su Chan defeated Wu Ying, and he secured the first place in the first round of Yunhua City in advance. After Wu Ying stepped over Su Chan, no one could stop him anymore. Success or failure depends on this one move. This is the final battle of the first round of the Yunhua City College entrance examination. The director swallowed. He picked up the headset and informed Lin Bing of the situation. In the studio, Lin Bing was having an awkward chat with 3 guests. She used her excellent eloquence and tried her best to liven up the atmosphere. But the 3 guests were not very cooperative, and she could not handle it alone. Just when she was feeling a little desperate, the news from the director instantly made her face flush. Dear audience, 3 guests, Su Chan and Wu Ying, are about to meet. As soon as these words came out, the audience who were originally preparing to close the live broadcast room stopped. The 3 guests in the studio all looked at her. Lin Bing took a deep breath and suppressed the blush on her face. Then she informed the director of her situation and explained it briefly. Zhang Tianhao clenched his fist on his thigh suddenly. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. But soon, he became extremely firm. Wu Ying, it's up to you. Cross this mountain and bring all the glory back to number 2 middle school. Zhu Ling smiled. There was some expectation in his eyes, but not much. Apparently she had predicted who would win and was pretty sure of it. Xia Zhengyi, who had been expressionless all this time, now felt a little uneasy. The most thrilling official mission he had ever taken on was ask their guild to intercept an alien army of 10,000 people. He seemed even more nervous now than he was then. Inside the arena, Wu Ying's figure flashed, and he quickly shuttled among the dense arrows. It seemed like it was impossible to avoid it. He tapped the ground with his toes, and his figure instantly appeared behind the archer on the opposite side. The archer was no ordinary candidate either. He predicted his moves. Move forward a big step in advance, turn around and shoot the arrow. The arrow hit a dark shadow. The archer showed joy on his face, but his smile froze the next second. The black shadow exploded into a ball of black mist. At the same time, he felt a stinging pain in his back. You have failed. Wu Ying returned to the White Lounge. He let out a long breath. There was a hint of disappointment on his face. It was obvious that he didn't enjoy the fight just now. How boring. Wu Ying continued, I hope I can meet an interesting opponent next time. As he spoke, he closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and recovered. Soon, his magic power, physical strength, and energy have all reached peak levels. Wu Ying called up the system and matched the opponent again. The Apocalypse system is as fast as ever. 3 seconds later, Wu Ying received the prompt. Ding. Matching successful. Your next opponent is Leader Summoner Su Chan. In an instant, Wu Ying's eyes suddenly narrowed and her body trembled slightly. A rare smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, which had been expressionless until now. Finally, I met you, Su Chan. You must be very strong to be able to complete special-level tasks. You will be my whetstone. Try your best, and you will definitely be able to bring out my strongest state. Chapter 44. President Quanglong feels comfortable. Here they come. The top two newly awakened professionals in Yunhua City this year have finally met. Wu-Ying, I won't ask too much from you. Just at least hold on for more than half a minute. What nonsense is the above? Wu-Ying is the pride of our number 2 middle school. He will definitely win. Assassin beats mage. Father beats son. A large number of barrages passed by quickly. In the studio, it was also quiet at this time. No one spoke. This moment, it seemed that the entire Yunhua City had become quiet. Everyone's attention is focused on the battle perspective. Colosseum. Su Chun looked calmly at the figure that was gradually solidifying not far away. He yawned. He waited so long that he almost fell asleep. Fortunately, after this battle is over, he can prepare for the second round in advance. Think of this. Su Chun took out the blood pupil. Those who can persist until now and still maintain the same undefeated record as him. He should not be an ordinary person. He set up 3 summoning circles to save face. 2 teams of skeleton warriors and 1 team of goblin high priests. All were summoned out. When Wu-Ying looked at him, a team of skeleton warriors have rushed out from the summoning circle. Use flying slash. On him, Wu-Ying seemed to be stunned, standing there in a daze. At this time, barrage. No way? Another second? Even Wu-Ying is like this. Sure enough, everyone is equal in front of Su Chun. Su Chun? Su Shin. However, the battle did not end as easily as Su Chun and the audience imagined. The skeleton warrior landed on the ground and slashed down with several swords at the same time. But Wu-Ying's body exploded and turned into a ball of black mist. Sudden, a strong wind blew towards Su Chin's neck from the side. He turned his head in time to avoid a 2-foot-long black scimitar. Wu-Ying didn't expect him to dodge. No, I guess I didn't expect him to hide so easily. Just a tilt of the head, not using a skill. This result made him slightly stunned. But it only takes a short time. A skeleton warrior guarding Su Chun slashed at him with a knife. Ghost Shadow instant slash. The blade started at 0 frame and slashed across the body, although there was no blood splatter. But Wu-Ying was knocked several meters away by the terrible force of the knife. Wait until other skeleton warriors attack. Wu-Ying quickly came to his senses and used a skill similar to teleportation to dodge quickly. With Su Chin's current spiritual attributes, he could easily capture his spatial landing point. Immediately let the goblin high priest next to him activate his skills. The ground is cracking. The ground is cracking. The ground is cracking. Wu-Ying's feet just touched the ground. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook violently, leaving terrible marks. A violent shaking sensation came from under his feet, almost making him lose his balance and fall to the ground. Being almost attacked made Su Chun a little more serious. This time he used a combination of skills. After Wu-Ying appeared, he immediately led the 2 goblin high priests who had not taken action, using their skills. Thunder from the sky. Dark clouds quickly gathered above Wu-Ying's head. Boom. The blazing white thunder struck down. Just as he was about to be struck, Wu-Ying's body exploded into a ball of black mist again. Su Chun frowned slightly. Is the cooldown time of this skill that short? Just 1 second? But the next second, the black mist that Wu-Ying transformed into drifted away and condensed into his shape again. He was breathing heavily, his face full of horror and excitement, although he was not hit by the sky thunder. But after 2 waves of attacks, his health bar has dropped to the lowest point. At this time, if he was hit by any skill, he would be taken away directly by Su Chun. However, Wu-Ying smiled. Su Chun, you are so awesome. You are the second person who can push me to this point. Su Chun said expressionlessly. If you want me to let you go, you might as well kneel down and kowtow. Nice words are useless to me. At this time just like the villain in the comics who has the upper hand, Wu-Ying is a passionate young man who wants to have the aura of a protagonist. Su Chun knows. The villain dies because he talks too much. So he didn't waste time talking to Wu-Ying. Ride the wind. A huge wind field directly covered the entire arena. It has no impact on Wu-Ying. However, small whirlwinds condensed under the feet of Su Chun's summoned creatures. With the blessing of Feng Xian, 9 skeleton warriors attacked like lightning leopards. They are more like assassins than Wu-Ying, even though he is tall and has heavy armor. They also closed the distance with Wu-Ying in a very short time. The blade was placed above Wu-Ying's head. In this moment, Xiaolingyun, who was resting in the white room, held her breath. I was almost too scared to look at the battle perspective. She knew what was coming. She has experienced it, but she couldn't help but worry in her heart and quickly looked in the direction of Su Chun. The shadow is coming, Wu-Yin said. In an instant, a dark shadow appeared under his feet. He rushed into Su Qin's shadow at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Next, Su Qin's eyes went dark. But not until he adapts to the environment. A slight sound of breaking air came from the side. Su Qin understood instantly that he was under control. But that's it? Su Qin used the skill teleport on the spot. Wu-Yin thought that this attack would definitely succeed. But a strong feeling of fear enveloped his mind again. It seemed that if he took another half step forward, he would surely die. His health is very low now, and he doesn't dare to gamble with his life. Therefore, the next moment, he decisively gave up the attack and chose to retreat. The next second when he made his choice, ripples spread out from under Su Qin's feet. Those spatial ripples were as gentle as water waves. When ripples appear, the fear in Wu Ying's mind instantly had a target. He had no doubt that these ripples would cause harm to him. Luckily, he dodged it, and Su Qin has already fallen into his control. He had a full 5 minutes. It is definitely enough for him to find the flaws in Su Qin's defense. That's what Wu Ying thought. But Su Qin didn't want to give him that long. He picked up the blood pupil. A blood-red eyeball with wings floated out from the top of the staff. When I saw that eye, Wu Ying felt something was wrong. Really? The skeleton warrior who was standing there at a loss. There was action instantly. 18 skeleton warriors rushed forward all at once. Surround him. They swung their long swords and chopped down quickly. With the attack speed bonus of riding the wind, the blade didn't even leave an afterimage in the air. Both skills of transforming into black mist are on cooldown. It looked like a losing situation. Wu Ying suddenly burst into laughter. Su Qin, you've fallen into the trap? Next moment, his body disappeared into the shadows beneath his feet. Then he emerged from the shadow behind Su Qin. Seal the soul and lock the life. Wu Ying did not attack with the scimitar in his hand. His body suddenly swelled in size. A strange creature covered in black quickly appeared. This creature is 3 meters tall, round in shape, and has long spiral horns on its head. It opened its terrifying big mouth and swallowed Su Qin in one gulp. Then he stopped where he was, motionless. The situation changed so quickly that it caught us off guard. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! These two are really pushing the limits, so exciting. I like it. Who won? What happened inside? Does anyone know? The barrage of comments was sliding wildly. Inside the studio, Zhang Tianhao, who had been holding his throat, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He laid back on the sofa, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and chuckled. No need to look, Wu Ying won. Lin Bing looked at him and reminded him. Principal Zhang, the battle perspective hasn't ended yet. The two of them haven't decided the winner yet. Zhang Tianhao laughed. You may not know that the skill Wu Ying used just now is called soul sealing and life locking. It is actually a third-level control skill. Its effect is to pull the enemy and the caster into a special space that blocks skills. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Ling was slightly stunned. This was obviously a hidden trick that she was not aware of. Xia Zhengyi clenched his fists suddenly, and his breathing became heavier. Zhang Tianhao noticed their expressions and smiled heartily. You all thought of it. Although Wu Ying cannot use any skills in that forbidden space, he will enter a special state called Soul Hunter. In this state, his basic attributes will be increased threefold. With his current attributes, which have tripled to an average of 1,450 points, he will be able to fight even against warriors and knights of the same level. What's more, he is a mage who cannot use his profession. I really can't think of any chance for Su Qin to turn the tables in this situation. Zhu Ling nodded in agreement. If faced with such an opponent, a mage would really have no way out. Xia Zhengyi remained silent, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. In the live broadcast room, all the students from number 2 middle school jumped out and cheered. Ha ha ha, it has to be Wu Ying from our school. Wu Ying is awesome. Wu Ying will definitely win. Su Qin, who had completed a special mission and boasted to the heavens, is this all he is? I really don't know how the first 19 lost. Could they have been bribed? Don't you really think that Su Qin can't beat Wu Ying in close combat? What is the person above expecting? Can a mage's melee ability defeat an assassin of the same level whose attributes have been tripled? I just want to remind you that a month ago, Su Qin single-handedly defeated 300 professionals. The goblins he summoned certainly played a big role, but a large number of them were sent off the battlefield by him personally. Who are you trying to scare? Just as everyone was discussing it, the result of the battle is out. The black creature suddenly disappeared, and 2 figures appeared in the arena again. Su Chun stood tall and straight, his face as calm as a lake. He elegantly took out a handkerchief and wiped his palms. It was as if it was stained with invisible blood. Wu Ying fell to the ground. His face was full of fear and horror. It was as if he had just been humiliated and abused. The health bar above his head has been cleared. The moment the two appeared, a prompt came from the arena. Ding! The battle is over. The winner is Su Chun. See this scene. Xia Jingyi was stunned. Then he imitated what Zhang Tianhao had just done and leaned against the back of the sofa, even crossed his legs. There were 3 words written all over his face. Comfortable. Chapter 45. Can Su Chun compete for the provincial top spot? Su Chen's victory did not have too many twists and turns. Although Wu Ying's soul-sealing life locked him into a space that banned skills. Cannot use skills. But he failed to sever the connection between Su Chun and the summoned creature. With the skill, oneness with the king, Su Chun will not be hurt as long as the summoned creature exists. What's more, he also has the triple attack speed bonus of riding the wind. The Soul Hunter, transformed by Wu Ying, is indeed terrifyingly powerful. But Su Chun threw 10 punches in 1 second, and every punch hit the flesh. He simply couldn't bear it. And physical pain is secondary. What horrified him most was, there is still a sense of momentum in Su Chun. At first I didn't think there was anything wrong. But after waiting for a long time, the Su Chun in front of him seemed to gradually grow into a tall and burly giant. Although he had very high attributes, he didn't dare to make a move under the intimidation of that aura. The outcome of the battle was extremely unexpected. Inside the studio, Zhang Tianhao seemed to have all his strength drained away in an instant and collapsed on the sofa. Defeated. How could we lose? Zhang Tianhao couldn't imagine. A mage who cannot use skills. How to defeat an assassin with enhanced attributes. Zhu Ling spoke at this time. As far as I know, classmate Su Chun has been staying in the 3rd level dungeon, the Fallen Castle, to kill monsters for a while. And the final boss in that instance is also a summoner, and it has a 3rd level skill called Unity of the Ruler and the People. The skill effect is that as long as there are summoned creatures on the field, the summoner will not be harmed. Perhaps this is the key to Su Chen's victory. Zhang Tianhao said with his eyes wide open. How is this possible? He is only level 20. How can he enter the 3rd level dungeon? Even if you can get in, you have to at least play hell difficulty to get the boss's skills. His voice stopped abruptly. The Fallen Castle is quite popular near Yunhua City. Therefore, he also had some understanding of it. At this time, Zhang Tianhao remembered. Xiaolingyun also has the skills of several leaders in the castle. At first he thought it was Xia Jingyi who took action. Now think about the relationship between Su Chun and Xiaolingyun. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. I thought the gap between Wu Ying and Su Chun was 99 points and 100 points. Never thought. Su Chun was able to clear a 3rd level dungeon of hell difficulty with his 2nd level strength. The gap between them is probably 99 and 1000, or even more. Zhang Tianhao was staring blankly with lifeless eyes, completely devoid of the excitement he had just had. Even though Wu Ying was defeated. In the end, I will probably be able to enter the 2nd round of the college entrance examination with the 2nd place. But, unless you are the eternal runner-up, who would care who is 2nd? It's no longer possible to rely on Wu Ying to bring honor to the school. Lin Bing was puzzled when she saw that he was so depressed. Why did Principal Zhang do this? This is only the 1st round of exams, and it is just a screening test. There is no score. Isn't it the 2nd round of exams that really determines the college entrance examination results? As long as Wu Ying works hard in the next exam, it is possible to catch up. Zhang Tianhao remained silent. Zhu Ling smiled. She was not surprised by Lin Bing's doubts. After all, Lin Bing is just an ordinary person, so it's normal that he doesn't understand the affairs of professionals. She explained. Ms. Lin, you may not know that the 2nd round of the college entrance examination is to stick to the rules. Hold on. What do you mean? Lin Bing asked quickly. Zhu Ling said. The Apocalypse system will transfer the 100 candidates selected from the 1st round in each city into a simulated copy. The dungeon will simulate real battles that happened in Daxia's history, where professional armies fought against waves of monsters or alien armies. Candidates need to protect the city, protect the people, and resist monster invasions, just like their predecessors did before them. You can earn points by killing monsters and completing tasks assigned by the sergeants, and these points are the college entrance examination scores. Lin Bing nodded to show that he understood, and then asked in confusion. It seems that everyone is once again on the same starting line. But why is Principal Zhang like this? Zhu Ling continued to laugh. In the first round of assessment, in addition to screening the 100 candidates who are qualified to continue the exam, the candidates will also be divided into 3 categories. The first place is first class, the second to 10th places are second class, and the 11th to the 100th places are third class. First-class candidates will enjoy the best treatment. They will be assigned to defend the areas with the most monsters or alien races. Lin Bing exclaimed. Isn't that dangerous? Teacher Zhu, are you sure this is enjoyment? Zhu Ling's face was solemn, and she said seriously. It is indeed dangerous, but dangers also come with opportunities. A large number of monsters not only means danger, but also points. Whether you can get a high score depends on your personal ability. But there is no need to worry too much about the candidates. This is just a simulation, so there is no danger to life. Zhu Ling's expression slowed down, she added, and then continued laughing. We all know that in a one-on-one situation, assassins are the nemesis of mages. But on the battlefield, the efficiency of a mage in killing monsters is unmatched by that of an assassin. To be honest, Wu Ying's hidden move of sealing the soul and locking life was indeed beyond my expectations. But I have always believed that Su Chan will be the top scorer in Yunhua City in this year's college entrance examination. Even if he can't get first place in the first round, he will definitely be ranked within the top 10. With his ability, it would be hard not to get high scores unless he does nothing. Well-reasoned and convincing. Lin Bing nodded and said, according to what Teacher Zhu said, this matter is indeed a foregone conclusion. She glanced at Zhang Tianhao. There was no light in his eyes and his face was gray. At this time, Sta Zhengyi, who had been listening quietly, recalled Su Qin's confident words at the school gate. It's not just Yunhua City. He suddenly asked, Teacher Zhu, please analyze based on the information you have collected. Is it possible for Su Chen to go further? A step further? Zhu Ling was stunned. It soon occurred to her. The second round of assessment is a competition among candidates from all over the province. Su Chen took another step forward. That means you are aiming for the goal of becoming the top scholar in the province. Her expression paused for a moment, and she became thoughtful. Zhu Ling hasn't answered yet. Let's talk about the barrage first. One step further? Could it be that with Su Shen's strength, it is not impossible? Haha, you people in Yunhua City are really interesting. You are so arrogant that you even dare to dream of becoming the provincial champion. I admit that Su Chen is very strong. Even if he were placed in the provincial capital, he would be in the top 10. But if he wants to compete for the provincial champion, he should give up. Why is it not working? How are people from Yunhua City worse than those from other places? Su Shen is just strong. Come on, Su Shen. My sister always cries out in pain at night, so my brother does this. Come and watch. Wow, the live broadcast room is really popular. The film directors are here. Zhu Ling pondered for a long time before raising her head. Facing the expectant eyes of Lin Bing and Xia Zhengyi, she sighed and said calmly, it's difficult. He added, almost impossible. Chapter 46 I don't care about your targeting. Studio. Zhu Ling sighed and shook her head. Impossible. Su Chan might have the strength to compete for the top 3 in the province. But the top scholar's words are too difficult, almost impossible. Lin Bing's eyes lit up. As a host, she had a keen sense of information and asked quickly, Teacher Zhu, since you said that Su Chan has the strength to be among the top 3 in the province, that means there aren't many people in your heart who are stronger than him. Can you tell us which 2 you think can rank ahead of him? Zhu Ling thought about it and nodded. It's not a secret, but you can talk about it. There is a man in Qiang City named Song Xian. He has awakened the legendary warrior profession, Qinglian Sword Saint. She paused here. Lin Bing blinked and looked at the 2 guests next to him. No problem meeting them. She asked curiously, Teacher Zhu, it's not like Su Chen hasn't defeated a legendary profession before. Zhu Ling smiled and said, indeed, whether it is Lu Guang from number 7 middle school or Wu Ying from number 2 middle school, they are both legendary professions. But I remember their talents were only level 1. And Song Xian has a talent of level 1, as far as I know. His innate ability allows him to gain benefits by killing wild monsters. The more he kills, the stronger he becomes. What's more valuable is that he comes from a prominent family and has a big family behind him. In order to train Song Xian, his family even invited the white-robed sword godly Fenglu to guide him for 3 days. That's all Zhu Ling had to say. When she said that Song Xian possessed superb talent, everyone was stunned. Although there seems to be only 1 level difference between the 2, the gap between them is as vast as heaven and earth. A high-level talent can increase a professional's strength tenfold or 100-fold. A high-level talent can allow professionals to break free from the restrictions of their professional grade and change their destiny. As you level up, with each higher level, the talent effect becomes several times stronger. It can be said that, below level 1 talent, occupation is more important than talent. Above level 1 talent, talent is more important than profession. It is for this reason. No one was surprised that Su Chun could overcome all the obstacles with his superior level profession, because everyone speculated that Su Chun might have a level talent. As for the entire daxia, there are only a few people, including those old seniors who have been deified. Now, with the same level of talent, Song Xian's profession is of legendary quality. With the combination of these two strong forces, even Xia Jingyi, who initially wanted to argue for Su Chun, no longer had the heart to do so. The other party's talent is no worse than Su Chin's, and his profession is several times stronger, so there is no need to compare their family backgrounds. How to fight this? Lin Bing took a few deep breaths, suppressed his lost mood, and asked. It seems that Song Xian is indeed much stronger than Su Chun. What about the other person? Zhu Ling shook her head. I'm not sure about that person's information. It was personally taken over by the Daxia Academy Longqing General Admissions Office. But it is said that one of her talents or professions is better than Song Xian's. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Even the barrage of comments has stopped. Not long after. Only then did barrages of comments fly by quickly. What the hell? If he has a talent that is stronger than Song Xian, then he is a legend or super. Oh my god, what a fight this year's college entrance examination is. The top scorer in the previous year only had a legendary career talent upgrade, but this year even mythical or level talents have appeared. From this point of view, it seems that Su Shan really has no chance, but being the #1 scholar in Yunhua City is pretty good. Haha, I let you people from Yunhua City show off. Now you are confused. You still have a chance to compete for the provincial champion. It really makes me laugh. Lin Bing's mouth froze. He thought for a long time but didn't know how to start. She is also from Yunhua City. Naturally, we hope that the #1 scholar in Yunhua City can achieve greater success. In this way, their entire city will also be greatly enhanced. But now, the two mountains that Zhu Ling moved out really scared them. But that's not enough. Zhu Ling sighed and said, these are just the ones I know about, the provincial capital Dingjiang City and other cities. There are still many geniuses whose news has not spread widely, waiting to make a splash in the college entrance examination. Lin Bing said secretly with tears in her heart. Stop talking, sister. Stop talking now. We're convinced. Originally, they were just discussing the possibility of Su Chun winning the provincial top spot. But now, Zhu Ling's words really calmed everyone down. Although the exciting battle scenes were still being broadcast in the studio, but neither the guests nor Lin Bing cared about it anymore. The atmosphere is a little heavy. Fortunately, 2 hours passed quickly and the first round of exams ended. Except for the top 100 students, the rest of the candidates were teleported back to the playgrounds of their respective schools. Candidates who are still able to wait in the White Room will receive a reminder. Ding! You have obtained the qualification to enter the dungeon. Iron Fortress, do you want to enter? Su Chen listened to the prompt and yawned deeply. He waited too long and fell asleep. I hope the content of the next round of exams won't be so boring. Enter. The moment he gave the order, light enveloped his entire body. Open your eyes again. Su Chan was already standing in a square, with his back against a huge blue crystal. It was approaching dusk. The remaining red glow fell on the soldiers defending the city walls, illuminating their bloody armor. It added a bit of solemnity to the tense atmosphere in the city. Su Chan was not alone. People were constantly being teleported in around him. He didn't care. The first thing to do when entering a copy is to open the copy information panel. Instance name, Iron Fortress. Instance difficulty, none. Restriction level, none. Limited number of people, none. Instance description. In the 75th year of the apocalypse, a terrible beast roared from the depths of the Baichang Mountains, followed by a monster wave. Endless monsters attacked the cities around the mountains, and a large number of people were forced to relocate. In order to intercept the monster wave and help the relocated people by time, you, as soldiers, came to the front line, the Iron Fortress. Please complete your mission. Stay in the Iron Fortress for 5 hours. Su Chun took a deep breath, and his expression became more serious. The Battle of the Iron Fortress is a battle that is written into history textbooks. His theoretical grades were actually very poor, but he managed to get full marks in history. In the past, I read about the bloody events caused by monsters and alien races in history books. Su Chun felt an unbearable discomfort in his heart. At the same time, he was also worried that one day disaster would befall him. He swore at that time that if he became powerful one day, he would make this history textbook a revenge list. Now, the opportunity has come, although it is just a simulated copy, but it can also serve as a preview of the future. Practice first. As he spoke, Su Chun picked up the blood pupil and sneered twice. Combined with the skull crown on his head and his tall and burly figure, he looks a bit scary. A young man who was walking in front of him suddenly stopped. He asked with a look of panic, You are Su Chun? Su Chun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He tilted his head to look down at him and said indifferently, What's the matter? The young man took a deep breath, as if he was suppressing something, gritted his teeth and raised his head. You said before that we were here to compete for second place? Su Chun was startled and looked around. Most people stared at him fiercely. Only a small number of people are closing their eyes to rest and conserve their energy. But looking at the ears, it seems that they are also paying attention to this side. There are 37 large cities in Jiangnan province, and including him, there are exactly 37 people. It seems that they are all number one in each city. It seems that many people have seen his interview clips. Su Chun stretched the corners of his mouth to both sides and said, Why? Do you have any objections? The others looked at him coldly, as if they were going to fight if they disagreed. They are all geniuses carefully cultivated by various cities, forces, and organizations. How can I face ridicule without saying anything? And the young man standing in front of Su Chun seemed to want to say something harsh. But around Su Chun, he was suppressed by the extremely terrifying aura. He even had difficulty speaking. Me. Seeing this, Su Chun smiled gently and raised his hand to pat him on the shoulder. The boy, who was ranked first in a certain city, immediately froze. Young man, stand at attention. Su Chun looked around at everyone, showing his 8 big white teeth and grinning. I'm really sorry if my interview made you feel uncomfortable. If you want to target me, go ahead, I don't care. Chapter 47 Offense is the best defense. Daxia has a vast territory and a huge population. This also leads to there is no shortage of self-proclaimed talented professionals every year. They will face the camera, make a great wish to lead the human race towards light, or to say, it is our duty to restore the glory of Daxia. This kind of exaggerated but not annoying words. Its purpose. Naturally, I want to show off my personality, but they are also worried about being targeted by others. But Su Chun is different. He made no effort to conceal his arrogance. The emotion in his eyes was just like the emotion in his words. I don't care. It was as if they were number one among these other cities. Just like the cats and dogs on the street. It's so infuriating. Some people were already gritting their teeth, looking deep in their eyes, secretly planning their plans. Not long. The bright sound of military boots tapping the ground came from far away. The man who came was a general in an officer's uniform. He walked quickly and spoke with a serious expression. The monster army is only 5 kilometers away from the fortress and will be there soon. You must take action. That's all. Su Chun received a task reminder. Ding. Please go to the marked location, build a defense, and resist the monsters. A ray of light appeared under their feet, guiding the candidates to the city wall. The group did not dare to delay and took action immediately. Soon, Su Chun came to the city wall. The fortress was built at the entrance of a valley. The tall city wall connects the mountain walls on both sides. Outside the valley is a vast plain. He activated his blood pupil. Blood flying eye flew into the sky, observing the surrounding environment. There are dozens of entrances similar to this one nearby. All the candidates have been guided to the city wall. Certainly, on the city wall where Su Chun was standing, he faced the entrance to the widest valley. When the monster army attacks, they will undoubtedly face the largest number of troops. This is the preferential treatment given to the first place winner of each city in the first round. Take your eyes away. Su Chun observed the situation on the city wall. In addition to the candidates, there are also many copies of simulated professionals on the wall. Their main function is just to distract the enemy. They have high defense, but not much damage. But because of their existence, plus the number of candidates, the space on the city wall seemed a bit crowded. This is not very favorable for the summoner. After all, ordinary summoners need to accumulate a group of summons before fighting. Generally speaking, regardless of the level of the summoner, they need to accumulate a certain number of summons before they can exert effective combat power. On the city wall, obviously there is not enough space for summoners to accumulate summons. Many people have already realized this. They all looked at Su Chun with teasing eyes. What's more, Some have already started their own targeted plans. They took advantage of temporary command, let the simulated professionals block the city wall, and they quickly seized the remaining advantageous combat positions. All of a sudden, the city wall is already filled with professionals. Even if Su Chen could summon a large number of creatures, he would have no space to attack, unless he uses his command power to get those professionals to move away. But Su Chen was only one person, while they had more than 30 people. Obviously, they would not let Su Chen get what he wanted. Of course, there is a lot of space outside the city. You can make summoned creatures jump off the city wall and fight. Only, no one thought Su Chen would do this. The walls of this fortress are 100 meters high. If you jump down directly, you will definitely die. In addition, the monster army is as huge as a tide. There is no wall protection. The summoned creature would probably be eaten up by the monsters in an instant. Everyone analyzed the situation Su Chen was facing, seeing that he was at a complete disadvantage, yet still standing there, motionless. Thinking he had no other options, they all burst into laughter. It seems that you already understand the situation. You dare to offend all of us by yourself. You won't get a single point in this exam. Why don't you just admit your mistake and beg for mercy now, and we'll consider it. Maybe we can even give you a favorable position. I'll let you go on with your rampage. Now there's no place for even your summoned creatures to stand. Let's see how you're going to fight and kill monsters. Ha ha ha. Looking at this group of people, they seem like crazy, talking to themselves. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. You sighed. Is there really nothing you can do? At this time, a female voice came from the side. Su Chen looked over. The one who spoke was a purple-haired girl. She is tall and has an upright figure. He was dressed as a warrior, wearing light purple armor, but no weapon was visible. What caught Su Chen's attention most was her pair of big thunders are 70% the size of those of the One sisters. Su Chen looked at her twice more and asked back, "What's the solution?" The purple-haired girl chuckled. You are a summoner, and you need your summoned creatures to attack together. They have occupied all the advantageous positions now. You can't deploy your summons, and there's no effective output space. Aren't you sighing because of this? Su Chen smiled and continued to ask, Then why don't you go grab a fighting position? Warriors also need output positions. In addition to him and the purple-haired girl, there was also a young man who had been squatting in the corner. The three of them did not rush to grab a seat like the others. Facing Su Chen's question, the purple-haired girl showed a confident and calm smile on her face. She looked at the plain outside the valley and spoke softly. My battlefield is not here. Su Chen shrugged. Why would I want to stay in this narrow valley? I always believe that the best defense is offense. The purple-haired girl looked at him in astonishment and shook her head. It's different. I'm a warrior. If I rush out, I'm sure I can get out safely. As a professional mage, are you sure you want to take this risk? Although you can be resurrected after death in the simulation, there is a time limit for resurrection. If you die one more time, I don't know how many points you will fall behind others. I advise you to think more about it. Faced with the girl's questioning, Su Chen did not explain anything further. Because delay was pleasing to the eye, he was willing to say a few more words. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother talking nonsense. Seeing this, the purple-haired girl did not ask any more questions. But after thinking about it, she asked again. By the way, you haven't told me why you sighed just now? Su Chen chuckled. I was lamenting that the pressure of the college entrance examination is too great. It drives these guys crazy. I feel sorry for them. The purple girl was startled and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Their conversation was not deliberately kept in low voices. The others heard it clearly. It sounded like Su Chen treated them as crazy. The faces of these geniuses turned red, and it was obvious that they had entered the red temperature state. If it weren't for the wrong time, someone might have already come and asked for a duel with Su Chen. Just keep talking tough, but you'll end up crying someday. If you can get 1 point today, my name Yang Yang will be read backwards. No, buddy, your name seems to have those two sounds no matter how you pronounce it, right? The purple-haired girl laughed for a while and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. You are such an interesting person. Let's make a promise. If your results this time can rank among the top 3 in the province, I will tell you my name. How about that? She looked like you made a lot of money. Work hard. Su Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at her face carefully. This serious look startled the purple-haired girl, and she couldn't help but touch her face. She asked confusedly, What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Su Chen shook his head and sighed. Nothing, I was just thinking, your face isn't bad. Why don't you want it? It's such a pity. The purple-haired girl was puzzled. What do you mean? How could I not want my face? The boy who had been squatting quietly in the corner suddenly spoke. He means you have no shame. The purple-haired girl's expression froze, and she glared at Su Chen angrily. You are such an irritating guy. Su Chen turned his head and looked outside the valley and said calmly, Thank you. This is one of my few advantages. The purple-haired girl clenched her fists. I'm not complimenting you, asshole. She wanted to say something else. Suddenly, she noticed that the stone bricks under her feet began to tremble slightly, and the tiny dust particles on the ground kept jumping. The boy in the corner stood up straight. Together with the purple-haired girl and Su Chen, they looked outside the valley. After half a minute, the others seemed to sense something and looked outside the valley. At this time, on the horizon at the end of everyone's sight, there was already a black line moving towards them rapidly. The monster army is coming. Chapter 48. Su Chen organizes a military parade on the battlefield. Yunhua City, inside the studio. When I saw the top players from other cities joining forces, but it is not to stop the monster army, but it was to restrict Su Chen. Zhu Ling was angry. Shameless, despicable and childish. She slapped the armrest of the chair hard, and the sound was as cold as ice crystals. Lin Bing, who was standing by, was frightened by her sudden action and asked cautiously, What happened? She was just an ordinary person and had no idea what was happening on the city wall. I just feel that these people deserve to be the number one in every city. Faced with the impending army of monsters, they were not afraid but rather very positive. Zhu Ling's face was gloomy. I briefly explained what I saw. Hearing that everyone had joined forces to target Su Chen, Lin Bing turned pale with fright. Then look at the battle perspective on the screen. It seems to be the case. Teacher Zhu, is this situation allowed? Xia Jingyi's face didn't look very good either. He had actually noticed that something was wrong a long time ago, but he thought that it might be because he was too concerned. He didn't expect that it would be as terrible as he saw. Zhu Ling remained silent. Harming companions and engaging in internal strife are certainly not allowed. But they had no way to produce evidence. I can only say that those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand cannot be explained. Lin Bing asked with concern. Teacher Zhu, do you think that if they do this, Su Chen will have a way to deal with it? Zhu Ling sighed and shook her head. It's difficult. There's only so much space on the city wall. When the monsters come, the space will be even narrower. By then, even if Su Chen can summon a large number of summons, there will be no place to stand, let alone fight. Their childish behavior not only harms Su Chen, but also does not benefit themselves. If she were the invigilator, none of these people would be able to continue the exam. Not to mention the issue of subsequent admission. Zhu Ling believes that when selecting professionals, the assessment of moral character is more important than professional talent and compatibility. But this does not conform to the mainstream thinking in today's world. In this day and age, whoever is stronger is right. After all, humans are still lagging behind in the competition with monsters and alien races. A large number of strong men are needed to go to the battlefield. It is impossible to let a genius be lost because of a little moral flaw. Lin Bing said uneasily. Teacher Zhu, is there really no solution? Zhu Ling smiled bitterly. Now we can only see how Su Chen responds. If he can't think of a solution, what does it matter if I say more here? Lin Bing nodded upon hearing this. This is the truth. But the monster army is coming, Zhang Tianhao said suddenly. He knew this shouldn't happen, but when he saw Su Chen being targeted, he suddenly felt that Wu Ying might be able to do it again. Everyone quickly turned their eyes to the screen. Steel Fortress, on the city wall. At this moment, a black line suddenly appeared on the horizon in everyone's eyes. The black line spread rapidly towards them. Then the black line split into two. Go up together and keep moving forward together. After a few breaths, the true appearance of the black line finally became apparent to everyone. There were a large number of flying birds in the sky, gathering into a huge dark cloud that blocked out the sky and covered the sun. On the ground were all kinds of beasts, running forward madly, their hooves stomping heavily on the ground, making dull sounds like war drums. The candidates on the city wall all showed panic expressions. They may have been exposed to corresponding images on a daily basis. I even did special training to overcome it. But those are all seen with the eyes. Now that we are in the situation, no one can remain calm. The army of monsters merged into a vast ocean. The huge steel fortress, in front of the army. It's like a small wooden boat sailing in the deep sea and big waves. It may be defeated by a huge wave at any time. Some people broke down and cried. Some sat on the ground with limp legs, and some began to breathe harder. Here it comes. Su Chan is different from everyone else. His face is full of excitement. After all, he is really not afraid of human wave tactics. More than people, who can compare to him who has magic return and fast casting. You know, he hasn't exerted his full strength before. And today, this opportunity is just right. Everyone watched in amazement. Su Chan teleported several times. Leaving the fortress, we arrived at the mouth of the valley. A pair of huge wings spread out behind him, and he stood in the air like a god. The blood pupil in his hand continuously emitted rays of light. In an instant, a large number of summoning arrays spread across the entire valley entrance, blooming everywhere. A large number of skeleton warriors and goblin high priests crawled out from the summoning circle. Soon the entire valley was filled. No, it's not just that. Before the previous wave of summoned creatures had completely crawled out, Su Chan set up the next summoning array. This caused a large number of summons to be stacked and squeezed, forming a hill of skeletons and goblins. Then, because the height of the pile was too high, the summoned creatures surged out like real waves. A moment later, the army of monsters in front collided directly with the wave of skeleton warriors. The monsters in the monster army are restricted by the copy, and their strength is only level 2. The second-level monsters are nothing compared to the skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors cut melons and vegetables. It not only blocked the advance of the monster army, even quickly forming a counterattack situation. Like an invincible chariot, it crushed the army of monsters in front of it. The situation was already favorable. Su Chan added fuel to the fire. Ride the wind. Fury. Once these two amplification skills are activated, the damage of the summoned creature will be doubled. The monster army's already disadvantaged situation was made even worse. After Su Chan's summons were fully spread out on the plain, completely blocked the monster army's attacks in all directions. Then, after the initial chaos, when the battle situation becomes clear, Su Chan also arranged the skeleton army into teams. They advanced forward in a neat parade-like formation. The skeleton warriors transform into a dark torrent. It was like a large harvester, reaping the lives of monsters. Although this would make some skeleton warriors sitting ducks and die in unclear circumstances. But the dead skeleton warriors are even more terrifying. They are out of line. With the blessing of riding the wind, he suddenly jumped into the enemy camp. After 30 seconds of crazy hacking, he'll self-destruct. There was a loud bang. Countless monsters were annihilated in the billowing smoke. Not just the ground. The flying bird monsters in the sky can't even get close to the fortress. A large number of goblin high priests used the skill Sky Thunder at the same time. Thunderclouds gathered together and formed a huge thundercloud protective layer. Without waiting for the thunder to fall, the group of flying bird monsters rushed directly into the thundercloud. The thunderclouds were broken up and their lives were gone. The capital of Jiangnan Province, Dingjiang City, the chief examination office. An invigilator came in with water. He glanced around. The room was silent and lifeless. Everyone was there, but everyone's face was frozen. It was like seeing a ghost. He asked doubtfully, "What happened? Why do you look like that?" He put some water in his mouth. Next second, he saw the images on the surveillance screen clearly. After a moment of shock, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. After a long while, he uttered a bewildered exclamation. "What the hell? Immortal." Chapter 49 Battle King Mu Chuanxiu exclaimed, "WTF?" Inside the Yunhuiqing studio, just when Su Chan made his move, Zhu Ling remained calm no matter how angry she was before. At this moment, I can no longer suppress the excitement in my heart. She stood up directly from her seat and walked forward, approaching the screen, staring at the battle perspective. Those summoning arrays that are everywhere and connected seamlessly. When his eyes moved to Su Chan again, there was a hint of trembling in her voice. I was wrong. Very wrong. His talent is not even level 1, it's level 1. Once this was said, looking at the battle perspective again, there is that invincible and powerful back. There are 3 people in the studio and the audience watching the battle. They were all so shocked that they were speechless. Until Su Chan's summoned creatures had formed into a square formation and were advancing their killing steps in an orderly manner. The barrage of comments started rolling again. Oh my god, no wonder Su Chan is so strong. It turns out he has a top-level talent. There are only a few in the entire Daxia. No, how can I be sure of this? I don't believe it. It's impossible for someone to have a super talent. Yes, the teacher above is more insightful than the admissions teacher of Daxia Academy. Su Chan is awesome. Su Chan, you are my god. However, Zhu Ling didn't know that she was wrong again. Su Chun has more than one level. Steel Fortress, on the city wall. Looking at the army of monsters moving away, many candidates looked confused. Although Su Chun blocked the tide of monsters, it brought relief to many people whose psychological defenses were almost collapsed. But now they have no monsters to fight, so how can they take the exam? Especially on the wall where the first place is. The faces of the candidates who had secretly targeted Su Chun before were as pale as paper. Su Chun did not take any action before. As a summoner, he did not accumulate summons in advance. They thought Su Chun was in desperate situation and gave up the exam. Who would have thought? It's not that he gave up, but there was really no need to. In 1 second, he can set up about 10 summoning circles, each with 9 summon creatures. With such efficiency, Su Chun doesn't need to summon first like ordinary summoners. Recalling their previous complacency, they suddenly realized. Su Chenjin never said anything big, he was just stating the facts. He really didn't care about their targeting. And he really believed that they were crazy, and that was why they were targeting him. He wouldn't let any monsters in and let us all get 0 points. Impossible. The examiner will never let him do this and will definitely intervene. But he didn't break any exam rules. It's just that he's too strong. When someone says the last word, the atmosphere fell into dead silence. Indeed, Su Chun did not break any rules, he was just too powerful. He is just strong enough to resist all the monsters spawned in the simulation copy on his own. Even if the examiner wants to intervene, in what form? Can we prohibit Su Chun from continuing to take the exam on the grounds that he is too strong? It's impossible to even think about it. Thinking of this, more than 30 candidates fell into despair. And the confident and arrogant purple-haired girl who had stood next to Su Chun before. I was also stunned at this moment. She possessed a mythical profession and top-level talent, and was already the ceiling among the candidates. Everyone around her said that she would definitely be the top scholar in the province. Now, the duck that was about to be in her mouth flew away, but she was not angry or jealous at all. Jealousy is directed towards people who are a little stronger than you. But if it is too strong, the emotions will become numb. The purple-haired girl knew that even if she upgraded 10 levels, it is also impossible to be like Su Chen and make the army of monsters retreat with just a flick of the finger. At least she needs to grow to level 30 or 40. Maybe it will be possible to do what Su Chun is doing now. But when Su Chen reaches level 30 or 40, how much improvement should his strength have? The purple-haired girl couldn't figure it out. This was the second time she felt. The gap between people can be so huge. But this time, she was on the bottom. As for the young man, he touched the unsheathed sword in his hand, pursed his lips, and squatted back in the corner. Dingjiang City. Chief Examination Room. Mr. Mu, look at this. Several invigilators invited an old man wearing an ancient green robe into the examination room. Mu Chuanxiu was one of the pre-war kings of Daxia. When mentioning him, we have to mention a special place, the Abyss. The Abyss is the first super-large complex plane of another world discovered by humans, connected to the Blue Planet. It is a huge world as big as the Blue Planet. But unlike the Blue Star, which has only one flat surface, inside the Abyss, space exists in layers like a pyramid and seems endless. The first floor has the narrowest space and the weakest monsters. As you keep going down, the space gradually widens and the monsters become stronger. Because in the Abyss, waves of monsters would erupt from time to time. A large number of monsters from the bottom of the Abyss will rush to the upper level during this period, even pouring into Blue Star. So there is a country with an entrance to the Abyss. It requires a huge amount of manpower and material resources to carry out defense and resistance. Over the years, the Daxia government has tried its best to contribute money and manpower to resist. They also continue to promote the benefits of venturing into the Abyss. Many professionals consider it an honor to be able to break into the next level of the Abyss. The expedition team led by Mu Chuanxiu once went deep into the 97th layer of the Abyss. Even though more than 50 years have passed since then, 97 floors is still the limit record of human exploration of the Abyss. In that battle, Mu Chuanxiu single-handedly killed 2 demons. This established his position as the War King of Great Xia. Unfortunately, because of that battle, he was cursed by the devil and his strength declined. In less than 10 years, he retired from the front line, retired behind the scenes, and made great contributions elsewhere. Now he is the person with the most weight in the vocational education department of Jiangnan province. Faced with the difficulties created by Su Chun, the invigilators were at a loss as to what to do and could only invite him. When Mu Chuanxiu was young, he had a ferocious and domineering look on his face, but as he got older, he became amiable and amiable. You guys are too impatient. If there is anything, can't you discuss it carefully and make your own decisions first? Why do you have to call an old man like me here? I'm not as smart as you guys, so what good ideas can I come up with? Mu Chuanxiu sat down with a smile and turned to look at the surveillance camera. After seeing the content clearly, his expression suddenly froze and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Even though he had cultivated his character for many years, he was still shocked by Su Qin's outrageous behavior. Mu Chuanxiu couldn't help it and broke the spell immediately. Fuck this young man. Without looking at the battle perspective, he looked like an immortal, like a master, pointing fingers at the younger generation. After watching the battle perspective, he exclaimed, "Oh my God!" And his eyes were as big as cowbells, like a child who had never seen the world. The invigilators looked at the old war king's rapid change and held back their laughter, not daring to speak. Not long. Then someone spoke up. "Mr. Mu, this candidate is named Su Chan. He is from Yunhua City and was raised by the government. His behavior has seriously affected the normal examination of other candidates. What kind of punishment do you think is more appropriate?" When Mu Chuanxiu heard this, he became unhappy and glared at the man. Punish? You want to punish such a talented and capable young man? How come your brain is even more corrupt than an old man like me who is old and blurry-eyed? The man didn't argue and quickly lowered his head. Yes, then you decide how we should handle this. Mu Chuanxiu stroked his graying beard and thought for a while. Got it, connect him to me. I have my own way. Chapter 50. This era is named Su Chun. Steel Fortress. Valley Mouth. Su Chun stopped casting the spell and took a look at the results. Killing a monster only gives 1 point, but his current results are, and it is growing at a rate of 1,000th of a second. He has already broken the record for college entrance examination scores. 4.5 hours left. If he continues to increase his score, it is estimated that he can increase his score to over 100 million. But it doesn't help with his current achievements. Don't even mention giving others 4.5 hours. That means 10 times more time. There's no way they could catch up. So Su Chun decided to stop. After all, Xiaoling Yun is also taking an exam. He can't even betray his own girlfriend. Certainly. The entrance to the valley in front of the city wall where he was had to be blocked. Don't let any monster in. That's his defensive responsibility. It's not because of being petty and not letting others score. Just as he was about to recall the troops from the front, a communication request from the Apocalypse system happened to arrive at this time. Su Chun was startled and then thought of, if he did that, it would definitely lead the examiner to take action. I just don't know whether this communication brings good news or bad news. Su Chun thought about it and decided to accept the call. As soon as the call was connected, a hearty laugh came into my ears. Ha ha ha, kid, you did a great job. Su Chun thought that the person on the other end of the line would be questioning him. He had already organized a defense in his mind. Unexpected result. As soon as the other party opens his mouth, it's impossible to deal with him. Without waiting for him to react, the voice spoke again. Mu Chuanxiu, you didn't do anything wrong, don't be nervous. When Su Chun heard the name Mu Chuanxiu, he was stunned. Immediately he stood in awe. This is a living hero in history books, he said quickly. Hello, King Muzhan. Ha ha ha, luckily you still know my name, otherwise I, an old man, would be embarrassed. Mu Chuanxiu said thankfully. He was really afraid that Su Chun would reply to him. Mu Chuanxiu? Who? Su Chun smiled and responded. Everyone knows your glorious deeds, so how could I not know them? Mu Chuanxiu nodded with satisfaction. After hearing this, he felt that Su Chun was not a difficult person to get along with. I think even if he didn't intervene, the other party wouldn't go too far. But now that they have communicated, the method he just thought of cannot be wasted. It's just a good opportunity to go with the flow and do you a favor. It can also be regarded as his contribution to the training of Daxia's new war king. You're still taking the exam. We can talk later when we have time. You should know why I contacted you this time. Student Su Chun, please stop. There are parents of students who scored 0 points everywhere. If you don't stop, my phone at the Ministry of Education will be blown up. The old man is quite humorous. Su Chun had originally planned to stop, but since King Muzhan had spoken, he naturally would not refuse. Just about to answer, Mu Chuanxiu said again, don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. To make up for the losses you suffered in the exam, I prepared a gift for you in the 3rd round of examinations. Su Chin's eyes lit up. He reached out and touched his nose. Loss? He has nothing to lose. Get a benefit for free. No matter how thick-skinned he was, He felt a little embarrassed at the moment. Moreover, King Muzhan has been famous for a long time. His gift. Suchun was actually a little looking forward to it. May I ask first, what are you preparing? Mu Chuanxiu laughed twice. Ha ha ha, don't worry, it definitely suits you. It's a skill. This skill may not be of much use in other people's hands, but it's definitely a magical skill for you. What it is specifically is kept secret for now, and you will find out once you enter the examination room. Suchun must take part in the third round of exams. Of course, you don't have to participate. With his grades, he could be admitted to all but a few top universities. However, I want to be admitted to top universities such as Daxia and Shuemu. You must take the third round of exams, which is a necessary condition. So, there is no rush as to what the reward is. After hanging up the call, Suchun immediately ordered his summon creatures to quickly shrink their defense line. A large number of summons returned to the valley. The entrance to the valley was blocked completely. There is no suppression from the army of summoned creatures. The birds in the sky and the beasts on the ground swept in again, pour into the interior of the major valleys. A large number of candidates started the normal examination. Perhaps it was because Suchun had performed too outstandingly before. Everyone has seen monsters being easily slaughtered by skeleton warriors. The fear of the monster army suddenly dissipated. The state they performed was even better than before. But happiness belongs to other candidates. The entrance of the valley where Suchun was still packed with people. The animals on the ground couldn't rush in. The birds in the sky saw no cooperation from the ground. Then they attacked in other directions. This completely dumbfounded the waiting first-place candidates. Someone begged for mercy and shouted to Suchun. Suchun, your grades are already #1 in the province. There's no need to be so petty. We just made a common mistake. Do you need to hold a grudge against us? A pair of eyes looked at Suchun pitifully. Everyone thought that he would make concessions because everyone had already bowed their heads. Unexpectedly, Suchun shrugged. I have many advantages, but I am narrow-minded. If you don't agree, bite me. Seeing that he didn't give in at all, the group of people who had looked pitiful before immediately changed their expressions. They stared with anger. He wished he could go up and eat Suchun alive. But Suchun was followed by several tall skeleton warriors. They have witnessed how these skeleton warriors killed monsters and enemies. No matter how talented they are, they dare not offend at this moment. But someone noticed the purple-haired girl and the autistic boy who had been silent. These two people have different temperaments from them at first glance. Perhaps. They shouted. He won't let you take the exam either. Do you just want to watch? The purple-haired girl ignored them. Instead, he looked at Suchun and said, You are amazing. Remember my name, Mu Ying. Remember my name, I will definitely catch up with you. That's all. A large amount of lightning appeared around her. She just tiptoed and flew out of the city wall, then rushed out of the valley surrounded by lightning. With the help of the eye of true seeing, Suchun saw. She was surrounded by lightning and pulled out a long knife from the thunder. Then he slashed downwards continuously, releasing blows wrapped in lightning. Her performance improved at a very fast rate of dozens per second. The young man holding the sword also walked to the top of the city wall. He turned around and looked at Suchun and said, Song Xian I. Song Xian wanted to be like Mu Ying, take Suchun as his goal, constantly improve himself and strive to catch up. But thinking back to Suchun's previous performance, he sighed and said nothing. Mu Ying could still see Suchun's back, but he could no longer find any trace of Suchun in his eyes. Song Xian turned around, threw the sword in his hand, flew on the sword, and also flew out of the valley. He charged into the group of monsters. Lotus flowers bloomed with every step he took. The sword light was ethereal, and he killed the enemies invisibly, without Suchun's suppression. Not just monsters. The geniuses also displayed their strength and talent wantonly. Viewers watching the battle quickly found a number of very strong glowing spots. They found, in recent years, there are more and more epic and legendary professionals. Now even mythical professionals have appeared. The number of people with level and talents is also increasing. And there are even more geniuses in this year's college entrance examination than in previous years. Some people have realized a new era of awakening, an era of geniuses, has arrived. In this era, there will be countless geniuses. They keep popping up like mushrooms after rain, like carp swimming across the river. But as they are excited about the magnificent era that is about to come, they suddenly recalled Suchun's terrifying figure before. I can't help but feel sad for these geniuses. They are lucky and also the most unfortunate. Geniuses rule the world. Su Chun dominates the genius, based on Su Chin's previous terrifying performance. If you had to choose one person, name the era. Su Chun has no competitors. He is the only choice. This era is destined to be named after Su Chun. Chapter 51. Third Level Skill Book God's Promised Land. Time passed quickly, and the second round of exams gradually came to an end. Su Chun yawned, stretched his arms, and stood up from the recliner. Others take exams. You need to resist monster attacks, face competition from teammates, and think about skill cooldowns and tactical arrangements. He takes an exam. The biggest difficulty I had to face was resisting the urge to sleep. There's no way, it's too boring. He is now like those in his previous life. A super academic master who can finish all the questions within 30 minutes after the exam starts and can ensure that all the answers are correct. Since I was not allowed to hand in the paper early, I could only sit in my seat and stare blankly. Apart from taking a look at Xiaolin-Yun's situation, he had nothing else to do. Ding. Introduction to the second round of exams. Scores are being calculated. Please wait. Your final score is 22,51679. Ranking in Yunhua City. First. Ranking in Jiangnan Province. First. This was something he had expected, so Su Chun acted calmly. Then he heard the prompt tone and continued. Whether to proceed with the transmission and enter the third round of assessment. Unlike the first two rounds, the third round is no longer a simulation or a competition. Candidates who take the third round of assessment will be teleported into the abyss. They need to complete the assessment tasks there. The abyss is a place full of dangers and treasures. Many professionals with long experience dare not set foot there easily. Let these candidates who have just awakened for less than a month enter. Casualties are inevitable. However, flowers can be grown in a greenhouse, but towering trees cannot be grown. How can a genius who has not been tempered by danger become a strong man who can stand tall and proud? Su Chun did not hesitate and said calmly, yes. The next second, a burst of light enveloped him, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Ding. You have entered the abyss. Current location. Dasha number 1 outpost. Su Chun opened his eyes and looked around. At your feet is an ancient city wall. He raised his eyes and looked outside the city. The sky was gray, the ground was charred, and the sparse vegetation grew in a messy manner. This world is lifeless and looks devastated. People kept teleporting in beside me. Su Chun didn't feel comfortable staying there, so he walked to a slightly open space nearby. I was planning to contact Xiaolin-Yun. At this moment, a tall figure approached him and a steady and powerful voice sounded. Hello, are you classmate Su Chun? Su Chun nodded and said, I am. The visitor didn't waste any time and directly took out a black box and handed it to Su Chun. This is the item that Elder Mu asked me to pass on. Please keep it. Su Chun's eyes lit up and he quickly took it and thanked him. Wait until that person leaves. He couldn't wait to open the box. There is a skill book inside. Pick it up and take a look at it with the eye of true vision. Item. Promised Land. Skill book. Learning requirements. Mage side, priest side, mental strength greater than 5,000. Introduction, a third level skill. After learning it, you can obtain a promised land by consuming 2,000 mana points and sacrificing 1,000 friendly units. Friendly units in the promised land will recover 1 life per second. The range is 1,000 square meters and lasts for 30 minutes. In addition, increasing the number of sacrifices can expand the range and increase the duration. After reading the skill information, Su Chun's eyes flashed with brilliance. Mu Lao really didn't lie to him. This skill, only when it falls into his hands can it exert its magical effect. After all, the conditions for triggering skills. In addition to consuming 2,000 mana, 1,000 friendly units will be sacrificed. Friendly units of other professions, except pets, are teammates. Sacrificing both just to trigger a 30-minute skill is crazy. Only summoners can use it. But in the early stage, most summoners cannot perform summons infinitely. Every time he summoned a monster, he used it with great care, fearing that it would die. Unless after the 5th transfer, you gain the skill to summon monsters in large numbers. Otherwise, the Promised Land would be a useless skill for them. Only Su Chun can summon monsters in large numbers and ignore their life and death. Even dead summons are more useful to him, judging from his current spiritual attributes. The power of self-destruction may be stronger than the summoned creature's autonomous attack. Su Chun learned the skills happily. At this time, Xiaolin-Yun also came to his side and asked with a smile, You are smiling so happily. Which beautiful lady are you thinking about now? Su Chun said dissatisfiedly, Am I a pervert in your eyes? Xiaolin-Yun stared at him with a meaningful smile on her face. This made Su Chun feel a little unconfident. He coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. How are your grades? Are you confident you can get into Daxia Academy? The third round of assessment is the key. But if you want to be admitted to a top university, the second round ranking is also very important. Xiaolingyun put away her stern expression and said confidently, "Of course I did. I got the 7th place in the province through my own hard work." Before the exam began, Xiaolingyun repeatedly asked Su Chun not to help her. She has to rely on her own strength to prove her ability. Su Chun had no objection. Being enterprising was better than being a vase. But Su Chun in the examination room increased the difficulty of the exam for those candidates who rank first in each city. This forces them to run to places far away from the resurrection crystal to kill monsters. This also provided help to Xiaolingyun invisibly. Even if he didn't say it, Xiaolingyun knew it. Therefore, she hugged Su Chin's arms tighter and whispered a few words in his ear. After listening to this, the remaining sleepiness in Su Chin's mind instantly dissipated, and he chuckled twice. Xiaolingyun didn't say anything. She just wanted to unlock some postures that would help couples strengthen their relationship. Soon, a burly figure came in front of the candidates. He stood on a high place and spoke. "Hello, candidates. I am Yang Gang, the chief of Outpost Number 1. Next, I will announce the third round of assessment tasks to everyone. Before that, I want to remind you, the abyss is dangerous. No matter what benefits we can gain, we must all focus on ensuring safety." As soon as the words fell, candidates including Su Chun received a prompt. Ding. You have accepted the assessment mission, Cleaning the Ogre Lair. Mission requirements. Please successfully challenge an Ogre Lair instance of any difficulty within 10 days. Yang Gang continued. The Ogre Lair is a common instance of the first layer of the Abyss. But the Abyss dungeon is different from the dungeon on Blue Star. The dungeon here has no level limit. That is to say, the monsters in the Ogre's Lair are very likely to be higher than your current level. I know that you are all talented professionals selected from various provinces, but in the Abyss, countless geniuses have died. Remember, don't be arrogant. Don't be arrogant. Don't be arrogant. Try to find suitable teammates to form a team, and don't rush to challenge the dungeon. First, find ogres outside the dungeon to practice and adapt to their fighting style. Only enter the dungeon when you are confident. Don't even think about challenging a dungeon that's too difficult. Easy is best. Normal is the limit. If you choose a difficult level or above, I'll just think you're stupid people who don't care about your life. That's all I have to say. Please make your own decisions. Oh, by the way, all the gains from this trip belong to you all. And you can get corresponding points by killing creatures in the Abyss. These points are not only the scores for your assessment, but can also be used to exchange for materials and equipment. Whether in the outpost or the school you are about to attend, it is the universal currency. It can be heard that Yang Gang really cares about the lives of these candidates. He always mentions the word safety. Finish what you have to say. Yang Gang did not leave immediately, but stayed where he was and gave detailed answers to the questions raised by the candidates. Su Chen listened for a while and got a general understanding of the copy. The monsters in the dungeon are all at level 3 or 4, and there is a chance that a gold level boss will appear. He decided to go directly to the Ogre Lair instance. There's nothing to adapt to. Just let the summoned creatures pile up their lives. If all else fails, he has a hidden killer weapon, Giant Beast Hunter. With that kind of monster around, not to mention that the monsters in the Ogre's Lair are all level 3 or 4. Even if there is a 5th level gold boss inside, Su Chun is very confident that he can pass it. If all else fails, he still has the gift from the Skeleton King. In short, if you have many cards in your hand, you can be willful. Let's go. When Su Chun was talking to Xiaolingyun, suddenly, a familiar name came from not far away. Luo Xiaoyu. Who asked you to take part in the third round of assessment? Chapter 52. Luo Xiaoyu, a pastor friend. In the corner of the city wall, two girls confronted each other. Even though the short girl was at a height disadvantage, she remained calm and composed. The tall girl in front of her, under her background, the delicate face looked somewhat ferocious. Luo Xiaoyu. Who asked you to take part in the third round of assessment? Go back here. Luo Qingqing said with bloodshot eyes. Luo Xiaoyu looked up at her and said calmly, Why should I listen to you? Luo Qingqing gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and calmed down a little. She sneered. Why? Just because my parents love me the most. If you don't want to make your parents angry, you have to listen to me. Luo Xiaoyu glanced at her coldly and suddenly laughed. Are you scared? Luo Qingqing was startled and said with a panicked look in her eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm afraid of nothing, Luo Xiaoyu said firmly. No, you're just afraid. It's been like this since you were a kid. You're afraid that I'm better than you. You're afraid that I'm more outstanding than you. You're afraid that my parents' attention will be attracted by me. Mom and Dad have given you all their love, but you are still afraid. You are so pitiful, Luo Qingqing. I won't listen to you this time, fake sister. It seemed that Luo Xiaoyu's last words irritated Luo Qingqing. She raised her hand and slapped Luo Xiaoyu in the face. Luo Xiaoyu didn't expect that she would attack in public, so she didn't resist. I watched the slap grow bigger before my eyes. Just as she felt the palm wind, she closed her eyes nervously. But the pain did not come. Luo Xiaoyu opened her eyes and saw Luo Qingqing's hand being held tightly by a man. Her eyes moved along the man's arm and upwards until she saw his handsome face clearly. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated by half a beat. It's you. Suchin nodded slightly and said, long time no see. Luo Xiaoyu blinked her eyes. It had indeed been a long time since they last saw each other for more than half a month. Luo Qingqing reacted at this time and screamed. Luo Xiaoyu, you bitch, you're actually hooking up with a strange man outside. Let me go. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Damn it, I want you. Before she finishes speaking, Luo Xiaoyu jumped up and slapped her hard in the face. The force was so great that Luo Qingqing couldn't stand and fell to the ground. Luo Xiaoyu said coldly, you can say whatever you want to me. I'm used to it. It doesn't matter. But you shouldn't take your anger out on others. Luo Qingqing looked at her blankly. It was like meeting Luo Xiaoyu for the first time. She has changed since she came back half a month ago. She is no longer the submissive and obedient sister she used to be. Why resist? Wouldn't it be great if you could use your pain to make everyone happy, just like you did before? There was a malicious look in Luo Qingqing's eyes. This scene made so much noise that it attracted a lot of people's attention, and everyone was watching the show. Suchin didn't care. But Luo Xiaoyu grabbed his hand and left quickly. Soon, the three of them walked out of the outpost. Hey, girl, can you let go of my boyfriend's hand? Xiaolingyun suddenly said. Only then did Luo Xiaoyu notice that there was another person beside her. She looked at Suchin blankly. Suchin introduced them to the two of them. Xiaolingyun, my classmate. Luo Xiaoyu, a pastor friend. Xiaolingyun took the initiative to extend her hand. Hello. Luo Xiaoyu's gaze moved between the two of them. She obediently shook hands with Xiaolingyun and said, hello. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere between the two, Suchan said with satisfaction, Luo Xiaoyu, we are going to challenge the hell-level ogre lair. Would you like to come together? The reason for inviting Luo Xiaoyu was not just because they were friends. More importantly, her abilities are in the abyss and may be crucial. Because, not long after stepping out of the outpost, Suchan heard the prompt. Ding. You have been enveloped by the abyss, all attributes reduced by 5, and it is easy to trigger bleeding state. Please be careful. The reason why it is difficult for professionals to challenge the abyss, except that the monsters here are particularly powerful. The environment is also an important factor. This is only the first level, and there is a negative gain of reducing all attributes by 5. The further you go down, the more serious the negative gain will become. Suchan personally visited the abyss, and his respect for Mu Chuanxiu deepened. It is hard to imagine how bad the environment on the 97th floor would be. Even so, he was also able to withstand the terrifying negative gain and kill 2 demons. It's really terrifying. Xiaolingyun was slightly surprised. She could understand challenging the dungeon, but what the hell was hell level? Didn't you hear Yang Gang say before that those who challenge the difficulty level or above are fools who are seeking their own death? Of course, she didn't think that Suchan was incapable of leading the team through the game. But if they were just friends, would Luo Xiaoyu accept the invitation? Good. Luo Xiaoyu answered without hesitation. Sure enough. Xiaolingyun pursed her lips. Suchin invited her to join the team and reminded her. Do you have any way to solve the negative gain caused by the environment here? Luo Xiaoyu nodded. She stood between the two of them and grabbed their arms. The mantra of purification, the light of blessing. 3 golden barriers appeared and enveloped everyone. Suchin glanced at the status bar and found that everything was fine. He touched Luo Xiaoyu's head with a smile. Good job. Luo Xiaoyu's lips curled up, but then quickly froze. She shook her head and glared at Suchan. Don't touch my head. When Xiaolingyun saw this scene, she remembered Suchin's preferences. My mood couldn't help but become wonderful again. She walked to Suchan, put her arm around his and said, It's getting late. It is said that the abyss becomes even scarier after dark. We should hurry up and leave. Okay. After Suchin nodded, the three of them immediately set off and headed towards the location of the Ogre Lair copy. At this time, other candidates are still forming teams. They are all top talents selected from cities across the country. Naturally, he was unwilling to fall behind and wanted to fight for the dominance of the team. This has greatly slowed down the efficiency of team building. On the city wall, Luo Qingsheng stared at the three people's receding backs. She gritted her teeth and murmured, "Luo Xiaoyu, as long as I'm here, don't even think about turning over. Since you want to resist, then die here." There are quite a few monsters in the abyss. Su Chun and his two companions had just left the outpost and had not walked 1,000 meters when they ran into them head-on. A dozen dogs appeared in the middle of the road. They are surrounding four professionals. This group of vicious dogs are 3 or 4 meters long, covered in blood, with their teeth bared and their ferocious looks revealed. Before they could react, Su Chun activated the Summon Skeleton Warrior skill. Then he threw an eye of true vision at them. Monster, Bloodhound, Grade, Ordinary, Level, 25, HP, 15,600, Magic Power, 1,500, Strength, 3,000, Physique, 3,000, Agility, 3,500, Spirit, 1,000, Skills, Bloody Bite, Quick Bite. Su Chun secretly smacked his lips. This monster from the abyss is really powerful. It's just an ordinary monster of level 25, but it has 30,000 health points and terrifyingly high attributes. Fortunately, his summons are no less impressive. The four professionals saw Su Chun and the other two. One of the burly men dressed as knights shouted, "Run, go back to the outpost to find someone." Su Chun was unmoved. With a thought, he drove the skeleton warrior forward. Chapter 53. The school tutor takes the initiative to help cheating. 9 skeleton warriors rushed to the group of blood dogs in a few steps. Only, Su Chun wanted to test the defensive capabilities of the abyss monster. No amplification skills were used on them. This causes the skeleton warrior's attributes to lag far behind the bloodhound. Although the blade was sharp, it fell on those huge bloody dogs. But it can only deal a few dozen points of weak damage sporadically. The number of blood dogs is slightly greater than that of skeleton warriors. This lasted only less than 10 seconds. The health bars of the 9 skeleton warriors were all emptied, and they fell to the ground and disappeared. The 4 people who were besieged were all stunned. Su Chun did not run back immediately, but stayed to meet the enemy. They thought Su Chun had some powerful strength. That's the result? The knight in the team spoke again. "Kid, run back to the outpost quickly, or you'll be surrounded by these monsters and won't be able to escape." The female archers in the team also advised Xiaolingyun and the other girl. "Girls, please leave quickly. You can't handle these monsters." "That's right. There's no need to lose your life here. Run." Xiaolingyun and Luo Xiaoyu remained unmoved. They stared at the 4 people with strange eyes. These 4 professionals seemed to be besieged by a group of blood dogs and were in a critical situation. But only the knight took action and easily withstood the attack of the dogs. Plus, now the first floor of the abyss is used as the college entrance examination venue. It should be cleared and entry by outsiders should be restricted. The identities of these 4 people do not seem simple. Su Chun didn't guess anything, because he looked over with his eye of true vision and saw through the 4 people. These 4 people are all tutors in the academy. There are 2 Dasha academies, one Shuemu Academy and one Moden Academy. They are also considered examiners. The main task is to eliminate monsters in the dungeon that are much higher than the candidate's level. After the task is completed, you cannot leave. Also free. The 4 of them actually started betting. The bet is, if students see the abyss monster for the first time, will they be so scared that they run back? The other 3 all bet on it. Only the wizard instructor from Shuemu Academy couldn't do it. This tutor has a beautiful appearance, dignified manners, and outstanding temperament. She is just like a young lady from a wealthy family in ancient times, who is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The most eye-catching is, she also had a perfect figure that even the wizard's robe couldn't hide. She is a great beauty that even when Xian has to admit is better than her. Su Chun couldn't help but take another look at her message. Then found, she turned out to be Xiaolingyun's cousin Xiaoyun and a warm mentor. Take your eyes away. Su Chun couldn't help but be speechless. These academic tutors really have a lot of free time. Ignore their voices of dissuasion. Su Chun looked at the group of blood demon dogs. Due to the active attack of the skeleton warriors, several blood dogs discovered the 3 people. The dog turned its head and pounced towards the three people at high speed. Su-chun was not in a hurry and set up another skeleton warrior summoning formation. See this scene. The four instructors from the academy frowned slightly. They all didn't understand the significance of Su-chun doing this. Hasn't it been proven before that the skeleton warriors are no match for the bloodhounds? What's the point of summoning it again except wasting magic power? Things turned out just as they thought. After the skeleton warrior walked out of the summoning circle, he ran straight towards the charging bloodhound. Woof woof. Woof woof. The bloodhound howled wildly, and with a few bites, it emptied the skeleton warrior's health bar. Upon seeing this, the mage Minter's expression changed slightly, and he immediately chanted a spell. Prepare to release skills to save Su-chun and the other two. The female archer instructor took her hand and said, "Wait, it seems they have another trick up their sleeve." As an archer, she had excellent eyesight and easily noticed. Even though several vicious dogs were about to rush in front of him, the expression on Su-chun's face remained calm. This calmness and composure definitely shows that there is a backup plan. Really? Next second, Su-chun raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! He uttered softly. Burst! Bursts of strong light suddenly burst out from the bodies of the 9 skeleton warriors who had just died. Next, boom! A loud bang created a huge wind pressure. The black smoke was so thick that it mixed with flames and engulfed the blood demon dogs. Red burning damage numbers floated out from the smoke. Su-chun also received the reminder quickly. Ding! You killed 7 common monsters, blood demon dogs, and gained 112 experience points, blood demon dog fangs, blood demon dog skin, and dasha points. Except him. The 2 women who were watching the show nearby also gained a lot of experience. Wait until the smoke clears. The 4 instructors looked up and their eyes widened in shock. The blood demon dogs that rushed towards the 3 people were all killed, without a single one left. Su-chun did not stop and summoned another group of skeleton warriors to rush towards the remaining blood demon dogs. The same story happened again. This time, the explosion was very close to the 4 mentors. The wind pressure and the smoke produced by the explosion woke the 4 people up from their dreams. I was shocked to realize that what I saw was not a dream, but real. Is killing the bloodhound something surprising? No. Any one of them could kill hundreds of monsters of this type with ease. But what level are they, and what level is Su-chun? A student who is taking the college entrance examination and coming to the abyss for the first time actually has such combat power. It's really unbelievable. And I don't know what the Knight Minter was thinking. He actually picked up his shield and walked into the explosion area. 2 seconds later, he rushed out of the black smoke in a hurry, slapping the flames on his body. Fuck, what kind of fire are you using? Why can't it be destroyed? The damage from the Knight Minter's head is actually not that high. The health bar is not displayed. But the flame on his body was attached to his crotch and burning fiercely, and he couldn't put it out no matter how hard he tried. The damage is not high, but the insult is very strong. Everyone just wanted to laugh. Lasted 2 seconds. Xiaolingyun and the other girl, as well as the 3 instructors beside him, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su-chun also curled his lips and reminded, "Don't be nervous, the fire will go out in 10 seconds. After hearing this, the night instructor stopped filming and waited for 10 seconds with a frustrated look on his face. He breathed a sigh of relief when the flames dissipated. As the flames dissipated, the remaining blood demon dogs also disappeared. The Knight Minter brushed off the ashes on his body, exhaled, and bowed to Su-chun solemnly. "We are an expedition team that just returned from the 2nd level of the abyss. I'm in such a bad state. I didn't expect to encounter these vicious dogs here. Thank you for saving my life. I will never forget your kindness." The purpose of their trip was not to eliminate monsters. Another purpose is to select promising candidates and accept them as disciples in advance. In the school, students are divided into 3 levels: ordinary students, registered students, and tutor students. Ordinary students can only explore their own way forward. If you are lucky, you can get a few lessons from the tutor. The mentor students can follow the mentor all year round. If you have any questions, you can ask them at any time. It is equivalent to being my close disciple. Certainly, if a mentor can cultivate outstanding disciples, he can also reap great benefits. Therefore, not only do tutors choose students, but students also choose tutors. As mentors at the academy, they were willing to accept protection missions for this very benefit. There is no need to say much about the strength of the young man in front of him. He is definitely one of the best candidates in this year. The 4 of them simultaneously decided to follow up on him and observe him for a while longer. So the Night Minter chose to conceal the identities of himself and others. But I don't know. Su Chun had already seen them clearly. He calmly accepted the Night Minter's thanks and asked back with a smile. In one sentence, you just want to thank me for saving your life. Isn't there any practical benefit? You don't have to be so polite. Just give me a set of magical tools first. No, legendary equipment is fine too. I'm not picky. The four mentors opened their mouths wide. The first thing he talks about is artifacts and legendary equipment. You are really not picky. It seemed as if he was afraid that Su Chun would make any excessive demands again. The night instructor said hurriedly, "We have been in the first layer of the abyss for many years and are very familiar with the terrain here. I don't know where you want to go on this trip. If it's on the first level of the abyss, we can lead the way as a way of repaying your kindness, okay?" Su Chun curled his lips and shrugged. "Okay, I'll leave it to you four then." Yang Gang just told the approximate direction of the copy. Logically speaking, finding the location of the copy's light gate is also one of the contents of the third round of assessment. It would have taken quite a bit of time, since these four academic tutors took the initiative to help him cheat. Su Chun had no reason to refuse. Thus, four mentors joined the team, and the seven reorganized themselves and continued on their way. Chapter 54, Entering the Hell-Level Ogre Lair. On the way, the four college tutors also introduced themselves. The knights and archers came from Daxia Academy. Their names are Yi Longyin and Yi Fengwu respectively. The two are brother and sister. The mage from Shuemu Academy was named Mu Nishang. The assassin who has remained silent in Moden Academy is called Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe was not very interested in the three people. It's not that there's anything wrong with the talents or abilities of these three people. Su Chun saw from the eye of true vision. He only accepts disciples with assassin professions. The Yi brothers and sisters were very enthusiastic. He pestered Su Chen and Luo Xiaoyu, asking them all kinds of questions. Mu Nishang followed Xiaoling Yun. The two had a very pleasant conversation. With the addition of these four people, the team atmosphere is pretty good. The boring journey is not so dull because of the laughter. Along the way, the group inevitably encountered many monsters. Su Chun could easily use self-destruction to push it past. But he didn't. The mentor is right beside you. If you perform well, you will receive preferential treatment as soon as you enter the academy. Su Chun naturally hopes that they can be valued. He gave the two women ample opportunities to perform. The two women did not disappoint him or the four mentors. Due to the attribute gap, Xiaoling Yun's damage is indeed not high, but her control is excellent. I may also make some minor mistakes due to lack of experience. In other aspects, there are no problems at all. Mu Nishang seemed to care about her very much. He even forgot that they were still hiding their identities and gave them instructions several times. Xiaoling Yun absorbed the energy very quickly, and her strength increased visibly. Luo Xiaoyu's performance. It was so perfect that Su Chun and the other three mentors were stunned. She is a priest-type profession, and her main abilities are healing and enhancement. But a priest is not as simple as just throwing skills at teammates. After all, not everyone has the level 1 magic return. Other people's magic powers are limited. How to use limited magic power. Accurately give skills to teammates in need. This is a huge subject for pastors. Luo Xiaoyu, who has not yet attended school, has demonstrated such outstanding control ability. This made Yi Fengwu directly use the death wrap on her. The problems became more numerous. It was as if she wanted to get to know all of her family members before she would give up. As for Su Chun, he doesn't need to deliberately demonstrate any abilities. The abilities that need to be examined in the early stages of summoners are mainly control over summoned creatures and assist them in releasing skills. Su Chen's control over the summoned creatures was actually not very precise. Just simply give a target and let the summoned creature attack autonomously. Therefore, the four mentors began to have some doubts about his abilities. Until, when facing a large number of monsters, Su Chen demonstrated his summoning skills that were seamless and blooming everywhere. The four instructors were shocked. Only then did I understand. It's not that he didn't try hard to learn how to control his summons finely, but it is simply unnecessary and out of control. The group was moving forward at a relatively fast pace. About 5 hours later, a light door located in a hidden cave finally appeared in Su Chen's sight. While other candidates were still arguing about forming a team and taking the lead in the team, Su Chun and the other two have found the location of the assessment copy, and also won the favor of tutors from top universities. There is only one word to describe the progress of the three of them. Far ahead. We're here. This is the entrance to the Ogre Lair dungeon. Yi Longyin paused and continued. Now that you have found the copy's light gate, you are already far ahead of the other candidates. This period of time is enough for you to clear more dungeons and accumulate points. Perhaps the top scholar in Daxia this year will be born among you three. But I suggest you don't challenge the dungeon right now. First, find some wild ogres and adapt to their abilities before entering the dungeon. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger. He said a lot, but Su Chan didn't listen to a word he said. Why bother? Su Chan said calmly, and then led the two women into the copy's light gate. Yi Fengwu held back her laughter, walked to the stunned Yi Longyin, and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, haven't you realized yet that boy is arrogant and confident? It's impossible for him to listen to other people's advice without experiencing failure. Yi Longyin sighed. I understand everything, but with his arrogance, if he fails once, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to recover. But fortunately, these three people have a good foundation. Given their abilities, clearing the simple level is difficult, but there is still a chance. At this time, Zhang Zhe, who had been silent all this time, opened the copy panel. The copy panel can view the information of the team that is challenging the copy. His expression changed, and he suddenly said, the challenge they are facing is not an easy one. Yi Longyin was startled and said in panic, how dare he go to normal difficulty when challenging the Abyss dungeon for the first time? I've told him many times along the way. The copy here is different from the one on Blue Star. How come he's still? Zhang Zhe made way and motioned the other three to look over. Yi Longyin looked towards the challenge panel. It only shows challenging team, Su Chen's team, members, Su Chen, Xiaolingyun, Luo Xiaoyu, challenge difficulty, hell. When you see the word hell at the end clearly, the expressions of the three people froze instantly. A complex array of emotions, including surprise, confusion, and bewilderment, flashed in their eyes. Yi Longyin rubbed his eyes fiercely several times and put his face close to the panel. I read it carefully 3 or 4 times. After a long time, he said, I thought he was just a little arrogant, and he could still be saved. I didn't expect that he was a crazy man who didn't care about his life. Reaching the hell level in the first Abyss dungeon, you are really asking for your life. Munishang said anxiously. What should we do? Is there any way to remedy this? Yi Fengwu smiled bitterly. What else can we do? Unless they quit the instance themselves, we outsiders can't intervene at all. But you don't have to worry too much. Although that boy is arrogant and reckless, he seems to be hiding some cards. Yi Longyin was already squatting on the ground, scratching his hair. What trump card can defeat the hell-level Abyss copy? I'm afraid ordinary ogres can wipe them out. The best outcome is that you fail to defeat the first wave of monsters, realize your shortcomings, and quickly exit the dungeon. If they are unlucky enough to fight their way through and encounter the boss, and we can't exit the dungeon, we're doomed. The 4 mentors from top universities had gloomy expressions on their faces, and the atmosphere was depressing. But at this time, the 3 people who had already entered the copy looked quite relaxed. Su Chan is relaxed, because he knew what strength he still had hidden. The 2 women relaxed, because they believe in Su Chan. The 3 of them opened their eyes. In front of us is a huge cave entrance. The ground was covered with messy footprints up to 2 meters long. On both sides of the cave entrance, there are piles of animal bones and human bones like small hills. The bones were gnawed cleanly, without a trace of flesh or blood. On some bones, you can see signs of violent breakage. There was a foul smell wafting out of the cave, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Su Chen didn't even need to say anything this time. Luo Xiaoyu hurriedly used a skill. Suddenly, golden light spread all over the 3 of them, dispelling the stench in the air. What a disgusting copy! Luo Xiaoyu complained in disgust. Luckily I have you. Su Chen touched her head and said thankfully. Although he could bear it, he didn't want to endure the stench. Luo Xiaoyu said angrily. I told you not to touch my head. Su Chen smiled, looked towards the cave entrance, and said with great confidence, let's go and see how powerful the ogres in this hell-level dungeon are. Chapter 55. A brutal massacre is taking place. The interior of the cave was much larger than Su Chan and the other 2 had imagined. There are huge stone pillars everywhere. They seemed to be in a stone forest. The environment was extremely dark, without any light source. This had no effect on Su Chan, but Luo Xiaoyu was well prepared. Take out 2 oil lamps from your backpack. The 3 of them moved forward quickly. Not long. The deafening snoring sound could be heard from the front. The 3 of them walked forward. After a few minutes, we saw a small tribal camp. The camp was surrounded by a simple wooden fence. A blazing bonfire several meters high rose in the middle. More than a dozen huge figures were lying beside the fire, snoring. Looking at the group of giants in front, the shortest one is 3 meters tall, and the tallest one is over 5 meters tall. Both women were a little frightened, and couldn't help showing some fear on their faces. Suchin didn't show much expression. Activate the Eye of True Vision and look forward. Monster. Ogre. Grade. Ordinary. Abyss Hell level. Level. 26. HP. 120,000. Magic power. 10,000. Strength. 8,000. Physique. 12,000. Agility. 8,000. Spirit. 2,000. Skills. Violent Smash. Devouring flesh and blood. Thick leather armor. At this time, the two women also used detection techniques to see the attributes of the ogre. They were all so frightened that their faces turned pale. It's only a third-level monster, but it has a health of 120,000 and a physique of 12,000. His strength and agility are both 8,000, so he is really strong, fast, and good at fighting. Is this really something they can handle? Xiaolingyun swallowed and looked at Su Chun. Su Chun, your skeleton warrior attributes should not be as strong as theirs. Su Chun nodded. The basic attributes of the skeleton warrior are just over 1,000. Even with the bonuses of skeleton crown and rage, it's only about 4 or 5,000. Even less than these ogres. What's more, this is just an ordinary monster. There will be elites and leaders later. It is worthy of being a hell-level copy in the abyss. The challenge is great. Want to safely clear their current instance. It is estimated that this can only be achieved by having a full team of 25 people with an average level of over 40. But fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. High difficulty often also means generous rewards for completing the game. Think of this. Su Chen planned to first take a look at the damage the skeleton warrior could do to the enemy. Without hesitation, he activated the skeleton warrior, summoning Array 11 times. Arrange again. Ride the wind. Fury. With the current monster strength, the goblin high priest is completely useless. Soon, a squad of 99 skeleton warriors was formed. They are murderous. The dark blue soul fire in the cranial cavity continued to pour out, and a red light was emitting from the body. Under Su Chen's order, nearly 100 skeleton warriors crept into the camp. 5 minutes later, the skeleton warriors have surrounded a dozen ogres. These ogres are also very careless, even though it has already come to this. They were still sleeping very soundly, without even turning over. Get started. Su Chun gave the order to attack. At the same time, the skeleton warriors raised their swords together. A cold light flashed, and they slashed down together. Swish, 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 swish. It made a big noise, but it was dangerous at first glance. 3-digit damage, facing the ogre's health of up to 100,000. It's a bit lacking. Even after being enhanced, the skeleton warrior could still swing his sword extremely fast, 5 times in 1 second. It can only cause pitiful damage. The ogres were awakened. Ouch! They roared angrily and stood up to pick up the huge leg bones beside them. Just one swing. Boom. A large number of skeleton warriors were knocked to death. Su Chen used the skill Undying on those lost skeleton warriors. I let them chop for another 30 seconds, but there was no effect. Finally, when the time for persistence was almost up, use self-destruct again. The damage is considerable. It can blow away more than 3,000 HP of the ogre in one blow, and with the subsequent burning damage, it can cause 5,000 damage. But with this efficiency, it would probably take a lot of time to deal with more than a dozen ogres. This is not good. Faced with this situation, the two women couldn't help but become nervous. Especially Xiaolingyun. She saw these skeleton warriors in the second round of college entrance examination. Like a god descending to earth, he killed those monsters one by one. But now, I am so powerless in the face of the ogre. She couldn't think of any other trump card Su Chun had that could kill the ogre. Su Chen, how about we withdraw first and study it a little more? Xiaolingyun expressed her meaning as tactfully as possible. Luo Xiaoyu also nodded. After entering the abyss, Yang Gang and Yilongyin and his gang have repeatedly emphasized the horror of the monsters in the abyss. But hearing and seeing are two different things. Now that they are facing it in person, they are not optimistic about Su Chun. After all, these ogres are so powerful that they are despairing. Su Chen was not surprised that Xiaolingyun would say that. After all, my trump card is hidden too deeply. He chuckled. I am not a foolish person who would use all his strength to fight a rabbit like a lion. I didn't want to use this trick at first, but now that it has come to this, we have no choice but to use it. After saying that, he grabbed Blood-Eye and set up 2 summoning arrays in an instant. Summon the Dragon Hunter. Next second, a strong golden light flashed in the awakening array. Humanoid creatures, 3 meters tall, wearing golden armor and holding giant bows, walked out of the awakening formation. From the appearance, they are different from the fallen dragon hunters that Su Chun and his party encountered in the Fallen Castle. I just changed my equipment and became a little bigger. But when Xiaolingyun used the detection technique to look at the attribute values of these shooters, she was shocked. Monster, Dragon Hunter, Giant Beast Hunting. Grade, Black Iron. Level, 20. HP, 50,000. Magic Power, 30,000. Strength, 20,000. Physique, 8,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 8,000. Skills, Critical Hit, Charged Heavy Shot, Magic Eagle Vision, Beast Hunting Crossbow. 220,000? Xiaolingyun exclaimed. Luo Xiaoyu looked at her in confusion and asked, "What 20,000? Xiaolingyun pointed at a dragon hunter and opened her mouth wide, took a few deep breaths. After a pause, she spoke in an extremely shocked tone. "These guys have 20,000 points of power." "Ah!" Luo Xiaoyu exclaimed, and immediately started to investigate the dragon hunter. Soon, the 2 women showed the same shocked expression. I thought that it was extremely abnormal for a second-level skeleton warrior to have attributes of over 1,000. Su Chun let them know. Over 1,000 is the limit of the skeleton warrior race, but it is not the limit of his summoning of living beings. Su Chun looked at the 18 giant beast hunters. Powerful, awesome, domineering, full sense of security. Su Chun waved his finger and added buffs to these giant beast hunters. Under the amplification of rage, the attributes are tripled again. Just numerical values. The giant hunter has completely crushed the ogre. Su Chun had nothing to worry about and signaled them to start attacking. The command was given in an instant. The giant hunter stood in a line. In his hands, long arrows as long as 2 meters and as thick as an adult's arm were gathered. Draw the bow. Full string. The group of ogres had long been attracted by the aura of the giant hunter. They swung their big bone sticks and rushed towards Su Chun and the others. Next second, bang! The sound of a string breaking like a thunderous explosion spread out. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A strong wind blew past. While raising the dust on the ground, it also quickly harvested the lives of the ogres. Ding! You killed a common monster, ogre, and obtained experience, ogre saliva, large bone club, equipment. Ding! You killed. A brutal massacre is taking place. Chapter 56. Luo Xiaoyu said it was so cool. Chi. A 2-meter-long arrow shot out from the darkness. The ogre rushed forward and had no time to dodge. Arrows poured in from above its head, carrying its huge body backwards, until it was nailed to a thick stone pillar. A huge damage number popped up above the ogre's head. Flash sale. Every arrow kills instantly. After the first round of shooting, the small tribe was completely emptied out. The 2 women besides Su Chun. Ever since the behemoth hunter was summoned, he has maintained a dull expression. Su Chun smiled. "Stop questioning me. Do you want to withdraw and do some research?" Xiaolingyun came back to her senses and said with blushing cheeks, "It's not your fault that you have such powerful fighting power. Why don't you use it earlier? If I knew you had this kind of fighting ability, how could I doubt you? This is all your fault." Su Chun shrugged. "Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Didn't we have no suitable opponent before?" Luo Xiaoyu said, "Okay, let's go quickly. If we clear the dungeon sooner, we can come back a few more times. The monsters here have quite a bit of experience, so I'll prepare for the 3rd level in advance." Su Chun shook his head. "Don't worry, just wait." As he spoke, he looked at the 18 giant hunters and gave orders. The giant beast hunter heard the order. They all raised their left hands, and suddenly a ball of light condensed in their palms. A moment passed. Eagles formed by golden light flapped their wings and flew in all directions. The terrain of this instance is too large. It's just a cave, but it feels like entering the underground world. I don't know where the monsters are, and it's extremely troublesome to look for them one by one. So, Su Chun directly ordered the behemoth hunters to use their skill, Magic Eagle Perspective. This skill can use the Magic Eagle's vision to detect a radius of 10,000 meters. Soon, a large amount of environmental information is transmitted back to the giant beast hunter's mind. Then it was passed to Su Chun through consciousness. After Su Chun sorted it out, surprised to find out, the 10,000-meter distance detected by the magic eagle is not the maximum width of this cave. There are still large areas of unknown areas. However, even if the entire cave is not explored, the magic eagle perspective still discovered 18 small ogre tribes. And there are no elite monsters or bosses. This shows they are hidden deeper in the cave. This copy is really a bit outrageous. Su Chun couldn't help but complain. The Abyss-held difficulty dungeon seems difficult, but in fact it is not easy at all. Just a tribe of ogres. It is enough to consume all the combat power of a full-strength team with an average level of 40. Result: there are 18 more tribes like this? And it is a known area that has been explored. Su Chun was very skeptical. Has anyone really passed a copy of this difficulty? Even if someone passes the customs, it is estimated that the strategy is come from professionals at level 80 or 90. After all, there is no level limit here. Think about it. Su Chun once again activated, summoned Dragon Hunter, and set up 9 summoning arrays. Looking at the 99 giant beast hunters surrounding them, both women were a little surprised and confused, and hurriedly moved closer to Su Chun. What's going on? Is there a powerful enemy attacking? Xiaoling Yun asked quickly. Su Chun shook his head and said, "No. Then why did you summon so many monsters? You want to scare people to death?" Luo Xiaoyu was speechless. Su Chun simply told them the detected information and then said, "These 18 tribes are too scattered. We have to kill them one by one. Just the journey alone would take so much time. It's too inefficient." The 2 women blinked, looking confused. Luo Xiaoyu said, "Then what's the point of you summoning monsters here? Can these monsters of yours be able to stay at such a distance? Kill all the ogres from all the tribes?" Su Chun raised his hand to touch her head, but she avoided him. He laughed and said, "How clever. Let me show you what efficiency is." After saying this, he turned around and commanded the giant beast hunters. The skill of an ordinary dragon hunter archer: charge and reshoot. The effect is to draw the bow and accumulate power, thereby increasing the power and shooting distance of the arrow. But their power storage is limited, only 2 to 3 times. But Su Chun's Dragon Hunter, after 9 transformations of the talent, skill evolution, not only have the attributes been improved by dozens or hundreds of times, even the skills have changed drastically. Su Chun has seen it. There is no limit to the introduction of charging and reshooting. The longer the energy is charged, the greater the shooting range. Of course, this doesn't mean that it really has no limits, but this limit is definitely difficult to reach. Input the locations of the ogres in the 18 tribes into the giant beast hunter and arrange their hunting targets. Su Chun stepped back, immediately following. One by one, the giant beast hunters raised their longbows. First, he gave himself a critical hit buff. Then, charge and reshoot. Charge and reshoot. Charge and reshoot. The strings of the golden longbows were slowly pulled apart, and the process was extremely slow. But this process makes the veins on the arms of the giant beast hunters increasingly prominent. It seems like it could explode at any time. 10 minutes later, bang, as the first sound of the string breaking spread, 2nd lane, 3rd lane, 4th lane, 5th lane, densely packed, earth-shaking, countless arrows flew out. Launch long-range attacks on the ogre tribes distributed in different locations. In a certain ogre tribe, the ogres were lying on the ground, fast asleep. They suddenly woke up as if they had realized something. There is murderous intent. But when I looked around, everything was quiet, and there was no sign of any enemy. Everyone looked around and thought it was an illusion. Some of the trolls had already laid back on the ground, their heads tilted back and their consciousness dazed. As they opened and closed their eyes, they seemed to see something falling from the sky. How is it possible that there is no sky in the cave? Just as the ogres were thinking this, next second, countless ogres suddenly widened their eyes. Wrong. There is something. It's too late. Thick and long arrows shot down from the sky. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The interval between the two was only 10 seconds. 97 ogres from different tribes had their heads shot out. Rivers of blood. The remaining 2 dodged quickly and were pierced through the chest and died. The most horrified are the remaining ogres. My companion was killed in front of my eyes. But they don't even know where the enemy is. They all stood up and were on guard, looking at the empty surroundings. Their clear and clean eyes looked like those of a college student. The 100% hit rate made Su Chun smile with satisfaction. But 1 round of attacks isn't enough to clear out all the ogres. Su Chun ordered them to continue. Such a blow is not without its disadvantages. The first point is, you can only gain experience and dasha points. As for the dropped items, you need to run around the map to pick them up. It's not a good thing and it's unnecessary. Suchin turned and looked at the two women. I noticed that their expressions were dull again. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Xiaolingyun and Luo Xiaoyu opened their mouths wide, with thousands of things to say. But the words come to my lips. I don't know what to say. They knew that Su Qian was very powerful, even to the point of being abnormal. He is so powerful that he doesn't look like a second-level professional who just awakened a month ago. But this is too outrageous. Use arrows to attack monsters from a distance? You are such a talented person. Things that have never happened before may never happen to anyone else again. You're such a pervert. Luo Xiaoyu finally couldn't help but say. Su Qian shrugged and smiled. Just tell me if it feels good or not. Luo Xiaoyu thought about it. This kind of thing where you can gain experience and points just by standing still. How could I not be happy? It's so cool. Chapter 57. Basic Skill Advanced Scroll Explodes. The giant beast hunters fired another volley. 18 ogre tribes were completely wiped off the map. The team continued to move forward. The giant beast hunters lead the way. Use the magic eagle perspective to continuously explore map information. Su Qian and the other two followed leisurely behind. Unfortunately, although this cave is large, there is not much good scenery. The ground was littered with food remnants and excrement left behind by the ogres. Disgusting. The two women didn't even need to say anything. Su Qian, a man, felt a little overwhelmed. He gave the giant hunters the skill, ride the wind. The team's progress became faster. Half an hour later, the team walked 7 or 8 kilometers, and the magic eagle perspective once again sent back new information. 5 more ogre tribes appeared around. In one of the tribes, there is also a rather special ogre. Its body is 3 meters tall, 2 or 3 times the height of an ordinary ogre. Unlike other demons who only wrap themselves in rough animal skins, it was wearing a full set of silver-gray metal armor that covered its entire body. Even his face was covered with a metal mask with a ferocious expression. Its behavior was not like other demons, which just casually lay on the ground. Instead, he was sitting cross-legged on an animal skin blanket. Next to him was a 2-meter-long short-handled battle axe, either the leader or the elite. Su Qian made a judgment and thought to himself. The quest requirement for clearing the ogre lair is to kill the ogre chieftain. All the ogres I saw along the way were ordinary ogres, but this one was different. Even if it is not the king, killing it might lead to finding information about the king. Su Qian gave the order. Have the behemoth hunters wipe out the remaining ogres. Then he led the team towards the direction where the special ogre was. Not long after, the distance between them and the special ogre came within the detection range of the blood-flying eye. Su Qian activated his skills. The one-eyed creature with 2 small wings flapped its wings and flew towards the special ogre. Other ogres in the tribe were killed, triggering the hatred of the particular ogre. It held the battle axe, glared with its eyes, and looked left and right, but there was no trace of the enemy. This made it roar angrily. Through the blood-flying pupil, Su Qian threw an eye of true vision over. Monster. Ogre Chieftain's Guard. Grade. Elite. Level. 36. HP. 300,000. Magic Power. 15,000. Strength. 20,000. Physique. 35,000. Agility. 12,000. Spirit. 4,000. Skills. Violent Smash. Devouring flesh and blood. Thick leather armor. Introduction. A personal guard sent by the chief of the ogre tribe to monitor the various small tribes. It has a map to return to the big tribe hidden on its body. Really? Su Qian's eyes lit up. Finally seeing hope of passing the level, he did not hesitate. He immediately ordered nearly 100 giant beast hunters to lock onto the ogre chieftain's personal guard. Being targeted with so much malice, the chief's guards became even more irritable. It can feel the enemy's murderous intent, but it doesn't know where the enemy is, which makes it extremely uneasy and uncomfortable. In spite of its anger, it did not forget to activate its skill, thick leather armor. The sturdy armor expanded outward, as if the bloated body inside was expanding again. But, after using the skill, the increase in health and physique did not make it feel at ease. It even gets more uneasy as time goes by. Finally, rustle, rustle, rustle. Intensive sounds of breaking through the air came from the sky. These are the arrows that took the lives of its people. It roared at the arrows, raised its great axe, and split 3. Then the remaining 96 bullets shot his body into a hedgehog. Ding. You killed an elite monster, the ogre chieftain's personal guard. Gain. Experience, Daxiao points. After hearing the prompt sound of the apocalypse system, Su Chan led the team towards the tribe. Not long. They came to the chief's guards. Looking at the monster corpse on the ground with arrows all over its body. The two women looked distressed, their expressions unbearable to look at. How miserable. Xiaoling Yun couldn't help but say. It's not that she is too chaste. Really. Now, only a small amount of flesh and blood can be found on the body of this elite monster among a large number of arrows. If it weren't for the outline of the armor to fix it, they would probably only see minced meat on the ground. Suchin didn't care whether it was miserable or not. He came to the fallen light ball and reached out to touch it. Soon, a map made of animal skin appeared in his hand. Item: Ogre Lair Map. Introduction: a complete map with all tribes distributed in the ogre's lair. This is it. Su Chen's eyebrows lit up with joy, and he looked at the map. There are a large number of skulls marked on the picture, so densely packed that if you count them quickly, there are at least 100 of them. And in the northwest, there is a skull that is larger than the other skulls and has a crown symbol on it. I think this should be the tribe where the ogre chief is. Su Chan then compared the location of the entrance with the tribes they encountered. After determining your current location and the direction you want to go, he put away the map and prepared to set off again. But before leaving, he glanced at the ball of light of fallen objects on the ground. The light ball has not dispersed. There is still something. Although it's probably not a good thing. But I just keep in mind that since I'm already here. He touched it again. Ogre Guard Breastplate. High quality. Rubbish. Ogre Guard Boots. High quality. Rubbish. Primary Skill Advanced Scroll. Wait a minute. What is that? Suchin hurriedly stopped and looked at the animal skin scroll in his hand. Item: Primary Skill Advanced Scroll. Introduction: applicable to first and second transfer skills, with a chance to help skills upgrade. The success rate of first transfer skill advancement is 5%, and the success rate of second transfer skill advancement is 0. After reading the item introduction, Suchin's breathing became a little rapid. For other people, improving the quality of first and second level skills may not be of much value. At most, it can increase the power from 1 to 2, and at best to 4 or 5. But Su Chan is different. The skill is upgraded by 1 level, the experience is cleared, and it becomes. The skill effect will not disappear, and it will be strengthened by upgrading the grade. He upgraded his skills to the maximum level, triggering the skill evolution, talent 9 times. There are such wonderful treasures in this world. Suchin looked excited and muttered to himself. As for the low probability of advancement, what does it matter? Primary Equipment Enhancement Scroll. Is the probability of strengthening epic equipment high? It was because he had to raise his blood pupil to a higher level. Things that can explode in the copy. There should be a large amount of reserves in the exchange of that outpost. He has a $1 flash sale plugin. Are you still worried that you can't afford it? Keep calm. Suchin opened the attribute panel and looked at the 3 first-level skills. Select Summon Goblin and use Advanced Scroll. The scroll was glowing with fluorescence, but 3 seconds later, the fluorescence suddenly collapsed and dissipated, and the scroll was burned. As expected, it failed. But Suchin didn't care. He stood up and said to the 2 women who were happily collecting the dropped items from other corpses, "Come on, stop picking up this trash." The 2 women were stunned. Rubbish. They looked at the equipment in their hands. Although they are all ordinary quality, but the attribute bonuses of the equipment dropped by this abyss monster are not low. If you bring it back to Blue Star or sell it at the outpost, it can be worth a lot of money. Although neither of them needs this little money. But I really enjoy collecting the dropped items. But since Suchin spoke, they all stopped. Under the protection of the giant beast hunters, the 3 of them set their sights on the ogre tribe. Chapter 58. The 4th level leader, the ogre chieftain. With the map, the goal is clear and the team moves forward faster. Although on the way, 2 more tribes with chief's personal guards were destroyed. 2 basic skill advancement scrolls and a bunch of garbage were revealed. There was some delay, but 2 hours later, Suchin and his group advanced at full speed and finally arrived near the large ogre tribe. The team stopped 2 kilometers away. Suchan still urged the blood-flying eye to fly into the tribe. This tribe is really different. The surrounding wooden fences were replaced with stone walls 7 or 8 meters high. There are also stone houses and big tents in the tribe. Over 100 ogres. They were wearing fur coats that were made with higher craftsmanship, except for a few ogres patrolling the tribe. The rest were lying on their beds in the house, sleeping peacefully. And in the center of the tribe, inside a huge tent. Su Chan saw the copy leader. It was a giant ogre that was 20 meters tall. He was wearing a full set of red copper armor and a crown on his head. It sits on a throne made of a complete giant animal bone. With his head lowered, he slept soundly. Two 10-meter-long, short spears were placed diagonally on both sides of the throne. Monster. Ogre Chieftain. Rank. Bronze Leader. Grade. HP. 135. Magic. 25. Strength. 100,000. Physique. 150000. Agility. 80,000. Spirit. 80,000. Skills. Devouring flesh and blood. Striving hard. Copper skin and iron bones. Corrupted meat. Fourth turn. 1.35 million HP. 150,000 physique. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. This guy. It's not easy to kill. Even the giant hunter is under the blessing of rage. It only has the power of 60,000. Use the skills Critical Strike and Charge Heavy Shot. Can only barely break the defense. This is when it does not use defensive skills. But it's not that there is no solution. Su Chen suddenly thought of Giant Beast Hunter, except Magic Eagle Perspective. It has one more skill than the Dragon Hunter Shooter, which is called the Beast Hunting Crossbow. Beast Hunting Crossbow. Build a giant crossbow tower for hunting beasts. During this time, you cannot move. Strength is increased by 200, attack speed is increased by 200, and arrows have a 10% armor penetration effect. Su Chen thought about it and asked a giant beast hunter to use a skill. After receiving the order, the longbow in the giant beast hunter's hand exploded, forming a large golden light spot. The light spots soon gathered again. A giant crossbow was formed on the spot, placed on a 2-meter-high rack. The crossbow body is 3 meters long, and the crossbow arrow is 1 meter longer than the crossbow body. Su Chen ordered the giant beast hunter to shoot at the open space. It easily controlled the crossbow, changed its position, aimed in the direction Su Chen pointed, and pulled the trigger. The moment the first crossbow arrow was fired, the second crossbow arrow had already formed and was fired again. On average, 4 or 5 arrows can be fired per second, and each arrow can cause 200 strength damage. It can also increase the strength of Critical Strike by 200. And Rage. After some calculation, Su Chen felt he could win. He used the blood eyes to observe the surroundings for a while. Soon, he easily found a commanding position. However, this place is relatively close to the tribe, and the scenes inside the tribe can be seen with the naked eye. At the same time, once the war begins, the ogres in the tribe will be able to discover their presence. Su Chen was not worried about this. They occupied the commanding heights and relied on the crossbow's firing rate and damage. Ordinary ogres simply can't rush up. Even the chief's personal guards would probably have a hard time. What's more, if all else fails, he'll just recruit more skeleton warriors. Even if I can't break the defense, it can also block the road. After planning, Su Chen summoned nearly 400 giant beast hunters. Let 300 of them stand on the commanding heights and build crossbow platforms. Remaining, then on the back of the commanding heights, all entered the energy storage and reshooting state. Time passes by little. The giant beast hunters who are gathering their strength have already drawn their bowstrings to their full potential. The veins on his arms looked extremely hideous, as if they could burst at any time. Su Chen closed his eyes and waited quietly. When he felt it was about time, his eyes suddenly opened. Put! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of giant arrows flew out. The rain of arrows was not dense, but very deadly. As early as when they were targeted, a large number of ogres had already awakened from their dreams. They walked out of houses and tents, roaring and howling anxiously in the streets. Even a dozen of the chief's personal guards gathered in the central tent in panic. But the ogre chieftain was still sleeping. Until, bang, the first giant arrow was aimed at it and shot from the top of the big tent. It suddenly raised its head, and the snoring stopped abruptly. He raised his arm and grabbed it suddenly. He caught the huge arrow that was heading straight for his eyes. Just use a little force. The giant sword shattered and exploded instantly. The chief stood up slowly, and the terrible wind pressure made the whole huge tent shake. It did not roar, but its eyes were calm, exuding the composure that only belongs to the strong. Picking up the 2 short spears beside the throne, the ogre chieftain walked outside. At this time, many ogres have been hit by arrows and had their heads blown off. In a large tribe of hundreds of people, only a dozen guards were left alive in an instant. Seeing this scene, the chief's face showed a bit of anger. Roar! It roared wildly, and the entire cave seemed to be shaking with its roar. It's out. On the commanding heights, Suchin looked at the extremely huge target in the tribe and grinned. Wield the blood pupil to arrange the next ride the wind and bless rage. After increasing the attack speed of the crossbow by 3 times, he gave the order. Put. Thump thump thump. The sound of gears colliding continued to sound. More than 300 crossbows began to operate, turning their arrows. All aimed at the 20-meter-tall ogre chieftain in the tribe. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A rain of arrows dozens of times, denser than before, poured out and shot straight towards the chief. Facing a rain of arrows, the ogre chieftain advanced instead of retreating. He walked up to the few surviving guards. He raised his arms to shield his face and used his body to withstand the rain of arrows. The red copper armor on its body glowed faintly. Skin of iron and steel. Invisibly, the defense power increased significantly. Bang bang bang. A rain of arrows fell on it, but failed to penetrate its armor. But the health bar above its head was also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This chief is really good. He is very loyal and righteous. He even stood in front of the guards. Su Chun stood with his hands on his hips, looked at the scene, grinned, and said again, "But at this rate of blood loss, it will surely die in less than 2 minutes." He had just finished speaking, but the ogre chieftain, whose health had been reduced by 1/6, suddenly turned around. It grabbed one of its guards and bit off its head. He kept chewing the armor and flesh. Only 7 or 8 mouthfuls were used. He ate up one of his personal guards completely, just like eating fruits. And its blood volume also returned to normal as it ate. Even if a rain of arrows continued to pour down on it, it could not suppress the speed at which its health recovered. Fuck. This bloody and crazy scene shocked Su Chun and the other 2 who were watching from afar. It was the first time they saw. In order to recover health, the leader may even eat his subordinates. Should we say he is worthy of being called an ogre? It found us. Suddenly, Xiaolingyun said in panic. Su Chun looked carefully. Really? The ogre chieftain was staring in their direction, seemingly making a judgment. Next second, it opened its mouth and vomited, spitting out a bloody mess. With a sudden high throw, the ball of flesh and blood drew an arc in the air. It fell below the commanding heights where Su Chun and others were. The meat ball exploded immediately after hitting the ground, forming a bloody mist. However, the blood mist soon dissipated and disappeared. It didn't hit. Su Chun was delighted. But happiness lasts only 3 seconds. Ding. You are being corroded by the aura of corruption. Your health will decrease by 1 per second, all attributes will decrease by 5, and your speed will slow down by 20. Please get away as soon as possible. Chapter 59. Luo Xiaoyu doesn't want to restrain herself. The smell of corruption spread in the team, and not just the 3 professionals were affected. Large groups of giant beast hunters were also corroded by the aura of corruption, and their health was quickly reduced. Su Chun remembered when he first entered the abyss. The skill that the old war king Mu gave to himself, the promised land. To date, Su Chun has never used it once, but this does not prevent him from thinking it is a magical skill. Because, since ancient times, whether it is a personal fight or a national war, 3 elements are important. The right time, the right place, and the right people. Large-scale amplification skills such as God's promised land affect the geographical advantages. Imagine if a professional who challenges the abyss. It can withstand 50 negative gains in all attributes and fight back and forth with the abyss monsters. Once he gets rid of the negative gains on his body, he can also gain additional positive gains. How terrifying will the combat power he releases be? Su Chun swung up his blood-eyed staff and was about to summon some goblins for sacrifice. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from the direction of the tribe. He looked up. A giant spear 10 meters long flew into the air, bringing a terrifying and violent storm. Slammed into the camp of the giant hunter. Bang! The storm spread, and a large number of wind blades shot out, sweeping across the entire camp. Dust and fog were flying, blinding the eyes of Su Chun and the other 2. Cough, cough. Su cough, cough. Ahem. Su Chun, are you okay? Su Chun was standing in the camp before. The spear landed right next to him. Xiaolingyun shouted worriedly. She took a few steps forward, trying to rush into the dust and mist. But at this moment, a figure teleported to her side and pulled her back. Su Chin's face darkened. As long as the ruler and the people are one, he will be fine. Only a quarter of the giant hunters he summoned were killed by this spear. And the spear that was thrown down seemed to be pulled by something and flew back. Su Chun saw it fly steadily back into the hands of the ogre chief. His frown deepened, although it didn't take much effort for him to summon the giant hunter. But this commanding height is so small that there is not much space to set up the beast-hunting crossbow platform. The ogre chieftain has the means to attack them and can also eat his own kind to recover. If this goes on, I don't know how long it will take. Su Chun quickly thought of a way to break the impasse. The only way now. It seemed that he was the only one who took the initiative to contain the hatred of the ogre chieftain, allowing the giant beast hunters to attack without pressure. But now there is still an urgent task, which is to resolve the atmosphere of corruption. Su Chun couldn't help but feel a headache. He summoned quickly, but it would take some time to accumulate 1,000 sacrifices. At this time, if the ogre chieftain strikes with another spear, even the behemoth hunter can't be stopped, let alone other summons. By then all the efforts will be in vain. His health is still decreasing at a rate of 1 per second. There are many difficulties. Although the journey was relaxing and pleasant, but when he really got in front of the leader, Su Chun discovered this hell-level abyss copy is really not that easy to fight. Just as the ogre chieftain in the distance raised his giant spear again, intending to throw it again, Su Chun heard Luo Xiaoyu's low singing. The mantra of purification, the light of protection. The mantra of purification shines in all directions. He looked sideways. Luo Xiaoyu's petite body suddenly burst into holy light. A pair of wings grew out from her back, and she slowly floated into the air. The light spread over Su Chun, Xiaolingyun, and the giant beast hunters in the camp. Her skills instantly suppressed the aura of corruption and stopped their health bars from decreasing. At this time, Xiaolingyun seemed to remember something. She took a step forward and floated into the air. The snow and wind never stopped. Strong winds and snowflakes fell from the sky, forming a wall of snow in front of the commanding heights, blocked from the ogre chief's sight. At the same time, the two women took out a large amount of magic recovery potion and kept pouring it into their mouths to maintain their skill status. Su Chun was speechless when he saw this scene. He did not expect that they would. He smiled and actually underestimated the two of them. But now the corruption has been resolved. Xiaolingyun used the snow curtain to block the ogre chief's view. Su Chun had already heard the leader's angry roar. He raised his bloodshot pupils, activated the teleportation, and came to the ogre tribe. His appearance attracted the hatred of the ogre chieftain. The chief stopped running towards the commanding heights, turned around and stabbed Su Chun hard in the chest with his spear. Su Chun did not dodge or evade, and was hit by the attack, retreating dozens of meters. When I looked again, I found that there was no injury on his body. The health bar doesn't drop at all. He said calmly, "That's it?" The snow curtain is two-way. The chief can't see it, and the giant beast hunter naturally can't see it either. Once in the crossbow state, they cannot use the magic eagle's perspective to locate themselves. But at this moment, Su Chun became the eyes of the giant beast hunter. He sent the chief's coordinates back to the behemoth hunter's minds. After a while, countless huge crossbow arrows pierced through the snow curtain, forming a dense rain of arrows that shot towards the chief. Roar! The ogre chieftain's recovery effect ended, and his health dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. It even ignored Su Chun, who teleported in front of it and rushed straight towards the nearest guards. The guards wore masks on their faces, so their expressions could not be seen. But its armor was shaking and its body was trembling like a sieve. Obviously, it was afraid. Su Chun sneered, "How can I let you do as you wish?" That's it. He raised his bloodshot pupils and set up a dozen summoning arrays like a fairy scattering flowers. About 100 goblin high priests walked out from it. Together, they activated their skill ground fracture at the feet of the ogre chieftain. The damage can't even break its defense. However, the vibration caused by the ground fissure made the ogre chief unable to stand steadily, let alone move forward. It stuck the two spears in its hands into the ground to stabilize its body. But this action also made it stay where it is, making it a target for giant beast hunters. The rain of arrows hit it without any wastage. Su Chun looked at the rapidly decreasing health bar above his head and nodded with satisfaction. Just when he thought that his journey to conquer the ogre's lair was over. The mutation is escalating. The ogre chieftain's face was fierce, and he looked suddenly in the direction where the rain of arrows came from. It was true that the commanding heights were hidden by the snow, but above the snow curtain, it was relatively thin. One light burst out with holy gold light, the other light burst out with icy blue light, and the two figures were extremely clear. When his health was only 15 points left, the ogre chieftain let out a dying angry roar. It suddenly pulled out a spear. His muscles swelled and pumped, and he threw himself towards the ice-blue figure with all his might. He quickly pulled out another one and threw it towards the holy golden figure. Two spears flew in the air one after the other. Due to the huge force and fast speed of the throwing, the wind manifested white floating fluff on the spear. They spin rapidly, like two rockets. Xiaolingyun and Luo Xiaoyu in the air saw this scene clearly. Both of them looked panicked, and their bodies were trembling slightly. Those two spears thrown straight at them gave them a feeling of certain death. Once stabbed, there is absolutely no chance of survival. However, Xiaolingyun seemed calmer, because she knew Su Chun would save her. Really, when the spear was still 2 meters away from her, the strong wind from the spear tip made her hair fly. Strong arms pulled her into a familiar embrace. Luo Xiaoyu stared at the figure that appeared next to Xiaolingyun. A feeling of sadness rose in my heart, and 2 tears rolled down from the corners of my eyes. Am I always the one who is abandoned? That's all, let's leave it at that. Luo Xiaoyu closed her eyes in despair. The wind from the tip of the spear was already causing pain on her cheeks. She could almost feel the spear piercing her. Next second, all storms suddenly disappeared, and all the discomfort that the body had endured was instantly removed. She was hugged tightly by an arm, and a burning warmth instantly spread throughout her body. At this moment, it seemed as if a wall was built high in front of her, protecting her from the wind and rain. Bang! A loud bang came from behind the wall. Feel the impact. Luo Xiaoyu opened her eyes subconsciously, facing Su Chen's calm and handsome face. Su Chen looked down at her and chuckled. Why are you crying? Don't you believe me? Luo Xiaoyu opened her mouth slightly with a distorted expression. Joy, sadness, shock, and horror were all on her face at this moment, twisted into a ball. She is good at hiding her emotions and is always pessimistic and desperate. At this moment, I suddenly didn't want to control myself and burst into tears. Chapter 60. Can you really clear the hell difficulty? Ding. You killed a brass leader, ogre chieftain, and gained experience, daxia points. The ogre chieftain died quietly. Su Chun picked up all the items dropped by the ogre leader. 3 pieces of fine equipment. A skill book for a 4th level knight or warrior, copper skin and iron bones. Only the skill books are worth money, the rest are garbage. However, after completing the strategy for this copy, as the main output, Su Chun gained more than 5,000 daxia points. Luo Xiaoyu and Xiaolingyun in the team also earned 2,000 to 3,000 points. This is not just about college entrance exam scores. Daxia points can also be exchanged for supplies at the outposts in the academy you enter. Su Chen heard this from Yang Gang before he set out. The best score of a candidate in the past was 845 daxia points, both 0 and integer. With this score, he has already secured the top spot in the country. Su Chen said, "Let's go. It seems there are no good things in this copy." The 2 women nodded. Su Chen took them and teleported to the ogre tribe. The exit teleportation array is in the chief's tent. After the 3 of them stepped in, a flash of light appeared. And at the moment of exiting the copy, all 3 of them heard the Apocalypse system notification tone. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Hell difficulty, Ogre Lair Strategy Guide, and obtaining the title, Ogre Nemesis. Ogre Nemesis. Display this title. Increase HP by 500 points. Restore 0 HP per second. Increase damage to ogres by 20. In front of the copy light door. Su Chan and others have been in the copy for several hours. Watching half a day pass. There were still only Yi Longyin and 4 others outside the light gate. When they saw the light gate flashing, they hurriedly surrounded it. Seeing Su Chan and the other 2 walking out of the light gate unharmed, Yi Longyin breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. I'm glad you're all okay. It was so scary. Yi Fengwu clapped her hands in surprise. Mu Nishang came to Xiaolingyun, pulled her over for a careful examination, and then breathed a sigh of relief. She whispered about Xiaolingyun's experience in the copy. After entering the copy, Su Chen told Xiaolingyun and the other 2 the identities of the 4 people. In addition, on the way to the Gate of Light, Xiaolingyun received a lot of guidance from Mu Nishang. Xiaolingyun summarized it in a respectful and concise manner. It was a little dangerous, but overall it was pretty easy. After these words were spoken, not only Mu Nishang was confused. Even the other 3 looked over strangely. Relatively easy? Does she speak daxia? Every word is so familiar. When they are put together, why do I feel like I don't understand? Is this referring to the first level of the Abyss, Hell difficulty, the Ogre Lair dungeon? Are you sure you're not talking about the simple copy with low restriction level on Blue Star? Mu Nishang looked at Xiaolingyun with a strange expression. I opened my mouth and wanted to tell her. If you didn't fight, then you didn't fight. There's no need to save Su Chen's face. Even if he is your boyfriend, he still needs to pay the price for his reckless decision. If you experience failure but fail to learn any lessons, you will not be able to summarize your mistakes. That's what harmed him. Yi Longyin's face darkened as he stared at Su Chen. Su Chen, you are too reckless. How can you choose the hell-level difficulty without any experience? You guys are lucky this time. You only encountered small monsters and then exited the dungeon. Did you know? Once you enter the boss battle, you can't exit the dungeon. There are only two results, success or death. Su Chen said with a bewildered look on his face. Is it impossible to exit the dungeon after entering the boss battle? I really don't know. He really didn't know. Since becoming a professional, all enemies that stood in his way ended up dying. Even in crisis, Su Chen never thought of retreating. This is not recklessness or arrogance, but rather a strong confidence in one's own strength. In fact, even before the two women took action, the situation was the most critical. Su Chen still has a trump card that he has not used. The ancestor of the blood clan in the pet panel, Angelina, has been ready to go. Even though she is only level 20 now, her average attributes are just 7,000. But she wants. Even at the bottom of the abyss, he is at the top of the pyramid of strength. For Angelina, coming to the abyss is like going home. The power that can be mobilized is far more than what is shown in the attribute panel. If she can't do it, there is also the gift of the Skeleton King in hand. There is no need to explain the value of God's attack. And he can summon 3 times. There are too many cards in the hole, and I can never use them all. Yi Longyin taught Su Chen in an earnest manner. I hope he can learn from this failure and correct his overly arrogant character next time. In the hell-level ogre's lair, the monsters alone have health points of tens of thousands and attribute values of thousands. Not to mention the final leader, the ogre chieftain, who has a HP of 1,000,000 and stats of over 100,000. Is this what you can do now? You can't do it at all. You don't have that attribute, you know? Don't blame me for hitting you. You're lucky to be able to exit the dungeon in time. Otherwise, when you meet the leader, you will experience what despair is. Su Chen did not interrupt him and listened quietly. After he finished speaking, Su Chen said, "Yeah, I understand. But Brother Yi, I got a treasure in the dungeon. Can you help me identify how useful this thing is?" As he said this, he put on the title of Ogre Buster that he had just obtained. Yi Longyin glanced at the title above his head and said indifferently, "What treasure? It's just a title. You can get it by completing any Abyss Hell-level difficulty dungeon. The most important thing now is that you learn your lesson." By the end of the conversation, it seemed as if his lips were burning as he spat out each word. Afterwards, Yi Longyin opened his mouth wide, staring at the title above his head in amazement. The title is for professionals of their level. It's not a treasure, of course. The attribute bonus is too low. It only proves that they are capable of clearing the hell-level difficult Abyss dungeon. Because there is no level limit in the Abyss copy. If you want, you can just find a low-level dungeon that has been explored and do one. But now the title is hanging over Su Chen's head, and not just him. The two women also displayed their titles above their heads. And their level is just 20. Not yet 3 turns. The 4 instructors from top universities, including Yi Longyin, were completely speechless. After a long time, Yi Longyin said with a trembling voice, "You challenged the hell difficulty level and actually cleared it. Chapter 61. My profession is summoner. Monsters of the same level. If you say, clear the normal dungeon on Blue Star, the difficulty is 1. The difficulty of clearing the dungeon in the Abyss is 10. This is when both are set to easy difficulty. As for the hell difficulty, it is doubled. No more than 12 people, all wearing rare quality equipment. And the average level of the team is 2 levels higher than the monsters. Dare to step into the hell level copy. Even coming back alive is something to be thankful for. But it is in this situation. Su Chen and the other 2 passed the level. The title, Ogre Buster, doesn't lie. That is a certificate that can only be obtained by clearing the hell difficulty Abyss dungeon. And they had no missing limbs or injuries that were difficult to heal. For them, the clearance copy. It seems as simple as taking a stroll in your own backyard garden. Yi Longyin and the other 3 looked dazed at this moment. They thought, I have met 3 promising talents and I plan to observe them. But I never thought about it. How can these people be considered promising? Aren't they just 3 pure evildoers? And not just the 4 of them. All over Daxia, people who were paying attention to the college entrance examination were in a state of excitement. Although the 3rd round of assessment does not have a combat perspective. However, The dasha points earned by each candidate will be displayed on a ranking list. In addition to the candidates who are taking the exam, through the revelation system, everyone can view the candidate scores. Su-chun and the other two were far ahead from the beginning, while other candidates were still getting 0 points. They broke the highest score in previous college entrance examinations. And now, the gap with the 4th and 5th place was widened by a huge score of thousands of points. This is the current situation of the college entrance examination. Su-chun is one of a kind. 2 empty gears. Xiaolingyun and Luo Xiaoyu are in the same group. There are dozens more empty slots before you get to the rest of the group. At the beginning, some people were dissatisfied, saying that Su-chun and the other two had cheated to get such high scores. But now, no one says that anymore. An extra 100 or 2 points might be cheating, but 1 or 2,000 more. No one could imagine how cheating could be achieved. Seeing Yi Longyin staring blankly at the title above his head, Su-chun smiled and decided not to tease him anymore. Brother Yi, is there anything wrong with my title? Yi Longyin opened his mouth. I have a stupid question. You've already revealed your title. What else can I say? He complained in his mind. He was talking about how dangerous the ogre's lair was. As a result, he even cleared the hell difficulty. So what else is there to say? Thinking back to what he had just said, Yi Longyin wished he could find a crack in the rock to crawl into. You guys are such perverts. Yi Fangwu, on the other hand, seemed very calm. She held Luo Xiaoyu's hand and said, Little sister, I won't hide it from you. I'm going to be frank with you. We are. Just as she was about to reveal her identity, suddenly, there were bursts of shrill alarms coming from outside the cave. The expressions of Yi Longyin and the other three suddenly changed, and they all looked out in disbelief. Su-chun realized something was wrong and asked hurriedly, What's wrong with your faces? Yi Longyin frowned and scratched his hair in annoyance. This is the outpost alarm. It will only sound when a demonic tide erupts. But according to calculations, it's still a long time before the next demonic tide breaks out. And the first floor of the abyss, which is used as an examination room, has been sealed off. No one can enter or leave. How could a demonic tide be able to attack the first layer of the abyss? Su-chun heard this and said thoughtfully, Generally speaking, the only way a fortified city can be breached is if there is a problem inside. Could it be that someone is hiding among the college entrance examination candidates and sneaking into the examination room to cause trouble? Yi Fangwu shook her head. Impossible. Every candidate is tested by the apocalypse system. No one can hide their identity. But we cannot rule out the possibility that some candidates will collaborate with the bad guys, working together from the inside and outside. But who would be so crazy as to give up their future and make such a big mistake? Su-chun remained silent, unable to understand. Candidates who are eligible to participate in the 3rd round of assessment. All of them are the pride of their city. Even if their final results are very bad, or even last in the list. There is also an opportunity to study in advanced vocational schools. The future looks bright. There is no reason, and I will never cooperate with others to cause trouble. Su-chun still didn't think enough. The students who are selected to enter the 3rd round of assessment are indeed very capable, but not necessarily combat strength. Luo Xiaoyu had already thought of something. Her face turned pale, and she pursed her lips and dared not speak. She remembered the madness in Luo Qingqing's eyes when she left. Luo Qingqing has been spoiled by her parents. I don't know how many props I have on me to cause trouble. She could even sneak into the 3rd round of assessment, so nothing is impossible. Luo Xiaoyu's knuckles turned white from pinching. Luo Qingqing, how do you do this? Yi Longyin took a deep breath and said calmly, Now is not the time to talk about this. The outpost has the only teleportation array that can leave the abyss. If the outpost is breached and the teleportation array is destroyed, we may be able to survive unscathed. But while we're waiting for the teleportation array to be repaired, the other candidates taking the test may not be able to do so. We have to go back quickly. The others did not object. Su-chun also nodded in agreement. He had originally planned to go back to the outpost to shop. Without further ado, the 7 of them immediately rushed to the outpost. There is experience gained here to lay the foundation. In addition, Su-chun used the technique of riding the wind. The speed of the 3 of them could barely keep up with Yi Longyin and his 4 companions. On the way, they also encountered a large number of monsters. The number of monsters we encountered is 4 or 5 times more than when we came here. Fortunately, they are all low level. Without waiting for Su-chun to take action, Yi Longyin and his 4 companions simply ran over them. Apparently, things are really serious. 3 hours later, the group of 7 returned safely to the outpost. At this time, A red barrier has been raised in front of the outpost. This special barrier only blocks out monsters, but allows humans to pass through. The 7 people walked into the city without any obstruction. Arrived on the city wall. Yang Gang has led the professional troops stationed at the outpost. Make pre-war preparations and arrange defensive fortifications. A large number of magic circles were activated on the city walls. Boxes of unknown magic props were also carried onto the city wall. Those candidates who had just finished forming teams stood there with a confused look on their faces, at a loss as to what to do. Luo Xiaoyu looked anxiously among the crowd. The more he looked for her, the paler her face became. Because she really couldn't find Luo Qingqing. Xiaolingyu noticed her abnormality and glanced at Su Chun, who was standing next to Yang Gang, Yulongyin, and his group. She took the initiative to hold Luo Xiaoyu's hand and said softly, "Don't worry, it will be fine." Luo Xiaoyu looked at her blankly, with mist in her eyes, and nodded. Su Chun was listening. Yilongyin discussed the city defense arrangements with Yang Gang. The two are the strongest professionals in the current outpost. He had no right to interrupt, so he just listened carefully. At least know what the situation is and how dangerous it is. Yang Gang analyzed. For 3 hours, there was no wind or sea near the outpost. This is not a good sign. But we have detected that the number of monsters in other places is increasing rapidly, which is very abnormal. Obviously someone is causing trouble, and they are well prepared. Yilongyin nodded. Fortunately, the monsters that gathered together are of relatively low levels, but there are many of them. Anyway, with the strength of the outpost, we should be able to... Halfway through his words, he saw that Yang Gang's face looked strange, so he asked quickly, "What's wrong?" Yang Gang sighed, punched the city wall, and gritted his teeth. Before the abnormal number of monsters was detected, a group of candidates had already left the outpost. I sent a lot of people out to look for them, and now there are only about 500 third-rank soldiers, about 100 fourth-rank soldiers, and you and me left in the city. Yilongyin was shocked and said, "What? There are only these few people left?" Yang Gang frowned and nodded. Seeing the two fell into silence, Su Chun then spoke. "In fact, if you are worried about the manpower issue, there is no need to worry at all. We examinees are also human beings, capable of participating in combat, and my profession is a summoner." Chapter 62, Can Su Chin's strength be further improved? Yang Gang frowned, looked at Su Chun and shouted, "Nonsense. The guards of our outpost are still alive. What does it have to do with you students? Your talents far exceed ours, and not a single one of you can be lost. Don't stay near the city wall. Find a safe place to hide." His expression slowed down and he sighed again. "I know what you mean, but your battlefield is in the future, not now. Besides, your level is too low. Even if you are a summoner, what use can you have?" Yilongyin and Yang Gang have different ideas. He knows. Su Chun had just completed the Hell-level Ogre Lair. Perhaps. Does he really have the ability to influence the outcome of the battle? Su Chun spoke seriously. "Station Master Yang, your words are biased. When the nest is overturned, the eggs will not be intact. Even the present is almost gone. How can we talk about the future? Besides, you haven't even seen me take action yet, so why rush to deny my ability? Why not take a look at this?" Speaking of, he took out his blood pupil and activated the skill, Summon Dragon Hunter. Looking at the 9 tall figures wearing golden armor and holding longbows walking out of the ground, Yang Gang and Yilongyin both held their breath. The power of this batch of summons. It is really visible to the naked eye. But Yang Gang still thought stubbornly. All looks good on the outside, but the inside is rotten. Even if it looks strong on the surface, what is the reality? How strong can a monster summoned by a summoner who has just reached level 20 be? He and Yilongyin cast a detection spell towards the giant beast hunter. The moment you see their information panels, the 2 fifth-turn powerful men were stunned. 50,000 HP, 20,000 MLP. Even the top 3 warriors are not this strong. Even those who can achieve the 4th level are extremely talented geniuses. Su Chun actually summoned 9 of them with just a casual move. Yilongyin laughed 3 times and said, "Su Chun, you really gave us a big surprise." Yang Gang's brows were still furrowed. He did not give up and switched to another giant beast hunter for detection. It was discovered that the properties of each summoned creature were exactly the same. His expression also became excited. But soon, Yang Gang said with disappointment on his face, "Your summons are indeed powerful, but I guess the cost of summoning them is not low. How many times can you summon? It's just a drop in the bucket." Su Chun raised his eyebrows and smiled. How many times can you summon? Infinitely. Yang Gang and Yi Longyin were both stunned. Then see. Su Chen raised his staff and, like a fairy scattering flowers, set up summoning arrays one after another. Yang Gang stared in amazement as the giant beast hunters walked out of the summoning circle one by one. Soon, the huge city wall area was completely occupied by giant beast hunters. Some of them have already walked down the city wall under Su Chen's control and are defending in front of the city. Is it enough? If not, I can still summon. Su Chen, who summoned nearly 3,000 giant beast hunters, said arrogantly. Now, even Yang Gang, who didn't want the candidates to participate in the fight, was speechless. His face flushed and he nodded excitedly. That's enough. I was too arrogant before. I apologize. With this fighting force, today not only the outpost is safe, the soldiers under his command might also be able to remain unscathed. Don't even mention apologizing for Su Chen's great kindness to outpost number 1. Even if Yang Gang was asked to acknowledge him as his father right on the spot, he would kowtow without hesitation. The sheep was about to bend down and bow. Su Chen quickly stopped him. Station Master Yang, what are you doing? Stop torturing me. Hurry up and arrange the defense. You can't let these summons pile up like this. Yang Gang nodded excitedly and said yes quickly. After, Su Chen also revealed to Yang Gang the 2 fighting methods of the giant beast hunter. And under Yang Gang's arrangement, the summoned creatures were placed inside and outside the city. Yang Gang is worthy of being a general who has guarded the outpost for many years and has rich practical experience. Follow his instructions to arrange. Su Chen learned a lot about deploying troops. These are battlefield experiences that ordinary professionals cannot access. It was not the parade-like formation that Su Chen had arranged in the second round. In comparison, that kind of cue is just like children playing. Summons of the same quantity and quality. As long as you form a battle formation and know how to take advantage of the terrain, your combat effectiveness will at least triple. Realizing this, Su Chen became more respectful when asking for advice. Yang Gang was also happy to teach. It took more than an hour for the 2 of them to teach and learn. The entire outpost was turned into an iron barrel covered with spikes. During this period, there was still no sign of the monster within 5 kilometers of the outpost. This is not a good sign. Just like before a tsunami occurs, the seawater will retreat far away from the coast. The calm before the storm, that's all. But the sheep just stood at the highest point of the outpost and looked around. Looking at the army of giant beast hunters scattered inside and outside the city, their number has already exceeded 10,000. He grinned, full of confidence. He had never fought such a prosperous battle. No matter who the enemy is or what their purpose is, Yang Gang has the confidence to withstand any attack, even to the point where he has no chance of returning. Su Chen, you? He turned around and was about to thank Su Chen again, but he found that Su Chen had disappeared. Yi Longyin followed behind the 2 of them. He said with a strange look on his face. He said he wanted to exchange some things to improve his strength. You have the command. Just shout it out to the giant beast hunter next to you, and he will respond immediately. Hearing this, Yang Gang also showed the same strange expression as Yi Longyin. What? His strength can be further improved? The 2 looked at each other. What a pervert. Who says it's not? At this time, Su Chen has already arrived at the outpost, where he can exchange items with daxiao points. Right in the city, in an inconspicuous little house. Unlike the exchange on Blue Star, there are no staff here to help retrieve items. There is a machine similar to. Simply insert your ID card and enter the item you want to find and trade. After Su Chen inserted the ID card, enter the basic skill advancement scroll. Ding. Do you want to use 998 crossed out points to purchase the primary skill advance scroll? 1,000 daxiao points for 1 portion. Quite expensive. Su Chen said secretly. But on second thought, it's normal to be expensive. After all, this thing can only be dropped by elite monsters in the hell difficulty dungeon in the abyss. Under normal transactions, Su Chen would definitely not be able to buy it. But he has a $1 flash sale plugin. A decisive yes. See, transaction completed, displayed on the machine screen. Su Chen checked the item backpack and found nothing wrong. Then he quickly input intermediate skill advanced scroll, showing out of stock. This is just the exchange office of outpost number 1 on the first level of the abyss. It's normal if you don't have one. He thought again. Also input the second level skill experience book and the third level skill experience book. There are quite a lot of these 2 types of things, tens of thousands of them. Su Chen directly cleared out all inventory at the cost of 6 points. After completing the transaction, Su Chun prepared to pull out the card and find a place to improve his strength. But he paused to pull out the card, and then entered summoning skills on the machine. His 3 existing summoning skills are sufficient. But this is the abyss. You never know, there might be something good in there. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. There are only 4 items displayed. 3rd job skill, Summon Blood Hellhound? Su Chun shook his head. Rubbish. If the Summoned Skeleton Warrior is upgraded to the 3rd level, it will definitely be stronger than the Blood Hellhound. 4th job skill, Summon Ogre. Su Chun touched his chin and said, this one is pretty good. It has high defense and long health points. It can be used as a meat shield in the front. However, learning this skill requires 20,000 mental power, which is far from enough for me. Su Chun looked at the other 2 skills. 2nd job skill, Summon Claw Demon Bat. Worse than the Blood Hellhound. 2nd job skill, Blood Sacrifice Worm. Hey, this skill is quite interesting. Su Chun checked the skill details. Item, Blood Sacrifice Worm. Skill book. Learning requirements, Summoner, Spirit greater than 500 points. Introduction, 2nd level skill, can consume 500 points of magic power to make a summon grow blood sacrifice worms. The worms can sacrifice the life value of the summoned creature by blood sacrifice, 10 per minute, making the summoned creature enter a frenzy state, increasing all attributes by 100, and gaining an additional 150 attack speed. After the summoned creature dies, 10 controllable worms will grow. This is another summon amplification skill. Although the effect is a bit strange, it consumes the life of the summoned creature. For other summoners, this is naturally unacceptable. But for Su Chun, it not only amplifies the summoned creatures, but also helps him use self-destruction. Su Chun bought it decisively. Then, he left the exchange office, found a secluded place, and began to improve. Chapter 63, Extremely Terrifying Strength Improvement. The first level of the Abyss, Inside Outpost Number 1. As Yang Gang issued an order to seal off the entire city, all the candidates were gathered in safer underground fortifications. Although the strength displayed by Su Chun was quite outstanding, but Yang Gang is still very rational. Even if these candidates are all geniuses, Yang Gang also didn't think there would be any other candidate who could be as perverted as Su Chun. No matter how strong the candidate is, he is currently only at the 2nd level or at most has just entered the 3rd level. It will be of no use at all in the upcoming war. In order not to cause greater panic, Yang Gang did not explain the reason. But this also caused dissatisfaction among many candidates. What's this for? Why are you suddenly not letting us leave the city? Do you know that we are taking an exam now? If you delay our college entrance exam, do you know what the consequences will be? Someone must be behind this. I want to leave the city. I want to take the exam. You can't stop us. Many people protested. Some people even wanted to gather a crowd and rush out of the fortifications, although the noise was soon stopped by the soldiers guarding them. But there are still many people whispering and muttering indignantly. He said he would wait until the college entrance examination was over and then find the media to expose the scandal. Xiaolingyun and Luo Xiaoyu also followed the team of candidates into the underground fortifications. The 2 women huddled in a corner, protected by a giant beast hunter. Luo Xiaoyu looked depressed and uneasy. She knew the seriousness of the matter. If it were revealed that Luo Qingcheng did it, she was definitely not the only one suffering. Hundreds of people in the entire Luo family will be in trouble because of this. Xiaolingyun didn't know what she was worried about, so she could only hold her hand and speak softly. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. Su Chun will protect us well. You said so. She patted the armor of the giant beast hunter next to her twice. Even though people are not here, Su Chun would occasionally spare some time to look after the 2 of them. He just happened to sense it at this moment, so he ordered the giant beast hunter to make a gesture that it was all right. Luo Xiaoyu's face was pale, and she grinned, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. A corner of the city. Su Chun sat on the ground. He kept taking out basic skill advanced scrolls from his backpack. Ding, advancement failed. Ding, advancement failed. Ding, advanced. Ding, your skill, Summon Goblin, has been successfully upgraded. Current rank, 1st level, 2nd level. Su Chun's eyes lit up. He quickly took out a large number of 2nd level skill experience books and used them quickly. Beside the ear, the prompt sound of the talent being triggered continued to ring. More than an hour later, Su Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. Finally, all the props have been used up. It's really not an easy task to improve my strength. It's really exhausting. That's right. But if other professionals heard him say this, they would probably stab him with their eyes. Others work hard to fight monsters, clear dungeons, and risk their lives to explore secret places. Even if you work hard, you may not be able to improve your strength much. He just sits here, constantly using props, and even says he's tired? The most annoying thing is, his strength has really increased a lot. If Su Chen's combat power was 50 before, now it's at least 200. He opened the attribute panel and looked at the skill column. This promotion, only Quick Cast remains unchanged. He upgraded all other first and second level skills to the third level, the maximum level. Moreover, Su Chen also discovered his exclusive skill boss summoning has actually been upgraded too. I was so engrossed in studying with Yang Gang that I didn't notice it. This means that his summons are now all bronze level bosses. Therefore, the biggest improvements are naturally the two summoning skills. Summon Goblin can now summon 9 Goblin Wizards. The specific attributes are Monster, Goblin, Wizard, Grade Brass, Level 20, HP 5000, Magic Power 12,000, Strength 1500, Physique 1500, Agility 1500, Spirit 5000, Skills, Lightning Chain, Thick Earth Wall, Rapid Wind Blade, Skyfire Meteor. The improvement of the Skeleton Warriors is no less impressive. Monster, Skeleton Warrior, Court Swordsman, Grade Brass, Level 20, HP 20,000, Magic Power 8,000, Strength 8,000, Physique 5,000, Agility 5,000, Spirit 2,500. Skills, Whirlwind Slash, 3 Swords Dance Slash, Flash Shadow Slash, Sword and Shield. Limited by inferior racial restrictions. Even though their skill level has been upgraded to the third level, but it still can't be compared with the Giant Hunter. No single attribute can reach tens of thousands. But that depends on who you're with. If compared with monsters or professionals of the same level, Su Chen's Goblin and Skeleton Warrior, it is no problem for him to crush monsters below the gold boss of the same level, as well as 99% of professionals in single combat. What's more, summons appear in groups, and no one wants to play one-on-one with you. In addition, Su Chen is providing various amplification skills in the back. All in all, the two summoned creatures are now extremely powerful. Except for summons, Su Chen also gained other things. When teleportation is upgraded to the third level, you can teleport other creatures within a 100-meter self-controllable range around you without any contact. After landing, 10 space ripples will spread around and provide a 3-second invincible shield. Riding the Wind is upgraded to the third level. The original speed-up bonuses are all increased by 200, and the target receiving the amplification can also gain the ability to fly for half a minute. The power of the self-destruction is increased to 7 times the mental damage, burning 10 per second, lasting 30 seconds, and there is a 20% chance of causing the burned target to self-destruct. Rage. All attributes are increased 5-fold, skills are increased 3-fold, and there is a 40% chance of triggering the Furious Strike effect, which increases skill damage an additional 5 times. In addition to the 4 skills completed advanced, the God's Promised Land that Su Chen obtained after entering the Abyss was also filled up by him. This skill is incredible. After 9 times of skill evolution enhancement, he has become the best among gods. Promised Land, third level skill, consumes 2,000 mana points, sacrifices 1,000 friendly units, obtains 10,000 square meters of Promised Land, lasts for 1 hour. Friendly units in the Promised Land recover 10 HP per second. For every 1,000 friendly units sacrificed, the HP will be restored by an additional 5, up to a maximum of 40. When the number of sacrifices reaches 1, the friendly unit will gain a shield with 3 times the health value. When the number of sacrifices reaches 10, the friendly unit will gain 10 times the resistance to all elements. When the number of sacrifices reaches 100, all friendly units will have a chance to resurrect. Yes, just sacrifice 1 million friendly units to bring the remaining units back to life. It's just so perverted. When Su Chen saw this content, he was so excited that he almost jumped up from the ground. With Resurrection, combined with the previous 40 health recovery, as long as the summoned creature is in the Promised Land of God, it is basically immortal as long as it is not killed instantly. So here comes the question. Want to summon 1 million summons in battle? Even if Su Chen can continue to use skills, it also takes a long time to accumulate so many summons. And if facing an enemy that can be defeated, 1 million summons are enough to defeat it. If you face an enemy you cannot defeat, you will be killed instantly even if you have the Promised Land of God. It seems that the Promised Land seems a bit tasteless. How can I use this skill more quickly and conveniently? At this time, we have to mention Su Chin's previous insight into pearls. By the skill Blood Sacrifice Worm, and raise it to the third turn. Blood Sacrifice Worm, a third-level skill that consumes 1,500 mana points. It causes a parasitic worm to infest the summoned creature, sacrificing 10 of the summoned creature's health per second, causing it to enter a frenzy state, increasing all attributes by 3 times, gaining 5 times the attack speed, and quickly growing 9,999 worms after the host dies. That's right. A single worm does not do much damage, but they have the noble ability to ignore defense. As long as it touches the enemy, it can cause damage. Add enough. Biting a dragon to death is not a dream, and their health is very low, and they will basically die if touched. It is simply the perfect carrier of self-destruction. The most important thing is, consume 1 summon to get 9,999 worms. They are simply the perfect sacrifice. With the Blood Sacrifice Worm, you only need to consume 100 summons. You can get a fully stated Promised Land. This really kills 3 birds with 1 stone. No, if you are in the Promised Land, the health lost by the summoned creature can be offset by the recovery amount, and you can get the benefits brought by the worms. Kill 4 birds with 1 stone. Su Chin didn't even dare to imagine how strong he was now. And it happened at this time. The urgent alarm that had been resounding above the first layer of the abyss suddenly changed its tone. Su Chin knew in advance that this was a signal that the enemy was attacking. He stood up slowly, his lips curled up in a cruel smile. Come on, I'll use you to test my abilities. That's all. He teleported, appeared directly outside the wall of outpost number 1. Look up. At the end of the site, a large cloud of smoke and dust is surging. Chapter 64. He said the plan has changed, and he wants to counterattack. Yang Gang stood on the city wall with 4 mentors from top universities. From a lowly soldier to the leader of a station, Yang Gang has been staying at this outpost number 1 for more than 10 years. He had fought with the monsters from the abyss countless times. But there has never been a battle that made me feel so relaxed before it began. Yang Gang looked at the giant beast hunter beside him who had already entered the beast hunting crossbow state. He grinned. If what Su Chan said was true, I'm afraid we can resist this evil tide today without losing a single soldier. However, this time the demonic tide came suddenly, not within the estimated time, and was full of weirdness. According to Yi Longyin and others' analysis, it is very likely man-made. The naturally formed demonic tide, those that can reach the first layer, are all low-level demons. Yang Gang is absolutely sure that he can get through it. But if it is man-made, Yang Gang frowned and thought, thinking about possible unexpected situations in my mind. Suddenly, he heard Yi Longyin shouting loudly beside him. Su Chan. Yang Gang was startled for a moment, then looked down at the city wall. I saw Su Chan standing alone in front of the city wall. He was also panicked and shocked. Su Chan, what are you, a summoner, doing outside the city? My dear ancestors, please don't let anything happen to you. Come into the city quickly. Su Chan looked back at a few people and grinned. Station Master, Brother Yi, the plan has changed. Prepare for a counterattack? Counterattack? Yang Gang and Yi Longyin were both full of questions. As professionals, they need to bear the pressure of the environment in the abyss. There are even some places where the environment alone can be fatal to professionals. In such a place, if they did not have the advantage of weather and did not rely on the city walls, it would be difficult for them to even defend themselves. How about counterattack? They all thought that Su Chan might have mental problems because of too much pressure. But the next second, Su Chan told them with practical actions. There is nothing wrong with his thinking. It's just because they are too strong that they are not allowed to retreat behind the city walls and passively take the beating. There is no sun or moon in the abyss. But the weather will also change over time. There are 2 colors of sky in the abyss, pitch black and blood red. Now, it was a blood red sky. Blood spread out, dyeing Su Chin's entire body red. The skeleton crown on his head flashed a strong blood gold light under the bloodlight. Gusts of noisy wind swept in, making his king's cloak flutter. There is a hint of brutality in the majesty. He raised his arms and released the blood pupil in his hands. The figure slowly floated up. The blood-red pupils began to spin around him at an accelerated speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Magic beams of light, like fairy flowers scattering. It shot out from the blood-red pupil, which had already turned into an afterimage. Falling to the ground, they are summoning circles. From the blockbuster, a skeleton court swordsman wearing thick black bone armor and a long sword at his waist. Besides, a goblin wizard wearing a wizard robe and a wide-brimmed wizard hat. After the two appeared, they never stopped. Quickly form a formation. Su Chen put the knowledge he had just learned into practice. At the same time, there were also several batches of summons. About 100 or so were selected and planted with blood sacrifice worms. Their bodies glowed red, and they howled miserably, then fell to the ground one after another after 10 seconds. Densely packed palm-sized, milky white, plump worms ran out of their bodies. Soon after the worm appeared, it lost its life and fell to the ground. As they disappeared, an emerald green crystal grew from the ground. The crystal was only the size of a fist at first, but as the worms continued to disappear, the crystal continued to grow larger. It emits a strong and dazzling green light, dyeing the scorched earth. It seems that this land where there is only death and fighting has gained a little more vitality. When the emerald crystal grows to its limit, the skeleton court swordsman at the front has collided with the first wave of abyss monsters. It is the lowest level common abyss monster, Blood Hellhound. Half a day ago, the skeleton warriors were beaten by the Blood Hellhound, without any chance to fight back. But now, the skeleton warriors drew out their swords, and the sword lights flashed wildly, one sword for each skeleton. Their movements are precise and sharp, and they kill with grace. Like a butcher performing pig-killing skills in a dance hall. Goblin wizards are also working hard. They used earth walls to change the terrain, blocking part of the monster tide, and then released thunder, wind blades, and meteors. Even if the monster cannot be killed directly, its health will be reduced to half when it rushes to the skeleton warrior. On the city wall, Yang Gang and the four mentors were all stunned. The power of the giant hunter is within their understanding. It is an anthropomorphic monster after all. The human race has enormous potential and is extremely terrifying. Human monsters are also the most difficult to deal with among those of the same level and grade. But what the hell are goblins and skeletons killing abyss monsters? Even if the first ones to rush over are just low-level monsters in the abyss. But it is low-level compared to other abyss monsters. It's not comparable to goblins, skeletons, and the like. Old Yi, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming. I must have lost my mind. I actually saw the skeleton warriors killing the abyss monsters indiscriminately. Are those really an inferior race, goblins that ordinary people can easily deal with? On the city wall, after the 5 people reacted, they started talking in unison. His words were filled with shock and disbelief. At this time, I haven't said much. Zhang Zhe, the assassin instructor of Mo Dan Academy, spoke. It's not that the goblins are strong, nor is it that the skeletons are strong, but that Su Chen is too abnormal. At this moment, even he, who had always only recruited assassins, couldn't help but be attracted to Su Chen. If I could recruit such a monster, the benefits are definitely greater than recruiting 7 or 8 legendary assassins. What a pity. Zhang Zhe smiled bitterly twice. He knew that he could not teach Su Chen and could not mislead his students. The other 4 also nodded in approval. Really, Su Chen is too perverted. They thought that Giant Hunter was his final trump card. Unexpected result. He also has this skill. Such powerful strength couldn't have been achieved within just an hour, right? Although Su Chen said that he wanted to improve his strength. But in this period of time, you may only be able to exchange a few skill experience books and improve your skill level. How is it possible to suddenly possess such a powerful summon? These goblins and skeletons are definitely abilities he has possessed for a long time. This kid is really good at hiding. I wonder what other surprises he can bring us. Yi Longyin smiled bitterly. Am I the only one who noticed that his summons never seem to die? Yi Fengwu suddenly said. Everyone was stunned. The summoned creature has never died? How can this be possible? Yi Longyin still didn't believe it, so he turned around and looked outside the city, then his eyes widened. It's true. Except for the summoned creatures that Su Chen sacrificed voluntarily. None of the skeleton court swordsmen standing in the front died. They will be hurt, but the health bar will be restored instantly in less than half a second. And they also unexpectedly discovered that these skeleton warriors could actually fly. Some have flown to the rear. Go and kill the abyss monsters that can cast magic remotely. It was like a tiger with wings falling into a sheepfold and starting to kill. The 5 people became more and more frightened the more they watched. At the same time, I am more and more happy. Perhaps in the near future, Daxia will produce a summoner king. And under the city wall, Su Chen frowned slightly. He had already killed quite a few of these monsters. There is not much feedback available. From time to time, messages about gained experiences reach my ears. But compared to the number of monsters killed, it was too little. There is only one possibility. Most of these abyss monsters are summoned by others. This has already proved Yilongyin and others' previous speculation. This demonic tide was not formed naturally, but someone was behind it. A hint of coldness flashed across Su Chen's eyes. Summon abyss monsters to siege the outpost? Is he a traitor to humanity, or a professional from another country? No matter who you are, now that you have met me, there is no way I can let you achieve your goal. Summoning so many monsters, I'm sure you feel confident. Today, I will use your best method to break your Tao heart. Chapter 65. Do you still want to behead me? On a mountain not far from the outpost, a gray-robed figure was holding a telescope, looking out at the battlefield. Seeing that the army of abyss monsters was not only blocked outside the city, even got pushed back, he was so angry that he threw the telescope in his hand to the ground in anger. Ah, damn it! The wind blew from the front, pulling down his hood, revealing an ugly face covered with large red spots. His face was distorted, and he gritted his teeth. How could it be such a coincidence that there is a high-level summoner stationed in the examination hall? But if you think you can stop me like this, you are wishful thinking. The gray-robed man took out a pitch-black tree-root staff, raised it high, and shouted, "Kings sleeping at the bottom of the endless abyss, please descend into the filthy world. Use the supreme power to purify the world. The gate of hell." After he finished speaking, a large amount of black mist emerged from his gray robe. In the black fog, terrifying and distorted faces appeared and disappeared from time to time. The black fog continued to gather behind him. Gradually, a huge red gate over 10 meters high was formed. In the very center of the door, a pitch-black vortex was spinning and expanding rapidly. 10 seconds later, a huge bright yellow claw made of magma suddenly stretched out from the vortex and grabbed the door frame. In front of the outpost, Su Chun commanded his summoned creatures to launch a counterattack. It's not just the summoned creatures that are exerting their power. He used the blood sacrifice worm as a carrier. Keep driving them into the enemy's camp and kill them. Then detonate. The roar and the aftermath of the explosion basically never stopped. The giant beast hunters originally deployed in the city. At this moment, he was unwilling to be lonely and kept shooting a large number of huge arrows. The massive tide of abyss monsters is being pushed back. Just when the situation was very good, Su Chun had already thought about how to torture the mastermind behind the scenes. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the sky. The meteor fell directly into the skeleton warrior camp. It directly covered a large number of skeleton warriors. Ding! Your summoned creature, Skeleton Palace Swordsman, has died. Ding! Your summoned creature. Su Chun was slightly startled. Under the blessing of the Promised Land, his summons can restore 50 health per second. Unless you are killed instantly, it is impossible to die. What is the origin of this meteor? He quickly looked towards the shooting star. Just in time, a howling sound shook out from the billowing black smoke, and the fierce air pressure instantly dispersed the surrounding smoke. A tall humanoid creature made of volcanic lava with magma flowing on its body came into Su Chen's sight. It stood upright on its legs, was more than 10 meters tall, had a square and bloated body, and had a pair of huge black goat horns on its head. Su Chen directly threw an eye of true vision over. Monster, Molten Mountain Troll, rank, gold, level, 40, HP, 500, magic, 125, strength, 50, constitution, 50, agility, 10, spirit, 25, skills, mountain charge, molten mountain breath, earth-splitting pillar. The 4th level gold level bosses are all abyss monsters. Su Chen widened his eyes and thought to himself that this was not good. And not just this one. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, 4 more meteors fell. The dust has settled. Another huge, molten mountain troll. After they land, looking at the large number of skeleton warriors blocking his way, the 5 molten trolls took a deep breath at the same time, then spit out. Red flames burst out of their mouths. In a moment, then a large number of summoned creatures were enveloped. The sound of summoned creatures dying kept ringing in Su Chen's ears. He looked grim. If it weren't for the Promised Land that can revive friendly units once, spewing flames, it was enough to cause the defense he had set up to collapse. However, even if we can resist the attack of the demonic tide, it won't last long. We must come up with a solution quickly and get rid of these 5 leaders. Certainly. This is not a difficult task. Just take out a trump card. Just when Su Chen was thinking about which card to use first, several landing sounds came from behind him. Su Chen turned around and saw Yang Gang and the other 4 people. Yilongyin walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Boy, your performance is outrageous enough. Now it's our turn to show off." Yang Gang smiled, said nothing, patted his shoulder, and walked forward. Zhang Zhe walked up and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he just sighed, patted him on the shoulder, and caught up with the 2 of them. Yi Fengwu gave Su Chen a big hug and patted him on the back. "Well done. Keep it up." Mu Nishang smiled at him and rushed forward with her staff. With the addition of Yang Gang and 5 other 5th-level professionals, the attack of the Molten Troll was quickly interrupted. Although their health bars are extremely long, as high as 5 million, they are difficult to kill in a short period of time. But with the 5 of them and a large number of summoned creatures restraining them, it was difficult to make any progress. The situation regained its balance again. But after a while, Su Chen observed the situation, stroking his chin and thinking, "That won't work." Although Station Master Yang and his men have rank 5 strength, they are suppressed by the abyss environment. If we continue to be exhausted like this, even if we can finally defeat these molten mountain trolls, it will be very dangerous. Try your luck and see if you can find the guy behind this and behead him. His orders were relayed back to the city. A giant beast hunter released the crossbow state, condensed into a flying eagle, and flew into the air. The magic eagle perspective explored the battlefield and found no traces. Su Chen was worried about this. Suddenly, he heard the death notifications of several summoned creatures again. This startled him. The molten troll has been restrained by Yang Gang and his 5 companions. Is there anything on this battlefield that can threaten his summons? He released the blood-flying eyes and looked in the direction where the summoned creatures died. At first glance, I didn't think anything was strange. Everything seemed normal. But when he activated the Eye of True Vision, a blurry figure mixed in the crowd suddenly emerged. Name, Fei Ming. Level, 48. Profession, Summoner, Normal, Abyssal. HP, 120,000. Magic Power, 127,500. Strength, 12,000. Physique, 12,000. Agility, 12,000. Spirit, 48,000. Talent, Abyss Shelter, Multicast. Skills, Summon Blood Hellhound, 3rd turn. Summon Sharp Claw Demon Bat, 2nd turn. Hell's Gate, 5th turn. Equipment, Hermit Robe, Epic. Abyss Staff, Rare. Abyss Hair Crown, Rare. Introduction, Fei Ming, who was born in a big family, awakened his talent of multiple spellcasting at the age of 18. He was different from ordinary professional summoners. He was loved by his parents and had the full support of his family. However, he was still not satisfied with the speed of upgrading. In order to become stronger more quickly, Fei Ming chose to join the Abyss Church. In order to get the opportunity to join the church, he brutally killed his parents. Later, in order to improve his strength, he ignored life and personally created several brutal massacres. After reading the information panel of this figure, Su Chen will know. He is the mastermind behind this demonic tide. I glanced at his life story. Su Chen's eyes were cold and his knuckles turned white from pinching. What a beast. He even killed his own parents in pursuit of power. You still want to behead me? Come on. Today, I will let you know what despair is. Chapter 66. They heard the gods screaming. Fei Ming hid himself in the battlefield and used his extraordinary combat experience to avoid a large number of attacks. He advanced cautiously and soon arrived at the rear of the goblin wizard camp. Looking at the figure that was constantly casting spells and summoning, he gritted his teeth. You're the one who ruined my plan. I want to see what kind of person you are. He used detection skills on Su Chen. The information sent back made his eyes widen. Name, Su Chen. Occupation, Chief Summoner, excellent. Level, 20. There are only these 3 pieces of information. Fei Ming stared at the level column. How is it possible? You can summon so many creatures at only level 20. Oh, I see. No, it's a level 1 talent. You must have a super talent. Why do you have a super talent? The flames of jealousy burned in his eyes, making his ugly face look even more hideous. But soon, Fei Ming suddenly calmed down, raised the corners of his mouth and murmured, "Geniuses are great. Geniuses are my favorite to kill. When I think of the genius in my hands, I beg for mercy helplessly. Just thinking about it makes me so happy." He glared at Su Chen with a grim smile, with an extra prop in his hand. A black ball. He was seen approaching Su Chen quickly. When the two were only 10 meters apart, he suddenly activated the prop. The ball exploded with a bang and spread out in the blink of an eye. Soon a huge light shield was formed, covering the two of them. Su Chen looked at him in a daze with a look of surprise as if he was caught off guard. The 5 men of Yanggang who were fighting the molten mountain troll noticed something was happening. He quickly turned his head to look behind him, and his expression changed. Oh no, Su Chen was attacked. That's the death zone. Ha 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 ha. Fei Ming couldn't help but cover his face and laugh. Su Chen's face was full of vigilance. He grabbed the staff, fell to the ground from the air, and said coldly, "Who are you, and why are you attacking me?" Fei Ming took a deep breath, stopped laughing, and looked at Su Chen with a sick face. "Boy, I'll let you die clearly. I'm from the Abyss Church, and my name is Fei Ming. This demonic tide was planned by me to kill the talented candidates who participated in the 3rd round of this year's college entrance examination. There is no special purpose, it is just to make myself happy. Since you, a brat who doesn't know your own limitations, dare to obstruct my plan, I'll start with you." Su Chen looked around and frowned. "Are you so sure you can kill me?" Fei Ming grinned and said, "You don't think you can escape? Let me tell you, the tool I just used is called Death Space. In this space, we can only leave if one of us dies. There's nothing else to do but be good. Why are you laughing?" He was halfway through his words. Suddenly, I saw Su Chen's mouth corners inexplicably raised. Su Chen grinned and said, "Nothing, just continue." Fei Ming's expression froze, and he looked at him warily. He thought that Su Chen would be desperate and terrified when he heard the information he gave. He even knelt down and begged for mercy, asking him not to kill him. But no, Su Chen acted very calm and even couldn't help laughing. This situation is somewhat weird. And what's going on with this aura around him? How to make him feel like he has seen the Lord of the Abyss? Impossible. There's nothing to be afraid of for a level 20 kid. Even if he has a super talent, just don't give him time to summon it. Fei Ming gritted his teeth and thought, suppressed his uneasiness, took out a scroll and tore it open immediately. "Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Come out." The 5th-rank dark gold leader, the Black Earl. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and waved his staff. "First summon a few skeleton warriors to block in front." A summoning circle appeared beside Fei Ming. Soon, a tall, thin, pale-faced figure in a tuxedo walked out of the formation. This outfit. Su Chen had a strange look on his face and looked at it with the eye of truth. Monster, Count Vampire. Good. No need to look at it. Su Chen couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand and summoned Angelina. When the little loli in a blood-red dress appeared beside Su Chen, the vampire's pale face turned even paler with fear. Its eyes were wide open and its whole body was shaking. Since it was a monster summoned by props, Fei Ming did not feel anything wrong with him. He sneered. "Summoning a 2nd-level girl to die? Are you still human? What are you waiting for, Black Earl? Go ahead and tear them to pieces." The Black Count looked at him and cursed Fei Ming thousands of times in his heart. Although it is high level, but facing the ancestors of their ancestors, what can it do? Not to mention that Angelina is the only one left. Even if it is, it can't do anything. But due to the restrictions of the summoning contract, it can only cry. He moved his stiff feet and walked towards Su Chen and the others. "Ancestor, don't blame me. It's this damned human who is controlling me." The Black Count shouted loudly in the vampire language. Angelina had a cold expression and ignored him, until Su Chen gently stroked her soft golden hair and asked, "Angina, is it difficult?" Angelina immediately put on a sunny smile and looked at him confidently. "Father, how difficult can it be for a little vampire? Wait till I tear him apart and take off his head to use as your chamber pot." "That's it." She rushed forward, and several blood mist drills appeared around her. The Black Count looked terrified and quickly used his skills to parry. Less than 3 seconds. The Black Earl was knocked away. Angelina chased him and beat him up. However, since the Black Earl is a 5th-turn dark gold level boss, his health bar is very long. Even if Angelina pressed it one-sidedly, she couldn't kill it in a short time. Su Chen tilted his head, looked at Fei Ming with a smile, and asked, "You little jerk from the Abyss Church, do you have any other tricks? If not, my skeleton warriors will have to take action. Don't be afraid. They won't let you die easily. Have you ever heard of Lingxi, death by slow slicing? With their methods, they probably can't make more than 3,000 cuts. But for more than $2,000, it shouldn't be a problem." Fei Ming was stunned. He couldn't detect Angelina's race. He could only see her level. So I really don't understand why my 5th-level Dark Gold leader will be beaten by a little girl of the same grade. Hearing Su Chen's words, he sneered. Do you think this is all I have? Haha. I want to see how you are going to block this next move. He took out a card and threw it into the air. In an instant, the card turned into a huge black hole. Waves of extremely terrifying aura emanated from it. This breath, even Angelina's body trembled slightly. She turned her head to look at the cave entrance and said with disgust, It's the corrupt clan. Then she thought of Su Chen and shouted anxiously, Father, he wants to summon the gods. Su Chen also felt it. This momentum. It's the same aura that I felt from the Skeleton King. Fei Ming threw his head back and laughed. Boy, now you are panicking, right? It's too late. Lingqi is indeed a good thing, but unfortunately I don't have that much time to torture you. You can die happily, you're lucky. As his voice fell, inside the black hole, a thick arm that seemed to be made of different pieces of flesh stitched together slowly stretched out. Its appearance affected not only the few people in the death space. Even the armies fighting outside stopped. Yang Gang said with a pale face, It's over. It's God. That guy can actually summon the limbs of the devil. Yi Longyin stared blankly, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away, and he fell limply to the ground. Even when he was only at the 3rd level, he did not shed tears when facing the 6th-level leader. But at this moment tears burst out and wet the ground. He couldn't believe that a genius who was destined to become a war king in the future would die here. Su Chen, in the death space. Fei Ming sneered. You are really good for forcing me to use this trick, but this is the end. You have no future. Go to hell, but don't worry, you won't be alone on the road to the underworld. I will soon send other geniuses to accompany you. The strange hand was raised high, and with terrifying wind pressure, it slammed towards Su Chen. Before the palm falls, the skeleton warrior beside Su Chen was the first to collapse and was crushed into a pile of bones. But Su Chen laughed. He looked at Fei Ming Dao. You have God, but I don't have God? The words fell. Suddenly, a long and narrow blade light shone out from mid-air. The knife light collided with the strange hand. Chop it back. Ouch! A roar came from the black hole. This scene, everyone inside and outside the death space was shocked. They heard the god screaming. Chapter 67 The Greedy Demon King Who Kills Both Sides. You. Fei Ming looked at Su Chen with a pale face. To be precise, it was the tall skeleton shadow holding a big knife behind him. He didn't expect that Su Chen only had. It can even summon god-level power. Need to know. He sacrificed the lives of all his relatives. And at the cost of your own soul. This gave the corpse demon a chance to take action. Fei Ming doesn't know. Why does Su Chen do that? Su Chen stared at the strange hand that was slowly retracting into the black hole. He grinned. Scum, it seems your god has abandoned you. As soon as the words fell, the retracted arm suddenly stared again. He suddenly slapped Su Chen again. When Fei Ming saw this scene, his dull expression instantly turned into joy. He only has one chance to attack. But now, the corpse demon strikes again. That means he is really angry. When the gods are angry, corpses are countless and blood flows everywhere. Su Chen's expression turned cold. This guy, it's a bit shameless. He gave it a blow and didn't even know how to stop. In this case, then please keep this hand. The thought stops here. Su Chen used up all the remaining 2 gifts. The shadow of the skeleton king behind him raised his sword and swung it lightly twice. The strange hand's movement suddenly stopped in the air. 2 seconds later, a mark appeared on its upper arm. For lines continued to spread outward, and dark green blood spurted out in large quantities. Bang! The arm slipped and hit the ground. The remaining half of the arm paused. Then it disappeared in a flash. Even the black hole was closed immediately. There was no sign of the previous procrastination. Su Chen's heart was bleeding, as he had one less card in his hand. But he remained calm on the surface and stopped talking nonsense to Fei Ming. He swung the staff in his hand and summoned a group of skeleton warriors. After the skeleton warrior appeared, he flew directly towards Fei Ming. The knife flashed. It seemed like he could chop Fei Ming into pieces in the next second. Fei Ming waved his staff in panic and summoned in a hurry. But his summons were in front of the skeleton warriors. All with one knife, no exceptions. He is obviously 2 levels higher than Su Chen, but he is still the same summoner profession. But he was suppressed and beaten like this. Fei Ming felt a fishy and sweet taste coming from his throat. Seeing the skeleton warriors approaching quickly, the sharp blade seemed to be placed on his neck, and his eyes were glowing red. Very good. I never thought that I, Fei Ming, would be pushed to this point. Since you want to kill me, let's all die together. That's it. He took out another scroll and tore it open. A summoning circle fell to the ground. Instant. The sky suddenly turned dark, and rolling evil clouds came from all directions. An aura even stronger than the previous corpse demon descended. Su Chun could no longer remain calm. Nima, could this guy be the legendary destined male protagonist? Why are there so many scrolls of summoning gods? Worse, he no longer has the means to fight against God. The summoning circle glowed with black light. It was clearly the god summoned by Fei Ming himself, but his voice was filled with fear that could not be hidden. Come out, Lord of Greed. Devil. Su Chun took a deep breath. The devil does not refer to the king of demons. It is a respectful title for the demon king. Greedy devil, one of the 7 deadly sins. He is also the most powerful among the demon kings. Su Chun really couldn't help but want to curse. He couldn't help but think, could it be that the apocalypse system discovered that I was cheating? Fei Ming finished speaking. A figure slowly emerged from the magic circle. This is a woman with black dragon horns and short purple hair. He is over 2 meters tall and wears armor made of scales, estimated to be about 1.34 meters tall, with voluptuous white long legs sticking out from the battle skirt. The greedy demon king slowly opened his eyes, and the aura on his body instantly subsided. This did not make the people around him feel good. Instead, when the purple light in her eyes faded away, everyone inside and outside the death space felt a chill as if their souls were being targeted. Who dares to call me? The greedy demon king spoke indifferently. Fei Ming raised his arms tremblingly and said through clenched teeth, Master Demon, it's me. The greedy demon king glanced at him and said, Where is the sacrifice? Fei Ming took a deep breath, calmed himself, and raised his hand. Countless black smoke poured out from his gray robe. Not only that, those outside the dead space, the abyss monsters he summoned, all let out miserable and terrified cries. They slowly fell to the ground, twitching wildly, with large amounts of black mist emerging from their bodies. Wait until all the black fog gathered in Fei Ming's hands. He cupped his hands and handed them forward respectfully. My lord, this is the sacrifice I prepared. The greedy demon king just took a look, nodded slightly, then looked at Su Chun and said, And yours? Su Chun was stunned, with a look of confusion on his face. What mine? He secretly glanced at the Lord of Greed with the eye of true vision. Monster. Soul-devouring dragon. Tiana. Clone. Rank. Greedy godhead. Level. Top-grade demon god. Health bar. 120,000. Magic power. 90,000. Strength. 12,000. Agility. 9,000. Physique. 12,000. Spirit. 24,000. Talent. Soul refining furnace. Skill. Introduce. Su Chen's scalp felt numb. It is just a clone, but it has over 100 million attributes. Even if he has the gift from the Skeleton King, he even doubted whether the Skeleton King dared to come out and confront him head-on. But, after watching with the eye of true vision, he immediately understood what this guy meant by, Where's yours? Whoever summoned this guy, the greedy demon, will give both parties a chance to bid. After both parties have taken out their sacrifices, she will kill the one with fewer sacrifices first. Then, depending on his mood, he would kill the one who was more satisfied with the sacrifice. Most of the time, she is in a good mood. Kill when you are in a good mood, and kill even more when you are in a bad mood. Anyway, as long as she is summoned, no one can survive. Everyone must die. As expected of you, you are the greedy demon god. So greedy. Su Chun complained in his heart, but his expression suddenly looked a little strange. Is this bidding part considered a transaction? If it is a transaction, then his plug-in must be effective. Fei Ming's face was almost crooked with laughter. Even though he summoned the demon of greed, he was dead anyway. But before he died, he could take away a War King-level genius. He died a worthy death. Master Demon, please hurry up. He will not be able to produce a sacrifice. Fei Ming knew that the greedy Demon King's favorite sacrifice was the soul. It was only after he joined the Church of the Abyss that he gained the special means to deprive souls. He doesn't believe it. Su Chun, a genius taking the college entrance examination, can spare even a wisp of his soul. The greedy Demon King glanced at him and snorted coldly. Are you teaching me how to do things? Fei Ming shuddered and said in panic with his head down, I don't dare. Snort. The greedy demon king snorted coldly and turned to continue staring at Su Chun. For some reason, he had a vague premonition. This weak human. Maybe it can satisfy my greedy heart that is like a bottomless pit. Su Chun raised his head and said firmly, I've decided. My sacrifice is this. After saying that, he pulled over a skeleton warrior and patted its armor twice. Puff. Ha ha ha. Fei Ming pointed at Su Chun and couldn't help laughing loudly. I laughed so hard that tears almost came out. The greedy devil wants souls. Although the skeleton warriors also have souls in their bodies. But Su Chen's behavior was like a hungry customer going to a restaurant to order food. As a result, the waiter served a bunch of raw ingredients to the customers. Moreover, this customer is a very bad-tempered wretch. Fei Ming has already thought of the scene where Su Chun was slapped to death by the greedy demon king. He turned and looked expectantly at the demon lord of greed. The greedy demon king's expression changed slightly, and his dark red lips opened slightly. Your sacrifice. It seems interesting. Fei Ming nodded quickly. Is that so? Lord Greedy Demon King, he is just humiliating you. He is simply audacious. The last word disappeared in my mouth before it was uttered. He realized it later. His pupils suddenly widened, and he looked at the greedy demon king in disbelief. After a long pause, he emitted a sound full of complex emotions. Ah. Chapter 68. Accept the greedy demon king as a pet. The real chill in the heart never comes from making a big fuss. Fei Ming racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. Why did Su Chen's sacrifice receive the favor of the greedy demon king? Master Demon, it's just an ordinary skeleton. Fei Ming collapsed and roared. Tiana supported her chin, as if she was thinking. 2 seconds later, she nodded. I know, but it makes me feel special. There is an inexplicable, extremely precious aura. I love something so precious. Tiana hooked her finger. The skeleton warrior fell apart instantly, and the soul fire floated out of the skull and flew into her palm. She held the soul fire in her hands and looked at it for a long time, then swallowed it in one gulp. Instant. She was like a little girl who had eaten the delicious cake she had always dreamed of. His eyes widened, and his cold expression showed a little more warmth, with the corners of his mouth even slightly raised. At this moment, everyone can feel the happiness and satisfaction of this greedy demon king. Fei Ming sat on the ground with a frustrated look on his face. Tiana's actions have already shown that she chose Su Chen's sacrifice. This also means that he has to die first. Fei Ming's eyes were full of anger, and he roared unwillingly. Why? I have so many souls, but I am no match for just one of his skeletons. Greedy demon king, you are a shitty demon king. I think you are blind and have no vision. He really broke through the defense. Tiana chose Su Chun, as if she was telling him. All his previous efforts, whether it was killing his relatives or risking their lives to slaughter ordinary people, it's all a waste of effort. Tiana didn't care about his scolding, just as humans don't care about the thoughts of ants. The satisfaction on her face faded, and she returned to her previous calm expression. According to the rules, if I accept his sacrifice, I must kill you for him. Have you finished your last words? If you're done, I'll take action. Su Chen looked at her with a strange expression. Before killing anyone, let me give you a reminder. This Thunder King is really polite. Fei Ming panted and stared at Su Chen with a sneer. Good job. You are so good that you can even deceive the devil. Although I don't know what means you used, but I'm telling you, don't be happy too soon. After I die, you still have them. None of them can escape. The greedy demon king will catch you all in one fell swoop and send you all to accompany me. Ha 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 ha. He was still laughing wildly. Tiana curled the short hair beside her ears with her fingers and said casually, That's generally the case, but this human is very interesting. I will most likely spare his life. Gah. Fei Ming's laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at Tiana in confusion and horror. I want to ask, why is Su Chen an exception? But there is no chance anymore. Tiana breathed softly at him. A transparent flame suddenly descended, covering Fei Ming's entire body. Less than a second, he was burned to ashes and blown away by the wind. The death space was shattered. All the abyss monsters outside have been sacrificed by Fei Ming. The siege crisis from monsters was immediately resolved. But the crisis is 100 times, or even 10,000 times more terrifying. It is covering outpost number 1. Because the greedy demon did not disappear with Fei Ming's death. She stood there, like a huge rock that may roll down from a height at any time and crush everyone. Tiana turned around and walked towards Su Chun. She circled around Su Chun several times, her eyes full of meaningful inquiry. After a long time, Su Chun spoke first. Master Demon, you still want to eat such a precious soul? Tiana shook her head. No, I don't really want to, but it's enough for me right now. Ah. Su Chun was confused, but he soon reacted. It's enough now, but I might think about it later? Master Demon, since you don't want to now, why don't you leave for now? Leave me your contact information. Feel free to contact me whenever you want. Su Chun smiled flatteringly. Tiana shook her head. No, that's too much trouble. I plan to keep you with me at all times. You are by my side, so I can also eat delicious souls anytime and anywhere. It seems like I am thinking of that scene. She licked her lips expectantly. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. The expressions of Yang Gang and others were also extremely ugly. Being kept by her side, Su Chun was no different from being dead. It would be even worse than death. Just at this moment, Yi Longyin received a message from the outside world. His face was excited for a moment, then quickly calmed down. He used the communication function of the Apocalypse system to communicate with Su Chundao. Su Chen, deal with her for a minute or two. The Dean is coming. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't know the strength of the Dean, but Yi Longyin has already spoken. That proves that the Dean should be able to fight against the greedy Demon King in front of him. Su Chen quickly thought about how to deal with Tiana. Suddenly, a short figure stood in front of him. Angelina raised her head high and said with a grim expression, Tiana, don't go too far. When Tiana saw Angelina, she was surprised, as if she had seen a ghost. She pointed at Angelina and exclaimed in the demon language, Angina, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, aren't you dead? They are not very familiar with each other, but they all belong to the high-level combat forces of the Abyss. We have had some dealings in the past. Angelina snorted coldly and said unhappily, So what if I'm dead? Can't I be resurrected? Now it was Tiana's turn to be puzzled. It is relatively easy to resurrect ordinary people. Not to mention their level, even ordinary gods want to be resurrected. It is also almost impossible. Why Angelina seemed to say it was as easy as breathing. She stared at Angelina, then suddenly looked at Su Chun and asked, What is your relationship with this human? Have you betrayed the Abyss? Angelina said nonchalantly, What do you mean by betrayal? I've already died for the Abyss once. It was my father who gave me a second life. Now I just want to live for him. I'm warning you, if you dare to touch my father, be prepared for an all-out war between the Blood Clan and the soul-devouring Dragon Clan. Tiana stared at her with a frown on her face. Father? She doesn't understand. How could Angelina, an old monster who has lived for who knows how many years, call this weak human like that? Thinking that Su Chun could satisfy his almost endless desires. She subconsciously guessed that Su Chun must have a big secret. Tiana's divine sense swept over Angelina, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. With Angelina's current strength, even if she can command the entire vampire clan, it is not easy to reach the bottom of the abyss. In this case, Angelina realized something. Her face turned dark, and she protected Su Chun even tighter. Tiana raised her hand with a fierce smile and was about to attack. Suddenly, she sensed something and looked in the direction of outpost number 1. Damn it, human gods. She gritted her teeth and turned to look at Su Chun unwillingly. If Tiana herself were here, she would naturally have no fear, but unfortunately, she is just a clone now. Even if he could abduct Su Chun, he could not escape the pursuit of that human god. But she was unwilling to let her leave. Su Chun seemed to notice her dilemma. A bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Hey, I have an idea. Far away, Yang Gang and the other 4 watched Su Chun negotiating with Tiana in a low voice. Su Chun said something that made Tiana furious. The Demon King's aura covered everything, like mountains collapsing and rivers bursting their banks. But a few seconds later, Su Chun pointed at Angela and said a few words. Tiana's momentum gradually waned. She thought for a few seconds and nodded. Immediately, the whole person gradually became transparent and disappeared. When the Demon King's aura completely dissipated, Yang Gang and his 5 companions quickly stepped forward. Su Chun, are you okay? Where is the Demon King? Yang Gang asked with concern. Su Chun coughed twice, shook his head and smiled. I'm fine. The Demon King should have left. When saying this, he opened the pet panel. Pet number 1, name, Angelina, race, blood race ancestor, level, 20, grade, subgod. Pet number 2, name, Tiana, clone, race, soul-devouring dragon, level, 20, grade, demigod. That's right. Su Chen's idea was to make her agree to be recruited by him as a pet. Originally, Tiana disagreed and was furious, but Su Chen pointed at Angela, indicating that following him had its benefits and was not shameful. Final. After Su Chen proposed to give her 2 precious souls every day, Tiana reluctantly agreed. Su Chen didn't want to deliberately hide it from Yang Gang and the others. The main reason is that this matter is a bit too shocking. If it were revealed, he would take a pit demon, one of the 7 deadly sins, as a pet. The whole daxia would probably be in an uproar, and the trouble would be even greater. In order to avoid causing trouble, Su Chen suppressed his desire to show off and acted calm. But he was delighted in his heart because he had another trump card of divine combat power. Although because it became his pet, the strength of Tiana's clone was suppressed to the level of a demigod. But she is a clone. If it really doesn't work, why not offer some sacrifice and communicate with the real body? As for the sacrifices, Su Chen has too many. Chapter 69. Reject Dean Zhangyan's offer to become your disciple. Boom. A blazing beam of light smashed down from the sky and landed in outpost number 1. Half a minute later, Su Chen and others saw an old man in a bright red robe at the city gate. The old man had a kind expression and looked no different from an ordinary retired man in the park. But when Su Chen met his eyes, but it seems to see, a huge star is slowly moving towards him. Are you all right? The old man said caringly as he approached. Yilongyin stood straight with an embarrassed expression, like an elementary school student who had done something wrong. Dean, we are fine. We just had some problems with the exam. Yi Fengwu quietly leaned close to Su Chen's ear and told him. This is one of the 3 vice presidents of Daxia Academy, Fire God Jingyan. Su Chen nodded in understanding. At this time, Zhang Yan took a few steps forward and passed a few people. He stood in the open space, squinting his eyes as if he was feeling something. Then he frowned and sighed. The breath of the corrupt god and the breath of the devil. How could the first layer of the abyss attract these 2 guys? They dared to kill my great Xia Tianjiao. I think they will never have peace in the abyss again. That's all for now. The kindness on Zhang Yan's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by an extremely strong murderous intent. The temperature around him gradually rose as he became angry, even distorting the space and producing fluctuations visible to the naked eye. Yilongyin was startled for a moment, then he reacted and quickly explained. Dean, you misunderstood. There were no casualties among the candidates in the city this time. Yang Gang also added. I received news that no one among the candidates who left the city died, and only 2 or 3 were slightly injured. The first step in Fei Ming's plan was to storm outpost number 1 and destroy the teleportation array. All candidates are locked in one floor. In addition, Yang Gang had previously sent a large number of soldiers to protect them. Therefore, the candidates who left the city before did not encounter much siege. Zhang Yin paused and looked at them in confusion. What do you mean no casualties? What nonsense are you talking about? Weren't there only 6 of you left in the city after being slaughtered? The 6 people looked at each other, not knowing how to explain. Yang Gang had previously ordered all candidates, including soldiers, to retreat to underground fortifications. Therefore, outpost number 1 is now empty. In addition, there are still the auras of 2 abyss gods, and even the devil here. It's completely normal for Zhang Yin to misunderstand. He even suspected that Yang Gang and his 5 companions betrayed humanity and took refuge in the abyss to save their lives. Otherwise, there is no reason why humans can survive in a place where demons appear. In order to prevent Zhang Yin from making blind guesses, Yang Gang hurried forward. Send him the video recorded with the apocalypse system. Half an hour later, Zhang Yan's face changed from suspicious at first. Then he became shocked and finally stunned. He turned off the video and looked straight at Su Chen. Next second, he flashed directly to Su Chen's side, grabbed his hand, and said excitedly, "What's your name, young man? Where are you from? Do you have a master?" Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then answered his question calmly. When Zhang Yin heard that he had no master, he danced with joy. "Look, we both have mage-related professions. Besides, you happen to have no master, and I have no apprentice either. This is too coincidental, a master-apprentice relationship destined by heaven." Su Chen, Yang Gang, and the other 4 were all stunned. Such a forced coincidence? Su Chen was not stupid, so he understood what he meant. He calmed down and thought about it. He was able to become a disciple of a powerful god, and also the dean of the Daxia Academy. Naturally excellent. If other people get this opportunity, no matter how talented they are. Of course, I would not be able to remain calm and would immediately agree excitedly. Only, Suchun is not an ordinary person. He is cheating. Hanging means he doesn't need to rely on others for support. He himself is the biggest supporter. This time it was just an accident that we encountered a god-level enemy. He believes there won't be too many of these things. Besides, if it happens again, he is not completely without a way to deal with it. So, Suchun smiled. Dean, I'm still taking the college entrance examination, and the exam isn't over yet. If my grades are not good enough for Daxia Academy, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you? Why don't you wait until the college entrance examination is over and think about it again? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yin, Yang Gang, and the other four were all stunned. Suchun's refusal was very obvious. That's why other people find it incredible. The one who wanted to take him in as a disciple was one of the 3 vice presidents of Daxia Academy. I have no responsibility to lead disciples. It is a great honor for ordinary students to become a mentor's student. He now has the opportunity to become the dean's personal disciple, but he still refuses. This is really puzzling to others. Yi Longyin wanted to speak and explain the pros and cons to him, but Yi Fengwu stopped him. Zhang Yin was stunned. He didn't expect that his outgoing behavior on a whim would lead to such a result. But thinking back to Suchun's amazing performance in the video, he couldn't help but say, "Won't you give it another thought?" Suchun chuckled and shook his head. Zhang Yin sighed regretfully and nodded. "Okay, let's wait until your exam is over. I'll think about it, and you should think about it too." Final. Zhang Yin looked reluctant and walked into the teleportation array, looking back every few steps. Yi Longyin was so angry that he came to Suchun and muttered, "Suchun, what on earth are you doing? Do you know that is Dean Zhang Yin? If you accept him as your master, your future career path will be smooth and bright. But you refused. I really don't know what you were thinking." Suchun smiled, turned his head to look at the rolling mountains in the distance, and said calmly, "Brother Yi, it's not that Dean Zhang is not good, but I don't want to be tied down by too many people. My future should be decided by myself. And is a smooth road necessarily a good one? I actually want more challenges." Since Suchun became a professional, he has faced many challenges. But he managed to escape danger every time. Challenge after challenge not only tempered his fear of death and crisis, but also brought him a lot of benefits. He kind of fell in love with adventure. There is a saying that goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. How can you become strong without experiencing danger? As long as we have enough strength to deal with the danger before it comes, it will be fine. Yi Longyin and others stared at him blankly. Now, every strand of the boy's hair sparkled with a dazzling light of confidence. It makes them feel like they are seeing their former selves. Once upon a time, they were so high-spirited and ambitious. Pity. As they get older and experience more, they gradually pay more attention to weighing the pros and cons and instinctively make the best choice. Optimal is not necessarily the best. What they thought were treasures might be like roadside dirt in Suchun's eyes. Alas, I really don't know what to say. I hope you don't regret it. Yi Longyin sighed, turned and left. Yang Gang said, "I will organize them to continue the exam and also apply to the higher authorities to extend the exam time." He walked away mumbling. Zhang Zhe and Yi Fengwu also went to help. Suchun stood at the edge of the city wall, feeling the gusts of abyss wind that carried the smell of gunpowder. Sudden, a soft voice sounded beside him. "If you don't want to be tied down by others, why do you want to provoke Xiner and Ling Yun?" Suchun turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Mu Nishang. He remembered that this was the first time this beautiful woman took the initiative to talk to him. She was staring at him with resentful eyes at this moment, thinking of her problem. Suchun was speechless, not knowing how to explain. Mu Nishang snorted softly, turned around, and walked away slowly, leaving behind her graceful and plump back. Chapter 70. Suchun cheated and became the national champion? After the ban was lifted, candidates began to walk out of the underground fortifications one after another. They didn't know what was going on. I just feel that someone is manipulating this maliciously to prevent them from taking the exam normally. The young faces were filled with resentment. But no one was making trouble anymore, scrambling to leave outpost number 1. Luo and Xiao walked behind the team. Luo Xiaoyu was still a little distracted and frightened. Sudden, a tall figure projected from the front, covering both of them. The two girls looked up and saw that it was Suchun. They stepped forward quickly and threw themselves into his arms. "Are you okay?" Xia Lingyun asked with concern. Suchun patted her head gently. Then he looked at Luo Xiaoyu and said, "Don't worry, just follow me." Having said that, he took the two women out of the city. Not long. In a cave, Su Chun and the other two stood beside a fainted figure. This figure was Luo Qingqing. It was she who dragged Fei Ming into the completely closed college entrance examination room. Luo Xiaoyu looked at her with gritted teeth. If Su Chen hadn't discovered that she was the one who did the evil, at this moment, the entire Luo family has probably suffered a devastating disaster. My suggestion is to kill her directly to prevent future troubles. Su Chun said indifferently. If it weren't for Luo Xiaoyu, he would have handed this guy over to Yang Gang long ago. What happens to her then will definitely not be easier than death. A simple death might be a relatively easy ending for her. But when she heard that Su Chun wanted to kill her, Luo Qingcheng could no longer pretend. She immediately opened her eyes and shouted in panic, "No, don't kill me." Luo Qingcheng crawled on her knees to Luo Xiaoyu's feet, hugged her thighs, and begged, Sister, I didn't mean it. I didn't expect that he would be so crazy as to attack all the candidates. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. I didn't mean it, Wu. Sister, you can't kill me. If you kill me, Mom and Dad will be sad." Luo Xiaoyu looked down at her. The anger on her face had long since disappeared. She had an indifferent expression and reached out her hand to gently stroke Luo Qingqing's impeccable face. "Luo Qingqing, your parents indulged you too much in the past, which led to you making a big mistake. If I don't deal with you today, you may drag down the entire Luo family and bury them with you in the future. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you are my parents' most beloved daughter. That's all." A little light appeared at her fingertips. Xiaoling Yun looked at Luo Xiaoyu. Why did she feel? Luo Xiaoyu is a little strange now. Like a ruthless messenger of God who is indifferent to all living things. Life is in his hands, a toy that can be manipulated at will. She gave Su Chen a look. Su Chen smiled calmly. He had long known that Luo Xiaoyu had this side. So I know what she wants to do. Her talent, Holy Light Cleansing, is a level 1 talent. That is a terrifying gift that can cleanse the sins of the soul. The cleansed soul. There will never be a trace of sinful thoughts again, and from now on I will move towards the light. Su Chun sighed lightly. His idea was correct. Death is the easiest ending for Luo Qingqing. It's a pity that this idiot doesn't know how to make the right choice. Luo Xiaoyu placed her palm on Luo Qingqing's head. Light continued to bloom in her hands. A lot of malice suddenly appeared in Luo Qingqing's eyes. Next, as if it were a lit candle, the malice in his eyes gradually dissipated. Her body kept twitching. At some point, the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. After a long time, Luo Xiaoyu let out a long sigh and took a step back tiredly. Su Chun supported her and looked at Luo Qingqing. At this moment, Luo Qingqing had empty eyes and a faint smile on her face. It gives people a sense of peace and tranquility with nothing to desire in life. Su Chen wanted to ask something else. Luo Xiaoyu grabbed his hand and begged in a low voice. "Leave her to me, please. I'll take care of it." This was Su Chen's original idea. He nodded and said nothing more. The four of them quickly left the cave and discussed. Continue to the ogre lair for the exam. With Su Chen's current strength, the ogre's lair was originally quite difficult for him. Enter again. The road to clearance was smooth sailing without any surprises. While other candidates were still outside the dungeon looking for ogres to adapt to the attack. He has already cleared the hell difficulty level several times with the two women, bringing their scores to an extremely terrifying record. 10 days later, outpost number 1, next to the teleportation array. Su Chun gave Yang Gang a big hug. "Station master, we are leaving first. Keep in touch." There was not much sadness of parting on Yang Gang's face. He chuckled and patted Su Chun on the shoulder. "Improve your strength and hope to see you next time. You already have your own team and can explore the second layer of the abyss." Su Chun smiled. "You don't think highly of me? Are you only on the second level?" Yang Gang was speechless, and he spoke seriously subconsciously. "You have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Everything has to be done in a gradual process. But if it's you, I believe you can do things I can't imagine." Su Chun smiled calmly. "That's natural, let's go. Goodbye. Farewell, Yang Gang." Su Chun led the two women towards the teleportation array. "Su Chun, I'm waiting for you at Desya Academy. Don't stand me up." Before entering the teleportation array, Luo Xiaoyu grabbed Su Chen's hand and gave him serious instructions. She still had to go back home to take care of some things, so they had to separate first. Su Chun touched her head, and this time Luo Xiaoyu did not dodge. "Okay, if you need help, remember to contact me." "Uh-huh." The three people who had fought in the dungeon together for 10 days now parted ways. A large number of candidates also returned to their own cities through the teleportation array. In a provincial capital, the light of the teleportation array landed on the academy playground. The reporters who had been prepared rushed forward and surrounded the candidate who won the top spot in the province. Student Wang, congratulations on winning the top prize in our province this year. Do you have anything to say? Student Wang, have you come into contact with this year's national champion Su Chun in the examination room? Can you tell us what kind of person he is? Student Wang, Su Chun. When Wang first heard the reporter say that he was the top student in the province, he was quite happy. Gradually, all the reporter's topics were diverted and focused on the name Su Chun. In fact, it's not just here. In almost every city across Daxia, everyone is concerned about Su Chun because his achievements are amazing enough. It has reached a level that has never been achieved before and will definitely not be surpassed in the future. Student Wang said with a dark face, Su Chun, who is that? I don't know him. He opened the Apocalypse system and checked the results. I want to see how big the gap is between myself and this national top student. The result is a glance. Ranking 1, name, Su Chun, place of residence, Jiangnan Province, Yunhua City, score, 169,000. Student Wang was stunned and his eyes suddenly widened. Look at your own results again. He suddenly had trouble breathing and his face turned red. No. What's going on with these scores of hundreds of thousands? Is this something that a human can come up with through an exam? The difficulty of Ogre Lair comes to mind. Then think about how they were suddenly locked up in an underground fortification in the middle of the exam. A surge of anger surged from the heart of the provincial top scholar. Cheating. This guy named Su Chen definitely cheated. Facing the reporters, he briefly described what happened in the examination room. Not just him. Many top scorers in their respective cities also revealed what happened in the examination room in front of the camera. Less than 2 hours after the exam ended, the news of Su Chen's cheating became known to everyone and shocked the whole country. Everyone was speculating which big family Su Chun came from and what power he had that allowed the examiner to cooperate with him in cheating. Cheating is fine, but the score is too high. You can't even act, right? The matter fermented for a day. The next day, the authorities issued an emergency announcement. It will be in 3 days, at 2 p.m. Deal with Su Chen's cheating incident. The entire process was exclusively broadcast by Yunhuiqing TV station. The time is up. Across the country, a large number of people flocked to Yunhuiqing TV station, waiting for the results of the case. Chapter 71, awarding the Red Iron Medal to Su Chun. 1:55 p.m. Outside the Yunhua City Intercity Teleportation Station. Yang Tao, are you ready? The fat photographer swallowed and asked the reporter Yang Tao. Yang Tao wiped the sweat off his face with a wet wipe and did not answer the question. She asked back, how many people are there? The photographer replied, according to preliminary statistics, 17 million people have entered our live broadcast room, and the numbers are still rising. Hearing this, Yang Tao staggered and almost fell to the ground. She was so shocked that she was speechless. 17 million and rising? It's such a niche language. How could she not understand it? Patting his barren chest, he suppressed the panic in his heart with professionalism. This is a huge challenge in her career. But just cross over. Yang Tao's eyes were firm, and he nodded and said, okay, let's start. The cameraman nodded and turned on the equipment. Suddenly, a picture appeared in the live broadcast room of Yunhua TV station, which was originally playing advertisements. Yang Tao stood in front of the screen and said with a hint of nervousness, good afternoon, everyone. I am Yang Tao, a reporter from Yunhua City TV station. I am now outside the Intercity Teleportation Array in Yunhua City, waiting for the specialist sent by the Provincial Department of Education to deal with Su Chen's cheating incident. As soon as the words fell, there was a sudden commotion behind her. Yang Tao turned around and looked. An old man with white hair and beard, hunched over and thin body, surrounded by a team of professionals exuding a powerful aura. The old man walked out of the teleportation array with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. Yang Tao's eyes widened, and she said excitedly, it's Mr. Mu. Why did he come here in person? At this moment, in the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments passed by. Damn, even King Mu Zhan was alarmed and sent so many experts. Hee, Su Chen is not done this time. Damn cheating bastard, causing my Qilin to only get 24 points in the exam. He is not a human being. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. Ha ha ha. The bad guy Su Chun is finally going to be punished. It's too early for you to be happy. The matter has not been finalized yet. Maybe King Muzhan is here to present Su Chan with a medal. The person above is stupid. The identification is complete. Yang Tao hurried forward and said respectfully, Mr. Mu, I'm Yang Tao, a reporter from Yunhua City TV station. May I ask if you are the specialist who came here specifically to deal with Su Chen's cheating? Mu Chuanqiu stopped, looked at the camera, and asked with a smile, Have you started live streaming yet? Yang Tao nodded. Mu Chuanqiu's face suddenly became serious, and the aura of a war king burst out all at once. Even through the screen, many people were shocked. He spoke in a voice as loud as a bell, steady yet firm. After the college entrance examination, Su Chun had already submitted his exam video. Let me first state one thing. After repeated inspections by our Ministry of Education, we have concluded that Su Chun did not cheat. His words were so powerful that they could not be refuted. As soon as these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room was excited. I knew it. Ha 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 ha. Su Chun is worthy of being the pride of our Yunhua City. No matter how much you yell, it won't change the facts. Don't we have the exam video? Why do you have to drag it out for so long? Just release the video and let everyone watch it. Wouldn't that prove Su Chen's innocence? My brother works in the Ministry of Education. He was one of the people who checked the video of Su Chen's battle. After returning home, he suffered from insomnia for 3 days. Now when he mentions Su Chen, he only calls him a pervert. Is it possible that the authorities did not release the video because they were afraid that our Taoism would collapse? I don't believe it unless you let me see it. Yang Tao clenched her fists excitedly. She knew that Su Chen would not let them down, but she changed her mind and looked at Mu Chuanqiu again, and the few professionals around him who looked very impressive at first glance. These people have stern faces and backs like guns, giving a sense of steel and iron bones. She asked curiously, Then why did you come here this time? When this was mentioned, Mu Chuanqiu smiled mysteriously and kept it a secret. You will know it later. Let's go and find Su Chen first. The group soon arrived outside an old residential area. After getting off the car, Mu Chuanqiu looked around in astonishment and asked, Are you sure Su Chen lives here? Even the comments in the live broadcast room were somewhat unbelievable. There are still such shabby communities in Yunhua City. I, a local, have never seen one before. I was really shocked. Who would have thought that a top scholar could come from such a place? Damn, someone said before that Su Shan was the descendant of some big shot. The descendant of your big shot lives in a place like this, right? Yang Tao nodded and replied, It's here. I've been here before, but I didn't find anyone there. Mu Chuanqiu sighed and said with relief, A golden fish cannot stay in a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. At this time, a voice came from the side. Mr. Mu, I didn't expect you to come in person. Everyone turned to look. The person who spoke was Zhu Ling, the admissions teacher of Daxia Academy stationed in Yunhua City. After Zhu Ling introduced herself, Mu Chuanqiu looked behind her again. I didn't meet any admissions teachers from other institutions. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. You are quite clever, young man. If you can. Mu Chuanqiu actually wanted to persuade Su Chan to stay in the school in Jiangnan province. Although the universities in Jiangnan province are not as famous as those in Daxia, but Jiangnan has been a place of wealth and luxury since ancient times. Even now, it is the richest place in all of Daxia. As long as those top universities are willing to provide large amounts of resources, there is a slight possibility that Su Chan will stay. In time, a war king will surely emerge from Jiangnan province. The school that Su Chen attends will also be promoted to heaven. Pity. Mu Chuanqiu wanted those people to politely reject his excuses. It was true that they were all afraid that Su Chen would cheat. Even if it's not true, judging from Su Chen's current reputation, recruiting him will have an impact on the school's reputation. Now look at Zhu Ling, who has caught up with him. Mu Chuanqiu just felt that those guys were short-sighted and not worth discussing with. No wonder this Daxia Academy has become the #1 academy in Daxia. A group of people walked into the community and asked along the way. Soon they arrived at Su Chen's door. After knocking on the door, a lazy voice came from inside. Here it comes. Su Chen opened the door. He was sleepy and wearing only a simple white vest. The day after the college entrance examination, Xiaolingyun received an admission invitation from Shuemu Academy. Munishang also called her personally and asked her to report to the school as soon as possible. Considering that Shuemu Academy and Daxia Academy are both in the capital of Daxia, Shangjing, after Xiaolingyun discussed it with Su Chen, they agreed. Thinking that they would be separated soon, she stayed at Su Chen's house for the past few days. This was a tough time for Su Chen, as he had to work day and night. Xiaolingyun had just left this morning, and he had only slept for less than 4 hours. Seeing how exhausted he looked, everyone in the group felt distressed. They believed that Su Chun had been questioned during this period and was unable to prove himself. I was under tremendous psychological pressure and couldn't sleep all night. He is clearly a one-in-a-million genius, yet he is being questioned like this. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to sleep either. It's really infuriating. A top-ranked player in the national championship has been tortured like this by online public opinion. I hope the authorities can give Su Shun some justice. You are really good at pretending. If you didn't have anything to hide, why would you be so worried? The person above is stupid. The identification is complete. Mu Chuanxiu walked straight forward, took his arm, and said with tears in his eyes, "Student Su Chun, you are really suffering. We are late." The others also looked at him with pity and sighed. Su Chun was a little confused. It's really hard work. Su Chun touched his lower back and spoke in a hoarse voice. Come in first and talk. The group entered the house and looked at the narrow and messy room, feeling even more pity for Su Chun. Su Chun was a little embarrassed. He tidied himself up casually and was then pulled in front of the camera by Mu Chuanxiu. Mu Chuanxiu said seriously, Student Su Chun, I came here this time on behalf of the Daxia Education Department to prove myself to all those who doubt you. You didn't cheat. Your score is real and valid. You are the top scorer in our Daxia's college entrance examination this year. As soon as these two sentences came out, Zhu Ling behind Mu Chuanxiu had a flushed face and an ecstatic look in her eyes. In Yunhua No. 1 Middle School, in the principal's office, Jiang Donghai slammed the table and laughed wildly. Number 1 scholar. We have a number 1 scholar in number 1 Middle School, number 1 scholar in the country. Ha 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 ha. From other top universities, calls were quickly made to the admissions office in Yunhua City. Su Chun, on the other hand, acted extremely calm and simply nodded. Without waiting for everyone's emotions to reach a climax, Mu Chuanxiu continued. In addition, on behalf of the Daxia military, I will present the Daxia Red Iron Medal to student Su Chun. We would like to thank Su Chun for his outstanding contribution to the special incident during the college entrance examination. That's it. The whole place was silent, and the barrage of comments stopped. Su Chun was also stunned and a little flattered, because this Red Iron Medal is a real medal of military honor. Everyone who can receive a military medal. But they are all heroes who have made great contributions to the city, and the Great Xia War King is evaluated based on the accumulation of military medals. Military medals are divided into 5 grades: Red Iron, Bright Silver, Bright Gold, Dazzling Diamond, King of War. 10 Red Iron medals in exchange for 1 Bright Silver medal, and so on. Su Chun woke up as if from a dream. He took a red 5-pointed star medal from Mu Chuanxiu. He thought the authorities would reward him, but he didn't expect the reward to be so generous. Accepting this medal means that he will no longer be an ordinary professional, but he is an officially certified hero. Chapter 72: The Dangerous and Strange Psychedelic Forest. At night, the moonlight is lonely. Su Chun returned home and lay down on the bed, his face full of fatigue. Since Mu Chuanxiu visited him personally during the day and proved that he did not cheat, his status as the top scholar was confirmed. Afterwards, he went back to school, met with dozens of people big and small, and received a large number of rewards. But their reward did not please Su Chun. All they give are gold coins and real estate. Vulgar. So vulgar. Su Chun looked at the pile of cold numbers with an expressionless face. But not all rewards are not to his liking. Zhu Ling, admissions teacher at Daxia Academy. The sincerity it brings to him is just great. An epic quality spellbook. Equipment. Book of multiplication. Quality. Epic. Attribute bonus. Spirit. Magic recovery. Skill. Double. Equipment requirements. Spiritual attribute greater than 10,000. Double. The effect of the released offensive spells and skills, and the effect of the buff spells and skills are increased by 100. To put it simply, after using this magic book, Su Chun activates a summoning skill and the number of monsters summoned from 9 to 18. Certainly, that's not the point. There are levels of magic return. For Su Chun, the number of summons you can summon is just a matter of waving your staff a few more times. The point is that the number of blood sacrifice worms can also be multiplied. This will greatly shorten the sacrifice time in the Promised Land. In addition to equipment, Zhu Ling also gave him 2 skill books. Item: Summon Thunder Spirit, Skill Book. Learning requirements: Summoner, spiritual attribute greater than 20,000 points. Introduction: a 4th level summoner skill. After learning, You can consume 5,000 mana to summon a Thunder Spirit, which lasts for 10 minutes. Item: Summon Holy Light Spirit, Skill Book. Learning requirements: Summoner, spiritual attribute greater than 20,000 points. Introduction: a 4th level summoner skill. After learning, it consumes 7,000 mana to summon a Holy Light Elf, which lasts for 10 minutes. Both are summoning skills, and it's also a super rare elemental summon. This is simply not available on the market. It's exactly what Suchen wants. He wouldn't say anything about accepting gifts and agreeing to join. When Zhu Ling took out these 3 pieces of sincerity, Suchen decisively signed his name on the agreement to join the Daxia Academy. After signing the agreement, Zhu Ling told Suchen, if possible, report to school as soon as possible. This will be of great benefit to his future. She didn't say what the benefits were, but Suchen only learned a few words from Xiaolingyun. Xiaolingyun also learned about it from Mu Nishang. September and October every year is the time when a special secret place in Daxia is open. There are treasures everywhere in the secret realm. However, only professionals below level 40 are allowed to enter, and the number of places is limited. Therefore, before the secret realm is opened, the Daxia government will hold a national selection conference every year. These professionals who have just entered school are also eligible to participate in the selection. Certainly, whether it's Mu Nishang or Zhu Ling, no one thinks Su Chun and Xiaolingyun have a chance of winning a spot. After all, they have just awakened and their level is too low. Those who have won places in the past were almost always stuck without any breakthroughs. But his combat power is comparable to that of a 5th or even 6th turn super genius. Encourage them to attend the conference. The main purpose is to win a place and accumulate experience in the future. Rushing them to report to school. It is also to help them break through levels quickly and provide special training. Unfortunately, in Su Chen's mind, there is no such thing as accumulating experience. Either don't participate or take the lead directly. What does it matter if you can't get in? Su Chen also didn't want to enter the school. Find someone to help him complete the breakthrough mission. In fact, his second breakthrough mission will definitely be a special mission. A task of special difficulty, not to mention that he had not become a disciple of a certain mentor. Even if he has a mentor, the mentor may not be able to provide help in his breakthrough mission. Even the tutor is not good enough, let alone others. So, Su Chen planned to complete the breakthrough mission first and then go to Daxia Academy. Especially after getting these 3 treasures from Zhu Ling, Su Chen became more eager to break through. His spiritual attribute value is only 6,000. Not available at the moment. It's so itchy to watch. If you want to be able to use it as soon as possible, you have to break through as soon as possible. The next day, early morning, Su Chen came to the Mage Guild. It's still quite early. There aren't many people in the guild. When they saw him coming, the entire guild fell silent for a moment. Immediately, there were bursts of exclamations. Su Chen, damn, the living top scholar in the country. Oh my god. Su Chen, can you give me an autograph? Idol, please accept my worship and grant me some luck. Su Chen had a calm expression, smiled faintly, and greeted everyone. He had anticipated this situation. He is now an officially certified hero. Such people are the focus wherever they go. If I hadn't left early, he probably has to wear a mask before going out now. Otherwise, the streets will easily become congested and traffic will be blocked. After satisfying the autograph requests of several fans, these people also wisely made way. Su Chen successfully arrived at the mission crystal. With the experience from last time, he knew what to do and placed his hand gently on it. The mission information suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding. Your level has reached level 20, and the breakthrough task is loading. Ding. Your 3rd level breakthrough mission is as follows. Simple task. Clear a copy with a restricted level of. Normal mission. Kill 5 iron level bosses alone. Difficult task. Kill a gold level leader. Hell mission. Clear the hell difficulty dungeon, Fallen Castle. Special mission. Explore the psychedelic forest and obtain. Phantom leather, 0. Confusion poison sac, 0. Weird tree heart, 0. Life-giving spirit spring, 0. Tree spirit tear, 0. Su Chen looked at the task requirements and thought quietly. The requirements for this breakthrough mission are a bit too much. Last time he was asked to find the crown of bones. Let him face off against the Skeleton King directly. I don't think he will be forced to confront the 5 gods head-on this time. Then he is not going to live. Thinking of that situation, Su Chen felt a bit of a headache. But no matter how much of a headache it is, you have to accept the mission. After all, although the boss summoner is powerful, it is only an excellent profession. With Su Chen's current strength, it is not difficult to defeat the third level in a one-on-one fight. But facing the fourth level professional, unless it's a life-and-death fight, there is too much uncertainty. Su Chen doesn't want to bet that his opponent is weaker than him. He will try his best to become strong, crush all opponents with unrivaled strength. Think of this. Su Chen decisively took on the special mission of exploring the psychedelic forest. After leaving the mission crystal, he found a quieter place to sit down. Search for information about psychedelic forest. One thing must be mentioned here. It is the red iron medal that I just obtained. This medal not only brought him glory, also has the right to connect to Daxia's official internal information network. Through Daxia's official information channels, what Su Chen can obtain. Naturally, it is more comprehensive than other approaches. But I spent half a day searching on the internal information network. Su Chen only found the location of the psychedelic forest. And some background. It is said that it was originally an ordinary forest scenic area, just like many secret places. Decades ago, one morning, when the locals woke up, they found the forest was shrouded in a thick fog. Not long after, the thick fog dissipated. But this forest has also become extremely dangerous and strange. Not to mention that there are monsters everywhere. Those who enter it are likely to become crazy and insane. Since then, 9 out of 10 people who enter the forest will never come back. The remaining one who came back was also crazy and mentally disturbed. Therefore, the psychedelic forest gradually became a forbidden area that no one dared to explore. Su Chen looked at the retrieved information, secretly shocked. No one knows what is driving people crazy in the psychedelic forest. All signs indicate that this psychedelic forest is not a good place to go. It would be great if Luo Xiaoyu could go with me, Su Chen said in his heart. Luo Xiaoyu's ability is extremely effective in clearing abnormal conditions. Unfortunately, she seemed very busy when she got home. It takes a while to get a response when I send her a message. Su Chen thought about it and decided not to disturb her. In addition to professional abilities, there are many other ways to clear abnormal states. Medicine is one way, but it costs a lot of money. As for the money, Su Chen curled the corners of his lips, left the Mage Guild, and walked straight towards the exchange. Chapter 73. Su Chen lavishly spent nearly 100 million gold coins. Not long after, Su Chen arrived at the exchange. Before he could get the ticket, a man dressed in formal attire, well-dressed and outstanding. A lady with a resolute temperament. He came to his side quickly. Mr. Su. Su Chen turned his head to look at her and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" The lady had a perfect smile on her face. She extended her hand and introduced herself. "I am Xiong Dailin, Deputy Director of the Yunhua City Exchange." Su Chen smiled gently, held her fingers, and shook them twice. "Hello, hello." After the two greeted each other, Xiong Dailin said directly, "Mr. Su, this is my contact information. You are the owner of the red iron medal, which makes you a distinguished guest of our exchange. The exchange will try its best to provide you with trading convenience. You will receive a 20% discount on all the supplies you purchase. If our exchange doesn't have the goods you need, you can pre-order them in advance. In just 3 days, we will bring the items you need from all over the country." Listen to the deputy director introduce a bunch of VIP privileges. Su Chen's eyes became brighter as he listened. He is not afraid to spend money. The main worry is that I won't be able to buy anything even if I spend money. The exchange is able to pre-order and also retrieve goods from across the country. It will be much more convenient to buy experience books or something like that in the future. And maybe the items needed to complete the breakthrough mission can also be obtained through the exchange. Su Chen thought so. He then told Lin Hung the 5 items he had obtained to complete the task. Xiong Dailin immediately ordered her men to investigate. Then she invited Su Chen into a VIP lounge. Not long. The men came down to report and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, our exchange doesn't have what you need. Only 2 copies of the strange tree heart were found in the national exchange." Su Chen was a little disappointed. But that's normal. How could a special mission be completed so easily? He nodded. "Well, please help me find all the potions and items that can remove negative states." The man was stunned. Xiong Dailin was also a little surprised and asked subconsciously, "All?" Su Chen nodded and said, "Any questions?" Xiong Dailin kindly reminded, "Mr. Su, items that can remove negative states are in great demand among professionals. So exchanges usually store a lot of it. Are you sure you want to transfer all of it?" Su Chen hesitated, thought about it and said, "In that case, bring the ones with outstanding effects here. and leave the ordinary ones behind. Lin Heng and her men looked at each other. They all felt it was a bit weird. Even if it is just the ones with better effects, the number is still not small. They knew that Su Chan became the top scholar in the country and should receive a lot of rewards. But does he really have the financial resources to afford it? Xiong Dailin waved her hand, signaling her men to go get the goods. She was thinking in her mind how to help Su Chan out of trouble later, so that this willful guest will not be too embarrassed. Soon, batches of potions and props were delivered to Su Chan. The subordinate who went to pick up the goods reminded, "Mr. Su, the market value of this batch of potions and props is 50 million gold coins. Since you are a first-level VIP, you will get a 20% discount, so you need to pay 40 million gold coins." Xiong Dailin has already come up with a good excuse for Su Chan. Her red lips opened slightly, just as she was about to speak. But Su Chan took the invoice and clicked to pay without hesitation. Next second, Lin Heng saw all the potions and props disappear. This means the transaction is complete. Su Chan really took out a full 40 million gold coins in one go. Xiong Dailin was completely dumbfounded. Even though she was the director of the exchange, she had met many wealthy people. There are more than 100 people with a net worth of over 100 million. But in Xiong Dailin's cognition, the richer a person is, the less likely he is to spend money lavishly, because their money needs to be invested in the operation of assets. Who can take out 40 million gold coins in one go like Su Chan to buy supplies? Counting all the wealthy people in Yunhua City, there are only a handful of them. And he was able to complete the transaction without batting an eyelid. There is absolutely no way that spending 40 million gold coins can be as easy as breathing or drinking water. How much money can you get by winning the national top prize? Xiong Dailin was a little dazed for a moment. Su Chan didn't care about their exclamation. He packed the things in his backpack, sort the potions and props into categories, and organized them. He nodded in satisfaction and stood up. "Okay, deal done. If there's no problem, I'll leave first." Xiong Dailin glanced at her subordinate, and after he nodded, she stood up and said, "I'll take you there." The two walked out of the VIP lounge. When you come to the hall, they heard a quarrel. A woman with thick-framed glasses and hair like a chicken coop stood in front of the trading window. She slammed the counter, angrily. "The materials used to make my magic potion alone cost more than 1 million. The effect is amazing. It can clear away all negative states. It can even suppress negative states below the 5th level of the abyss. If I wasn't short of research funds right now, I wouldn't be selling it. You're telling me it's only worth 100,000 gold coins?" The young lady at the counter said helplessly, "My dear customer, your medicine is not registered with the Pharmacists Guild, and there are no relevant transaction records on the market. 100,000 gold coins is already the highest price the exchange can offer. If you're still not satisfied, I suggest you try putting it in the auction house." The woman with the messy hair looked aggrieved and muttered, "Registering self-developed drugs requires publishing the material formula, and no fees can be charged in the first 3 years. How much money did I lose? Besides, it costs 10 million gold coins to register once. Where can I get so much money?" The lady behind the counter shrugged helplessly. "This is not a problem with our exchange." "You." The woman gritted her teeth, and after a long time, she sighed, took the potion, and turned to leave. At this time, Su Chan came up to her and said with a smile, "Can I see your potion?" The woman was startled and said with a vigilant look on her face, "My potion is very valuable. If you damage it, can you afford to pay for it?" When Xiong Dailin heard this, she was speechless. "You don't know him? He is the top scorer in the country this year, Su Chan. Mr. Su just spent 40 million in one go. Can he not afford to compensate you for a bottle of medicine?" When the woman heard 40 million, she took a breath and looked at Su Chan in disbelief. "I really can't think of it. How could this ordinary-looking, overly young boy be so rich?" Su Chan smiled. "I just need a potion to remove negative status. If your medicine is as effective as you say, I am willing to buy it for 2 million per bottle." 2 million. There was a gleam of gold in the woman's eyes. She hesitated for a moment and handed the potion to Su Chan. Su Chan used the eye of true vision to look at the potion. Item: Miraculous Potion, Self-Developed Potion. Introduction. After use, it can completely remove all mild negative states in the body and last for 30 seconds without acquiring any negative states. Su Chan nodded secretly. This bottle of potion can actually directly clear away all negative states, although only mildly. But compared to the medicines he bought before, it can be considered a miracle drug. Those potions can only reduce the cumulative value of negative status received. That is, suppose a negative state has to accumulate 100 points before it will break out. The best effect of the potions in his inventory now is to reduce the damage by 50 points. But if the condition has already broken out, this type of potion is useless. Only another type of potion that slows down the effect can be used. But none of them can be cleared. As expected, expensive things have only one disadvantage, and that is that they are expensive. But this shortcoming is not a shortcoming in Su Chen's eyes. How many potions do you have? I want them all. Su Chen said calmly. The woman was startled, her eyes filled with ecstasy, but she was also a little hesitant. It seems that he is unwilling to sell all his hard work. Seeing this, Su Chen showed 3 fingers. 3 million a bottle. Hiss. The woman gasped. His eyes were fixed on his 3 fingers. His lips trembled slightly, but the hesitation in his eyes had not completely disappeared. 4 million. Su Chen continued calmly. The woman was completely stunned. Without waiting for her reaction, Su Chen said, 5 million. 6. That's enough. I have 10 bottles here. Are you sure you want them all? The woman hurriedly grabbed his fingers, her breathing a little rapid, and spoke quickly. This was really the first time she had seen someone as arrogant as Su Chen. It's totally unreasonable. Bring it here. Su Chen just said. Soon. The woman sent a transaction request, and Su Chen immediately agreed and made the payment. After the 50 million arrived, the woman's face was full of disbelief. She stretched out her fingers and counted the number of gold coins in the backpack, counting them back and forth several times. I was so excited that I didn't know what expression to make. After Su Chen checked that there was no problem with the medicine, he looked at her and smiled. My name is Su Chen. If you have similar potions to sell in the future, you can find me. To Su Chen, money is not money at all. So, if someone needs money and can make something that he likes, then he would be willing to become an angel investor with a unique vision. The woman looked at the hand he offered her, her eyes shining, and she quickly grabbed it. Song Shi. My name is Song Shi, a professional potion master. Lin Heng, who was standing by, watched the two complete the transaction and began to doubt her life. Plus the 40 million gold coins spent previously. Su Chen has spent nearly 100 million gold coins today. This guy is really inhumane. Chapter 74. Encounter outside the psychedelic forest. The psychedelic forest is located in the southern part of Yun province, on the border between Daxia and Gayao Kingdom. The nearest teleport point. It is in a small city named after Kai, with a population of less than 3 million. Su Chen was teleported to Kaiqing and left the city. Use Skywing. I urged myself to ride the wind, flying towards the psychedelic forest at an extremely fast speed. We encountered many monster gathering places along the way. There are also high-level leaders of the 6th and 7th ranks. Even groups of monsters that can fly. Quite dangerous. Fortunately, Su Chen's flying speed is extremely fast. There is also the teleport skill. Even if I can't beat him, if he wanted to escape, no monster could stop him. That's it. The flight lasted 3 hours without any incident. Looking from afar, a towering mountain came into Su Chen's sight. The mountains are towering into the clouds, majestic and imposing. The vegetation on the mountain is extremely lush and verdant, presenting a vibrant scene. The towering trees are like huge green umbrellas, spreading their broad canopies. The entire mountain is wrapped tightly and airtight. There are colorful, auspicious clouds lingering above the mountain. Like a colorful painting, it gives people a mysterious and dreamy feeling. The sun shines through the clouds, casting a colorful light. It makes the entire mountain look more solemn, sacred, and inviolable. Su Chen recalled the description of the psychedelic forest. A brief comparison. So I confirmed it in my heart. That should be the psychedelic forest over there. He quickened his flight and flew towards the mountain. As they got closer to the psychedelic forest, Su Chen took the initiative to lower his flying altitude. Don't think that the clouds are safe just because they are colorful and beautiful. Just as Zhang Wuji's mother said, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. These clouds, too, are beautiful yet dangerous. All signs indicate that the psychedelic forest can make people crazy. It has something to do with the mysterious substance contained in the forest air. The concentration of mysterious substances in the colorful mist in the sky is dozens of times that on the ground. Once you break in, you won't even have time to drink the potion before you go crazy. For safety reasons, when Su Chen was 1 kilometer away from the psychedelic forest, just land and walk. But before he had taken a few steps, he heard the sound of fighting. Looking far away, It turned out that there were 3 men and 1 woman chasing each other. Forehead. Generally speaking. In this case, it should be 3 men chasing 1 woman. Once you catch up, it's all about he. But what Su Chun saw was the 3 men fled in a panic, running desperately. The woman chased after him relentlessly. What's more coincidental is Su Chun happened to have some impression of that woman. She was in the second round of the college entrance examination. Mu Ying, who had a few casual chats with Su Chun. Don't run. Mu Ying shouted. The long and narrow blade in his hand simultaneously slashed out a flash of lightning. He ran towards an archer in front and slashed at him. 3 men looking at outfits. It should be a mage, a knight, or a shooter. A very normal adventure team configuration. Sensing that the shooter was under attack, the knight turned suddenly. He held the shield and took the slash of lightning. The mage and the archer did not run away, but turned back with fierce looks on their faces. A big fireball, and several arrows blessed by wind magic. They all rushed towards Mu Ying. Mu Ying snorted coldly and swung his sword forward. Thunder crackled and a wall of lightning formed in front of her, blocked the flying fireballs and arrows. Seeing that his moves were blocked so easily, the mage and the archer were shocked. Then the thunder wall broke. A figure wrapped in lightning rushed over. It only takes less than 2 seconds. Mu Ying appeared beside them. A knife cut the shooter's shoulder. The shooter was instantly disabled. The mage turned pale when he saw this. He quickly put on a magic shield. The cavaliers rushed to the second moment when Mu Ying was about to cut the shooter. Used the taunt skill to attract her hatred. At first glance, Mu Ying was immobilized. A fierce light flashed in the wizard's eyes, and he raised his staff to cast a spell. Suddenly, the ground shook and 3 earth walls suddenly rose up. They were accurately positioned among the 3 people. Ouch! Accompanied by a scream of ecstasy. The 3 of them slowly covered their philtrums and fell down from the wall. At this time, Su Chun also appeared beside Mu Ying. Grab her arm and teleport to safety. Su Chun, why are you here? Mu Ying saw who was coming and her face lit up with joy. Su Chun shrugged. I still need to ask you this? Why are you here chasing a man? Mu Ying was stunned and was about to explain. But when he turned around, he saw the 3 men holding their legs together and staggering to escape. She spat and said hurriedly, Stop talking nonsense and help me keep them. Su Chun would naturally not let the 3 of them escape easily. He just took a quick look at it with his eye of true vision. These 3 people are not from Daxia. Instead, they were professionals from the Gyao country who sneaked in from the border. No need for Su Chun to speak. The 9 goblin wizards beside him raised their staffs. Moment. A series of earth walls suddenly appeared in front of the 3 stowaways, blocked their way completely. Seeing this, the 3 of them stopped running. They turned around and looked at Su Chun and the other 2. The shooter pulled out a bottle of potion and poured it into his mouth. Blood volume recovers slowly. He grabbed another cage from behind and put it in front of him. He opened the cage. An unconscious child with emerald green hair was taken out from inside. The wizard took out a sharp knife and put it against the child's neck. The knight spoke in broken Daxia language. Let us go, or she will die. Su Chun narrowed his eyes and asked in a cold voice, Are they human traffickers? Running into Daxia to capture children is truly a way to seek death. But Mu Ying shook her head and said, That's not a child. She is very useful anyway. You are here to complete a mission in the enchanted forest. As long as you save her, our mission will be twice as easy. Su Chun's eyes lit up. Wave your hand. The goblin wizards raised their staffs again. The 3 men were nervous. The magic of the earth wall behind them was lifted and the road was clear. The 3 men were overjoyed. Quickly put the green-haired child into the cage. The shooter picked up the cage. The 3 of them ran away. Mu Ying was stunned. She turned around and looked at Su Chun, saying indignantly, Su Chun, what are you doing? Didn't you listen to what I said? Hey, don't grab me. They're going to run away. Su Chun grabbed her arm and said calmly, Why are you in such a hurry? Did I tell them to run away? The only way to save that child is to not chase him. Speaking of, he waved his staff and summoned several giant hunters. The trio was running happily. The knight fell behind and looked back. Seeing that no one was chasing him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then I heard the shooter in front laugh. Ha ha ha, this trip really made a killing. I actually managed to catch a legendary tree elf. As long as we can successfully bring her back and sell her, each of us can exchange her for a rare equipment. The wizard glanced at the cage behind him with burning eyes and licked his lips. It's a pity that we can't keep her. If we could keep her, We will then know the locations of those rare treasures in the psychedelic forest. The shooter responded with a smile. Don't be too greedy. Even if we know the location, we can't just go in and out of the forest and take the treasure at will. The knight looked back repeatedly and frowned. Don't you think something is wrong? How could they let us go so easily? The shooter's eyes turned cold and he sneered. What's impossible? If they dare to catch up with us, we will kill this little girl and let her be buried with us. The wizard laughed. Don't say those discouraging words. The border is 5 kilometers ahead. Once we cross the border, we will call out. Puff. The wizard's voice stopped abruptly. The knight and the archer looked at him strangely. But then he saw a 2-meter-long bloody arrow stuck in the ground. And behind the giant arrow, there was a headless corpse. The two were shocked. The shooter wanted to reach towards the cage. A huge arrow fell from the sky and pierced his head. It pierced through his head directly, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. The knight raised his shield and aimed it at several dark shadows in the sky. Bang! Squeak! The arrow pierced right through the shield and into his heart. The knight slowly lowered his head and looked at the wound in disbelief. Before the regret in my heart could surge out, several subsequent arrows were shot down, hitting the head and limbs. Each arrow contained great power, splitting his body apart. No pain. Like his companions, he died instantly from being shot by an arrow and passed away peacefully. Chapter 75. Intimidating the Tree Elf and I. Suchin brought Mu-Ying to the 3 corpses. He asked casually, why did you come to this damn place alone? No one is helping you complete the breakthrough mission? Mu-Ying picked up the cage and rolled her eyes at him. You are the top scholar in the country, but you come to a place like this alone, don't you? She sighed again and muttered, you think I don't want help? It's all what Grandpa said. A warrior can only grow by experiencing blood and gore. Suchin nodded in understanding. That's true. Mu-Ying opened the cage. He took the green-haired little guy out. Only then did Suchan see clearly. This little thing is not a human. Although she is in human form, she is white and plump. But its ears are long and pointed, and there is a pair of translucent cicada wings behind it. Throw an eye of true vision over. Suchin looked at her information panel. Monster, Tree Elf Anna, Grade, Diamond, Level, 43, HP, 20,000, Magic, 140, Strength, 1,000, Constitution, 1,000, Agility, 1,000, Spirit, 120,000, Skill, Rapid Growth. Introduction. Tree elves are a branch of the elves. They live in the forest and feed on tree sap, flowers, and fruits. They are weak and non-aggressive. They like to plant trees. Even if they are attacked, they will only cry and whine. After reading its introduction, Suchin's anxious heart finally settled down a little. After all, this is a 5th-level diamond boss. The mental strength is as high as 120,000. It's a disgrace to the leader. Anna? Why aren't you awake yet? Could something have happened? Mu-Ying patted Anai's back gently a few times and said with a worried look on her face, Get out of the way. Suchan snatched the tree elf from her hands. After putting her on the ground, he summoned several skeleton warriors. Next, several skeleton warriors surrounded him and drew their swords. Chi. When you hear the sound of a sword being unsheathed, the tree elf, who was originally unconscious, immediately jumped up from the ground. She used her short height to her advantage. Squeeze out from the encirclement of skeleton warriors. Then he quickly hid behind Mu-Ying. The little tree elf had tears in his eyes and looked at Suchan warily, as if facing a great enemy. Mu-Ying was delighted and said, Anai, are you okay? Without waiting for the tree elf to speak, Suchan grabbed her pointed ears and pulled her out from behind Mu-Ying. Wow, it hurts, oh, please don't kill me. My meat doesn't taste good. The tree elf screamed in panic, and its tiny body trembled violently. Vines with leaves grow on the emerald green head. Suchan pulled away her hands that were covering her face. Take 2 tears from the corners of her eyes. One of his quest materials is the tears of the tree elves. I didn't expect it to be so easy to obtain. Only, after waiting for a long time, Suchan didn't hear any task prompt. Is it possible that tears like this are not good? I need to give her. Think of this. Suchin looked at the tree elf ferociously. You scared her. Mu-Ying snatched a knife from him in dissatisfaction. Protect behind you. Suchan was speechless. She's a monster. Why are you protecting her so much? Mu-Ying glared. What kind of monster is that? Anna is a tree elf. Strictly speaking, she is an alien. Aliens can be divided into good and bad ones, and Anna is obviously a good alien. The little tree elf hugged Mu Ying's thighs, nodded his head vigorously, and spoke in a baby voice. That's right, Anai is a good alien, and Sister Mu is a good person. She pointed at Su Chun again. You are a bad person just like them. Su Chun raised his eyebrows. Oh, I'm a bad guy? Congratulations, you guessed it right. I'm going to kill you now. That's it. He ordered several skeleton warriors to surround him. Mu Ying frowned and wanted to speak. Su Chun gave her a look. Although I don't know what he wants to do, but this look made Mu Ying know. Su Chun should not hurt Xiao Nai. Yeah, maybe. The skeleton warrior ruthlessly pulled Anna out from behind Mu Ying. Pressed to the ground. The long sword was unsheathed, and the sword light was cold. Anna was completely frightened. She broke down and cried, her tears streaming down her face like a fountain. Su Chun took out a bowl and caught some tears. Unfortunately, it still doesn't work. Mu Ying couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He rushed forward and snatched little Anna away. He held him in his arms and comforted him quietly, then looked at Su Chun warily. That's enough. Stop scaring her. Anai knows the psychedelic forest very well. It's like a living map. If you want anything, you can ask her to help you find it. This is the only way to complete the breakthrough mission as quickly as possible. Su Chun threw the bowl away and looked at Mu Ying's arms. Great Rift Valley. The scenery is pleasant, a bit large. Turn your attention to the tree elf. Su Chun asked indifferently. Really? You'll lead me to what I want. Anna bit her lip and wanted to shake her head, but he took a look at the skeleton warriors next to him. She nodded vigorously. Yes, I will. But you have to promise to do me a favor. Su Chun narrowed his eyes and asked, You want to negotiate terms with me? Several skeleton warriors drew their swords again. Clang. Anna was so frightened that she buried her head in the Rift Valley. Mu Ying helped out. Okay, please don't scare her. This is a mission, and I accepted it. If we work together, are you still afraid that we won't be able to complete the task? And you can get rich rewards after completing the task. Su Chun responded in silence. Not long. He heard the prompt tone of the apocalypse system. Ding. You have triggered the special mission, Save the Spirit Tree. Mission reward. Gain the favorability of the tree spirit, Anai. Do you want to accept it? Question mark. A question mark emerged in Su Chun's mind. Complete the task to gain 100 points of favor. Is this what they call a generous reward? He continued to look at the mission introduction. Task introduction. There is a life source tree deep in the psychedelic forest. It is the lifeblood of the tree elves. Due to the invasion of an evil force, the life source tree is gradually withering, and the tree elves are in danger. Task requirements. Eliminate evil forces and save the withered source of life tree. Su Chun frowned. It seems a bit troublesome. He noticed Anna's furtive gaze. Apparently, Anai understood that Mu Ying alone was enough. There is no way to complete the task, and Su Chun is obviously much stronger than Mu Ying. If he could join, the task can be completed. Su Chun walked forward. Anna hurriedly buried her head in the Great Rift Valley again, but a strong hand grabbed the back of her neck, lifted her up. Su Chun forced Anai to look at him and smiled. Then he pinched her little face and said, Relax, I'm not really a bad person. I won't do anything to you. Anna was even more frightened. She just felt that Su Chun now frightened her more than before. Really? Just listen to Su Chun said. The life source tree is the lifeblood of the tree elves. It must be very important to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ventured out of the forest to seek human help. I'm afraid it will be difficult to eliminate the evil power that corrodes the source of life tree, right? Anna shrank her neck and nodded. Su Chun continued. In this case, if you want us to help you complete the mission, you have to help us complete the breakthrough mission first. Only when we become strong enough can we help you eliminate that evil force, right? Anna nodded. But soon, she shook her head violently again. No. You have to help me complete the task before I can take you to find what you want. Otherwise, what will you do if you don't keep your word? Su Chun snorted coldly and stared into her eyes. Am I that kind of person? Anna wanted to nod, but met Su Chun's eyes. She just felt her neck was stiff and she couldn't move. Su Chun smiled. That's right. Once we get what we want, your problem will naturally be solved. You don't want the life source tree to completely wither, do you? Anna was put back on the ground. She looked up at the tall Su Chun and had a bad feeling in her heart. Can this vicious human being really be trusted? If it were in the past, she would never believe it. Thinking of the gradually dying tree of life and the tribesmen on the verge of extinction. She could only lower her head in grievance and do as Su Chun said. Chapter 76. This curse can be solved. The road in the forest is not easy to walk on. Gnarled tree roots protrude from the ground. There are also large areas of web-like vines and extremely lush shrubs. The sky was completely blocked by the treetops. Not a single ray of light could penetrate. The forest is dark. Several skeleton warriors walked in front, hacking and slashing, and finally carved out a path. Su Chun and the other two followed behind. Anna was stunned, looking terribly shocked. Ever since Su Chun told her the breakthrough material she needed. She has always been like this. Su Chun asked, "Why? Are these materials rare?" Anna put away her expression and looked at him strangely. These materials are not difficult or hard to come by. They are almost impossible to get. Anna had a painful expression on her face and scratched her hair a few times. The first material, the phantom leather, comes from the phantom demon lizard clan. This group is easy to deal with. The average level is around level 20, but they are unpredictable and can transform into anything in the forest. Perhaps a weed or a stone on the roadside is transformed from them. Unless they expose themselves, they cannot be hunted. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged when he heard this. That's easy. He just needs to release his blood pupil. Just use the eye of true vision continuously to scan the surroundings. It's not difficult for him, but he could also understand Anna's madness. After all, even if others have the eye of true vision, it is also impossible to improve the ability of this skill to the point of seeing through everything, not to mention ignoring consumption, ignoring skill cooldown, and using skills continuously. For others, I want to catch a phantom lizard in the psychedelic forest that can transform into anything. It is undoubtedly more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Anna said again. The second material, the bewildering poison sac, comes from a poisonous toad with thick skin and flesh. It's only level 40, but its health is over 5 million, and it has the ability to quickly restore its health. Its physical defense is extremely high, and it will spit out poisonous mist when you hit it. You can't even touch it, so how can you kill it? Su Chen's mood remained calm. Simple. Just use the giant hunter to shoot wildly at the long-range crossbow platform. It really doesn't work. Summon Angela and Tiana, two powerful ancestors of the abyss. Are they still afraid of that little bit of poison? Anna said again. This third material, the Weird Tree Heart, is dropped by the Weird Tree King. Not only is the Weird Tree King at level 48, he also has tens of thousands of Weird Tree descendants under his command. They usually gather together around the King Tree to form a forest. If you want to kill the Tree King, you need to fight against thousands of monsters at the same time. Is this possible? Su Chun curled his lips and smiled. It was his favorite quantity competition again. Before his college entrance examination, don't be afraid of human wave tactics. There are now two major skills, Blood Sacrifice Worm and Promised Land. No matter how many strange trees there are in this forest, aren't they all experiences given to him? Marvelous. Anai didn't notice the change in Su Chen's expression. She said with a hint of joy in her eyes. As for the Spring of Life, it's not difficult to obtain it. All you need to do is save the Source of Life tree. The pool of water under the Tree of Life can give birth to the Spring of Life. Su Chen frowned slightly when he heard this. He picked her up and asked with narrowed eyes, "Are you sure?" Anna shrank her neck and nodded vigorously. "I definitely didn't lie to you. Only the pool under the Source of Life tree can produce spiritual springs. But the Tree of Life has now been invaded by evil forces and has withered, along with the pond." She looked sincere. Su Chen didn't hesitate and continued to ask, "How do I obtain the last ingredient, the tree spirit tears?" Speaking of, he stared at Anna's face. Anna, however, looked confused. She frowned and thought for a long time, then shook her head. "I've never heard of this kind of material being found in the forest. Perhaps the elders within our tribe would know. Anyway, if you want to get the Spring of Life, you have to help me heal the Tree of Life first. Then you will be the savior of our tribe." With this premise, if you take you to ask the tribal elders, they will definitely be willing to tell you. Anai stared at Su Chun with anticipation. Su Chen sneered and flicked her nose. "You little thing, you really have a good calculation. Let's not talk about anything else for now, you first? By the way, Muing, what is your breakthrough mission?" Seeing Su Chun turn the subject back to himself. Muing came back to her senses at this moment. She had already been shocked by Anna's words. These materials are so difficult to obtain. Presumably, the breakthrough mission that Su Chen accepted would not be just hell level. It is very likely another special mission. She knew Su Chun had completed it once. I didn't expect that he would dare to accept it a second time. After all, the difficulty of special tasks will be cumulative. Each time is harder than the last. Didn't anyone tell Su Chun this? Muing said with a strange expression. My mission is also to obtain materials, but all you need is a 1,000-year-old lightning flower. Anna's eyes lit up. She flapped her transparent cicada wings, broke free from Su Chen's control, and landed on Mu Ying's shoulder. This is easy. There happens to be one in the forest, but it's being guarded by a level 45 gold level leader. Mu Ying frowned slightly. Level 45 gold leader. It's not something she can deal with easily now, but thanks to her grandfather's relationship, Mu Ying also watched the video of Su Chun in the college entrance examination. He can even easily deal with the ogre chieftain in the Abyss Hell difficulty dungeon. If he is willing to take action, it can be done. Su Chun said indifferently. Since we're a team, I'll definitely help you. But I have to wait until I gather some materials first. Mu Ying nodded and said, no problem. That's what teaming is all about. Whoever is stronger will take the initiative. The weak can only be at peace and obedient. Su Chun said to Anai, look, are we closer to the poisonous toad or the strange forest? Take us to find one first. Anna said with some concern. It may be difficult to deal with just the two of you, or? Su Chun waved his hand and said calmly, just lead the way. Anna curled her lips, floated to a big tree, and put her hands on the tree. 1 minute later, she replied, go east for 20 kilometers, and you will reach the weird forest. Su Chun nodded and immediately ordered the skeleton warriors to turn around and clear the way. The two persons and the elf followed quietly behind the skeleton warrior. Anai and Mu Ying fell behind. The little tree elf took out his staff and waved it. Some green fluorescence fell on Mu Ying. This is... Mu Ying felt relaxed physically and mentally, and asked curiously. Anna laughed. A little magic can protect Sister Mu from being cursed by the forest. Mu Ying looked overjoyed and said quickly, and you still have this kind of trick? Su. She was about to call out to Su Chun, but Anai covered her mouth. Anna stuck out her tongue, looking unhappy, and spoke in a low voice. I don't help bad people. It would be best if he was cursed by the forest and turned into a stink bug. Mu Ying said helplessly. Anai, we are teammates now, and we need Su Chen's help. If he turns into a stink bug, how can we complete the mission? Upon hearing this, Anai pursed her lips and looked a little hesitant. At this time, Su Chen looked at his attribute panel and frowned. A negative status progress bar has appeared in his status bar. There are more than a dozen kinds. Once the progress bar reaches 100, you will suffer negative status. This won't do. He quickly took out various medicines from his backpack and poured them into his mouth. A lot of progress bars are decreasing or even disappearing. But there is a progress bar. No potion can slow down or clear it. Su Chen frowned slightly and took out the magic potion. With the summoned creature present, the effect of unity between the king and the people is triggered, and he will not be harmed. I'm just worried that this negative state will affect my combat effectiveness. So Su Chun decided to wait for this negative state to break out. See the impact. Then decide whether to use the magic potion to clear it. Not long. The negative status progress bar was filled up and Su Chun received a prompt. Ding. You are affected by the environment and gain the special state of a dream. What you see will be a mixture of dreams and reality. Dreams mixed with reality? Su Chen looked up in confusion. He saw. The skeleton warriors leading the way grew flesh. The trees on both sides turned into hideous and terrifying monsters. The cut vines turned into a dense swarm of snakes. And none of this is set in stone yet. Everything in the world in his eyes is constantly changing, emitting extremely bright colors. But, except that what I saw was a little weird. Su Chen didn't have any special reaction. And then there is. He released his blood pupil, and the scenery he saw through the blood-flying pupil was normal again. This wonderful feeling of dreams and reality mixed together made Su Chen feel novel. He put away the magic potion. Hey bad guy, wait for us. Suddenly, Anna's voice came from behind. She said reluctantly, you are cursed by the forest. Let me help you break it. Su Chen quickly raised his hand to stop him. No need. This curse doesn't need to be resolved. He thought this perspective was quite novel. There is no harm. Better keep it. After saying that, he walked straight ahead. One person and one elf are confused. They felt strangely that Su Chen, who was cursed, seemed a little excited. Chapter 77. A mushroom cloud rises from the strange forest. 20 kilometers is neither long nor short. It took about an hour and a half to walk. A strange forest appeared in front of Su-chan and the other two. Other trees are tall and straight, with luxuriant branches and leaves. But this forest, like a dead tree in the cold winter of December, there is not a single leaf on the branches. The whole body is black. There are many tree holes on the tree trunks. They look like ghost faces. The trees outside are relatively short, only about 10 meters high. As you move towards the center, the trees gradually grow taller. The one in the center is 800 meters tall, towering over the sky. As Blood Eye approaches, use Eye of True Vision. The information of the 800-meter-high giant tree in the center appeared in front of Su-chan. Monster, Weird Tree King. Grade, Dark Gold. Level, 48. HP, 300. Magic, 120. Strength, 320,000. Physique, 320000. Agility, 500. Spirit, 320,000. Talent, spreading branches and leaves. Skills, Dead Trees Resurrect, Vine Strangling, with Dragon Drill. Ordinary Iron Level 5th Turn Iron Leader. It has about 500,000 HP, and the average attribute value is 50,000 points. Although it is of Dark Gold grade, but this panel is still considered too high. Su-chan frowned and looked at its talents and skills carefully again. It didn't take long to find out why the attributes of the Weird Tree King were so high. The rest is easy to say. It's just that this monster's talent is a little abnormal. Spread branches and leaves. Each time you reproduce an offspring, your health, strength, physique, and spirit will be increased. According to Anna, all these trees in this forest are its offspring. No wonder the health point is as high as 3 million. How is it? It's not easy to deal with, right? Anapio said beside her. Muing also frowned slightly and said, Su-chan, let's think of another way. There are so many tree monsters. If we anger them, it will be difficult to escape. Su-chan's expression remained calm. Why are you in such a hurry? How do you know if you can win if you don't try? That's all. He ordered the several skeleton warriors who had cleared the way earlier to rush forward. No other bonus skills are attached. Just as the skeleton warrior entered the edge of the strange forest within 100 meters. Call out, call out, call out. Dense tree roots shot out from the ground and entangled the skeleton warrior's hands and feet. The tree roots gradually tightened like giant pythons. The two skeleton warriors were completely bound by the tree roots at the beginning and couldn't break free at all. The health bar continued to drop and was eventually shattered into a pile of skeletons. Before the other skeleton warriors were entangled, they drew their swords and cut through the vines on their bodies. Then he quickened his pace and rushed into the forest. Under Su-chan's control, they carefully avoided being entangled by tree roots. But just as they stepped into the forest, the tree closest to the skeleton warrior suddenly moved. The dead tree came behind the skeleton warrior, and the vines and branches on its body suddenly closed together. She hugged the skeleton warrior tightly, like a lover she hadn't seen for a long time. At the same time, a dark green poisonous gas was released. Under the erosion of the poisonous gas, the skeleton warrior only lasted for a few seconds before turning into a pile of waste liquid. Seeing this, Anai and Mu-ing both shrank their necks. Even Mu-ing, who has a mythical profession and super talent. Faced with such a sudden attack, they were completely defenseless. She said hurriedly, Su-chan's materials are valuable, but his life is more valuable. Su-chan glanced at her. Look, you're anxious again. Speaking of, he continued to set up summoning circles, and suddenly summoned a large number of goblin wizards. But Su-chan did not let the goblin wizard attack the strange forest, although this might be a good idea. After all, the tree monster in the strange forest doesn't seem to be able to move very easily. But, even though summon goblins is already a third-tier skill, the attribute values of the goblin wizard have also been greatly enhanced. But we want to rely on them to clear out the tree monsters all the way until we reach the location of the Tree King. Too slow. Su-chan couldn't wait that long. He used blood sacrifice worms on those goblin wizards again, then watched them die one by one, giving birth to large swarms of worms. Soon, the number of worms exceeded tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions. When the worm population reaches 5 million, Su-chan gave them a skill called Ride the Wind. The third level, Ride the Wind, can give the summoned creature a short-term flying ability. Then, a dense swarm of worms took off from the spot and airdropped into the strange forest. The woods sensed an alien invasion. Every tree demon quickly emitted poisonous mist that killed the enemy. Feel the swarms of worms being killed by the poisonous mist. Su Chen grinned and then snapped his fingers. Activate the skill, self-destruction. He opened his arms, palms open, and a soft sound came out of his mouth. Exclamation point. Next second, boom, like the wrath of Thor. Flames shot up into the sky. Black fog lingers. A huge black and red flame mushroom rose up in the strange forest. The violent shock wave then swept in all directions. Su Chen's king cloak fluttered in the strong wind. Behind him, Mu Ying and Anai have completely lost the ability to control their expressions. They tried to keep their eyes open in the strong wind. This devastating scene came into view. This is the scene of a forbidden spell being activated. Even the video didn't record how many times it happened. But it actually appeared in front of the man and the elf. Mu Ying looked at Su Chen's back, her eyes acting as if she was looking at a pervert. She originally thought that what she saw in the video. Su Chen commanded hundreds of giant beast hunters to surround and shoot the ogre chieftain. It's already the limit of his ability. But now I am witnessing this devastating scene with my own eyes. She then realized that she seemed to have only seen the tip of the iceberg of Su Chen. I wonder how many cards this guy has hidden in his pocket. No one can see his full appearance. And what's even more terrifying is, Su Chen is only level 20 now. He still has a lot of room for improvement. Tong, what is so great about you? Mu Ying felt bitter in her heart. Mythical profession, pride, and confidence brought by superb talents. At this moment, it gradually dissipated along with the grand mushroom cloud. Once again, she understood. Facing Su Chen, she seemed no different from those ordinary professionals. But Mu Ying was very glad that Su Chen belonged to Disya. At least don't worry about one day. Such a terrifying enemy stands across the battlefield. At the same time, it can also come to her mind. The enemy faced such a terrifying opponent like Su Chen. What a desperate expression that would be. Ding. You killed a common monster, weird tree monster, and gained experience 36. Ding. You killed. Listen to the constant reminders to kill monsters. Mu Ying smiled happily. Chapter 78. Su Chen also wants to defeat everyone with one move. Su Chen looks at the strangely transformed forest after the explosion. Originally, this dark forest was in a lush green psychedelic forest, like a blackhead that is hard to remove. Now, the blackheads are completely removed. Only the big tree in the middle and a few scattered old trees remain. Su Chen would naturally not let them go. He waved his blood pupil and activated the Summon Dragon Hunter formation. Hundreds of giant beast hunters lined up in front of him. Draw the bow. Archery. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow was more than 2 meters long, with a cold tip that cut through the air. With the momentum to destroy everything, he ran towards the towering old tree. The old tree trembled violently, and the branches and vines on it, and the roots under it. They all raised their heads and took a defensive stance. It blocked a few arrows, but the dozens of them that followed fell accurately on its body. What's even more terrible is, the enemy is at a great distance from it. Even if it has the ability to kill all enemies instantly with one move, it can't touch it. You can't run away, you can't resist, and you can't kill. Half an hour later, this tree grows in a psychedelic forest. The old tree, which had been there for who knows how long, let out a wail. Died miserably in reluctance and pain. Ding. Congratulations on killing the Dark Gold boss, Weird Tree King, and gaining experience. 768. Anna covered her eyes and hid behind Mu Ying. He looked through his fingers at the strangely transformed Tree King. The Tree King's wailing before his death made her feel cold. Strictly speaking, she is a creature of the psychedelic forest and is in the same group as the Weird Tree King. But she helped outsiders kill her accomplices. A feeling of inexplicable guilt came over me. At this time, a large hand covered her head and rubbed it gently twice. Anna looked up and met Su Chen's eyes, which were narrowed into crescents. My heart felt even colder. Well done, little Anai. You are one step closer to saving your tribe and becoming a hero. Is that so? Anna forced a smile on her face. Su Chen's smile became even more wanton. Of course. After we break through, won't we be able to help you save the tribe? When the time comes, you who search for materials for us will also be able to gain some credit and become a hero. So please help me find the next target quickly. That's all. He patted the little tree elf's head. Then he walked towards the ball of light dropped by the Weird Tree King. Anna took a deep breath, nodded vigorously, and muttered to herself. That's right. I am not the sinner of the psychedelic forest. I am the hero of the tree elves. Mu Ying looked at Anai quietly. A slight smile. It seems. The little tree elf is not stupid either, and he knows how to comfort himself. There are too many falling light balls ahead. Su Chen ignored him and walked straight through the ball of light. Just like a billionaire wouldn't pick up a coin on the ground, the existence of the plug-in does not allow him to bend down to pick up the garbage. Soon, he came to the largest ball of light in the center. Reach out and touch it. Equipment, weird staff. Rank, epic. Attribute bonus, spirit, life, skill, flourishing. Equipment requirements, spirit greater than 10,000. Oh, Su Chen exclaimed. Unexpectedly, a staff with the talent of Weird Tree King was revealed. It has such a strong talent. The more descendants you have, the higher your health and the 3 basic attributes of strength, physique, and energy. It is conceivable. If Su Chen did not possess the self-destruction, which is comparable to a forbidden spell, clean up its descendants, just relying on the attack of the giant beast hunter, maybe the hunt can be completed. But the time is estimated to be extended 10 or even 100 times. As for other professionals, forget about it. Receive the task of obtaining the strange tree heart. Even a genius of Mu Ying's level, you have to give up and wait for 7 days to cool down. Then accept the breakthrough mission again. Su Chen still needs to obtain 4 more materials of the same difficulty. Think of this. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh, feeling that he was being targeted by apocalypse. Fortunately, he opened it. Otherwise, there would be no fun. Recovering his consciousness, he looked at the skill details. Flourishing. For each additional friendly unit, gain 500 HP and increase strength, vitality, and essence by 1 point. Su Chen's eyes lit up. As expected, this equipment is not for professionals to have children. Instead, it increases friendly units. This is an extremely beneficial equipment for summoners. And Su Chen also has a very abnormal talent. Everyone becomes one. For each additional friendly unit, Bloodseeker increases by 50 points and the 4 attributes increase by 10 points. Combining the two, then use Blood Sacrifice Worm to stack a large number of friendly units. There is also the powerful protection capability of Unity of Ruler and People and the Promised Land of God. Invincible. Truly invincible. Call the God of the Abyss over. I asked you to call the God of the Abyss over. If 1 is not enough, I will take 10. That's a really long health bar and the damage is huge. If only he could master an active offensive mage skill. Fireball can also be transformed into a forbidden spell in seconds. Think of this. Su Chen touched his chin. He used to think, as a summoner, I am the monarch who rules over the summoned creatures. How could a monarch kill the enemy himself while his soldiers watch? Before being summoned, you need to take action yourself. When the summoned creature arrives, you still have to take action yourself. Then the summoned creature would have been summoned in vain. So he didn't learn other mage skills. Now take a look. There has been a change of plans. Even as a summoner, Su Chen also has the aspirations of a mage who can defeat everyone in 1 move. Think of this. Su Chen quickly and carefully put the staff into his backpack. Then he touched the falling light ball. A piece of knight equipment, a rare belt, adds 20 health points. A piece of mage equipment, rare quality shoes, adds 2 health points and 5,000 spirit points, but deducts 100,000 agility points. Su Chen thought that the belt would be fine, and he could give it a try after he equipped the shoes and the staff. Reach out one last time. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the quest material. Weirdly transformed tree heart. Current progress of the 3rd level breakthrough task. Weird tree heart, 1. Phantom leather, 0. Confusion. Sure enough, there will be a reminder. Su Chen thought to himself. After putting the materials into the backpack, he walked back to Mu Ying. Tree elf, have you found the next target? Anna flew back and nodded. Found it. The poisonous toad is in the northwest, in a swamp 30 kilometers away from here. The Millennium Lightning Flower that Sister Mu needs is also in that swamp. He said, okay, let's go. Speaking of, Su Chen summoned several skeleton warriors and strode forward. Chapter 79. He is so good at providing emotional value. The cold breeze is like a cold little hand. Brush across the neck. The light in the forest is dim. From time to time, the roar of wild beasts could be heard from afar. Mu Ying felt extremely uncomfortable. She hugged Anna tightly. I couldn't help but mutter, hasn't it arrived yet? Anna took some effort to catch her breath and said, it's almost there. The forest spirit told me that the poisonous toad is just ahead. Su Chen also felt something, because soon, several skeleton warriors walking in front suddenly died. His property status bar also added several negative status progress. The progress bar increases very quickly. It jumps almost once a second. The environment was not this bad before. But now even the summoned creature couldn't withstand it and was directly poisoned to death. All this shows. They have arrived at the environment where the poisonous toads are. Su Chun signaled Mu Ying to stop. He kept taking out potions from his backpack and pouring them into his mouth. Mu Ying was stunned. The medicine that Su Chun took out. Some of them she recognized and were worth a lot of money. She didn't recognize some of them, but judging from their appearance, she knew they must be valuable. But no matter how much the medicine is worth, Su Chun drank it all in one gulp, just like drinking water. Mu Ying was a little confused for a moment. We should feel sorry for the expensive medicine being wasted like this. We should worry first that Su Chun might die from drinking too many potions. Su Chun, why don't you let Anai help you? Mu Ying reminded. Su Chun heard this. He quickly waved his hands to indicate that he was fine. Then the speed of filling the medicine became even faster. But he also knew that this wouldn't work. My stomach is already feeling a little full. Drink the medicine and get full. If this were to get out, I guess no one would believe it. Su Chun held a bottle of magic potion and waved his staff. Summons a blood-thin goblin wizard. Plant the blood sacrifice worm. The group of goblin wizards were poisoned to death instantly. Su Chun quickly sacrificed the dense worms that were born to activate the land promised by God. After the emerald crystal appeared, he breathed a sigh of relief and entered the poisoned state at ease. Ding! You are poisoned by the corrosive poison. 400 health points will be deducted every second. Ding! You are poisoned by a burning poison. 1 will be deducted per second. Ding! You are in. In an instant, Su Chun was poisoned by several kinds of poison. Damage numbers kept popping up above my head. Fortunately, the Promised Land can restore 50 health points per second. But the blood volume is still decreasing. It did not stabilize at 100 due to the high recovery. Once it drops to 50, they will be killed because they cannot recover quickly enough. Fortunately, Su Chun still has the concept of unity between the ruler and the people. He summoned the goblin again. Even if there is a land promised by God, the goblins will be killed instantly. Summon skeleton warriors. Barely held on. However, the skeleton's health bar was also dropping rapidly at a rate of 10 per second. The Promised Land only allowed them to hold out for 5 more seconds. There was no way they could be expected to fight. I can help you remove the curse. But my magic power is limited. I can't do anything about your summons. Anna said as she floated beside him, holding a small magic wand. Su Chun waved his hand. Your duty is to lead the way. You don't need to get involved in the battle. Anna said hurriedly. Don't be so stubborn. The poisonous toad hasn't been angered yet. Once it senses us, the poison in the environment will be even more concentrated. The damage caused by the poison will double. Don't wait. Without waiting for her to finish her words, Su Chun pinched her cheek and pushed her into Mu Ying's arms. He is not trying to show off now. As Anna said, her magic power is limited. There was no magic potion in his backpack, even if the toxins in the air are so dense. Ignore the recovery of the Promised Land and kill all 3 of them in seconds. There is the unity of ruler and people. As long as there is one summoned creature still alive, even if it is a worm, he won't be hurt. But once Anai and Mu Ying are poisoned, they can only live again once. So Su Chun said, protect yourself and Mu Ying. Don't worry about me. That's all. He quickly set up the summoning array. A large number of giant hunters entered the battlefield. Form a battle queue. They can carry much more than the skeleton warriors. The health bar decreases at a rate of 5 per second. Su Chun operated with both hands, while summoning the behemoth hunter. Didn't forget to summon the skeleton warriors. The skeleton can only last for 5 seconds though. But use the skill, the dead don't die, of Skull Crown. They can hold on until Su Chun plants the blood sacrifice worms. In this way, at least it can ensure that Su Chun can hold on for 30 seconds. After you are ready, Su Chun released the blood-flying eye and probed forward. Not long. A palm-sized purple-skinned toad with bumps all over its back lying in a puddle appeared in the sight of blood-flying eye. Found it. Su Chun's eyes lit up. Time is of the essence. Even the behemoth hunters will trigger the first death. There was no time to see the properties of this poisonous toad. Su Chun immediately ordered the giant beast hunter to attack. Call out, call out, call out. A large number of arrows fell at the same target. The toad's health bar was emptied instantly. Su Chun smiled. Done. But his smile quickly froze. Ding. You successfully hunted a common monster, Phantom Lizard, and gained experience. 27. Phantom Demon Lizard. Su Chun stared. bloody flying eyes quickly looked towards the place where the arrow landed. Only the arrows. It was the corpse of a lizard as thick as a baby's arm. No? Suchin had a bad feeling. Next second, he saw, behind a rock not far from the lizard's body, a purple figure flashed by. It sank into a vast, muddy quagmire and disappeared. Following right on, the concentration of toxic fog in the air increased sharply. There was even colorful mist. Su Chun kept hearing the death notification sound of the summoned creature in his mind. Even the giant beast hunters couldn't stand it. He quickly activated the dead never die. Allow the skeleton warriors to maintain the effect of unity between the ruler and the people. Seeing his dark face, Muing realized something was wrong and asked quickly, "What happened?" Suchin briefly described the general situation. Anna's face turned pale, and he said quickly, "The poisonous toad is cautious by nature. Once it hides, we won't be able to find it." Muing stared at the summoned creature for a few seconds and said, "Your summon loses health too quickly." Both the man and the elf wanted to retreat. There seems to be no better way than to retreat at the moment. However, Su Chun put away the surprise on his face and just sneered indifferently. How could it escape so easily? Since ordinary summons can't do anything to it. Then try these two. That's it. He snapped his fingers. Two figures appeared beside him at the same time. The ancestor of the Blood Clan, Angina, the greedy demon lord, clone, Tiana. Go, find that purple-skinned toad and kill it. Su Chun said in an angry tone. He was really annoyed by this thing. Certainly. In other words, Su Chun is strong enough to be annoyed. Change to someone else. Without the tree elf's help in detoxifying, he would have been lying on the bed long ago. Angelina's golden ponytail swung. She looked around with a troubled look on her face. Finding monsters is not an easy task for her. But since her father had spoken, she could only try her best to find it. She was about to take a step forward. But then I heard Tiana chuckle from the side. "You want us to take action for such a small matter?" Su Chun was speechless when he saw that she was only talking but not moving. Because Tiana is just a clone. Even though she has become a pet, she still has a high degree of autonomy. Su Chun can directly control her to fight. But the power of the devil can only be exerted to its fullest extent when it is controlled by the devil. Besides, he didn't know what abilities Tiana had to find the poisonous toad. After thinking about it, Su Chun raised a finger. "A precious soul." 5. Tiana puffed out her chest proudly. Su Chun shook his head and refused. "No, that's too much, 3 at most." Tiana looked like she had made a fortune and said happily, "Okay, 3 servings then." Seeing Su Chin's embarrassed look, Tiana was even happier. I can only say, this owner is so good at providing emotional value. Tiana held her hand forward. A transparent, colorless chain with a hook emerged from the side of his body, suddenly leaned forward. After a while, Tiana yanked her arms back, and the chains tightened. She said calmly, "I caught it." A look at the blood-flying eyes. The hook at the end of the chain stabbed into the mire. Although it is impossible to pull it up, it can be immobilized. Su Chin immediately summoned another group of giant beast hunters. Have them aim at the end of the hook. Knock the arrow. Bend the bow. Shoot. Chapter 80 Mythical Profession Mu Ing fights Su Chun. Ding. Congratulations on successfully killing the Dark Gold leader, Poison Toad, and you get experience. As Anna said, this poisonous toad may not look big, but it has thick skin and flesh, and its physique and blood volume are extremely high. Even if Tiana holds it in place, Su Chun also spent a lot of effort. During this period, countless batches of giant beast hunters and skeleton court swordsmen died. Only then was it killed. After the poisonous toad dies, the toxin concentration in the environment drops sharply. Su Chun drank a bottle of magic potion. All the negative states on the body are swept away. The effect is good. The downside is that the effect is too good. Come to the light ball dropped by the poisonous toad. Su Chun reached out and touched. An epic dagger. A robe suitable for assassins. A 4th turn mage skill, Poisonous Fog. It is not of much use to Su Chun at the moment. Even that book of mage skills. You also have to wait until Su Chun reaches the 5th level before you can learn. After throwing the items into the inventory, Su Chun plans to take Tiana and the others back to the pet space. What are you going to do? Tiana grabbed his arm warily. Su Chun asked doubtfully. Take you back and get ready to go. No, I don't want to go back. Tiana screamed like a furious cat. Stay in a dark and silent pet space. For Angelina, who is naturally bloodthirsty and sleepy, It's a good thing that we are looking forward to. But for Tiana, this is extremely horrific torture. It's just like a prisoner locked up in a small dark room, suffering terribly. Seeing her strong opposition, Su-chun did not force her. He still respected Tiana and the others' wishes. Su-chun turned around and asked what Angelina meant. Angelina also expressed her desire to stay outside for a while. Su-chun ignored them. 2 people, 2 demons and 1 tree elf. This strange team set out again. The breakthrough materials that Muing needs are also in this swamp. So they didn't go far. Soon, the group stopped outside a cave. Are you sure that lightning flower is in there? Su-chun asked. Anna nodded, confirming. It's inside, but the cave is very dark and the leader guarding it is difficult. She also wanted to advise Su-chun to be more careful. One can think of the 2 previous times when Su-chan displayed his divine power. Anna gave up. She now understands. In this forest, it is estimated that no living creature can stop Su-chun. Su-chun took out the blood eye and activated his skills. An eyeball with tiny wings flew into the cave. Soon, Su-chun saw a stone deep in the cave. There is a small yellow flower growing on the stone, with bright colors. Lightning flashes continuously on its flower buds. Outside the stone, there was a giant python coiled. The giant python's head is slightly bulging and its scales are all silver white. Very extraordinary. He rolled his eyes around, observing the environment inside the cave. It is not difficult to kill this giant python, but the space inside the cave is limited. If you want to kill it, you can only grind it to death slowly. But they had been in the forest for some time. It's dusk now. The forest, which already had little light, was now completely dark. After a while, even the hands may become hard to miss. Su-chun thought about it, then disappeared in a flash. 2 seconds later, before everyone could react, he appeared again. There was a small yellow flower in my hand. He stuffed the flowers into the confused Mu Ying's hands. Su-chun activated the teleport again. He quickly fled the crime scene with a few people. Not long. The white python rushed out of the cave, roaring like thunder. The white python was very angry about losing the treasure it was guarding. But it doesn't know. It is already extremely lucky, at least it is still alive. If monsters can go to the world of the dead after they die. The clan of Sophistry Tree Demons has reunited in the world of the dead. Under the moonlight, in a vacant lot, Su-chun fiddled with the fire. A reminder sound rang in his ear, and he was cursed again. Very nice. I couldn't help but look at a huge rock not far away. Muing sat cross-legged on it. Her mission is to take the Millennium Lightning Flower. After safety, she submitted the task immediately. Then he sat on the stone, and a lot of lightning appeared on his body. Been here for 3 hours already. At some point, Muing burst into laughter and suddenly stood up. Haha, I finally broke through. Su-chun, summon your skeleton warriors. Let me test my strength. After promotion to the 3rd level, Muing only felt that she was extremely powerful now. Bursting with confidence, Su-chun satisfied her and summoned a group of skeleton warriors. Order one of them to stand in the open space. Mu Ying's figure flashed and came to the opposite side of the skeleton warrior. She first asked Su-chun to order the skeleton warriors to use the defensive skill sword and shield. Then, she raised her hand to her neck, clenched it, and turned her wrist. Like holding the hilt of a sword, he slowly pulled it out. Thunder and slay the demons. She actually pulled out a sword that was glowing with lightning. A sword is slashed out. Next second, the skeleton warrior was directly submerged in a torrent of thunder. Instant death. See the results. Su-chun clapped and said, "Great." Muing raised her eyebrows and pointed her sword at Su-chun. "Su-chun, let's have a competition." She knew that what she said was shameless. But today's experience made Muing understand one thing. If I can't defeat Su-chun once now, I'm afraid there will be no chance in the future. She wants to win, even just once. Su-chun was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. It's good to be confident, but too much confidence is arrogance. He didn't get up. Instead, he sent out another skeleton warrior to stand next to Muing. But this time, he didn't hold back. Fury. Ride the wind. Blood sacrifice worm. Immortal military spirit. After 4 enhancement skills are added to the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior grasped the hilt of the sword, and soul fire rose in his skull. Muing also became serious, with a sharp look in her eyes. As long as he defeats this skeleton, Su-chun will compete with him. Thinking like this, she drew out her sword again and slashed out a torrent of thunder. But this time, the moment she drew her sword, she felt a cool touch on her neck. The thunder shock wave dissipated. Mu-Ying turned back stiffly. He looked at the sharp blade that was pressed against his neck, but did not hurt his skin. The sword blade gleamed coldly, chilling her heart. Mu-Ying knows. This is Su Chun controlling the summoned creature. Otherwise, the sword would have cut into her flesh. If I lose, even if I use the third turn to fight the second turn, I won't have the slightest chance of winning. Mu-Ying smiled bitterly, feeling that her talent and profession seemed fake. Actually, it's not that she is weak. She is already much stronger than ordinary professionals. It is impossible for an ordinary professional, even if he is an expert, to instantly kill the skeleton court swordsman. It's because Su Chen's talent is too abnormal. A level 1 talent is enough to change your destiny. Su Chun has level 1 talent, and 2 of them. It would be weird if she could catch up with the gap of just one big level. Mu-Ying looked at Su Chun. The handsome and burly man sat casually, with a few bloodstains on his face. It doesn't look ordinary. In fact, his momentum, like a raging wave, came crashing down upon us. Chapter 81: The Void Clan that destroys everything. A ray of morning glow rises from the skyline. Pierce the darkness and bring light. Deep in the psychedelic forest, there is a small island on a vast lake. The island is neither big nor small, with an area of nearly 10,000 square meters. But there was only one plant growing on it. An ancient tree 1,000 feet tall occupies the entire island. Its roots are gnarled and thick. Like a giant hand, it holds the island tightly in its hand. Only, this ancient tree has been growing for who knows how many years. It is withered now. The branches, like skinny hands, stretch toward the sky, like a terminally ill patient, praying to God. A strong stench of rotting corpses carried with the wind, drifted more than 10 kilometers away, entered Su Chen's nose. He couldn't help but cover his face and frown, looking at Anna. Do you tree elves have some quirk that requires you to live in a place like this? Anna's face flushed, and she said dissatisfiedly, You are the one with the quirk. We don't want to live in a place like this. It's just that the life source tree is sick. It wasn't like this before. There was an inextricable sadness on her face. The corners of my eyes were wet, as if I would cry in the next second. Mu-Ying held her in her arms and comforted her in a low voice. Don't be sad, everything will be fine. Su Chen sneered. There's no use pretending to be pitiful. If I can't gather the breakthrough materials, I won't help you. Anna's face froze and she glared at him, feeling very aggrieved. At this time, Tiana came close to Su Chen and whispered, Why don't you come back to the abyss with me? I'll find you a top-level demon bloodline and help you change your race. We in the abyss need top talents like you who have a dark heart. The admiration in her eyes made Su Chen speechless. The group continued to move forward. Not long. A withered old tree appeared in everyone's eyes, and they came to the edge of the pond. We're here. That's the source of life tree, Anna said excitedly and sadly. Mu-Ying looked at the source of life tree and marveled at how natural trees could grow so big. Need to know. The life source tree is not a monster. It is just a tree with special powers. There is no shortcut to growing to a height of 1,000 feet. It is only by accumulating resources day by day that we have reached today's heights. She turned her head and saw Su Chen's expression of shock. His pupils dilated. This made Mu-Ying curious. Why do you have that expression? Even though the tree of life is magnificent. There's no need to be so shocked, right? Su Chen's expression changed slightly. He pointed ahead and asked in confusion. Didn't you see? What did you see? Mu-Ying was more confused than him. Tiana chuckled. I heard that canine creatures can see things that normal people can't see. Is this true? Su Chen ignored her sarcasm and said in shock. You can't see it either? Angelina and Tiana both gave him confused looks. In everyone's eyes, Su Chen now looks like a mental patient, saying weird things. And Su Chen was even more shocked than them. Of course, he did not forget that he was still under the dream curse. Things within sight, dreams, and reality intertwine, but their lines of sight crossed. But what is real or what is just a dream? There are still traces to follow, and we can distinguish. Just like when he looked at the trees next to him, they turned into all kinds of hideous monsters. But they only have shape, without that kind of terrifying momentum and powerful strength. So Su Chen was not afraid at all. And it was as clear as it was on Mu-Ying, cough cough. Because it really exists, the picture is automatically completed based on the outline. So it's very real. Su Chen can clearly distinguish between the two. He even arrived. A situation where one can walk normally without the need for the blood-flying pupil to provide a normal perspective. But now, right in his sight, There was a huge hole above the dead tree. A giant octopus tentacle poked out of the hole. The tentacles wrapped around the tree of life like a giant python. There are dense suction cups of various sizes on the inside of the tentacles, which continuously suck on the tree of life. Such a horrifying scene could not be seen by anyone else but him. This shocked Suchun even more. Impossible. That's definitely not a fantasy. The fantasy scene will keep changing, but the real scene will remain fixed. His eyes swept over the people in front of him. Both pets are top-level abyss demons. The negative effects of the psychedelic forest have no effect at all. Anna is a tree spirit, protected by the forest and immune to curses. If Muing could see it too, that means this thing really exists, but it cannot be seen from a normal perspective. Even if we have the same thoughts, we can't imagine the same things. Suchin thought so and pulled Muing aside. After telling Anna not to act rashly, he handed Muing some potions to remove other curses, keeping the dream. Muing was very surprised, but still did as Suchin asked. Suchin pointed at a tree and said, "Look at that tree. Doesn't it look like an Autobot?" Muing looked over and said, "What Autobot? It's clearly a giant statue." Suchin nodded. "That's right. It's all fake, an illusion. Look over there." He pointed to the sky above the tree of life. Muing looked over. Just 1 second. Her eyes were fixed, her expression was dazed, and her face was filled with a mixture of emotions. Happy, painful, sad, hideous. The facial muscles were mobilized frantically, and the expression changed rapidly like a dream. Noticed something was wrong with her. Suchun immediately stepped forward and poured a bottle of magic potion into her mouth. After drinking the potion, Muing woke up, bent over, and vomited continuously. There was a lingering fear on his face. Suchun said nervously, "You saw it too, didn't you?" Muing knew what he was talking about and nodded vigorously. "Look, it's a tentacle. What a disgusting tentacle." Vomit. Tentacle? Tiana, who had no idea what the two were saying, looked slightly unhappy when she heard it. With sharp eyes, she looked up towards the sky above the tree of life and spoke to herself in concentration. "So it's them. No wonder I can't see them." Suchin asked her, "What do you know?" Tiana shook her head. "This is no longer something you can handle. Leave now. Go find your human gods, as soon as possible otherwise. If it were allowed to fall, this area, not just this forest, a very large area will be affected." When Anna heard this, she said anxiously, "Leave? No. You promised to help me save the source tree." She hugged Suchin's thighs tightly. Suchin ignored Anna and stared at Tiana. "You have to tell me what that is, right?" Tiana frowned slightly, as if she mentioned something unlucky and disgusting, and said with an unpleasant expression, "We in the Abyss call that kind of thing the source of disaster, but you humans seem to call it the clan of nothingness. This kind of guy is born to stand on the opposite side of the living and even the dead. Whether it's us, the Abyss demons, the undead, or you humans. Fighting for life and death, the essence of the struggle is actually for the survival of soil and resources. Even the undead need a space with a strong undead aura. So even if we are fighting with god-level forces, we will do our best to protect the world framework and prevent the battlefield space from collapsing. But the Void Clan feeds on the fragments left after the collapse of space. Once they appear, they will destroy everything. Every time a disaster occurs, it will cause huge losses to the Abyss. Even the demon god will have a hard time facing them." After listening to her brief introduction, Suchin looked grim. Tiana noticed his expression and chuckled. "But you don't have to worry. Judging from the appearance of the female human, this source of disaster should not be too powerful." Suchun was stunned and asked quickly, "What do you mean?" Tiana said, "The sources of disasters exist in an unknown space. They cannot be seen directly or touched. Once the living or the dead see them, their souls will collapse." Since she saw it, she didn't collapse, but just felt a little disgusted. "This is proof." Suchin's eyes lit up and he asked, "Then with my strength, can I?" "No, don't even think about it," Tiana said mercilessly. "If you want to cause damage to the source of the disaster, you need the power of rules. And rules are a power that only gods can master. No matter how powerful you are, it's useless." Suchun was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled and patted her shoulder. "Don't say that. Don't you still have me? Can you contact the real body and summon her over? I'm willing to spend 100 precious souls to do so," Tiana said with a meaningful smile. "Are you sure you want to summon my real body?" Suchin raised his eyebrows and was about to answer, but Angelina grabbed his arm. Angelina reminded, "Father, If an ordinary demon god appeared on Blue Star, it could cause unimaginable disasters. Su Chen's face froze. He almost forgot about this. If we really summon Tiana's real body, we will be like a tiger swallowing a wolf. If the wolf is driven away and the more ferocious tiger stays, then the situation will be doomed as well. Tiana said slowly, I think this is a good idea, although this disaster source is weak. But it has already absorbed a large amount of worldly matter and has the foundation for its advent. You don't have much time, even if you can notify the human gods in time. By the time he arrives, a large area of space will have been destroyed. Besides, can you contact the human gods quickly? Why not summon my real body now? At least this space can be preserved. Su Chen looked bitter. How could he find the gods? He could only contact Yulongyin and the others. Hopefully, they can contact the powerful gods they know in time. Do we really have to summon Tiana's real body? Don't let the time come when he fails to be a hero and instead becomes a sinner of humanity. Just when Su Chen was feeling embarrassed and confused, and Nai pulled the hem of his clothes twice. There are gods. There are gods. Chapter 82. You call this devil a helper? The elder grandmother told us that there is a summoning formation in the clan. As long as you offer enough sacrifices, you can summon the gods. Anna pumped her fist excitedly. Everyone looked at her and stared at each other for a few seconds. Su Chen asked the question that everyone was wondering. You have a summoning formation. Can't you just summon the gods over? Why wait until now and watch the tree being sucked to death? Anna's smile froze on her face. She lowered her head and tapped her fingers. The elder lady seemed to say that the offerings made by the tribe every year were not enough, and the gods have ignored us for a long time. Tiana nodded and said proudly, This is your fault. As a clan favored by the gods, you can't even raise enough offerings. This is simply a disgrace to the gods. Your gods are really kind. If it were my tribe, and I dared not pay the full sacrifice and let them live to the next day, I would lose. Besides, Tiana rolled her eyes at Su Chen and snorted. Do you think it's easy to summon a god? If there is no sacrifice that the gods like, even if it is from one's own tribe, the gods will not pay any attention to it. Su Chen had a strange expression on his face. He opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything in rebuttal. He was afraid that it would break Tiana's mentality and make it difficult for them to get along with each other in the future. He didn't know whether it was easy to summon a god, but he could recruit a god's avatar as a pet. He used the souls of several summoned creatures as bait, and a certain demon king, or the so-called 7 deadly sins, took the bait. It's quite simple. Su Chen looked at Anai and asked curiously, What did you use as a sacrifice? Anna thought about it and said, It seems to be the spring of life. Su Chen said with a gleam in his eyes, That is to say, your clan should still have some in stock, right? Anna thought about it and nodded. It seems so. Every spring, the elder grandmother would ask us to collect spiritual spring water and offer it as an offering in the autumn. We have collected spiritual spring water this year, but it is not yet time to offer it as a sacrifice. Halfway through the conversation, a sense of uneasiness came over Anna. She looked terrified and raised her head stiffly to look at Su Chen. There was only greed in Su Chen's eyes. Nothing to say, lead the way, he said with a grin. Anna shook her head subconsciously and said in a tearful voice, No, I can't take you back to the tribe. Su Chen gently kneaded her face and smiled. Didn't you ask us to help you save the tree of life? Now the solution is in front of you, but you still refuse to do it. What's the reason? Anna was confused by him. But. Su Chen picked her up and held her under his armpit. Don't say but. Time is running out. If you continue like this, not only will the life source tree be destroyed, but the entire forest will be destroyed because of your selfishness. Which way? Anna weakly raised her finger in one direction. Not long. Anna! An angry roar came from the mouth of an old tree elf who was over 3 feet tall. Now, Su Chen and his group were standing outside a green light screen. A group of tree elves were inside, looking at them with caution and fear. Anai hid her body behind Mu Ying, covered her ears, and pretended not to hear. But Su Chen pulled her out and pushed her 2 steps forward. Tell them why we are here, and don't make things too complicated. We really don't have much time. Upon hearing this, Anna gritted her teeth and nodded her head. She looked up and met the gaze of the old tree elf. Then he responded timidly, Grandma Ma Chi, I'm back. The old woman was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed at Anna with great anguish. You are a troublemaking elf. I should have locked you up in a dungeon where you will never see the light of day. The tribe has not yet reached a conclusion on the issue of poisoning the source of life tree. Yu actually brought humans back to the tribe's land. Yu. The old tree elf made a creaking sound and almost fainted. Seeing this, Anai hurriedly said, "Grandma, they won't hurt us. They are the helpers I found to heal the life source tree." Anna simply explained the cause of the disease and the treatment method of the tree of life. The old tree elf didn't know what the Void Clan was, but she can understand when you call upon the gods. No, don't even think about it. The god has abandoned the tribe because of our mistakes. Now we have to disturb him because of our mistakes. God will surely be angry. Anna opened her mouth to explain. At this time, Su Chun grabbed her arm and threw her into Mu Ying's arms. "I told you not to make things too complicated. We don't have time," he said indifferently. Then, he walked forward and punched the green light screen. The light screen flashed and a blood bar appeared. 999999999. There's a blood bar? You still dare to be so arrogant even though you have a health bar? Su Chin's face was pressed against the barrier, and his handsome face looked extremely ferocious at this moment. He said threateningly, his eyes wide, "Remove this barrier now, or I'll open it and break in, and you'll have to bear the consequences." Machi was frightened and took a few steps back. She pointed at Su Chun and looked at Anai. "Is this the helper you mentioned who will heal the life source tree?" Anna was too embarrassed to explain, and, just based on Su Chin's burly physique, it is difficult to prove to others that he is a good person. Su Chun pulled Tiana over, pointed at her, and spoke to the tree elf inside. "Do you know who this is? He's the greedy demon king, who eats souls. Have you heard of him? She can eat half of your souls with just one breath. Do you believe it?" Tiana continued. "Half? You underestimate me too much. I want them all." She licked her lips in cooperation. "That's better." Some tree elves were already frightened and collapsed to the ground, their faces pale. Su Chin pulled Angela over again. "The ancestor of the blood clan feeds on blood. We'll put her in later. She will cut open your stomach, take out your organs, and clean out the dirt. Twist your bodies like towels. Squeeze the blood out of your bodies bit by bit until it's all gone." He was afraid that the tree elf would not understand what it meant to squeeze dry. He also picked up a fresh green leaf from the ground and placed it in his palm. "Then hold it tight." Drops of green leaf juice flowed out from between the fingers. 2 seconds later, Su Chun showed the leaf residue. Angela nodded in agreement and said, "The blood of the tree elves is delicious. Look at that pile of leaf residue." The panic of all the tree elves reached its peak. They couldn't imagine what it felt like to have their souls sucked away. But the process of being squeezed dry of blood and turned into slag was rehearsed in front of them. "Oh my God, I don't want my blood to be sucked. Wah! It's so scary. Help, help." And is a bad guy. He brought the man-eating devil into the tribe. How scary. The tree elves burst into tears. Even the oldest child, Ma Chi, was frightened and started crying. Su Chin looked at the scene and smiled with satisfaction. Given the character of the tree elf, deceiving with sweet words can certainly achieve the goal, but it will waste a lot of time. So, in order to help them save the tree of life as quickly as possible, he could only use the collapse therapy. Use intimidation to do justice. I think these tree elves will thank him. Su Chin glared. "That's enough. Whoever cries again will have his blood sucked first." After saying that, the elves fell silent instantly. Half a minute later, the barrier disappears. Su Chin walked in with his 2 pets in a swagger. Wherever he passed, the tree elves fell to the ground in fear. Maki held Anna's hand, her face still covered with tears. She said in horror, "You call this devil a helper?" Anna said with a guilty look on her face, "Grandma Elder, he is a bit bad, but his heart is also black. No, he looks fierce on the outside, but his methods are even more cruel. No. Anyway, he will probably help us save the Tree of Life." Chapter 83. Even the gods have to give face to Su Chun. Tree Elf Tribe, Central Open Space. After more than 10 minutes of preparation, the formation for summoning gods is engraved on the ground. More than a dozen bottles of life-giving spirit spring were also placed in front of Su Chun. He took one in his hand, a spiritual spring carried by broad leaves. I suddenly received a prompt in my mind. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the mission material. Sheng Sheng Ling Quan. Current progress of the 3rd level breakthrough task. Weird Tree Heart, 1. Phantom Leather, 1. Confusion Poison Sac, 1. Life-Giving Spirit Spring, 1. Tree Spirit Tear, 0. 5 materials needed to complete the mission. It took Suchin less than 2 days to collect 4 copies. This efficiency. Even if he accepted a task of easy difficulty, he was still astonished. What's more, what he has to complete now is a task of special difficulty. And it's the second special difficulty. When Muing realized this, her mind went blank. I have absolutely no idea how to react. Suchin looked at the last bit of material and frowned slightly. He had just asked Ma Chi, but as the most knowledgeable tree elf in the tribe, Ma Chi had never heard of the material called tree elf tears. Suchin sighed, turned around and walked into the formation with the materials. Demon, why did you only take one spiritual spring? God will be angry if you do this. Hurry up and take the other spiritual springs. This is a matter of God, Ma Chi reminded, suppressing her fear. Suchan said calmly. Unnecessary. If you have enough face, even if you only have one material, you can attract the gods. If you don't have enough face, no matter how much material you have, you can't get the gods to react. I believe your gods will give me some respect. Suchan is too arrogant, Muing thought. Even Tiana was speechless, she taunted. Master, you better bring all the materials. How can you save face? No wonder your god abandoned your tribe. I don't even want this little thing, even if it's given to me for free. The tree elves lowered their heads in shame. Suchun stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, Whether I have face or not, you will know later, watch carefully. He motioned for Maggie to begin the ceremony. Ma Chi brought a few tree elves, chanting spells in a mysterious manner. Half a minute later, the spell was finished. Nothing happened, everything was peaceful. Tiana chuckled and laughed so hard that her body shook like thunder, imitating what Suchun had just said. Whether I have face or not, you will know in a moment, watch carefully. The tree elves lowered their heads in shame. But obviously, they were not surprised by this situation. After all, it has been like this ever since the gods abandoned their tribe. At this time, a prompt appeared in front of Suchun. Ding. Do you want to consume 99,999, crossed out, one portion of Shengxing Lingquan to communicate with the spirit god? Yes, he said softly. Next second, the spiritual spring in the broad leaf in his hand disappeared. A beam of extremely powerful emerald green light shone down from the sky above the formation, within the entire tree elf tribe. Except Suchun, whether it is a human, a tree elf, the ancestor of the blood clan, or the soul-devouring dragon. This moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They stared blankly. A figure wearing a long green dress and a grass crown on her head descended from the sky and landed next to Suchun. Angelina was the first to come to her senses. She murmured with a gleam in her eyes. As expected of my father, he always manages to do such amazing things. Muing opened her mouth wide. God is a real god. Suchin really summoned God. Tiana's face froze. She widened her light blue pupils in disbelief and shouted, No, it's impossible. How can such a piece of crap possibly get a response from God? She took a portion of the Shangxing Lingquan and examined it carefully. For ordinary people, a drop of the spiritual spring that can restore 50,000 health points is naturally a top-grade treasure. But for the gods, this thing isn't even good enough for washing your feet. If the tribe dares to use this thing to summon her, Tiana would definitely give that tribe a breath of dragon without hesitation. But now, the thing she regarded as rubbish actually summoned a response from God. After looking for a long time, Tiana couldn't find anything miraculous in the Shangxing Spirit Spring. That is to say, Suchin's words really came true. Because of his face, the gods came down. Thinking like this, Tiana found it even more difficult to accept. At this time, the space inside the summoning formation was closed. Only they can hear the conversation between Suchun and the gods. The elf god's voice was gentle, like a spring breeze, but also simple and direct, without any nonsense. Adventurer, tell me what you wish for? Suchun raised his eyebrows slightly. Is that so direct? He wanted to ask for the tree elf tears directly. But the matter of the tree of life does not only concern the tree elves. According to Tiana, let the Void Clan really come to Blue Star. I'm afraid half of Yin Province will be destroyed. The tree elf doesn't care. But he couldn't just ignore the matter. Suchun said directly without hesitation. This source of life tree is withering because the Void Clan is sucking its energy away. I would like you to defeat the Void and save the source of life tree. The light and shadow of the elf god smiled and said directly, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Suchun stared at the light and shadow in a daze, not expecting to get such an answer. The elf god said in light and shadow, My original body has died in the battle. This is the last trace of light and shadow that remains in this world. If it weren't for your call, I might have quietly disappeared in some corner. So I can't fulfill your wish. Suchin frowned. This is really screwed. It was too late to look for other gods. Are you really going to send it? Seeing that he didn't say anything, the elf god Light and Shadow spoke to himself. The rules set by the main body are that if you respond, you must fulfill one wish of the summoner. I don't have the power to expel nothingness, but there is one thing that may be able to help you. After talking, she raised her hand slightly, and a book appeared in his hand. Skill book? Suchin took it and used the Eye of True Vision to check it. Things given by God can't be bad. Item: Ants shaking the sky. Skill book? Learning requirements: all professions, spirit greater than 10,000 points. Introduction: a special skill. After learning it, you can establish a soul connection with friendly units. When a large number of friendly units have a strong desire for the same goal, you can gather all their spirits and condense them into pure divine power. WTF! Suchin exclaimed. He had previously mentioned the gods and had a small talk with Tiana. I also got a general understanding of some things about gods. For the gods, rules are equivalent to the skills of professionals, while divine power is equivalent to the magic power of professionals. Pure divine power means that it can drive all rules. With this skill, Suchin had a solution to the current dilemma in his mind. But the prerequisite is that you must be able to learn the skills first. He looked at the elf god Light and Shadow and asked, "You gave it to me yourself, so I should have one more wish." The elf god Light and Shadow was stunned. He didn't expect that this person could be so shameless. But she didn't care. Her original body was dead, and she would soon disappear. It is not easy to be summoned to come to the world to breathe. You say? Suchin asked. What are tree spirit tears, and how can we obtain them? The elf god recalled and said, Tree elf tears? It seems to be the first tear shed by the first tree elf king when he was recognized by me and was protected by me. If you want to obtain it, you just need to accept their beliefs. After all, the tree elves love to cry. She seemed to recall something happy, and the corners of her mouth curled up. The illusory light and shadow gradually dissipated. Suchin panicked and asked quickly, Then how can I accept their beliefs? The light and shadow of the elf god disappeared completely, but a voice sounded in Suchin's ears. Treat them well, and your true love will touch their hearts. Chapter 84. The tree elves change size anywhere. The emerald green light above his head slowly faded away, and Suchin looked around expressionlessly. The tree elves were looking at him secretly, with surprise in their eyes. But more of it is fear. After all, Suchin had demonstrated what juicing was in front of them not long ago. Such a cruel scene cannot be forgotten overnight. Treating them well, and truly touching their hearts? Suchin recalled the last words left by the elf god Light and Shadow. I just feel a headache. He had to admit that he did regret having acted too early. Being too eager for results will never lead to good results. But now that the thing has been done, there is no point in regretting it. You can only find another way as soon as possible. Suchin pulled Tiana's arm and came to a corner. How can I gain the faith of a tribe? Suchin asked. Tiana said strangely. Faith? Why are you asking that? Faith is the source of power for some gods. What does it have to do with a mere mortal like you? Given her personality, if it had been 10 minutes ago, she would have definitely made a few more sarcastic remarks. But now, she was really convinced by Suchin. This man was more mysterious than she had imagined. Suchin didn't know that his status in Tiana's heart had greatly improved. He said irritably, Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just tell me how I can gain faith. When he yelled at her, Tiana's first reaction was not anger, but feeling aggrieved. She opened her eyes wide, her light blue pupils reflecting the watery light, her lips pursed, and her fists clenched and unclenched. An expression that says, I feel wronged, but I won't say it. You guess it yourself. Come and comfort me. Suchin was stunned for a moment and soon realized that his tone was a bit harsh. But he was more surprised by Tiana's reaction. Tiana is just a clone, and even if she becomes a pet, she cannot be completely loyal to him. At most, he would not actively try to harm Suchin or plot against him. But forget about expecting Tiana to be as obedient and sensible as Angelina. But now, what's wrong with this guy? He acts like he's been bullied and is waiting for him to comfort him? Are you pretending? Not like. Suchin's thoughts turned quickly. He pulled Tiana's hand and gently kneaded it in his palm. He softened his tone. Sorry, I was a little impatient just now. I didn't mean to be mean to you. Sorry. Feeling the warmth from his broad palm, Tiana felt her earlobes burning. An indescribable, strange feeling filled her body, making her unable to help but clamp her legs together. Snort. Tiana snorted, pulled her hand back and said, "It is very easy for the gods to gain faith. All they have to do is pass rules and declare that they will protect the tribe. But ordinary people want to gain faith. I remember that there seemed to be records of ordinary races who did not become gods gaining faith. They all received it through significant contributions to the tribe. If you can save the source tree of life, you might have a chance to gain the faith of these tree elves." Suchin looked distressed. Wasn't this a desperate situation? In order to save the source tree of life, he had to break through to a higher level so that his attributes would be high enough to learn ant shaking the sky. But only by saving the source tree of life can you gain the faith of the tree elves and obtain the tears of the tree elves. This, etc. Suchin's thinking did not force its way into a dead end, and he soon realized something. The tree elves want to save the tree of life because this tree is their lifeline. But Suchin didn't know why this tree was their lifeline. He thought back. The distance from the tree of life to the tree elf tribe is at least 10 kilometers. And judging from the level of construction of this tribe, it doesn't look like it was newly built. That is to say, the tree of life is the lifeline, but it is not irreplaceable. After Suchin realized this, he ran away quickly and grabbed a knight of the corner. He asked, "Why do you regard the tree of life as your lifeline?" Anna was stunned for a moment, then gave an explanation. After listening to her introduction, Suchin completely understood. Tree elves reproduce asexually. They need the help of trees to give birth to the next generation. This also means that the little tree elf has no mother in the biological sense. Newly born tree elves are very fragile and cannot eat normal food, not even tree sap. It can only be fed with the spiritual spring of life to maintain life. Without the tree of life, there would be no spring of life, and their tribe would have no way of reproducing the next generation. Although tree elves have long lifespans, without offspring, the tribe will sooner or later perish. Hearing this, Suchin understood and the worry on his face disappeared. He walked back to the crowd with confident steps. After signaling all the tree elves to look at him, the first words Suchin said aroused public anger. "The spirit god you believe in is dead. There is no god left to protect you." Once this was said, there was no fear in the eyes of all the tree elves. They looked at Suchin angrily. For tribes that rely on belief in gods to obtain the right to survive and reproduce. Suchin's words were no less than saying to a human child who was sensible but could not work, "Your parents have gone far away and will no longer support you. You will live alone from now on." At this moment, if this group of tree elves had any offensive skills, Suchin would be overwhelmed by them. Suchin continued, "But you are lucky that your gods have handed you over to me. From now on, you must believe in me, and I will protect you." The scene was deserted, no one responded to him, and the tree elves remained angry. Suchin also expected this, he chuckled. "Why, you don't believe it?" Anai ran towards him anxiously and hugged his thighs. "Stop it, the tribesmen are really angry." Next second, a green seed appeared in front of her. Anna was startled. Her eyes were fixed on the seed. Although she didn't understand what it was, the tree elf's instinct told her. This thing is very important to her and the entire tribe. Suchin took out. It was in the secret realm of One-Yuan Mountain that the special life spirit was obtained by killing the skeleton king. This thing was left by the goddess of life. The goddess of life is one of the main gods, equivalent to ordinary demons and the 7 deadly sins, 2 levels higher than the elf god. With the power of the goddess of life, Suchin really didn't believe that these tree elves would not submit to him. As expected, when the tree elves noticed the seeds in his hand, the anger in the eyes of all the elves disappeared. Instead, there was a strong desire. "You want it?" Suchin looked at Anai and smiled. Anna nodded, but she felt uneasy. She was worried that Suchin would make excessive demands. Based on her understanding of Suchin, this guy would definitely. "For you." Suchin stuffed the seed into Anai's arms. "Ah." Anna took the seed and looked at him blankly, somewhat uncertainly. "Really give it to me? Why, you don't want it?" Suchin narrowed his eyes and smiled. "No, I want to thank you," Anna said incoherently. Suchin laughed and patted her head. "Go, plant the seeds and show them to your people." The planting skills required to plant special life seeds. This is a very high level of secondary occupation, but that is relative to humans. The planting ability of a newly adult tree elf would probably be achieved at the professional level. Anna held the seeds, dug a small hole in the ground, put the seeds in, and covered them with soil. Machi immediately handed her the Shangsheng Lingquan. Anna took the leaf and did not do anything. She looked at Suchan. Suchan took her hand and poured the spiritual spring water on the small mound where the seeds were buried. Then, everyone stepped back, only to see Anna waving her staff and muttering, "Grow up quickly!" Emerald green fluorescence emanated from the staff and fell into the small mound of earth. Not long, a crisp green sprout broke through the soil and quickly grew to a foot long. When green sprouts appear, the trees in the entire psychedelic forest are growing wildly, becoming thicker and bigger. The short tree elves beside Suchun were also wrapped in bursts of green light, and their figures began to grow larger. And the most obvious change was in Anna. Her aura suddenly rose and became more powerful. It even gradually became so high that Tiana frowned slightly. Not long. The changes stopped and the green light on all the tree elves dissipated. Tall, beautiful, and strong figures were revealed. They are no longer the weak and pitiful tree elves who can only survive by relying on trees. They are upgraded and evolved into forest masters, forest elves who can control nature and the power of life. Especially Anna. She has a golden grass leaf crown on her head, showing her nobility and extraordinariness. Suchin cast an eye of true vision at her. Monster. Forest elf, queen, Anai. Rank, demigod. Level, 60. HP, 27,000. Magic power, 50,000. Strength, 900. Constitution, 900. Agility, 900. Spirit, 2,600. Skill. Suchin appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually very panicked. He was thinking, he was so nice to Anna before. She won't take revenge on me after becoming stronger. Thinking of this, Suchin's heart gradually grew cold. It was a little hot, and there seemed to be sweat on his forehead. He also didn't expect that these tree elves could change size at will. Anna suddenly turned and looked at him. Suchan held his breath and met her gaze. Next second, Anna knelt down, bowed her head to the ground, and prayed in an extremely pious voice. "Please, Lord Suchun, protect my forest elf tribe." Chapter 85. Suchun obtains the Phantom Master and Military Soul. After Anna knelt down, the other forest elves followed suit and kowtowed, shouting excitedly, "Please, Lord Suchun, protect my forest elf tribe." Suchun received the prompt sound of the apocalypse system in his mind. Ding. Do you want to accept the offerings of the psychedelic forest? Forest elves, accept their faith and protect the tribe. He took a long breath, his face still calm and composed as he said, "Yes." The next moment, a mysterious connection was suddenly established between Suchun and the forest elves. Suchun heard the prompt tone again. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the protector of the psychedelic forest. Forest elves, and you have obtained Summon Forest Elves. Summon Forest Elves can summon any member of the psychedelic forest. Forest Elves clan without consumption. Suchin felt ecstasy in his heart, but he also said, "Oh shit," in his mind. Not to mention the forest elves, even the tree elves are a highly intelligent race. The biggest difference between a highly intelligent race and a lowly race like goblins and skeletons is that they have never been completely conquered or ruled and are no longer on a list to be summoned at will. There is no possibility of summoning any of them unless it is voluntary. It is even more impossible to obtain the corresponding summoning skills. And now, Suchin has it. For the summoner, this is not only an improvement in strength, but also a great honor. And when I think of the hundreds of forest elves present, including Queen Anna, they have all become my strength. Suchin couldn't contain his excitement. Not only because of their current combat power, the seed of life has just grown. As it continues to grow, the forest elves here will become stronger and more numerous. Moreover, they were deep in a special area called the psychedelic forest. It is very likely to eventually grow into a huge forest elf empire. That is to say, he has now become the master of a forest elf empire. At this moment, Anna raised her head, her face full of excitement and joy, as if she had been illuminated by the light of supreme glory and received the supreme gift. Doesn't she know that Suchan is weaker than her now? No, she knows. But she understood more clearly that everything she had now, including the changes in the tribe, came from this man. Suchin gave them a second life, allowing them to break away from weakness and gain powerful strength. This grace of rebirth cannot be repaid even if one sacrifices one's life. Gratitude towards Suchun has evolved along with their upgrades, and has become a mental imprint in the minds of every forest elf. Not only them. As long as the forest elves were born in this tribe, Their attitude towards Su Chun can be described in 2 words: loyalty. This is a bond that is even stronger than a pet contract. Anna's eyes are wet. A crystal teardrop slowly flowed down the curved, perfect cheek. Su Chen's eyes and hands were quick, and his fingertips brushed across her cheek. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the quest material, Forest Elf Teardrop. Ding. The material, Forest Elf Tier, obtained by the player is tested to be the top grade, Tree Elf Tier. The breakthrough task is completed in excess, and the task reward is increased. Ding. Check that you have obtained Phantom Leather, 1. Weird Tree Heart, 1. And the 3rd level breakthrough task, Exploring the Psychedelic Forest. Completed. Ding. Congratulations on completing the breakthrough mission. Rewards. Occupational Rank Upgrade Stone, Primary Skill Awakening Scroll, Advanced 3rd Level Skill Experience Book, Gold Coins, Free Attribute Points. All attributes increased by 1,000. Su Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He was still worried that the evolution of Anna and the others would affect his ability to complete the mission. It does have an impact, but it is a positive one. The rewards have increased. He helped Anna, who was still kneeling, up and asked her to sort out tribal affairs. Su Chun dismissed everyone, found a corner, took out the reward items, and started to improve madly. The first thing he used was the Career Grade Improvement Stone. Ding. You have used a Career Grade Upgrade Stone. Please choose from the following 3 upgrade directions. 1 Elf Lord Introduction. All the elves summoned by you have their attributes increased by 200. 2 Plant Master Introduction. You will get a special space for growing plants. 3 Illusionist Introduction. You have the ability to transform into your own summon creatures and gain all their skills. When 3 options popped up, Su Chun read the introduction. Without any hesitation, he directly chose the 3rd option, Phantom Master. The Elf Lord is the best choice for him. He can now summon forest spirits. There is also a 4th level skill book in hand, Summon Holy Light Elf. If he could summon an elf whose attributes could be doubled, his current combat power would definitely be greatly improved. Plant Domination is also a good option. Plant summoning is a popular development choice for summoners in the midterm. Plants not only have different abilities and are easy to match, but also have low summoning costs. Portable space for growing plants. This reward is extremely valuable and can be used to accumulate summons in the space. There is no need to worry about a battle happening suddenly and requiring you to activate your skills temporarily and become busy. And maybe we can even cultivate some hybrid plants. But, although both are excellent, they are not even 1/10 of the attraction that the Illusion Master brings to Su Chun. He now has the Unity of All and the Staff of Change in his hands. This talent or equipment can improve your attributes by adding summons, plus the Book of Multiplication and the Blood Sacrifice Worm. Su Chun can raise his attribute value to an extremely high number in a very short time. What he lacks now is the skills that can bring out the power of attributes. And now, a profession can actually transform him into a summoned creature and gain all their skills. Its value is self-evident. Choosing it means you will be invincible. Ding. You have successfully changed your job to Phantom Master Elite. Ding. You have obtained the exclusive skill of Phantom Master Elite. Phantom, a unique skill for Phantom Masters. After activating it, you will become your own summon creature and gain all the skills of the summon creature of the same level as the Phantom. Su Chun took several deep breaths. Try to calm your agitated and uneasy mood. It's not over yet. He still has a primary skill awakening scroll that he hasn't used. Use up all the rewards at once first. Thinking of this, he took out the skill scroll and used it directly. Ding. You have successfully awakened the 3rd level summoner skill, Military Soul. Military Soul, when the number of summons of a single race reaches 999, 5,000 mana can be consumed to spawn a military soul that matches the characteristics of the race. The military soul can help the team gain temporary talents. Talent? Su Chun was stunned, and his eyes suddenly widened. Ordinary monsters are not qualified to have talents. Even some leaders are not eligible. This skill can actually grant talents to summon creatures. Without saying a word, Su Chun threw in all the 3rd level skill experience books he had just obtained. Ding. Your skill, Military Soul, gains experience and its level increases by 1. Ding. Yours. Ding. Your skill, Military Soul, has reached level 10, triggering the talent, skill evolution, and the skill effect is enhanced. Ding. Your skills. After the prompt sound died down, Su Chun looked at the skill introduction again. Military Soul. When the number of summons of a single race reaches 9, you can consume 1,000 mana to give birth to the Military Soul. The Military Soul can gain temporary talents for the summons of that race. After reading the introduction, Su Chan fell silent. After a long time, he uttered 2 words in a trembling voice. Awesome. Chapter 86. That knife strike was so cool. Skill points that can be used, skills that can be learned, and equipment that can be equipped. Everything that can improve your strength has been used up. Su Chan exerted his full combat strength. He opened his properties panel. Name, Su Chan. Occupation, Phantom Master, Elite. Level, 2585. HP, 36,430. Magic power, 150,000. Strength, 5,000. Physique, 5,000. Agility, 8,000. Spirit, 72,000, 65,000. Talents, Magic Return, Talent Evolution, Unity of All. Pets, Ancestor of the Blood Clan, Angelina, Subgod, Greedy Demon King, Clone, Tiana, Subgod. Subordinate Tribe, Forest Elves, Psychedelic Forest. Skills, Leader Summon, Exclusive, Phantom Spirit, Exclusive. An ant trying to shake a tree, 4th turn. Summon Thunder Spirit, 4th turn. Summon Holy Light Spirit, 4th turn. Equipment, Weapon, Book of Multiplication of the Staff of Tricks, Epic. Head, Skeleton Crown, Divine, Damage 99, Shoulder, King's Cloak, Epic. Now it is completely impossible to use levels to evaluate Su Chen's strength. He walked in front of the crowd again. Mu-Ying only felt. A terrifying figure was approaching her. The aura emanating from Su Chen made her hair stand on end, even though he did not pose any threat to her. So strong. To what level has this guy reached? He has only reached the 3rd level, but why does he feel more terrifying than Grandpa? Mu-Ying complained inwardly, rubbing her arms silently, rubbing away the goosebumps that came from her trembling. The dangerous aura emanating from Su Chen. As we all know, Su Chen has broken through the levels and his strength has increased, reaching the 3rd level. If you don't know, you might think that some leader has transformed into his appearance and wants to sneak into the human world. Angelina was as adoring as ever, with a faint smile on her soft and cute face, and she had also improved. Tiana doesn't really care about her own improvement. She walked up to Su Chen, circled around him, and said with glowing dragon eyes, "You humans are really weird. You only leveled up, but you became so much stronger." If the previous Su Chen was, in Tiana's eyes, just a weakling with a combat power of 1. Now, he only needs 15, or even 20. And this is just Tiana's preliminary observation result. This made her feel incredible and a little envious. After all, it takes an unknown amount of time for an ordinary monster to increase its strength by 1 point. The gazes of the forest elves, looking at Su Chen, changed from extreme admiration to extreme fanatical admiration. This is not just out of gratitude, but more of a respect for strength. "Let's go and see what's going on with the Void Clan," Su Chen said confidently. He raised the strange tree staff and activated the skill teleport. A giant withered tree stood on a small island in the middle of the lake, its dying body reflected in the water. The smell of corruption in the air grew stronger, and many carcasses of dead fish floated on the surface of the lake. Lakeside, a formation suddenly appeared, and the next second Su Chen and his group returned to the edge of the lake again. He entered the dream, cursed state, and looked at the tentacle that stretched out from the dark hole. After a few hours, the tentacles seemed to become more solid. According to the information provided by Tiana, once it is completely solidified, it will descend on the blue planet. Then the wanton destruction began. Su Chen would naturally not wait until that point. "What do you want to do? Remember what I said? Only rules can affect nothingness." Tiana asked curiously. "Just watch from the sidelines." Mu-Ying, turn on the recording function for me. This next scene is going to be really cool." Su Chen walked to the front, his cloak fluttering. He turned back, said something, and continued walking forward. Mu-Ying was stunned, her heart beating violently like a drum. She didn't know what Su Chen was going to do. She only knew that Su Chen was extremely handsome now. Su Chen walked to an open space, raised his staff, and continuously activated the skill, Summon Skeleton Warriors. Ding! The number of your summoned skeleton warriors exceeds 9, triggering the skill Military Soul, and gaining the talent Ghost Soldiers Passing Through. Ghost Soldier Passing. The body enters a semi-ghost state, reducing physical attack damage by 80 and magic attack damage by 50, and releases Bone-Eroding Dark Wind, causing 500 undead damage per second to surrounding enemies, and reducing the enemy's negative resistance to curse, fear, etc., and reducing life recovery. Skeleton warriors wearing black armor and holding long swords at their waists crawled out of the summoning circle. They are arranged in an orderly manner into square arrays. The body of each skeleton warrior turned translucent, and bursts of black mist emanated from their surroundings. This was not the first time that Mu Ying and the others had seen skeleton warriors. But the skeleton warriors before only had relatively high attributes and were not considered powerful, let alone scary. But now they are like the real god of death crawling out of hell and reaping lives. Ruthless, cold, gloomy. Even though she was watching from the side, Mu Ying also felt uneasy. She had already followed Su Qin's instructions and turned on the recording function of the Apocalypse system. After taking a look at the video being recorded, the skeleton warriors in the video were even more terrifying. Su Qin walked to the front and took out something from the item space. This item is one of the 2 artifacts obtained at the beginning, the Skeleton King's sword. All along, Su Qin never forgot it. Every time there was a battle, he would remember to let the skeleton warriors hold it and stack the layers of plunder the souls. After experiencing the Fallen Castle, Ogre Lair, and the Abyss Demon Tide several times, the number of levels of plundering souls has already exceeded 1 million. Su Qin stroked the rusty black scimitar, and the cold touch from it made him feel at ease. He glanced at the attributes. With the increase of everyone becomes 1, and flourishing. His strength increased to 500,000, 500 million, 50 million at an extremely fast speed. The value is fixed at 67 million. It's not that it can't be improved any further. Rather, the tentacles above the tree of life seem to have sensed something. They shook restlessly, their surface glowed, and they condensed faster. We can't wait any longer. Su Qin's eyes focused, and he activated 2 skills at the same time. Phantom, an ant trying to shake a tree. In an instant, he transformed into a skeleton warrior. But he is no ordinary skeleton warrior. The skeleton that Su Qin transformed into was more than 20 meters tall, wearing a bone crown and a king's cloak. The kingly aura is strengthened again. The pressure was so severe that everyone, including Tiana and Anna, could hardly breathe. They all opened their eyes wide, staring at the huge skeleton intently. I saw the huge skeleton replace the long sword at his waist with a rusty black knife. Then, the skeleton warriors lined up in square formations suddenly began to shine. They took out their long swords and pointed them forward. The dark blue soul fire in each of their skulls was burning vigorously to the extreme at this moment, and a large amount of fluorescent light was emanating from their bodies, gathering towards Su Qin. Ants are tiny, born in the morning and die in the evening. They may not be able to understand what the sky is. But quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Even if the power of an ant is small, if the power of billions, tens of billions, or even trillions or 10 trillions is gathered, it can shake the heaven and earth. A huge amount of power from all living beings gathered together, and Su Qin's hand holding the knife was shaking. A force powerful enough to split the heaven and earth is now brewing quietly within the scabbard. At a certain moment, the world suddenly became quiet, and all sounds were silent at this moment. A leaf was blown off the branch by the wind. It spun and slowly floated towards the lake. Just before hitting the water, a touch of darkness quickly covered the sky, and the sky changed from extremely bright to extremely dark. Next, an indescribably violent and terrifying storm rolled in, and the leaves stopped in midair, then gradually turned into invisible powder and dissipated. And behind the storm, there was an extremely dark sword light, but it was the brightest sword light in the world at this moment. Instant shadow, plunder the souls, slash. The terrifying blade light split the lake and the sky, passed through the dead trunk of the tree of life, cut off the tentacle, and moved forward through most of the psychedelic forest before returning to calm. Mu Ying's mouth had opened to its limit without her knowing, and her pupils were trembling. Su Qin lied to her. How could this scene be so handsome? That knife is so cool. Chapter 87, leaving Yunhua City and heading to Shangjing. A little fluorescence exploded on the tip of the knife, and then the entire Skeleton King's sword began to disintegrate. With a damage level of 99, it has already reached the limit of its existence. If used normally, perhaps the attribute value is a little low and it will not break. But Su Qin had just infused it with divine power, reactivated the rules within the sword, and slashed out with another extremely powerful blow. Su Qin watched it disappear in his hand and felt a little depressed. Another trump card was gone. But, listening to the slight humming of the blade, it seemed as if there was a voice roaring in Su Qin's ears. Fighting is awesome. Compared to dying in obscurity, this result would make the weapon spirit much happier. Su Chen looked towards the direction of the source of life tree. That knife. Not only did it cut down the giant tree, it also cut off the tentacle that was entwined on the giant tree. The hole in the sky closed and the crisis was resolved. 2 days later, at the edge of the psychedelic forest. Sir, are you leaving now? You won't stay any longer. Anna followed Su Chen and said reluctantly. At her insistence, Su Chen stayed in the psychedelic forest for 2 more days. These 2 days were quite happy. After all, there are so many elves around, and the huge fruits are eye-catching. If Su Chen didn't have enough self-control, he probably wouldn't be able to leave so easily. Okay, what's there to be reluctant about? Su Chen chuckled, touched the elf queen's head, and said seriously, Anai, you are the queen of the forest elves now. You can't be as cowardly as before. You have to be strong and think more about your people, understand? Also, when you return, have your people be ready to be summoned by me to fight at any time. I don't want to see the weak and incompetent tree elves anymore. I hope that when we meet again, you can become truly powerful forest elves. Anna wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded in agreement. Yes, sir, I will definitely train the best warriors for you. Su Chen smiled and told her some more things. Not long after, Su Chen and Mu Ying left. That afternoon, the two arrived at the cross-regional transmission station in Kaicheng. When you were about to leave, Mu Ying grabbed Su Chen. You are also planning to go to Daxia Academy, right? Su Chen nodded. You too. Mu Ying responded with a mosquito-like sound. Think about it. She was about to muster up the courage to say something. Su Chen suddenly spoke. Oh, I see. You want me to help you kill monsters, right? No problem, if you beg me, I'll take you. Mu Ying was stunned. Immediately, his face was filled with anger, and he raised his foot to kick him. This guy really doesn't understand romance. Su Chen twisted slightly and dodged. Ha ha ha, you still want to attack me, but you can't hit me, ha ha ha. Mu Ying chased for a while, but couldn't catch up, so she propped up her legs and breathed softly. She gritted her teeth and stared at Su Chen. You guy. Hey, we're friends, right? I might not be able to go to the academy until school starts. If you go first, can you help me arrange accommodation? Su Chen listened and stroked his chin to think about it. Then call me daddy, and I will agree to you. Call you dad. Mu Ying shouted in dissatisfaction. Su Chen nodded and said, That's right, just call me dad. Mu Ying screamed. Get lost. Ha ha ha. Su Chen laughed wildly. Su Chen returned to Yunhua City and stayed there for another 2 days, packing his backpack. He packed his bags and contacted Zhu Ling, the admissions teacher at Daxia Academy. Tell him that he is going to register at the school. Xiaoling Yun is in Shangjing. With the help of her warm mentor Mu Nishang, One-Yuan went to Shangjing to open a noodle restaurant. In Yunhua City, Su Chen is now free from all worries and can leave freely. But before leaving, Su Chen met Song Shi, the alchemist whom he had met before in the exchange. He expressed his intention to fund the other party's pharmaceutical research. Song Shi was somewhat resistant. She said she didn't want to be bound. She just wants to study what she wants to study. But Su Chen doesn't care. Others invest in pharmaceutical research and need to see returns. And he just wanted stuff. If Song Shi really researches something like the magic potion that he needs, then he would make a lot of money. Just like that, Song Shi looked at him with an incredible expression. Su Chen gave her another 50 million gold coins and became her boss. And the 50 million was just for the priority purchase right of the medicine developed by Song Shi. There are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers. Song Shi was so moved that he immediately expressed his willingness to accept some excessive conditions. Su Chen looked at her flat figure and unkempt appearance, and his face was filled with frowns. Does he look so hungry that he will eat anything? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, Song Shi was the only one who saw him off. Su Chen walked into the teleportation array to Shangjing. Just walked out of the teleport station, without waiting for Su Chen to take a few breaths of the sweet air from the capital of Daxia. A woman with a warm smile and intellectual beauty came up to him. Classmate, you are Su Chen, right? The woman glanced to the side and compared the photos on the panel that only she could see. Su Chen smiled. If you mean breaking the record in the college entrance examination, scoring an unprecedented 169,000 points. And at the same time, he was officially commended and awarded the National Top Scholar Medal of Red Iron. Su Chen. That's me. The woman was startled, then she chuckled and covered her lips. She thought there were geniuses like Su Chen who had achieved great success right after graduating from high school. They will be arrogant, contemptuous of everything and indifferent to others. After all, everyone who can enter the Daxia Academy is a genius, and they are all like this at the beginning. Only after experiencing some beatings can geniuses wake up. But I didn't expect Su Chun to be so funny. Junior, you are really optimistic and cheerful, haha. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yin Jing. I'm a registered student of Dean Zhengyan, 1 year older than you. The dean values you very much, and he specifically asked me to come and receive you in person. Yin Jing looked Su Chun up and down, her eyes filled with intense inquiry. To be honest, she was a little jealous of the man in front of her. In order to become Zheng Yan's mentor, she has worked hard and performed well this year. But in the end, he only managed to become a registered student. But Su Chun thought of the regretful tone in Zheng Yan's voice when he mentioned him. Yin Jing felt very uncomfortable and at the same time more curious. What kind of magic power does Su Chun possess that can make the dean so worried? Su Chun smiled. Thank you, President Zheng, for your kindness. Yin Jing chuckled and nodded. You are so calm, Junior. If I had been paid so much attention by the dean, I would have. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. It's getting late. Let's report to the academy first. Su Chun nodded and followed her out of the teleport station. Chapter 88. Life is so easy. As the capital of Daxia, Shangjing is naturally prosperous. However, in Su Chun's eyes, Shangjing seemed to be no different from Yunhua City except that it was a little bigger. This is because he is new here and can only see the surface. If you want to experience true prosperity, the threshold is extremely high. Money, strength, and status are all indispensable. Su Chun is looking forward to gaining a foothold in Shangjing. Not long. Su Chun followed Yin Jing to the Daxia Academy and walked into the magnificent gate. The two of them ran around the school, registering admission information, handling dormitory check-in, and a lot of other troublesome matters. If Su Chun were to do it alone, it would probably take him 3 or 4 days to finish. But with Yin Jing's proper arrangements, it only took 2 hours. Before leaving get off work, Su Chun finished all the affairs and officially became a student of Daxia Academy. Daxia Academy, dormitory area, inside a villa. Su Chun sat on the sofa, posing like Gu Yu. After running around all day, he wasn't physically tired, but he was definitely a little tired mentally. Yin Jing walked around the villa and returned to the living room. She said sourly, Junior, are you sure you want to live here? I think the double dormitory is pretty good. As someone who has been through this, I have to advise you that no matter how many points you have, it's better to use them sparingly. The more extravagant you are now, the more you will have to pay for your current willfulness later. Student accommodation is divided into 3 categories: 6-person dormitories, double dormitories, and villa dormitories. It's obvious. The villa dormitory is the most expensive among them, costing 50,000 Daxia points per month. This is almost the total income of an ordinary 4th-level professional in the abyss in 1 month. Su Chun made his choice without even blinking, which really puzzled Yin Jing. She has persuaded Su Chun more than once. Apart from some sour reasons, there is indeed some sincerity in it. After all, there are not many ways for students to earn points, and the more they spend, the less they have. Even though her grades are among the best in her class, she can get a lot of bonus points. I dare not spend so lavishly. Su Chun sat upright and smiled calmly. Senior, points are not saved. You have to spend them when you need to. It's getting late. You've been busy for me today. Let's have dinner together. Seeing that he had no intention of regretting, Yin Jing stopped persuading him. She shook her head. You're welcome. This is what a senior student should do. Forget about the meal. I have an appointment with someone tonight. But if you really want to thank me, can I make a small request? Su Chun was startled and said with a smile, Please speak. Yin Jing smiled. It's hard to say now. I'll take you to a good place at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll talk then. Su Chun naturally said that it was no problem. After explaining some things to Su Chun, Yin Jing left. Looking at the empty villa, Su Chun felt lonely. But when I thought about waiting for Luo Xiaoyu, Mu Ying, and the others to report to the academy, it's such a big place, it's quite a hassle. He couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Cough, cough. Thinking of this, Su Chun came to the master bedroom. Lie on the soft bed. I have nothing to do. I want to invite friends to dinner. Soon. Xiaoling Yun replied. Xia, you are coming to Beijing. Su, I just arrived today and have completed the formalities. Are you free? Come out for dinner. Xia, I am now outside with Teacher Mu. It will take 2 days before I can return to Beijing. I will come to see you then. Su, okay. After chatting for a while, Xiaoling Yun reluctantly told. Munishang noticed her and decided to chat with her when they were free. Su Chun thought about it. Opened the chat box with one Xian again. When Xian was also very happy that he came to Shangjing. But like Xiaolingyun, she also followed Mu Nishang to kill monsters in the wild. Soon, she was also warned by Mu Nishang. Su Chun sighed helplessly. This is one of the reasons why he doesn't want to become a disciple of a mentor. He doesn't even have the freedom to chat. Of course, only he who has cheats can pursue freedom. The other students were eager to have a mentor to lead them in killing monsters. Soon after, the doorbell rang. The things Su Chun ordered through the school software arrived. He came to the door and opened it. "Senior, why are you back? Did you leave anything behind?" Su Chun looked at Yin Jing, who returned with confusion. Yin Jing looked strange and shook her head. "No, I'm here to give you something. That's all." She took out a ball of light. Su Chun took it. "Ding. You get Primary 4th Job Skill Experience Book, Intermediate 4th Job Skill Experience Book, Advanced 4th Job Skill Experience Book. Junior, this is not how you spend your points. Why are you clearing out the school's inventory? Wouldn't it be possible to improve the skill level if you practice more? Buying skill experience books is totally unnecessary." After seeing him accept the things, Yin Jing couldn't help but speak. Su Chun shrugged. "I value time more than points. If I spend money to buy time, it's a profit no matter how I look at it." "Well, senior, you have an appointment with someone. Why are you giving gifts?" Yin Jing blushed, feeling ashamed of having her lie exposed. "But when I thought about it, I didn't do anything bad to deceive Su Chun. She's not like this guy. They can live in the villa without any worries and even have enough money to clear out the inventory of the university." She said sourly. "I don't send gifts, I earn points. You support me? Junior, you should save your points. It's really not easy to earn points. By the way, do you still have points? If not, forget about tomorrow's matter." Su Chun didn't expect that their lives would be so hard while they were still students. For the sake of points, even a genius among geniuses like Yin Jing, they all have to start their life as cattle and horses in advance. In comparison, most college students in their previous lives were very happy. He could only smile. "That's absolutely no problem. If you need anything, just ask. As long as it's about money, it's not a big deal." Yin Jing was speechless and gave a thumbs up. "You are arrogant. You are amazing. I am an ox and a horse. I am leaving first. That's all." She turned and left, fearing that if she stayed here for too long, she would be driven to tears by Su Chin's heroic spirit. Su Chin looked at her departing back and was very glad that he had the plug-in. Otherwise, thinking about having to work part-time running errands at this point in time, Su Chin shuddered. "Close the door and go back to the living room." Su Chun began a great improvement. After all the experience books were used up, exactly 3 4th level skills were all upgraded to the maximum level. Ants shaking trees, gather the same aspirations of a small number of friendly units, condense pure divine power, and automatically evolve rules through skills blessed by ants shaking trees. In short, now, with only a small number of summons, Su Chun can use his divine power. And there is no need to use artifacts as a carrier anymore. The skills he uses with divine power can evolve into rules. Although he is not like a god who has complete control over the rules, but it also means that he has means comparable to those of a god. Certainly, if you want to fight against the gods, you still need a long period of concentration. But when facing ordinary people, the power of rules is almost unstoppable. Plus, the superimposed attribute of everyone becomes one. Su Chun can say this with confidence. He is invincible below the gods, and above the gods he can run. The Summon Thunder Spirit and Summon Holy Light Spirit have also been upgraded to the maximum level. Summon Thunder Spirits consumes 10,000 mana points to summon 9 Thunder Gods, lasting for 10 minutes. Monster, Thunder Spirit, Demon Slaying Heavenly Thunder God. Grade, Brass. Level, 25. HP, 30. Magic, 25. Strength, 8. Agility, 8. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 15. Skills, Thunder Heavy Armor, 10,000 Thunder Attraction, Heavenly Thunder Soul Destroying / Godly Statue. Summon Holy Light Spirits, consumes 10,000 mana points, summons 9 Star Guiders, lasts for 10 minutes. Monster, Holy Light Elf, Star Guider. Grade, Brass. Level, 25. HP, 5. Magic, 50. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Constitution, 1. Spirit, 30. Skills, Star Soul Shadow, Holy Star Blessing, Pure Star Field, Starlight Holy Healing. Su Chun looked at the attribute panels of the 2 summon creatures. The The fingers trembled slightly. These two guys. It is no longer from the same dimension as the other three summons. Even if it's because he's leveled up. The giant beast hunter, which has been strengthened a lot, is not even worthy of carrying Lei Ling's shoes. Well, Su Chun walked to the windowsill, looked at the bright moon in the sky, and couldn't help singing a song. How lonely it is to be invincible. Empty, empty. Life is so easy.